When the girl opened her eyes, she unexpectedly became the newly hatched queen of the insect race, able to command the most powerful top-level insect race in the galaxy. There was a grumpy black-haired general kneeling on one knee, swearing allegiance only to her. A cool silver-haired handsome man afraid of her being taken away, transforming into a top-level green tea, and a noble golden-haired youth crying in a humble manner, just to be able to see her more, because all these people had a pathological possessiveness towards her, trying to become her unique other half. But who could have imagined that just a few days ago, all the higher insect races were still full of malice towards her, even though the newly born amnesiac was captured and auctioned off by humans. There was no thought of wanting to save her at all. However, when they saw the girl's delicate appearance, an unconscious desire to protect her arose in their hearts. Lyndall expressionlessly broke the iron railing in his hand, his golden vertical pupils filled with icy killing intent. Avino knew what he was feeling, not only anger towards the queen's humiliation, but more towards himself. The previous queen used a mental link to maliciously manipulate their consciousness for external battles. Those painful years of being unable to control their own consciousness, every higher insect race desperately wanted to forget. They had sworn not to pledge allegiance to the queen again, but just a mental link, just one look at the new king, and he couldn't help but feel protective. He told himself that the insect race didn't need the queen, let those malicious people take her away. But when he really saw those dirty humans start bidding, and saw the pitiful queen being handed over, they couldn't bear it. If his identity as the queen of the insect race was discovered, that would be bad. Yes, although the reason is unknown, the queen's influence on our insect race is undeniable. Before we can completely sever her control over us, we cannot let her fall into the hands of the enemy. The two senior insect races convinced themselves with righteous words. Of course, they also selectively forgot the option of directly killing her. Now they just need a reason to save the queen. At this moment, Leia was auctioned off at an astonishing price because she had just been born and lost her memory. In her eyes, there was only pure confusion, as if she had not yet figured out the fate of being a lamb. Remember to listen to the master's words later, so you can avoid some bitterness. Eating bitter? Leia repeated softly, lifting her head once again, still with that delicate face. But the seasoned auctioneer was scared and took a step back. The once innocent and confused black pupils had turned into beast-like vertical pupils at some point, and a terrifying aura pressed down on the auctioneer. The insect race is a natural predator. Even the newly born queen has fangs hidden beneath her soft appearance. With powerful mental strength at its center, the hard alloy cage was easily torn apart, and the violet energy instantly swept through the entire auction house. The seats that were originally fixed on the ground were all uprooted, raging wildly throughout the auction venue. When Leander and Avino arrived, what they saw was a scene like a post-disaster ruins, with the girl standing in the ruins of the cage she had broken, casually glancing over as if a born deity. Is this the rise and fall of their insect race? The two senior insect races were momentarily distracted, and Leia heard footsteps and looked towards the two. Although they had never seen the two before, a sense of inexplicable familiarity and excitement came through their mental strength. Even though there was no information about them in their memories, the genetic instinct conveyed two words: family. Could they be the most important family members they had to find even if they lost their memories? She didn't know the answer, but she was already starting to feel joy in advance. So Leia, who had just been tense, suddenly relaxed, and a warm smile appeared on the girl's lips and eyes. If the just now Leia was a cold and mature hunter, now she looks more like a naive and innocent girl, and this girl has restrained all oppressive spiritual power. Stumbling towards them, with a snap, the girl's soft body fell to the ground. She looked blankly at her aching leg. Why does it feel so strange to walk with her legs? Then she raised her head and looked at the two men who were close at hand, naturally propping up her upper body slightly, and confidently opened her arms towards the silver-haired man closest to her. Seeing the queen looking like she wanted a hug, Leander wanted to step back 2 steps, but his genetic instinct kept him from moving his feet. Even so, he felt like he was facing a formidable enemy, with every cell in his body resisting the contact with the queen. Although the newborn queen in front of him is not that one, but he is already quite disgusted with the existence of the queen, who is obviously weak and fragile, but can manipulate all the insects to fulfill any order at will. What would this new king do next? If he saw that he had been reluctant to carry her up, he would have sent out a mental link to manipulate him to achieve his goal, right? Leandre laughed mockingly at his own needless defiance and at the irony of the insect queen's existence. Spirit linking was an ability that the bug king would spontaneously comprehend when she was first born, even if nothing was known. As long as the inheritance engraved into her genes was there, no matter where the bug king was born, she would spontaneously and immediately link up with the nearby bug clans, allowing them to vault over her. At the thought, Leandre's head began to hurt vaguely again. Time and time again, the former queen had defied his will, forcibly linking his mental power to give orders, causing irreversible damage to his spirit. Even though that guy had been dead for so many years, the brain area that had been damaged back then still flared up from time to time, causing him pain. The pain intensified, and in an instant, Leandre stifled a grunt and covered his head. He closed his eyes in agony, and when he opened them again, his brilliant gold vertical pupils were vaguely spread with the color of blood. The world in front of him was clouded with a blood color, and he couldn't really see it. The appearance of the young girl who was opening her arms towards him changed. The expectant face became another mean, sickening face. Lean, get your ass over here and get on your knees. The voice from a distant memory made Leandre's spirit grow more and more chaotic. He grinned and took a large stride toward Peyran. Avino had been lost in thought about the queen when he snapped to attention, noticing his fellow officer's ill-advised mental state. Wait. However, it was already too late. The distance was such that for the higher bugs, it would only take less than a second to slice the tender queen into several pieces. Avino subconsciously made the judgment that there was no longer a need to save it. He couldn't tell if he was relieved or if his heart was tight, but the next moment's situation made him blush. The moment Leandre's hand turned into a sharp forelimb and viciously slashed at Peylan, presumably sensing the threat, a familiar spiritual force violently erupted and swept through their spiritual sea once more. For the first time, Avino was a little flustered. Stop it. Leandre's spiritual power had already fallen into a berserk state, and for the queen to make a spiritual link at this time would not only fail to work, but it might also irritate the other party even more, and she herself would be revolted. Peylan could no longer listen to any more words, her dark vertical pupils staring straight at Leandre, and she was fully focused on manipulating her mental power. After entering Leandre's brain, her mental energy saw countless black threads. She tentatively used her mental powers to tug at the black lines, only to realize that almost completely covered underneath them was Leandre's pathetic mental source. Everyone has a spiritual source in their brain area, which is the place where spiritual power is nurtured. Once it was damaged, then the person's brain domain would be damaged in the light case, or in the heavy case, they would be directly brain dead. And now, the spiritual source that belonged to Leandre, as golden as his pupils, had actually been strangled by the black threads to the point of dying, its light so dim that even the queen's link could not make it active. Peylan didn't want to see it in this pitiful look of being oppressed. She thought for a moment, carefully hooking and wrapping the black threads. She tugged a portion of them with her own mental power, bringing them along with her as she slowly exited Leandre's brain field. After Peylan's mental energy left, Leandre nearly disengaged all of a sudden. He staggered back a few steps, his hands, which had been turned into razor-sharp killing weapons, reverting back to humanoid arms, the blood color in his pupils fading back to pure gold, and the sharp pain in his head subsiding quite a bit. He looked at Peylan in shock, unable to believe what had just happened. The queen had actually calmed his manic mental energy? Do bug queens still have this power? And the queen, who had just accomplished an incredible miracle, yawned, her eyelids beginning to get heavy again. Strictly speaking, Peylan was still in the cub stage and had difficulty controlling her physiological needs. Therefore, after generating the desire to sleep, she had to fall into a deep slumber without any resistance. Before she lost consciousness, it felt as if she had arrived in the middle of a cold but familiar embrace, making her unable to resist rubbing herself against it with attachment, relieved to fall into a deep sleep. And at the moment Leandre, who was half crouching, holding half of the queen's body from falling to the ground, had blackened his face. The moment he saw Peylan about to fall just now, Leandre's body's instincts had been faster than his thoughts. In retrospect, he now realizes that he actually took the initiative to take over the hot potato. Evander also came over at this time and lamented, "It's incredible. If the queen can alleviate psychokinetic mania, it's a must to keep her." Mania is a disorder that acts on the mental faculties, most often in intelligent populations with more negative emotions, and can get worse and worse until it descends into complete insanity. The insectoids have been under a haze of despair and misery during the reign of the previous queen, and as a result many of the higher insectoids are plagued by mania. One of them, Leandre, is considered quite severe, basically having an attack once every few days. Without the queen, it's hard to say how long he would have lasted. Well, you take the queen back to the starship now. I'm going to take care of some things and we'll be back soon. And then we'll contact the main star together to discuss a way to dispose of the queen. With a meaningful smile on his face, Avino walked towards the auction house's surveillance management room. He was going to have to use some means to erase all traces of the queen's presence here. Now all that's left here is Leandre. The silver-haired insectoid lowered his eyes to the starry red on the soles of the queen's white feet. It was a cut that she had accidentally stepped on rubble from the ruins when she had hurried towards them earlier. He moved, hesitated for 2 seconds, and in the end, he carefully picked up Peylan. "It's just a way of repaying the mental reassurance that I just received. He said this to himself in his mind. Until Leandre and Avino had already contacted the main star of the bug race and were ready to have an online meeting, Peilan was still sleeping quietly. Needless to say, such a provincial queen was a relief to them. They hadn't figured out how to deal with a living queen who could give them orders for a while. Yeluan, the highest commander of the bug race who was currently managing the political affairs, had already given the order for a meeting to all the higher bug race through the unique spirit link network between the bug race, excluding the two who were still on the starship. All the other higher insect races had already arrived at the council hall. A virtual projection of the council chamber appeared in front of Leandre and Avino. Several of their peers who were legionaries like them were basically there, and Supreme Commander Yaren was already seated in the main seat. Avino glanced at the two empty seats. Why aren't Shirian and Greya here yet? Yeluan said indifferently. Shirian is still the same, always locking herself in her room and refusing to come out. As for Greya, I was worried that she would lose control if she knew about the news of the new king's appearance, so I didn't inform her. Avino gave an impish grin. That's right too. With how much Gloria hates the queen, I'm afraid she'd rather suffer a severe backlash than put everything on the line to strangle the queen in her cradle. At these words, the gazes of all the high insects present fell on the flame-like scar on the left side of Yaren's face. That was the price he paid for assassinating the last queen. A mark of betrayal that could not be erased. It was as if Yaron hadn't sensed Avino's slightly provocative language. And even if it was only a projection, he could feel the terrifying self-control of this higher insectoid, blocking all attempts or malice without a ripple. He just calmly said, I'll personally go and talk on Greya's side, but if nothing else, she should never meet the new queen, so we won't have to worry. Leandre heard the implication of Yaren's words, and the pupils of those brilliant golden eyes snapped wide. Hey, Yaren, you don't think you want to? Yaron tugged at the corners of his mouth. A rare smile, but it didn't melt the face that was like an iceberg. Instead it looked colder and colder. We, the higher insects, still have trouble restraining ourselves in the face of the queen's call, and I'm afraid that other lower-ranked soldiers will lose all sense of reason once they encounter the queen. Not to mention those worker ants whose brains are only the size of an almond born with the meaning of serving the queen, in order to minimize the queen's influence on the bugs, and so as not to repeat the mistakes of the past. She must not be allowed out of our control, but she must not be allowed to see too many of them either. So I propose dash. The queen will forever be denied the opportunity to set foot in any area of bug activity, and will be guarded by at least one high bug on a rotating basis. This cold commander decided Peilan's future with a flick of the wrist. Do you all have any comments? No. That's it. Only Leandre is left. A sudden flash of the young girl stomping on the crumbs, ignoring the pain and stumbling toward them with open arms flashed through his mind, and a flicker of struggle flashed through his eyes before it reverted back to disgust. I don't care. Then it's settled. Peilan was deep in a nightmare at the moment. She knew full well that it wasn't a false dream of her own imagination, but something real that had happened since the beginning of her memory. She's falling. As this thought arose, there was a vague sound of anxious voices in her ears, and it seemed as if a number of people were shouting something at her from a great distance, only too far away to be heard truly. She subconsciously tried to soothe the voices caught up in anxiety and sadness, but she couldn't move a muscle, couldn't even open her mouth, and could only allow herself to fall in a sticky darkness. Suddenly there was a moment when she felt like she was passing through a membrane, and the voices in her ears all disappeared at once, but she remembered the sad cries she had just heard in the midst of the chaos. To find them. The thought came to her naturally, without the slightest hesitation, and grew more and more urgent with the passing of time. Part of the reason she had tried so desperately to get out when she was still trapped in the middle of the egg was to find the sad voice that made her so familiar that she wanted to shed tears. That must be her family, she guessed. They must be desperate to find themselves, just as they were, and by now, she should have found them. Peilan opened her eyes with a wonderful vision. Finally free from the nightmare of constant falling, she still felt that the two people she had seen before her coma were her family. As for the detached attitude when she first met them, maybe there was some kind of misunderstanding between her and them before she lost her memory, suddenly losing her past memories, like a blank sheet of paper to greet the colorful world. Peilan should have been terrified and cautious, but what a warm word family was, and the mere thought of it made her feel her courage fill her chest again. As luck would have it, she had just opened her eyes to see her family members guarding her bedside. It was the silver-haired one who looked grumpy, but Peilan just felt that he would definitely not hurt himself. The silver-haired insectoid's face was cold when he saw that she had woken up, and his tone was one of perfunctory deference. Queen, we are now taking you to the Delta Galaxy where the humans reside, and I will be spending the next few moments with you. Queen, we are now taking you to the Delta Galaxy where the humans reside, and I will be spending the next few moments with you. He didn't deliberately state that the bugs had decided not to let the queen set foot in any of the bugs' galaxies, but if Peilan sensed something and took the initiative to ask, he wouldn't hide it. Until now, Peilan still didn't know much about the existence of the bug race and her own identity. Not to mention that she was already the first queen to be expelled in the history of the bug race. But she was no fool, and her breath caught as she sensed Leandre's cold attitude toward her. Could it be that this closeness she feels to her family is only one-sided? Did the family she identified with actually not like her? She tried to stop her rambling. How could her family take her away if they just thought of her as a stranger? And, from what he said, it seemed that he would be living with himself next. It wouldn't be possible to do that if it wasn't a close relationship, right? With that, Peilan convinced herself to forcibly ignore the dissimilarities. After figuring it out, Peilan's heart was relieved. She was content to be able to live with her family in the future instead of being alone in the spawn. But Lean kept calling her queen, which bothered her a bit. As far as she was concerned, Lian was just her family, and she would have preferred to call each other by a more intimate name. Peilan opened her mouth, a bit anxious, although she knew how to make sounds to organize her speech. It seemed like it had been a long time since she had done so, and she stumbled over her words a bit. Don't call out to the queen. My name is Peilan. Are you asking me to call you by your name instead of your queen? Leandre turned slightly sideways, now genuinely a little surprised. Basically every bug queen innately knows how to put herself at the center of the entire bug clan and reign in the whole clan. They all attached great importance to the concept of upper and lower classes, because this hierarchy, which was engraved in the genes of the insect race, was the very foundation of the queen's maintenance of her rule. Out of a strong sense of power, successive queens have taken their own names, and they never allow their subordinates to call them by their first names. They must show the utmost respect and use honorifics. What is this new king up to? That was his first reaction. However, when he crashed into those pure black pupils, he found only a little bit of confusion, timidity, and an all-encompassing gentleness that couldn't be seen to the end. Such eyes. The tip of his heart trembled, and all the malicious speculations in his mind unconsciously melted away. And, your name? Unconsciously, he answered Perron's question. Leandre. Lean. Del. Balan cocked his head, and the dorky hairs on the top of his head that had branched out from being messed up from sleep shifted. What a strange name. She never felt comfortable pronouncing it, so Leandre watched the queen meditate for a moment, and then resumed her face. Lean. He shuddered. That Aveino guy always liked to call him by nicknames too. It just made him cringe every time he heard it. As a raging and cruel insectoid in the eyes of others, he seems to be out of the habit of establishing too close a relationship with others. But now, hearing the little queen address him like this, with eyes full of undisguised closeness, he actually felt for a moment that a certain place in his heart had become soft. Returning to his senses, he hated to slap himself. Haven't you suffered enough? What if the new queen was just disguised as this to get him to let his guard down and then wait for an opportunity to manipulate him and be done with it? Seeing Leandre's cloudy look, Peilan frowned slightly, a little worried. Lean seemed to have a lot of things he hadn't told her, and that made her a little lost. Was it because she didn't think she was capable of solving the problem right now, or not trusting enough? It didn't matter though. She would try to make herself a family member that could be counted on in the days to come together as well. Before that, though, she wanted to know where the other family member she saw before she passed out was now. Lean, where's the black-haired? Ah, Leandre, still thinking about his mind, said in passing. You said Avino? He's going back to on a raider soon. He suddenly snapped back to his senses, stopping his words in a hurry. According to the ordering, he was the first to post the queen, which of course took into account the fact that his mania was in dire need of the queen's relief and even treatment. The military affairs that had belonged to him had been given to Avino, so now Avino would have to go back to the main planet, but there would be no need to let the queen know about that one. But Peilan had gotten the most crucial information and was in a hurry. Why? Are you leaving? Where to? She rolled out of bed and stumbled toward the door on a hunch. She was still wearing the same nightgown she had brought from inside the egg. The rest of the customized clothes Bugs had given her hadn't arrived yet, and the weathered nightgown looked wrinkled, but the young girl's delicate looks and her eyes, always bright and sparkling, even now in a hurry, shone so charmingly that one would have overlooked her dress. Where is it? Peilan stumbled toward the door. Hey! Leandre froze for a moment before giving chase, not wanting to admit that he was a little worried that the queen would suffer at the hands of that smirking man. Avino. Then he watched as Peilan slammed straight into the chest of Aveino, who had just come over. Yo, it's the queen. Why are you running so fast? Evander revealed his usual bright smile, easily pressing Peilan's shoulder with one hand and scratching his crushed black hair with the other. This was the first family member Peilan had seen since her eggs were broken that actively smiled at her and actively touched her. But Peilan lowered her head, her body trembling lightly. Instead of feeling kindness from the other woman, she sensed something hidden underneath the smile, some kind of repressed and terrible emotion. Ah yes, There's something I almost forgot to tell you. Ivino still had that bright smile on his face, yet a coldness flashed through his sea blue pupils. It would be best if you didn't wander around, or there are no bugs here to keep you safe. Also, it's been Leandre's turn to spend time with you these last few days, and it may be my turn after a while, but I would like you to try not to bother me if you can. Peilan tilted her little face up, dumbfounded at the icy words that spilled out of Evaner's mouth. I have nothing against you but it also bothers me that you're always hanging around in my field of vision. Peilan's eyes widened as she stared dumbfounded at Aveino, whose mouth spat out icy words, and whose smiling face seemed to have twisted for a moment into a horrifying face full of malice. The newly born queen had not, until now, finally intuited that the family she felt close to in her heart did not seem to hold the same feelings for her. It was as if the Tweedledum that ran through her blood and even her genes every time they met was just a one-sided illusion on her part. And for the moment, Aveino was no longer paying attention to him, turning to account to Leandre. Your military duties have been handed over to me for the time being, and I'm going back soon. Keep an eye on the queen for this next month. As he spoke, he surveyed Peilan with a hidden afterglow, with a bit of well-hidden wariness. He admitted that it was a bit impulsive just now, if the queen released a mental link to manipulate him in a fit of pique. But what he feared never happened. Peilan didn't make any strong moves or even show anger. She just stayed where she was and didn't leave, gazing at him with those eyes full of sadness. Gradually, Aveino became a little annoyed by the look. What the hell? It's like he's done something really outrageous. He didn't want to stay here any longer. Being looked at by the queen in such a way made him feel uncomfortable, as if he had heard a bug that was genuinely interested in him and wanted to be close to him. But their higher bug's relationship with the queen had never been anything more than a friendly up and down since they had murdered the last queen, and he shouldn't falter here. With a final word of explanation, Aveino entered the starship's second command room, and after pressing a red button, the assembly pods at the end of the starship, loaded with a large number of insectoid lowlife soldiers, detached from the main ship with him and headed for the main planet. He thought to himself, it seems that the queen's influence on the insect race is even more terrifying than imagined, and that the higher insect races will need to be on their guard at all times when they get along with them. After Evaner left, it was as if Peilan had broken through some layer of fog shrouding her mind. Belatedly seeing the relationship between herself and the two high insectoids, she finally saw the detachment and wariness that Lyondell hid beneath the surface politeness whenever she saw her, and realized in a trance that in the eyes of what she had unilaterally identified as her family, they weren't an intimate relationship that could be relied upon. It overwhelmed her for a moment. She instinctively understood some common sense as her own consciousness gradually emerged in the egg, but had no knowledge of the world into which she had been born. She possessed a relatively mature mind and a mind of her own, but had no memories of the past that had made her who she was, like a rootless duckweed. And now the little connection she had managed to make with the world seemed to be disconnecting again. The very next day after Peilan had shut herself up in her room, Leandre knocked impatiently on her door. Queen, you already missed dinner yesterday. I hope you are in the mood to eat today. He heaved the tray onto the table with a cup of nutrient solution dissolved in water. Noticing the way Peilan looked over, he somewhat uncomfortably touched a handful of his long, silver-colored hair that hung down around his ear. There are no toddler supplements or specialized nutrients prepared on the starship, only this. I looked for the ones with higher nutritional value and better digestion, so I'll just make do with it for now. He couldn't stop cursing himself as he prepared these in the supply barn. Hell, what's wrong with the queen locking herself in her room? Why don't you just let her starve? Why do you care about her? But he quickly convinced himself of that. Forget it, he still had to count on the queen to help him pacify his raging spiritual energy. Although the queen had entered her teenage years in appearance, she had only just broken her eggs after all. So if she starved herself, he would be the one to suffer in the end. Peilan didn't know Leandre's rich mental activities. She just stared at the nutrient solution for a few seconds, then took a deep breath and seemed to have finally gathered enough courage. Leanne. Her voice was a little hoarse and weak, but the words flowed much more smoothly than before. You guys hate me? She used an affirmative tone with a hint of undisguised gloom that made Leandre's heart flutter at the tip of her tongue, and then a gradual irritation grew in her chest. Unlike the kind of irritation he felt when he had a manic episode where he couldn't wait to destroy everything in front of him, this dryness was light, landing on his heart like a feather and then tickling him every now and then, making him uncomfortable and unsure of how to let it out. Seeing that Leandre did not refute her words, Peilan pursed her lips. It was very frustrating for her that her worst suspicions had come true, but after a night of thinking about it, she had figured out exactly what she wanted to do, so she insisted on looking into Leandre's brilliant golden eyes and continued. When I came out of the egg, I didn't have any memory of the world, and I don't know what happened with you guys before that would make you hate me, and you don't seem to be going to tell me. Leandre felt a dullness in his heart. No, you haven't offended us in any way. It's all just because you're the queen of the bugs. For a moment, a tiny voice in his heart said, is it really okay for them to be like this? Just because she was a queen, they denied her everything and made her, who had just been born into this world, have to endure malice that she didn't know the cause of. This voice was quickly forced down, and his golden pupils remained as cold as if they hadn't wavered in any way. At least that's how it seemed to Peilan. Peilan clenched her fists, cheering herself up and trying to express herself. But I still had a very close feeling in my heart when I met Lean and Evander. So, the next words were almost tantamount to a dissection of her heart, and it shamed her a little. But she said it with a flourish. I sure as hell don't want to be hated by you guys after all. For the rest of our time together, I'd like to get reacquainted with Leanne and Evander. Would that be okay? Probably feeling a bit embarrassed by such words, the young girl's white cheeks were slightly red, but those dark eyes, which shone with an unshakable and firm light, always gazed at those brilliant golden pupils without flinching. After a few seconds of stalemate, it was instead Leandre who was the first to remove himself in defeat. Whatever. He stood up and walked to the door, then stopped again. The past has nothing to do with you. No need to dwell on it, because it's useless to dwell on it. It's a predestination determined by genes. Instead, Peilan's eyes lit up, thinking that Lean had agreed in a twisted way. Her heart finally dropped, and she took small sips of the nutrient solution from her cup, once again looking forward to the future. On the other end, Leandre stepped into the cockpit and manually operated the starship in preparation for the planet's landing. Before him was a beautiful planet dominated by greens and blues. It was Skyworker, a habitable planet on the more marginal edge of the human Federation-ruled Delta system, far from the political center and not much of a tourist attraction, with relatively lax management that made it easy to muddle through. If nothing else, they could take the queen and live here in seclusion for a decade or so before moving on to the next place. If nothing else, it was a beautiful two-story townhouse, ornately decorated and out of style with the rest of the houses in the town it was located in. On the second floor of the townhouse, the higher bug race with long silver hair was sitting on a lounge chair on the balcony, seemingly sunbathing with his eyes closed. But in reality, he was transmitting information through the bug race's unique secret spirit link. It was Yaren's rule that the bugs in charge of guarding the queen had to report back at least once every half a month. The queen and I came to Tiangong Star this half month, without being discovered the identity of the insect race, but at the very beginning was ostracized by the local residents. Is just the boring little emotions of some mole crickets. Skyworks is one of the less conspicuous habitable planets in the Delta system. The whole planet is like a small town settled in a corner of the ancient home planet. The pace of life is slow, wages and prices are not high. The people who live up here tend to be settled for generations, with little population movement from other planets. In order to minimize the risk of exposure, the bug race chose to keep the queen in captivity or in a small town that was relatively remote throughout the entire planet, where the residents knew each other. And it was natural for them to be a bit wary and repulsed when there were suddenly two more raw faces. Even the small town's population control department had double-checked their electronic identity information when they'd taken them both, and luckily, there was nothing broken in the new identities the bugs had forged for them. Anyway, now Leandre is called Builin, a young man who works as an online businessman and has brought his sister Builan here to retire early. Leandre's face sank for a moment when he saw the new name that had been forged for him. He swore that the one who gave him a fake ID was definitely that guy Evander. A fake name was a fake name. After all, Leandre's real name really couldn't be revealed. But was playing with the harmonic stunt necessary? Couldn't you just take a completely different pseudonym? Complaining as he did, he could only hold his nose and accept it. Fortunately, their place here had also been bought in advance, so they just needed to move right in. The Bugs' finances also opened a clean human account for the Pei siblings, and allocated enough money so that they didn't need to work. Fortunately, Leandre's fake job is an online merchant, so he doesn't need to go out to work to arouse suspicion. Sometimes Leandre even suspected that they were really here to retire, staying in the human city every day with nothing to do. Occasionally, when his hands got itchy, he would run off on his own to abuse star beasts elsewhere to practice, but more often than not, he stayed in this temporary abode and watched the queen every day. At the thought of the queen, who was already out the door at this moment, Leandre frowned, a flash of displeasure in his eyes, and began to report on the queen's condition over the mental link. When she first came here, the queen felt rejected by the neighborhood and her activities were mostly confined to the townhouses. At that time Pei Elon also learned from him, always stayed at home. The only thing he could touch was him, just keep looking for him to talk. At first Leandre was indifferent. Then gradually, presumably out of boredom, he grew to respond in kind. Other than about the bugs and the queen, other little things like what he usually liked to eat were said. But later on, Peilan just couldn't contain her curiosity about the outside world, so she took the initiative to go out of the door to get in touch with the people in the small town. Leandre didn't stop her either. as long as the queen didn't leave the range of his psychic senses. In this way, Leandre would stay in the balcony of the second floor when Peilan went out, coldly watching Peilan's contact with those humans who were like ants, and then giving smiles and helping hands unstintingly. After the first, I don't know how many times she helped the grandmother next door with her store or helped the old man carry his things, the little town took her in. The residents of the neighborhood became more and more friendly to this lovely girl, and even Leandre also got the benefit of the sister. Sitting at home will always have a neighbor to send a little delicious food. However, she stayed in the townhouse and spent less time with Leandre. At the thought of this, the silver-haired insectoid shook his long hair as if it was unbearable, only feeling more and more grumpy in his heart. What is it about those guys that is worth the queen wasting her time dealing with? Just then, his ears twitched. Vaguely, he heard familiar, light footsteps. During this time, Peilan was dissatisfied with her overly weak limbs and insisted on daily morning exercises to improve her physique. Leandre didn't bother to tell her that the queen of the insects was destined to be physically weak while possessing strong mental powers, and no amount of exercise would change that. She'll naturally give up when she gets tired of herself anyway. No queen in the history of the bugs had ever wasted time working out. They had the arch of the bugs to do it. Who knew that Peilan had held out for half a month and looked like she was planning to keep going? And so it was that the sound of the queen trotting back to the townhouse at this time of day every morning was unconsciously distilled and memorized by Leandre from 1,000 murmurs. At the thought that the queen would be back soon, Leandre's mood suddenly improved a bit, and simply disconnected the mental link, opening his eyes and using his far more than human eyesight to locate the trotting figure. There are a lot of old people in this small town. They retire to a quiet little place like this, put up a store, and just live comfortably in their old age. For example, the owner of one of the biggest cake stores in the small town is such a retired old lady. She would be sitting outside, squinting in the sun, when she suddenly saw a blue figure trotting over not too far away, and hurriedly shouted at the top of her lungs, "Alan, you child! I've caught you at last." The young girl wearing a blue sweater who was running in the morning saw the old lady from a distance, and with a bitter face, she wanted to go around, but felt that it was really rude, so she ran over to her. "Grandma Ma, old Mrs. Ma," certain that the little girl would not run away today, turned around and went back to the store, coming out with a box of cupcakes in her hand. She forcefully shoved the cake into her hand. "You helped me all afternoon yesterday, and I told you to bring back some cake. It's not like it's anything valuable, but you just refused to do so. Running faster than a hovercar. Did you think Grandmama's cakes weren't good?" Saying what seemed like a reproach, her tone was full of intimacy. "No, Grandmama's cakes are fragrant and soft. They're the best, but I just helped look at the store yesterday." Peilan was really not good at rejecting other people's good intentions, so she can only accept the cake with a red face and whispered her thanks. Old Mrs. Ma revealed a kind smile, her eyes curved. "Well, Elon, take it back quickly and eat it while it's hot with your brother." Gazing at Peilan's faraway back, old Mrs. Ma sat back down on the recliner again, secretly lamenting. Peilan is so cute and understanding. Why is her brother so uninviting? Simply completely unlike brother and sister. Click. Watching Peilan talking to Mrs. Ma, with that kind of shy, happy smile on her face, the uninviting brother Pei bit off the bone in his mouth expressionlessly, only feeling a fire in his heart, burning hotter and hotter. Just some fragile humans that he could crush with one hand. Was it so much fun to talk to them? Did she know that she was the queen of the insect race? The overlord of the universe. Even offering the sovereignty of 10 resource stars was not necessarily worth making her smile in appreciation. But now to a group of humans. Leandre had clenched his fists without realizing it, chewing the bones viciously, his eyes fierce but containing a hint of unspoken aggression. Before coming here, didn't the queen say she wanted to get along with him? It turned out to be that he had gotten acquainted with the humans here instead. Sure enough, he shouldn't have believed the pretty words the queen said. "Leanne," the girl's lilting voice still had a slight gasp in her ear. Leandre resisted the urge to turn around and deliberately ignored it. The voice wasn't discouraged, though. Peilan's figure soon appeared outside the balcony, walking in at a brisk pace. "Look what I brought. It's a super delicious cake made by Grandmama. It's still warm. Let's eat it together." Leandre then turned back to her haughtily, pausing for a few seconds to look at the smiling face, and then reluctantly took the box in her hand. He wouldn't admit that he was weirdly feeling a little better. Just at the moment when the atmosphere was getting cozy, there was a barge of noise from outside, as if some kind of chaos had occurred. Peilan frowned slightly and worriedly probed outside before hearing someone screaming, "Hurry up and call the police. There's a madman running out." Peilan's gaze froze. She finally saw what was happening outside. All the pedestrians on the road, who had been walking slowly, went into the nearest building with doors and windows closed in a fiery haste. In the blink of an eye, the streets were empty. "No, there's still one. It was an extremely tall man, looking unkempt, his striped clothes tattered and torn from their original appearance, and his overgrown hair seemed to have been unkempt for a very long time, making it even more unkempt. He was staggering along, making one worry if he was going to plant himself on the ground at any moment. Peilan looked at the striped cloth hanging from his body and always felt a bit familiar. Are these clothes from a sanitarium near? Did he run away from the sanitarium? It's obvious, isn't it, that this guy has psychotic mania and it's kicking in now. Leandre looked at it as well, knowing the situation by heart, but not taking it to heart. Long before arriving here, the bugs had very efficiently investigated the place to the hilt, and everyone living here had been checked out as well. For example, the kindly grandmother of the cake store in Peilan's eyes should have retired from the governmental organization of Tiangongxing, and then there was a manic patient retired from the military ministry confined in a sanatorium on the outskirts of the city. The military general's mania had gotten so bad that it could no longer be suppressed, and he had petitioned for self-imposed exile to a sanitarium on this fringe planet, where he was chained and handcuffed in the basement every day to prevent vandalism when he lost his mind. But even such tight confinement couldn't seem to lock him down. He still escaped easily during another manic episode. The information about him was quickly pulled up in his mind, and Leandre smacked his lips, not even giving the general, who was quite strong mentally and physically, a second thought. Insects are inherently ferocious weapons, and he is even the best of them. This guy is crazy elsewhere even if he dances in front of him. The only thing he needs to worry about is just how to sweep the tail if he accidentally kills him. Only just as this thought arose, there was a thumping sound from downstairs, as if something had been smashed. Peilan's body trembled as she subconsciously looked towards the silver-haired insect race. Lian, it looks like he's broken into our house. Leandre raised an eyebrow, a little surprised that the other party had actually set their sights on the house first. Heard from downstairs, the sound of smashing things, knowing that the guy was wreaking havoc in the house. Leandre stood up with a grimace, feeling his fists itch a little, watching him head towards the stairway, knowing that he was probably planning to go down to deal with that manic patient. Peilan pursed her lips, a little uneasy. For the first time after realizing that she was not liked, she took it upon herself to tug on Leandre's sleeve. Is it really okay for Lean? Sensing her unease, the silver-haired high insectoid lowered her eyes slightly and moved her wrist somewhat impatiently before giving the queen a reassuring look. A foe of this caliber could be sliced to pieces in a minute if he wasn't worried about the hassle of sweeping. His intention was to let Peilan just wait on the relatively safe second floor. He himself went down to get that ungrateful guy first. Who knew that Peilan followed behind him step by step? Leandre held his tongue and stopped in his tracks. Queen, please also stay in a safer place and don't follow me. Peilan puffed out her face, a rare bit of childishness. I don't want Lian to face danger alone. Of course, she wasn't going to be a drag. She just remembered that when they first met, Lean seemed to be having a manic episode as well, and she had managed to calm him down with her mental powers. If he's also manic, can I use my mental powers to enter his brain area as well? No, Leandre simply hated to shake all the water out of her head. Does this guy really not have any common sense? Hasn't she gotten the queen's inherited memories? You were able to calm me down because you're the queen of our bug race, and there's a natural bond between our spiritual powers, whereas he's only human. It won't work if you use the same move against him. You might even get hurt yourself, get it? Peilan was still a bit confused and was trying to digest the information in the words when she suddenly heard a heavy footstep. It turned out that while they were talking, the lunatic downstairs had heard the commotion from above and had taken the initiative to find his way upstairs. Once again, Peilan was confronted head-on with what a manic episode looks like. The tall man's clothes were in tatters, his bare skin was covered in red marks, and he held a green rope in his hand, presumably the same thing that had bound him earlier. He also had a wound on his face dripping blood, but didn't care, as if he couldn't feel the pain. And underneath his overgrown hair was a pair of eyes that were just as terrifying as Leandre's at the onset of his illness, as if all the blood had congealed on the pupils of his eyes, and even the whites of his eyes were glowing red. Leandre shook his head, his legs already building up, ready to rush forward and put someone down. This guy is hopeless. One of the characteristics of a manic patient is blood-colored eyes. The larger the pupils of the red eyes and the more the color resembles blood, the more severe the illness. A guy like the one in front of me is so sick he's probably completely lost his mind. If you ask him, this guy was clearly no longer an intelligent creature, just a beast, and should have been killed earlier to free him. However, just as he was about to leap up, a meaningless howl escaped the man's mouth, and his blood-colored pupils turned to stare at Peilan. He whipped out the green rope in a swift motion and pulled it over after wrapping it around Peilan's waist. The accident happened so fast, it was a blink of an eye, and the weak-looking queen had fallen into the hands of the madman. The queen is being pulled by a rope into the hands of a madman. Leandre's face instantly changed. his vertical pupils appearing uncontrollably. Damn madman, he was too careless. If he was thinking of keeping this human alive before, now he was truly furious and was ready to completely kill this unstable element. And Pei Ilan, who was bound by ropes, was unexpectedly not very alarmed. She couldn't feel the man's murderous intent towards her. Nonetheless, in her perception, the man's mental power was extremely unstable and seemed to be struggling hard. Ah, the man let out a pained sound, and his hands were trembling slightly as he gripped the ropes, but he didn't make the first move. The right hand gradually tightened the rope, and Pei Ilan felt the tightening force around her waist, being strangled a bit. The next second, however, the man's left hand pressed down on his right, and the force was relieved again. Pei Ilan froze and took the initiative to look into his blood-colored pupils, noticing that despite the animalistic madness rolling around, a trace of human struggle occasionally flashed within. The man hadn't completely lost his mind and was still fighting his own manic mental energy. On the other hand, Leandre's hand had silently changed into a forelimb like a razor blade, and was about to silently give the man a blow. At the critical moment, however, Pei Ilan shouted toward Leandre. Wait, she wanted to try. She wanted to help the man, to free him from his battle with mania. Leandre's eyes widened. Hey, what are you doing? Don't mess around, this guy is hopeless. However, Pei Ilan had already closed her eyes and started to mobilize her spiritual power. He could only curse in a low voice, the vertical pupil staring tightly at the man. As long as he made a move, he would immediately let the body and head be separated. In fact, strictly speaking, mobilizing spiritual energy did not require closing one's eyes. But after the tentacles of mental power extend outward from the mental source of the brain area, the user will see another world made of mental power that will overlap and confuse with the world seen in front of them. Therefore, by closing your eyes, you are able to better perceive the world of spiritual energy. In Pei Ilan's spiritual world, he could clearly see that the man in front of him was just like Leandre at the time, and his brain area was already covered with that kind of black silk threads. He was slightly better off though. At least she could still see the spiritual source belonging to myself trapped underneath through the black threads. Instead of having it covered up tightly, Pei Ilan could feel how intense the man's spiritual source was suffering. Under the tangle of black threads, the spiritual energy that belonged to him, contaminated and manipulated, spilling out without my control. She pursed her lips and carefully probed her own mental energy, tentacles probing bit by bit into the man's brain area, and began to try to bring out the black threads. Sun Yen felt the sharp pain again. The pain coming from the depths of his brain area was horrible. He was a young soldier who had actually gone to war and seen blood, and thought he had been through many trials and tribulations. But no injury he had ever suffered, not even when he broke 3 ribs and shattered his left leg, was as torturous as this pain. He began to go crazy, banging his brain desperately, even to the point of hating to just strangle his brain area. The caretakers had no choice but to rope and cuff him, but that only stops him from torturing himself physically, not mentally. Amidst this endless torture, gradually, he felt that he had lost his own will and his sense of the outside world, until he seemed to grasp something soft, with a touch much like a human arm. With a jolt, Sun Yen forced himself to look at the current situation and was shocked. He actually grabbed a young girl who looked soft and slender and was about to make a move. As a soldier who aspires to protect humanity and the Federation, but is hurting unarmed ordinary people, this matter pains him greatly. It took almost every ounce of strength he had to barely restrain his urge to hurt others. Hurry up. Whoever it is, just kill him. He doesn't want to hurt anyone, not anymore. I'm sorry, father, brother, clearly promised to fight mania until the end. However, just as he closed his eyes in agony and waited for irrevocable madness to set in, he suddenly felt something warm and fuzzy approaching. So strange that the warmth gradually quieted his frenzied mental energy, and the sharp pain in his head that was constantly trying to break him seemed to lessen a bit. Sun Yen felt the heat that was closing in on him and hesitantly opened his eyes. Then he saw a warm orange glow flashing before his eyes and gradually shining into his brain field. After a while, he reacted to the fact that it was the mental power of the girl beside him materializing. Anyone's psychic energy is aggressive towards the psychic energy of others. It is an intelligent life form's most instinctive protection of its own self, as well as its most primal rejection of others. Even between loved ones, it's difficult to allow another person's mental energy into one's brain field without technological means of intervention. But amazingly, Ilan Pei did. Her mental power was so soft that Sun Yan's brain domain did not feel threatened at all. And after the warm orange light extended its tentative tentacles, she was very docile and allowed her to enter the brain domain. Those black threads that were illuminated by the light let out a sharp hiss, and some of them even began to gradually dissolve. They began to try to retreat deeper or bind themselves more tightly to Sun Yan's spiritual source. But all of this was useless. Pei Ilan's spiritual power was like a natural enemy of these black threads, easily stripping them from Sun Yan's spiritual source. and chasing back and pulling away all of those that had fled as well. After completely exploring Sun Yan's brain area and confirming that there was no longer a trace of black threads remaining, she retreated with the black threads that kept dissolving. Of course, Sun Yan couldn't see the things that looked like black lines. It seemed to him that it was the warm orange mental energy that swung around in his head twice before slowly receding again. In the moment he left, he felt that his brain area was steeply empty, as if all the heavy burdens that had been weighing on it had dissipated in an instant, and his entire being was refreshed like never before. And compared to the refreshed Sun Yan, Pei Yilan's face turned pale. The black lines in Sun Yan's brain area were not as much as Leandre's, giving her the illusion of being able to clear them all at once and misjudging her ability. She felt a tingling in her spiritual source, a reflection of the overexertion of her mental energy, followed by a blackout. The young girl's body fell limply. Sun Yan subconsciously reached out, wanting to catch her, but who knew that a gust of wind swept by in front of his eyes, and the person who was about to fall was gone in the blink of an eye. He looked up in dismay to see the man with long silver hair holding the girl with a scowl on his face. He glanced coldly at himself, and a hint of murderous intent seemed to vaguely flash in his eyes, causing cold sweat to instantly spread across his spine. These eyes are really terrifying, almost like being stared at by an absolutely unforgivable beast. However, in the next second, Leandre withdrew his gaze and carried Pei Yilan back to his room. Sun Yan hesitated for a moment and followed suit. He had a vague idea in the back of his mind that he wished he could discuss with the two men. Headache. Pei Yilan regained consciousness in a daze, only to feel a stabbing pain deep in her brain. She curled herself up in agony. If psychotic maniacs felt pain worse than this on a daily basis, then she could fully understand why they all ended up going insane. What's worse, after she regained a little bit of consciousness, the voices talking in her ears were so blurry and loud that she couldn't pass out if she wanted to. Pei Yilan could only slowly open her eyes. The vision in front of her eyes was a bit blurry at first, until she blinked a few times before it gradually cleared up. Mr. Pei, I'm not kidding you. Your sister possesses a talent that surpasses everyone's imagination. This ability is simply the salvation of people with mental mania. A life path left by fate in the underworld for humanity and even all intelligent life forms in the universe. So, Leandre's grumpy voice interrupted. No matter what you say, my answer is the same, get out. Stay away from the female. My sister. Being yelled at by him, Sun Yan was immediately silenced. As a promising rising star in the military department, he was known for being a jerk, and sometimes even the old generals couldn't do anything about him. It was also helpless that he would listen to Leandre so well at this moment. In his eyes, this gentleman named Pei Lian was handsome and had smooth muscle lines all over his body, but he couldn't feel his spiritual power fluctuation, so it looked like he should just be an ordinary person who exercised well. But for some reason, every time he saw his long silver hair and those golden round pupils, another pair of even more violent vertical pupils of the same color would always flash through his mind. It was the killing god he had seen once on the battlefield from afar, a war weapon high bugbear. Leandre, though after coming back to his senses, he would realize that his association was ridiculous. How could the higher bugs be here when they were day-to-day, and they clearly looked completely different? However, every time he saw this man's fierce eyes, Sun Yan would uncontrollably go a little weak in the knees. It always felt like if he said two more words, he would be crushed to death, but he was really reluctant to do so, and after a moment of stalemate, he still whispered, "Shouldn't we ask your sister's opinion on such an important matter? She's already 18 years old though not yet an adult according to interstellar law. She has the right to know." A weak female voice came from the bed next to her. "So, can you tell me what's going on?" With a start, Leandre noticed that the queen had woken up, and rushed over to the bed, adjusting the position of the pillows for her to be able to lean back more comfortably. After saying her thanks, Pei Yilan looked at Sun Yan and revealed a faint smile towards him. "I am glad to see that the gentleman has regained his senses. So can you tell me what you were talking to Brother Lin about earlier?" Looking at the girl in front of him, whose eyes were still calm and gentle even though she was weak and pale, Sun Yan somehow felt certain in his heart that his request would definitely be granted. "Ms. Pei, it's like this. I don't know if you've discovered that your spiritual power can cure manic patients. In fact, spiritual mania has almost been regarded as an incurable and terminal disease, but your appearance has shattered this desperate reality." Sun Yan took a deep breath, clenched his right hand into a fist, pressed it against his chest, and gave him a military salute. "Lieutenant Sun Yan of the Human Federation's 3rd Army Corps hereby extends a sincere invitation to you to travel to the Human Federation's finest military school for in-depth study and training." Sun Yan closed his eyes painfully as he remembered the tragic situation of manic patients he had once seen in their late stages of mania, as well as his own personal experience. "I don't know why, but mental mania is extraordinarily prevalent in the military, especially on the front lines of the fight against the star beasts. With Ms. Pei's help, maybe we can." "Enough. I want to go. Two very different voices sounded at the same time. Leandre looked at the queen sitting on the bed in shock and anger. Did she know what she was talking about? Pei-Elan took the large, slender hand belonging to Leandre in both of her own and soothed him wordlessly. Her eyes, on the other hand, gazed gently but firmly at Sun Yan. Mr. Lieutenant, I am willing to go to the military academy if my abilities can help you, but as to the statute of the matter, I hope Mr. Lieutenant will give me a complete list. For example, when exactly should we move? What are the things I need to do after traveling to the military academy? Will my basic personal rights be guaranteed? As well as, most importantly, she increased her tone of voice, and despite still having that frail look, there was an added air of unquestionable authority. Wherever I go, I'll need to take my brother with me. Is this something that can be promised? If not, then I'm very sorry. I'm afraid I won't be able to answer the invitation to the military school. Leandre froze and looked at the eloquent queen. The newly born queen is fragile and can die easily. The queen's mental powers are powerful enough to cure him of his mania. The queen has a soft personality, not much of a temper, doesn't seem to have any ideas of her own, and isn't good at rejecting people. These were the impressions that Pei-Elan had left on him since this half-month together. Completely different from the previous bug queens, I must say. Bui-Elan is too soft, too common. But now, the queen's eyes shone with undeniable determination, as if the newborn king was igniting his will for the first time. What does she want? Is she trying to escape the bug's captive grasp? But she volunteered to take herself on anyway. For a moment, Leandre's heart surged with 1,000 thoughts and feelings, and he did not say a word. In contrast, Sun Yan's mind is very simple, thinking that this is stable, and joyfully went to contact the top of how to solve this series of problems. After only the two of them were left in the room, Pei-Elan turned her head slightly sideways and looked directly into Leandre's eyes. Lean, did you hear that? Mr. Lieutenant said they need my abilities. I want to go to military school, want to go where I'm needed. Pei-Elan, who had acted very sure of herself just now, slightly lowered her eyes, a little apprehensive. Lian is coming with me, okay? Because, she didn't know Leandre's answer. Are you saying that the queen wants to attend a human military academy? In the dimly lit room, the stereo projection of the blue-haired chief commander looked thoughtful. Indeed, it seems that the queen has reached the age when she should be in school. Don't make ill-timed jokes. Yoron. Leandre tugged at her long silver hair in annoyance, her eyes bloodshot and looking like they'd been torn for a long time. How the hell am I supposed to answer her? To say yes? His eyes flashed before him again with a hint of expectation and pleading, and it simply made his scalp tingle. If he didn't agree in the end? He didn't know how to face the queen in the future. Would the queen show a sad, pitiful expression? Just the thought that Pei-Elan's face, which was always overflowing with smiles, would show a look of sadness made Leandre feel all out of sorts. Don't get me wrong. It wasn't that he cared about the queen's feelings. He just felt that if he didn't even grant this little request, he would be too embarrassed to continue requesting the other party to treat him for mania. Yoron looked at Leandre in this mood and gave a slight lurch, those misty blue eyes flashing with a hint of deep meaning. Leandre, you look as if you are eager to grant the queen's request. You only have to take one look at this kind of thing, don't you? It seems that our queen does have very peculiar magical powers, and Lean looks to have been completely conquered by the queen. Ivino, who was leaning against the sofa, suddenly interjected with a mocking smile on his face. He had worked overtime to help Leandre with his military affairs, and as soon as he arrived, he saw Leandre in this worthless state, and the malice in his heart simply could not be stopped. But just spending some time with the queen was all it took to soften the attitude of Leandre, the absolute anti-queen radical of the bugs, almost on the verge of going from scarred dire wolf to the new queen's dog. Looks like that little guy does have some skills. Hey, you guy, don't talk nonsense. Leandre stormed out on the spot. This was simply the greatest insult to him. If the Aveino who was here wasn't a stereo projection, but was real, he would have absolutely slammed his fist into his disgusting grinning face. Avino watched indifferently as Leandre covered his faltering heart with his tantrums, calmly assessing in his mind how long the fellow was away from a complete reversal, and whether or not the caretaker of the queen needed to be replaced earlier. If Leandre is no longer firm in his stance regarding the queen, worst case scenario, perhaps they bugs will be heading for a split as well. For a moment, there was a bit of silence between the several higher insects who had been fighting side by side for years, and the atmosphere was very strange. Yoron lowered his eyes slightly, the blue hair that fell across his forehead covering half of his eyes. He looked suddenly a little disinterested, as if he had grown tired of the subject. Let her have her way with military school. Leandre was stunned before he realized that the she referred to the queen. The slender, blue-haired commander rose to his feet, glancing at Leandre with a final, extremely cold glance. But Leandre, don't forget, the bugs don't need a new queen. This is a vow we once made together. The next second, the communication was hung up. All the projections disappeared and only Leandre remained in the room. Falling strands of silver hair blocked half of his face, and his figure was trapped in the shadows of the room, a bit of a blur. Ryoga snorted. Do I still need you guys to remind me of such things? The brilliantly colored golden pupils seemed to have condensed into ice, while in the depths of the frigid ice burned flames that would never go out, searing his soul all the time. I'll always. The slender knuckles clicked as the silver-haired insectoid wrenched them together, the painful memories coming like a giant wave, slapping the bloodied man down on the shore. There will be no allegiance to the queen of the bugs. Achoo! Achoo! Peilan sneezed twice in a row, her nose red. Old Mrs. Ma on the side was anxious and held Peilan's hand and breathed into the haze. Alan, the weather has recently turned cooler, so wear more warm clothes. It's fine, Grandmama. I'm not cold. Peilan felt the slightly wrinkled but very warm hands holding her and a light smile appeared on her face. She pulled out a tissue and wiped her nose, and went to wash her hands again before carefully helping to dispose of the leftover cake from the sale. After doing so, she glanced at the gradually darkening sky, and a trace of uneasiness swept through her heart for some reason. Grandmama, I'll go back first. I'm not too worried about Brother Lean being home alone. Good boy. Go back quickly. Old Mrs. Ma shook her head as she operated the smart lock store door on her light brain. Your brother hasn't been seen out of the house since he moved here. He's Twilight at a young age. I don't think you should come over to help in the next couple of days. Hurry up and ask your brother to take you to the mall to buy a couple of sets of warm clothes, and also to let him walk around more. Peilan had wanted to say that she really didn't need to buy clothes, but looking at old Mrs. Ma's kind eyes, she still nodded her head, two shallow dimples appearing on her face. Well, I'll tell him. Saying goodbye to old Mrs. Ma, Peilan walked home alone. Stepping into the glow of the gradually brightening streetlights, a sudden sadness rose in her heart. She hadn't told anyone she knew here about her perhaps impending departure. Even though she had only moved here half a month ago, she was already enjoying her time with these kind and lovely neighbors. Without realizing it, that hastily moved-in townhouse could be called home. But now, Peilan stared at her hands, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes. However, her mind quickly appeared the tragic situation when Sun Yen had a manic episode, and her eyes turned back to determination. If she really did have the power to change tragedy, then surely she still couldn't sit back and watch it happen. The heavy-hearted Peilan didn't realize that she didn't know when a few dark shadows had quietly adorned behind her. The little ninny is finally out of the store. The boss has ordered it, so it's ready to go. Peilan stopped when she was the last street away from her home. What is it that all of you following me are trying to do? I don't think my brother and I have offended you in any way. Have we? Several dark figures behind her froze. How is that possible? They were at least professionals, and they were actually discovered by an ordinary person who hadn't practiced mental power or physical arts? Could it be that they had collectively made a mistake? They didn't know that Peilan was, after all, the queen of the insect race, and her mental perception far exceeded that of ordinary people, and even if she hadn't noticed it at the beginning when she was thinking about her mind, she quickly discovered the aura that wasn't hidden very well in her opinion later on. She had wanted to drag it as close to home as possible, so that getting into Leandre's sensory range would naturally take care of them. But who knew that they were even more cautious than they had imagined? So far away there was a subtle change in their breath. Most likely they were ready to strike. She had to make the first move. Peilan turned her head back expressionless, looking at the five tall, sturdy figures that appeared from the corners and other places. One of the men with flat features and golden eyes stepped to the forefront and nodded slightly at him. I am sorry we meet in this form, Miss Pei, but there is a great man who would like to see you very much, and hearing that you will soon be traveling far away. This is the last resort. Peilan's face changed slightly. A big shot? She repeated the three words, feeling afraid that this was indeed no ordinary person. She was already well aware of how valuable her healing mental powers were, the only cure for mania in all of the stars at the moment, and it didn't take much thought to realize how much of a storm it would set off once it was exposed. Sun Yan definitely didn't want to cause more trouble, and before the enrollment was officially finalized, other than him and his trusted superiors, there shouldn't be anyone else who knew that she was about to leave Tiangongxing. So where these people in front of me know about this is intriguing. The man nodded, a well-hidden contempt in his eyes. As expected, she was just an ordinary commoner girl who panicked when she heard big shot. If it wasn't for her good fortune to be favored by the main family behind him for some unknown reason, she would have had to live in a small, marginal city like this for the rest of her life, and would never have had the chance to meet that kind of big shot. Seeing Peilan silent, he was a little impatient and couldn't help but speak out to remind him. That lord commanded to bring Miss Pei to him in one piece. Please don't make things difficult for us, otherwise, the old man who is here to live out his days is afraid that he'll have to have his life disturbed. Peilan's eyes widened as anger ignited her heart in an instant. These people were threatening her. If she doesn't want to follow them, then I'm afraid Grandmama and the others will. A kind face that he had known for some time flashed before his eyes, and Peilan quickly calmed down, secretly stabilizing his stupid spiritual energy and nodded. Okay, I'll go with you guys. Let her see who the big shot who had gone to the trouble of wanting to see her really was, and for what purpose, and then get this whole nuisance out of the way once and for all. Just on the second floor of the small house that was less than 300 meters away from here in a straight line, Leandre was still sitting on the balcony as he did every day in the past, watching the sun set a little bit. He told himself in his mind that this was the last time. In the future he would consciously distance himself from the queen and never let himself fall again. Must not allow the price of blood and fire to be so easily buried. When he closed his eyes, he could feel the spiritual force that belonged to the queen, not far from him, approaching this place, their home, little by little. At the thought of that warm word, a stream of heat was injected into his cold heart, but it was quickly forced down again. At some sudden moment, Leandre's eyes snapped open and he stood up with a thud, bringing even the wicker chair beneath him to the ground with the force of his standing up. However, Leandre had no time for that anymore. The queen is getting farther and farther away. What's going on? Nothing like this has ever happened before. He knew in his heart that the queen had made this place her home, and even if the humans out there had endeared themselves to the queen, she would never have stayed out at night. Ah, he understood. Was it because of all the damn molehills surrounding her? Splendid golden pupils ablaze with the purest austere murderous intent, Leandre leapt from the balcony and within a few breaths was crouched on the roof of one of the homes. The bug's superb eyesight allowed him to lock onto the queen's position easily. Then he saw the queen who was surrounded by 5 big men and looked like she was under duress anyhow. A gust of wind blew across the roof, ruffling Leandre's silver hair and revealing his vertical pupils that were gradually tinted with hints of scarlet. He bared his teeth, feeling the waves of tyrannical killing intent in his heart as the sharp, silver-white blades gradually replaced the flesh and blood of his arms. How dare you griffins come near the queen? Kill them, kill them, kill them, kill them! Leandre's mood swings were so intense that Peilan felt them all at once. She changed her angle and looked up slightly, and sure enough, she saw the silver-haired insectoid that looked to be poised on a rooftop not too far away. The other party had firmly locked on to these few people around him, and it looked like they were about to kill them. Peilan's pupils snapped. At this moment, her mind spun fast and she immediately remembered the man's threat just now. If all of these people died here, then the person behind the scenes would definitely go after Grandmama and the girls. Seeing that Leandre was about to strike, Peilan couldn't care less, although really reluctant to use this method. With a clench of her teeth, the mental power that had been huddled in her brain area to prevent the 5 from going on guard instantly erupted, linking to Leangar's mental power with undeniable greatness, giving her first command as queen. Stop! Leandre's eyes snapped open and his expression froze for a moment. Peilan's footsteps paused slightly because she was mobilizing her spiritual energy. The man watching her behind her thought she had recoiled and was trying to escape, and immediately shoved. Go faster, don't keep His Excellency waiting. She had to move on, while briefly speaking to Leandre again through the mental link about the current situation and telling him her plan, before feeling somewhat more at ease. What Peilan doesn't know is that Leandre didn't even hear a single piece of this information that she delivered later. In fact, the moment he once again clearly felt the queen's strong mental power sweep through his brain area, Leandre nearly lost his own consciousness. His pupils dilated a bit, and his breathing became steeply heavy. The Queen is, again, ordering. Just how many more times do we have to control him before this nightmare is over? The nightmares of the past were like maggots attached to his bones, and would silently come back to haunt him as his mind was in turmoil, attempting to drag him into boundless madness. Under the onslaught of violent negative emotions, the black threads in Leandre's brain area, which had already had little left after Peilan's treatment, seemed to have received some sort of sustenance, and came back to life, spiritedly wrapping around his spiritual source. It was as if the shrill laughter came back to his ears, and his head throbbed. The pain is sharp as a pinprick. Leandre half-kneeled. Long silver hair covered half of his body like a waterfall. It trembled violently. The sun had only a little light left, and heavy black clouds were spreading. He let out the mournful howl of a wild beast driven to the end of its tether under this half-lit canopy. Peilan didn't realize that Leandre was on the verge of storming out. She felt the other party's strong resistance when she first accessed Levendel's mental power, so she hastily broke the link after explaining the situation, and didn't dare to perceive Levendel's mental power status again. He got into a hover car surrounded by a group of 5 men. The man in the lead entered his destination on the driver's screen, and the car automatically traveled along the planned track. Peilan had never been in a hovercar before and couldn't help but look out the window. They were flying a low orbit at the moment, occasionally traveling between tall buildings as if they could reach out and touch the peat-proof floor-to-ceiling windows on the top floors of office buildings. Peilan had never seen the scenery from this perspective before, and for a moment she was a bit mesmerized. Since arriving on this planet, she had lived in the small town, hadn't traveled anywhere else, and had never gotten a good look at what kind of planet she had arrived on. It was as if she suddenly and belatedly realized that she had a very wide world to explore. The man next to her certainly noticed the sight of her, and his heart grew more and more contemptuous. I'm sure it's a bumpkin. I can't believe I've never even been in a hovercar. Just as there was a silence, the hovercar stopped in the parking pad of an estate. Peilan was deeply shocked when she got out of the car. She and Leandre would feel empty at home in a two-story townhouse for two people. And this manor was almost half the size of the town, covering an extremely large area. Could the owner of this place walk the entire estate in a day by himself? The men escorted Peilan out of the hovercar, said a few words to a competent woman who had rushed over on the news, and handed her over. I am the secretary of the Lord who wishes to see you. The woman said this, please follow me. After walking through the gardens and long corridors, Peilan was almost dizzy from the detour. If it wasn't for the woman leading her, she would have definitely gotten lost. Finally, the woman led her to knock on a door. It was a very large room, furnished with splendor and style. On the sofa, which was extremely soft by the looks of it, sat a middle-aged man with gray sideburns on his face. His name was Yuan Zhang, and he was a key member of the government of the Tiangong Star, which was why he was qualified to know such a secret about a girl who had immigrated from their star who actually possessed a rare healing spiritual power, and then had a crooked mind. A remote place like theirs can't get a turn at anything good, and now that they've managed to come up with a talent, it's going to be snatched away by the central galaxy? On what grounds? Seeing Peilan coming over, Yuan Zhang nodded toward her with a smile and gestured for her to sit on the opposite sofa. The woman who called herself a secretary then backed out and closed the door. Yuan Zhang took the initiative to speak. Ms. Pei, you're finally here. Quickly sit down. Peilan didn't move. Stop acting like a nice guy when you use that kind of tactic to call me here. If you have something to say, just say it. Yuan Zhang smiled again, some wrinkles that were no longer young appearing faintly on his face. His voice was placed softly, creating the illusion of gentleness and kindness, posing as if he was an elder talking to his juniors. What a straightforward and lovely child. Miss Pei, I apologize to you for my subordinate's less than mature behavior. It's just that the situation has become urgent. You've probably guessed what I'm here for, right? Peilan frowned in some disgust. Yuan Zhang put on an amiable appearance. Instead of being gentle and friendly like Grandmama and the others, it gave her a very hypocritical and disgusting feeling. The more powerful the mental power, the more keenly they were able to sense other people's emotional fluctuations. Yuan Zhang still didn't know how powerful the seemingly weak girl in front of him really was. His own little mind had already been revealed long ago, and he was still putting on a show. Lieutenant's son, who has been staying at the Morning Glory Sanatorium, wants to take you away from Skyworks. In fact, it's precisely because he's discovered the value of the abilities you possess, and wants to bring you into the maelstrom of the center of power, using you as a trump card in his hand. Yuan Zhang let out a long sigh, looking rather worried for her. Miss Pei shouldn't want to leave Tiangongxing in such a haphazard manner either, right? Lieutenant's son is going to look for you soon, so in order to protect you, that's why I had to have someone rush to bring you here. I'm still quite safe here. Miss Pei should hide in my place for a while first. As for your brother, I'll find a way to protect him as well. If Peilan was really just a simple little girl without much insight, I'm afraid that she would have already been confused by his words at this moment. Either trust him in fear and follow his instructions, or be a little more resourceful and be at least in a state of confusion as to whom to trust at this point. But all of the above does not exist for Pei still. It was enough for her to know that Sun Yan was sincere and this guy in front of her was hypocritical. Just as Yuan Zhang was planning to make further efforts to completely break through her psychological defenses, Pei Ilan, who had been silent, suddenly opened her mouth. So that's what this is about? Yuan Zhang froze. What? The girl who was simple and easy to fool in his eyes looked up, expressionless, with a mocking light in her eyes. Seeing the value of my ability, wanting to use me as a trump card in the fight for power or something. Should be talking about yourself. Hearing Pei Ilan's tone of complete certainty, Yuan Zhang was truly confused. What's with the intelligence? Didn't they say she's a good girl who doesn't know much and only pleases the grandparents every day? Shouldn't she be easy to fool? How come she's so sharp and perceptive? Now the plan would all have to be reversed and redone. After all, it wasn't like he could really hurt the living mania treatment program. She was too valuable. Yuan Zhang is worthy of being a politician with a heart, and quickly adjusted his emotions and changed his appearance. Just as he was about to start the PUA, he realized that the object of his attention was currently staring straight out the window. As if he had seen something incredible, He knew he was really the safest here. Even if it was Sun Yen, most of his routes were over in the central galaxy. The sky was high and the Emperor was far away. It was impossible to find the lair of him, the Tiangong Star's landlord. For a while, so Yuan Zhang simply didn't believe that there could be any unexpected circumstances. Don't pretend. Do you think you can escape by distracting me with that trick? There are all my men out there. However, Pei Yilan didn't have the heart to pay attention to him at all. She just suddenly sensed a familiar scent extremely close to her. There was no mistake. It was definitely Leandre. He had found his way here, but didn't she tell him to find Sun Yen? Of course, that wasn't the point. The most important thing was that she could sense Leandre's aura was very different from usual right now. He is now more furious and more. Hiss! An extremely soft sound rang out, only to see a stream of white mucus sprayed towards the window. The glass corroded into powder in a split second, and the rest of the liquid went unabated, spraying onto the sofa in the room. Yuan Zhang reacted very quickly and immediately got up and jumped away. In less than even a second, the couch was dissolved into a pile of black debris by the slime. What's going on here? Someone come quickly. With this sudden turn of events, he could no longer maintain his demeanor and lost his voice and screamed. Pei Yilan stared out tightly. First a sharp, silvery white forelimb plunged deep into the ground. Then, a huge, large spider that appeared to be 1 story high just slowly crawled into everyone's sight. Bursting into everyone's view in an overbearing manner was a giant spider. It was 1 story high, not quite like other spiders, all silver and white, fierce with a hint of eerie holiness. The white spider's incredibly sharp foremost forelimbs glowed with a cold light, and it looked like it would be no more difficult to slice someone with them than it would be to cut tofu. The most chilling thing was that the 8 single eyes on its head were all blood red, like 8 blood tumors squeezed together. A glance was simply enough to give one nightmares, but Pei Yilan wasn't intimidated by its frightening appearance. She just got more and more anxious. She was pretty sure the white spider was Leandre. But how did Leandre get like this? Why did it seem like he couldn't hear himself anymore? Leandre, what happened to her family? Just as Pei Yilan's mind was racing, the people outside had completely lost control of the situation. Ever since this white spider suddenly appeared near this area of the manor and rampaged all the way, the bodyguards guarding this place in the open and in the dark had been trying to hunt it down or expel it. But its toughness was beyond everyone's expectations, crushing it all the way to the core. At the feet of the white spider, the leading man who had pressed Pei Yilan over earlier was shooting at it with his laser gun. But after half a dozen shots, the beam didn't even make a half a crater in the spider's body. Still, the spider managed to get his attention, and all 8 legs came together, the shadows enveloping him in the blink of an eye. The man's hands were shaking as he held the laser gun. Even the 2-meter-tall strong man looked petite next to this big spider. Ho ho ho! The white spider made a sound like a taunt. Hardly anyone saw him move, and in the next second, the laser gun in the man's hand was sliced in half. The beam energy was building up when it was cut off from the barrel, blocked the chamber, and finally blew up directly. The man's hand instantly became a bloody mess. The wound was deep enough to see the bone. He screamed miserably and fell to the ground, unable to get up again. Seeing how weak he was, the white spider seemed to lose interest and resumed craning his head to survey the giant manor. It opened its mouth and randomly sprayed one sticky venom after another in all directions. Everything that is stained with venom, whether it is a solid wall or a soft sofa, all of it will be corroded. The dregs left in place after being corrupted somehow exuded a morose chill. If there happened to be someone in that vicinity, that chill would even be put down his bones into my body, and it wouldn't be long before I would feel my limbs getting stiffer and stiffer until I couldn't move. When Pei Yilan followed Yuan Zhang and ran out of the mansion, which had been corroded and shaken by the venom, she just happened to see a servant who happened to pass by the place corroded by the venom when he was escaping. In full view of the crowd, he ran slower and slower. His limbs rapidly stiffened. His face was covered with a white frost from the cold, and he collapsed with a face full of horror. It was only at this moment that the owner of the manor, who could barely be considered knowledgeable, that Yuan Zhang finally recognized what exactly this white spider was. Yet he would have preferred that he hadn't recognized it, or he wouldn't have despaired so quickly. It's Leandre, there can be no mistake. He's the Legion commander of the Bug's main fleet, the Berserkers. Upon hearing their master's family's hoarse cries, the bodyguards who were still in action shuddered and completely lost their will to resist. It's Leandre, a nightmare on the battlefield, a cataclysmic war weapon known as the Poison Cold Storm. Why would a higher insect race like this that could easily overthrow a first-class star with just one person come to such a backward little planet like theirs? They simply didn't deserve to encounter such an enemy. And look at his 8 blood-red eyes. That rumor really was true, wasn't it? That Leandre really did have psychokinetic mania. In other words, they don't even have a chance to kneel down and beg for forgiveness and benefit exchange for a small life. After all, it was impossible for a manic maniac to communicate with reason. Yuan Zhang's heart was like ashes, and he had already resigned himself to his fate. He felt that he had done a lot of evil in the first half of his life, and God wanted him to be killed. However, when he saw that Pei Yilan actually took the initiative to run in the direction where the white spider was, he still couldn't hold back. Don't go over and seek death. Find a place to hide for a while longer. With all the commotion here, Lieutenant Sun Yan will probably come over to save you soon. When a person is about to die, his words are good. At least at this moment, he truly hoped that at the very least, Pei Yilan would survive. After all, she was the only hope for the maniacs, and was too important to the entire Federation, or even the entire universe, to die here. Pei Yilan's footsteps slightly paused, not turning back. Take your people far away. She then proceeded to run towards the white spider at a determined pace. There was no way she was going to leave Leandre behind, no matter what. It was vaguely clear to her now that Leandre and she were both ferocious bugs in these people's mouths. They came here with their identities concealed, but Leandre has now changed back to its original insectoid form, and the people here are at risk of life and death, and they are at risk of having their identities exposed. So she had to get Leandre to go with her to a place where no one else was, to cure him of his mania, and to guide him back to human form. In order to do all of this, you first have to hurry up and stop Leandre from continuing his rampage. She should be able to do something about it. But, Pei Yilan closed her eyes, a heavy expression on her face, as if she was extremely reluctant to do such a thing. But she finally took a deep breath and extended a mental tentacle from her spiritual source, reaching Leandre's brain area like lightning across all distances. Lean, calm down and follow me. The white spider, who had completely lost his mind, felt the mental power that was forcibly invading his brain area and was once again stimulated, the blood color in his eyes becoming more and more terrifying. Sharp forelimbs rubbed the ground, a precursor to his impending attack. Queen, she actually dared to come. This time he must. Leandre's entire spider froze. His bloodshot eyes were dead set on the soft but bold, baggy queen. Pei Yilan took the initiative to wrap her arms around his most dangerous forelimb, allowing her fatal spot to be exposed to the forelimbs of the rampaging white spider. Immediately afterward, her muffled voice rang out. Sorry. I'm sorry you had to go through what you hated the most, Lian. Pei Yilan hadn't done this since the first time she had actively linked Leandre's mental power and helped him with a manic episode. Even normally, whenever she was with Leandre, she would carefully restrain her mental powers, determined not to let them appear in front of Leandre for fear of irritating him. Because, back in their first meeting, she had found out Leandre really hated her linking his brain domain. The moment her mental tentacles probed in, she even felt Leandre's killing intent. At first, Pei Yilan was a bit lost, but then she thought about it carefully and felt that Leandre's reaction was unjustifiable. The brain area was the most important and private part of a being with mental power, and she was not only able to invade it easily, but she was also able to touch the mental source that produced it. So anyone else would feel threatened, right? So she secretly resolved to respect her family's privacy and safety and never do that again. As for the mania, Leandre's condition has stabilized for the time being since his last treatment, and he has his own plans to wait until he volunteers for a second treatment. But for the second time, she broke a promise she had made in her heart. Knowing full well that Leandre hates being treated like this, he did it anyway. Pei Yilan got a little sad thinking like this. Leandre must be very hard to bear. She was able to feel the pain and despair revealed in her opponent's chaotic and disorganized mental energy through the mental link, and part of such damage was brought about by her. After this time, she should never, ever force a mental link on Leandre again. The mental link was a two-way street, and Pei Yilan was able to sense Leandre's emotions and vice versa. The giant white spider had completely frozen, along with Pei Yilan's warm orange spiritual power continuously bringing the black threads out of his brain. He was gradually regaining his sanity as Leandre, no longer a beast that could not be communicated with. Therefore, he could clearly feel the constant stream of apologies and worries that were transmitted from the other end of the mental link. Leandre hadn't felt the Queen's mental link since he moved here with Pei Yilan, and was secretly relieved about it, because he really resented the unconditional subservience to the Queen in the bug gene. He had thought it was because the newborn Queen had not yet become skilled in her power, and until this moment, he had not realized that it was the Queen's silent accommodation and tolerance of him. The realization hit the heart like a heavy hammer with a muffled thud. Leandre clearly sensed a thick barrier within himself, erected years ago, shattering. A steady stream of warm orange light from Peiran seeped into the absolutely private realm. Yet Leandre was not alarmed, but closed his eyes and allowed the warmth to shine upon him and encompass him. He thought that he might never again be able to continue to speculate and treat the Queen with malice. But that's okay, because this Queen before him was different. He was willing to be consumed by tenderness. After Pei Yilan brought the last of the tightly entangled black threads out of Leandre's brain area, The last trace of blood color in the white spider's eyes faded and returned to its dazzling golden color. After realizing that he could manipulate his body and power, Leandre immediately reshaped into his human form, then simply dropped to one knee, put his right hand to his left chest, and lowered his head deeply. The Legion commander of the Bug's main fleet, the Berserker Legion, Leandre, is here to see the Queen. Hey, Paylon blinked and froze. What's with the sudden? Although Lean and Evander had addressed her as Queen when they first met, they couldn't hear much respect when addressing her, so Paylon didn't have an accurate perception of her identity until now. However, it is clearly different from before. Lean suddenly became so serious. What exactly happened? Leandre knew that this wasn't the right place to talk, and knew that his sudden change in attitude might make the Queen feel suspicious, but he couldn't really hold back a bit. He actually treated the Queen that way in the past, even though the Queen did not seem to be angry with him and even saved him regardless of the past. He must not be flattered. He can't wait to confess his sins to the Queen and swear allegiance. Queen, I am very sorry. My subordinate even used his own narrow mind to speculate on the Queen's broad heart before. Fortunately, he almost hurt the Queen a few times. He simply deserves to die for his crime. Paylon was shocked to hear the last half of the sentence. Lean, but this life of my subordinate was saved by the Queen, so I will definitely not do anything stupid. Leandre snapped his head up, those golden eyes glowing more and more, even burning with a certain reckless fervor. It was the look that believers showed when they finally found their gods after a long, almost desperate, long night. From now on, my subordinate will guard the Queen well and become the most loyal subordinate under her seat. The Queen's will is my will, and the direction in which the Queen advances is my direction. Paylon lost her words for a moment. She didn't understand why things had suddenly turned out this way. She suddenly misses a little bit the silver-haired insect race that used to be slightly cold to her. Such a passionate Leon is really a bit too much for her to bear, and inexplicably she feels very ashamed and very middle-aged. However, seeing Lean's determined eyes like that, Paylon couldn't say anything. Lean is serious. It's a little uncomfortable, but it's really what he wants. She didn't want Leandre to feel like her thoughts were being ignored. In the end, Paylon just sighed and offered a hand towards Leandre. Get up quickly, but I want Lean to be my family more than a subordinate, so Lean should stop calling himself a subordinate and kneeling towards me in the future. Her intention was for Leandre to take her hand and get up, but the silver-haired insectoid actually cupped her hand and dropped a kiss on the back of it with immense reverence. The temperature that passed from her thin lips to the back of her hand caused Paylon to freeze for a moment, not knowing what to do. Then, hearing her words, Leandre's eyes sharpened steeply. That's not good. Definitely not messing with the rules. A subordinate is a subordinate. Paylon interrupted with a bit of a headache. Didn't Lean say he would listen to me? Then isn't it okay for me to expect you to do this now? Or is Lean just saying that casually? Leandre didn't expect the Queen to use his words against him, and became a bit anxious. He immediately followed the force of Paylon's hand up. The Queen is mistaken. The genius. Leandre will obey the Queen. Seeing Leandre in this state, Paylon didn't hold back. The corners of her mouth pursed slightly, revealing two small dimples. Seeing the Queen smile, Leandre was infected and couldn't help but tug at the corners of her mouth. How had he only realized it now? The Queen's smile was clearly so warm and bright, not at all the same being as his nightmare. Fortunately, he has now woken up in time. But the other higher bugs. Leandre's brow furrowed as he thought of his fellow officers who were more stubborn than one another. Just then, a sudden roar came from not too far away that was getting closer and closer. Paylon and Leandre raised their heads at the same time and looked over, realizing that a small battleship had appeared in the sky. Judging from the fluctuations in mental power, the person sitting up there driving should be Sun Yin. The person who could handle the wreckage came. Paylon's heart was first relieved. Then she looked at the wreckage of the buildings around her. Then at Leandre. And then her heart snapped again. Oops, is their identity as bugs going to be exposed? Seeing a panicked expression appear on Paylon's face, Leandre's eyes led. Queen, what happened? The subordinate. I will definitely solve your problems. Paylon shook her head, her heart in turmoil. Lean's identity has been exposed. Surely Lieutenant Sun Yen and the others will find out that we are bugs, right? Then what will happen to us next? Leandre thought something big had happened and immediately relaxed his expression at the words. Don't worry, Queen. The district is just a human with a class spiritual power. Ha! Leandre smiled contemptuously, not putting anyone in his eyes at all. There's no one in the entire Skyworker planet who is qualified to be my opponent. There's not even a need to notify the other bug races to come over. I alone can bring the Queen back to the bug race's main planet unharmed. If I were to change back to my original form and take the Queen away right now, there wouldn't be anyone who would dare to stop me. So please feel free to rest assured. However, Paylon didn't let go of her heart as he wished after hearing this, and some worries still coalesced between her brows. That means there's no way I can go to military school either, right? Leandre froze. He suddenly realized that the queen might not want to go to Bug Prime, but would rather attend a human military academy. Actually, when you think about it, there's nothing wrong with that. There were too many voices within the bugs that were unfriendly to the queen right now, until he could think of a way to change things. Perhaps, keeping the queen on the human side would better keep her safe. After thinking calmly in his mind, Leandre immediately spoke. Queen, don't worry, we shouldn't have revealed our identities. I still retain some self-awareness when I changed back to my original form. I first used my spiritual power to destroy all the nearby surveillance equipment before completely changing back to my insectoid form. So they shouldn't know that I'm Pei Lian yet. Lian. Pei Lan froze as she watched the silver-haired man explain things in an organized manner, and suddenly had a very reassuring feeling. Her family is just so dependable. In short, as long as I use my spiritual power to invade the monitoring instruments here and destroy all the images that were captured just now, then I'll immediately leave this place and return to where Pei Lian should be, and the queen won't have to worry about her identity being exposed. Leandre flashed a somewhat fond and reluctant smile at Pei Lan, glanced at the small battleship that was gradually descending, and got up decisively. As much as I would like to continue guarding the queen's side, the disguise failed when I transformed back into my original form earlier, so I must leave first and ask the queen to protect herself. If you find the first signs of trouble, please call out to me immediately. After the explanation, Leandre gave Pei Lan one last deep look, then disappeared in a few leaps, so fast that the naked eye could barely catch it. While maintaining his high-speed actions, he also used his mental power to hack into the surveillance system here, deleting all the images after his main body appeared. Pei Lan just stayed where she was. She hadn't returned to her senses until the battleship was docked on the lawn and Sun Yan eagerly ran towards her. In order to fulfill her wish to go to military school, Lin really worked too hard. She must be twice as nice to Lin in the future as well. It was only when she thought of the conversation she had just had with Leandre that a warmth surged in Pei Lan's heart as an afterthought. She patted her cheeks, suddenly feeling a bit of control over the corners of her mouth. Had she and Lian, one of her family members, sort of made up? Definitely made up, right? It's really great. Miss Pei? Miss Pei. Sun Yan had been nervously surveying Pei Lan's body ever since he saw her from afar, fearing that she was missing an arm or a leg. God knows exactly how he felt when he received the explosive news of the sudden appearance of high-level bugs on this remote planet, and then realized that Miss Pei, a soft and ordinary person, was actually there. It was almost like he had a heart attack from fear. He immediately used all of his relations, applied for the new model of small warships placed in the largest military base in the Tiangong Star to collect dust. On the way to the road has been ready to sacrifice themselves to save Ms. Pei. The mood is very sad, but the current situation seems to be very different from what he thought. Sun Yan was a little hesitant, like the image he had just seen from a high altitude down. Ms. Pei, the one standing beside you just now, seems to be a higher insect race. He was a little afraid to even mention Leandre's name, despite the fact that due to the plague of the star beasts, all the races in the universe had long ago stopped fighting and joined hands to fight against the star beasts. The bug race was still doing what it wanted to do. There was no way around it. Who made the bug race strong enough to take on the wave of star beasts on its own as a single team? The bugs in the Human Federation had friction over new ownership of resources a few years ago, and Sun Yan, who was still a new recruit at that time, had the honor of looking at that silver-haired higher bug from a distance on the battlefield. Just one look sent chills all over his body. Even that was just a one-sided sighting of the top predator by himself, a mole, and he was already crushed to the point of suffocation by the other party's powerful aura. If he was locked by that kind of existence, there was absolutely no way he could survive. Sun Yan barely suppressed the chill that suddenly rose in the bottom of his heart, ashamed of his weakness in the face of a strong enemy. Did Lieutenant Sun mean Legionnaire Leandre? He has left. Pei Lan knew that there was no way to hide the fact that Leandre had appeared here. So many people had seen it, so she had already prepared her words. Legionnaire Leandre was passing through Skyworks and was planning to take a short break when he had a sudden manic episode. Saying that, Pei still suddenly remembered that all the ruins in this neighborhood were made by Leandre, and blushed a little in her heart, and secretly made up her mind to find a way to compensate together with Leandre. I helped him with his treatment, and when he came to his senses, he thanked me, said he'd pay for any damage he caused here, and left. Sun Yan. Ah, thank you? Compensation? Who is this man you speak of? Does this behavior have anything to do with Storm Leandre? In Sun Yan's conception, there must be something fishy behind the fact that the higher insect race would appear in a remote place like Tiangong Star. With the strong and domineering style of the insect race, even if the whole of the Tiangong Star is demolished, their human federation is estimated to be only able to eat this stifling loss, or else they will have to prepare for the start of the fight. Just as his mind had begun to raise the matter to the heights of political intrigue, Miss Pei, one of the parties involved, told him that Leandre really seemed to be nothing more than a poor little man who had been passing through the place with an inadvertent fit of illness, and who, after being treated, was so grateful that he had kindly decided to make reparation for the havoc he had caused. How is this possible? There's definitely something wrong, isn't there? There's definitely a conspiracy, right? However, looking at the young girl's innocent eyes, Sun Yan simply did not know how to popularize the darkness of the world with her. He could only secretly resolve that after abducting someone to his alma mater, the Central Military Academy, he would make sure to give her a good science lesson on what a cruel and horrible race the bugs were. Just as he was worried about the young girl's naivety, Pei Yilan's voice hesitantly sounded. Lieutenant Sun Yan, may I ask, what will those people who brought me here do? Sun Yan's expression changed all of a sudden. Pei Yilan slightly lowered her eyes, her eyelashes lightly fluttering like butterflies with vibrating wings. Mr. Yuan. His identity should not be simple, right? Sometimes even Pei Yilan herself felt strange. She had only just been born and had no channels to ingest information about this world, so she should have been a stranger to this world. Whether it was the bugs, or the humans, or all this newfangled technology, she was unimpressed and clueless. But in other ways, she has an amazing acumen and some knowledge that she got from nowhere. When she met that Mr. Yuan Zhang, she subconsciously felt a little uncomfortable, thinking that he had a politician's smoothness about him. Yes, that's right, obnoxious politicians. She quickly associated some cunning and treacherous fellow by the word, but when she thought about it, how could she know these terms when she had been born only half a month ago and had never had any avenues to be able to absorb knowledge? But there was no point in thinking about it now. Maybe she would know the answer when it came later. Sun Yan's eyes were first a bit evasive, then not knowing what he remembered, he dared to look directly at Pei Yilan's gaze again. That's right, Mr. Yuan Zhang is the head of the statistics department of the Tiangong Star government, and in his authority is the management of population movement. If I want to arrange you and your brother into the Central Military Academy, I have to go through him, so he knows some inside information. I didn't expect him to actually do such a thing, but don't worry, Ms. Pei, our human federation preaches that everyone is equal before the law, even if Mr. Yuan Zhang is in a high position of power. We will never condone it. As a matter of fact, he has now been taken away by the law enforcement brigade. Sun Yan pursed his lips, feeling frustrated and guilty for not realizing Yuan Zhang's small movements in advance. Strictly speaking, Miss Pei will encounter these things, all brought about by him. Fortunately, Miss Pei did not suffer any harm. For this result, Pei Yilan couldn't say what she felt. When she took the initiative to walk towards Leandre, who was very dangerous in the eyes of outsiders, Yuan Zhang showed some concern for her, making her feel that the other party was not completely irredeemable. But she wouldn't let that make her forget that Yuan Zhang had despicably threatened Grandmama and the others in order to bring her here. If Leandre hadn't sought out this place, it was conceivable that Yuan Zhang's next means of dealing with her would also be coercion. Pei Yilan has a very soft heart, but has her own set of simple moral standards. That is, if you do something wrong, you have to suffer the consequences. Leandre destroyed a lot of buildings and facilities when he was out of control, so she had to accompany him to bear the compensation. Yuan Zhang had done something bad, so of course he had to be punished as well. However, when she thought of Yuan Zhang, she remembered Grandmama and a trace of worry swept through her eyes. Yuan used to threaten me with Grandmama and the others, those neighbors near my house. How are they doing now? Will it be okay? Ma, Grandmama? Sun Yan swallowed and almost choked himself. He remembered the kind and unassuming old man he had met before he came here, and coughed twice, trying to make his answer as fluent as possible. Please rest assured. They are all safe now, ma sir. Yeah, that's good. Pei Yilan didn't finally completely let go of her heart until now, a smile appearing on her face. Meanwhile, Yuan Zhang has been pressed into a search vehicle by law enforcement officers. It had been a long time since he had been in a position of power that he had been in such a sorry state. Just as he was calmly thinking about how to work his connections to get himself out next, he saw an unexpected person in the car. School at once? That's right. Sitting in the passenger seat was the very grandmama that Pei Yilan was so attached to. Her first name is Ma Yun, and when she was young, she only graduated from an ordinary military school, but she made a big splash in the army and was a frontline commander for decades. It wasn't until a few years ago that she retired at the rank of colonel due to failing health functions. With her merits, she was good enough to enjoy the best treatment in the Central Galaxy to enjoy her old age. No one expected that she would choose to return to her distant hometown to retire, watering the flowers every day and kneading the dough by hand herself, just like an ordinary old man in a small town. Yuan Zhang of course knew the old lady's true identity and was jealous of her, which was why he specifically instructed to wait until Pei Yilan had left Ma Yun's cake store before making his move. Ma Yun looked at Yuan Zhang with disappointment. like looking at a misguided junior. Little Yuan, what are you doing? Yuan Zhang woefully lowered his head, his eyes still flashing with unwilling madness. No matter what benefits are letting the central galaxy take over. A fringe star like us has no hope of developing at all. Now it's hard to come up with a talent, but we also have to send it over to the Central Military Academy. Don't we need our own talents? Ma Yun sighed. Having been born in a fringe galaxy herself and graduated from a normal military academy, she understood the difficulties of the place as well as the desire for talent. But it is undeniable that talent can only be best nurtured with resources at the very center. So you want to trap Elan here? Use your self-righteous ideas to restrict a genius from developing herself in a wider world? Yuan Zhang gritted his teeth in death. Speechless, Ma Yun twisted his head and looked at the sky outside the car window. His eyes seemed to be able to penetrate the clouds and see the war in the depths of the universe. What's more, right now, the Human Federation and even the entire universe is caught in a protracted war with the Star Beasts, and it's the right time to use people. And yet you're trapping talents in places where they can't be utilized. It's simply backwards. Ma Yun also stopped continuing to talk nonsense to Yuan Zhang. Yuan Zhang was, after all, a current official of her hometown, Tiangong, which was why she had said so much extra. But a crime is a crime. And whether the other person's attitude is remorseful or unrepentant, it doesn't change the final outcome. Speaking of which, after what happened, the Central Military Academy shouldn't be able to hold back anytime soon, right? That child Elan should be leaving today, right? Only when she thought of Pei Elan did a trace of a smile appear on Ma Yun's face. I hope all goes well for her and I'll see her again later. With a smile on her face, she closed her eyes and folded her arms with good wishes for her favorite offspring. But the blessed Pei Elan herself is not in a good mood at the moment. What? You're going to leave for the Central Military Academy immediately now? Sun Yen nodded naturally, not feeling in the least what kind of explosive news he had just thrown down. He carefully observed Pei Elan's face, thinking that the other party might have felt it was too sudden, and immediately explained. After all, Miss Pei just encountered such a thing, so now the Central Military Academy side is hoping to be able to receive you as soon as possible, so that it can better guarantee your safety. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid you won't have much more time to say goodbye to anyone you know here, as this trip is completely confidential and we'd like you to leave secretly and quickly dash. Of course you still have the opportunity to return here. We're not restricting Ms. Pei's personal freedom. We just want to keep you safe. After saying a whole lot, seeing that Pei Elan still looked very hesitant, Sun Yen thought carefully about what other loopholes there were in his words, and then came to a realization. I remember Miss Pei said that she must let your brother, Mr. Pei Lien, also go to the Central Military Academy together, right? The school has already agreed to that, giving Mr. Pei a pass on his chaperone application. But that's the problem. Pei Elan had a bit of a headache. Seeing that Sun Yen was already arranging for someone else to go to her and Leandre's home to pick up her brother as well, and send the two away together directly, she hastened to stop it and, wait a minute, it's too much like a bad guy to let strangers go over there directly, or let me go over there and pick up Lian. Brother! Sun Yen persuaded her a few times, swearing that their people would bring her brother over in one piece, but Pei Elan still insisted on going on her own. In the end, Sun Yen could only helplessly compromise and personally escort her home. Then after arriving at the door of the house, he was unceremoniously shut out again and could only watch Pei Elan enter the townhouse alone. I have something else to say to my brother. It's not very convenient. Sorry. Looking at the closed door in front of him, Sun Yen touched his nose and could only smile bitterly. Never mind. After all, it was someone else's house, and it was really inconvenient for the conversation between siblings to be overheard by outsiders, so he would just wait in the garden for a while first. On the other side of the door, Pei Elan, who had just closed the door, had a fast heartbeat. That was close. That was a close call. Her reason for all of the above less than polite behavior was certainly not a superficial one, but because she couldn't let anyone see what Leandre looked like right now. Leandre was known throughout the universe for his looks and name as the top battle force in the universe, so of course he couldn't just waltz in and out of human territory with his original appearance. According to him, one of his companions, who specializes in mental suggestion and altered perception, made him a special gadget. As long as enough spiritual power is injected, a magnetic field with the ability to confuse can be emitted, making him look like Pei Lian in the eyes of others and even machines. The problem, however, is that the gadget was damaged after Leandre transformed back into his insectoid self. That is to say, if she were to leave now, how would she explain the fact that Pelion had turned into a higher insect race? Leandre, in a big way? Pei Elan stumbled up the stairs and went straight to Leandre's room, praying in her heart that the problem of his appearance had been solved. However, it was not to be. At this moment, in the middle of Leandre's room, The silver-haired man slammed his fist hard into the wall, and the solid wall instantly cracked a few cracks with his fist as the center. Leandre's anger was so palpable that an intelligent race would have shivered in the face of such a poisonous cold storm. However, the blonde-haired teenager projected from the opposite side seemed as if he was not disturbed in any way, teasing the butterfly in his hand while speaking slowly. Saying no means no. It'll take me at least 3 days to make the psychic disruptor, and I have to deliver it for you. So it's too late. According to your own, the best option right now is for me to take your place and accompany that guy to the Central Military Academy is Pelion. Damn it, no calling the queen that guy. Leandre gritted his teeth, very unhappy with Shirian's attitude. He was angry and frustrated at the thought that he couldn't remain by the queen's side, but would have to be replaced by these unsuspecting fellows in the past. But there's no way around it. If the queen wants to go to the Central Military Academy, she mustn't expose the identity of the bugs. Staying with the queen as he is now will only bring her trouble. Leandre's psychic attributes are completely offensive, while Hirian's psychic attributes are disorienting and disruptive, and are of a much rarer, specialized type. The disruptor that Hirian had made with his mental powers could help other people change their appearance, whereas if it was himself, he wouldn't need any implements to do so. Hate to admit it, but you really are the best person for the job right now. Leandre admitted this reluctantly. He was the best subordinate who was motivated to share the queen's worries, to be generous and not cause her trouble. However, you can't use the identity Pelion. This was Leandre's bottom line. This identity was proof that he was treated as family by the queen, and a strong possessiveness made him unwilling to share it with anyone else. Fake whatever identity you guys want. Just say that I had a temporary problem and asked you to take over. But you're not allowed to take up my identity. After all, our personalities are completely different, and it wouldn't be good if we were found out. Hirian glanced at him, the pupils of his emerald-like eyes flashing with a hint of surprise, but nodded in agreement. He was rather autistic, but not a fool, and had a heart like a clear mirror. Something has clearly changed in Leandre and it has something to do with the queen. But, what does that have to do with him? After turning off the communication, the blonde teenager closed his eyes and leaned back on the couch, as he had every day and night before, alone and quiet in his room. The dim light hit the side of his face, and a butterfly was resting intimately on the side of his cheek, setting him off as beautifully as a sleeping elf. He spent most of his life this way, shutting himself away from the world in a world of his own. But as of today we'll have to leave. Because, he's going to accompany that guy, the current queen of the bugs, to human territory. But it doesn't matter. Even if the queen really wanted to do something crooked, as long as it didn't move on his head, he wouldn't bother. Nothing in this world makes much sense anyway. Only darkness and solitude are eternal. After hanging up the communication, the silver-haired insectoid looked at the place where Hirian's projection had disappeared with a somewhat obscure expression. Always acting arrogantly, Poison Coldstorm rarely encountered something that he had to back down. A listless look, only to turn his head to see that he had just sworn allegiance to the queen stood in the doorway, his face pale. Leandre's face changed and he walked over quickly, his voice very anxious. Queen, how do you? Lian will be leaving soon, right? Peilan interrupted her family in a rare and somewhat out-of-character manner. As soon as she raised her head she immediately lowered it again, dropping her eyes to hide the watery mist that was gradually gathering in her eyes. How can this be? It is clear that it is hard to make peace with the family, but immediately face separation. For the current Peilan, there was some trepidation in her heart. Even as slow as she was, she gradually realized how different she was from humans. In front of the humans, she had to hide her identity as the queen of the bugs, which doomed them to get along with each other through a membrane. Here, only Leandre was her complete kindred spirit, and it's so hard for them to break the ice in their relationship, but they end up having to separate right away. Immediately have to leave the hard-to-familiar environment, and have to leave their most dependent family. Peilan is like just feel the warmth, have to travel alone in the ice and snow is far away. The heart inevitably feel uneasy. Leandre sighed softly, secretly annoyed that he had been so remiss as a subordinate that he was only now realizing the queen's trepidation. He half-kneeled in front of Peilan, once again took her hand and branded a devout kiss. There is no need for the queen to feel worried or afraid. No matter what happens, Leandre will surely return to your side again. The fellow who is about to come and leave with you is a fellow officer of mine, and I know him fairly well, a dull and uninteresting fellow, but he will certainly not hurt you, so let's just let him be by your side instead of me for the time being, okay? Peilan was a bit confused. She really just knew that both she and Lean were bugs, not the same as humans, but she didn't know much about what exactly bugs stood for, and what the queen stood for, and couldn't figure out why she wanted Shireen to come to her side, so she had to bring in the family she knew best. Is he Hirian? The same as Avino? Was he also mistaken about himself, loathing her family? Leandre nodded. Sharian was of course a subject of the queen. He regained his feet and carefully lowered the queen's hand, trying to resist the urge to hug her to comfort her. That would be too intimate. There should be a certain distance between the queen and her subjects. He couldn't really consider himself as the queen's brother just because Peilan called him brother. Yes, but don't worry, he's not as dangerous as Avino and would never do anything to make the queen feel bad. The queen was usually quiet and didn't actively provoke others, and Hirian liked to be left alone, so they should be able to be at peace with each other. Peilan raised her head, her dark eyes as clear as if they had been washed with water. Well, I understand. Lean, don't worry about me. Hirian was also one of her family, and she would try to clear up the misunderstanding and get Hirian to recognize her again. And Aveino. Even now, when she remembered the words that Avino had said to her before she left, Peilan still felt her nose turn sour, but she wasn't her overly weak self from then. If it were now, she would absolutely go after him and ask what she had done to annoy Avino, and then work hard to change his opinion. Just as she wandered off thinking about her mind, a strange spatial fluctuation suddenly came from the center of the room. Peilan felt her spiritual power being touched and immediately looked over, and Leandre, who seemed to be used to this kind of battle, said meaningfully, "You got your own to open the portal so soon? If you didn't know better, you'd think he was impatient." Having said that, he immediately opened his mental power barrier and wrapped the room, preventing anyone from the outside world from noticing the special fluctuations here. Sun Yen, who was guarding the garden, suddenly raised his head and looked toward the second floor. He was, after all, a mental A-class officer who had been to war, and still felt something different for a moment, but the next second he couldn't feel anything at all. Strange, why does it feel a bit like a wormhole? It should be my illusion, hahaha. How could a wormhole be opened here? It was impossible for a natural wormhole to be generated here, and if it was man-made, as far as he knew, there were not many lifeforms in the entire universe that could do it, so how could they possibly be eyeing this small place? And in the room on the second floor, Peilan's small mouth was slightly open, almost turning into an O shape. She watched as the space in the center of the room began to collapse, creating a mysterious silver-blue vortex that seemed to be a dizzying mishmash of a sea of stars that could not be seen at first glance. Then, out of the silver-blue sea of stars came a blonde-haired, blue-eyed teenager. The teenager didn't look a few years older than Peilan's current appearance. His eyebrows were delicate beyond words, but he didn't look the least bit youthful. Instead, he looked like an old man who had gone through 1,000 sales and was generally calm. He was quiet when he arrived, and didn't offer to speak. It wasn't until the silver-blue vortex behind him faded away that Leander's voice broke the calm. Hey, what's Aaron up to? Isn't he going to send me back? Leandre couldn't believe it. He thought that after Yaren opened the portal and sent Shireen over, he would also piggyback him back in the process, but it turned out to be just a one-way street? The blonde teenager gave a little reaction to this, his turquoise eyes sweeping him lightly. Yaron said you could fly the ship back, so you wouldn't have to waste energy setting up a two-way teleportation channel. Leandre was just about to lose his temper when Peilan stepped forward with a good eye and took his hand, calming him. It's okay, Lian. It just so happens that Hirian is here now, so he should be able to help disguise Lian as Pei Lian, right? That way he can still say goodbye to Lieutenant Sun or something, and take care of this identity thing once and for all. It should be less likely to draw suspicion this way than leaving without a single hello, right? Now, both higher bugs looked towards her with some surprise. Peilan was a bit squirmy from the look. What's wrong? Am I wrong? No, you are quite right. Leandre was the first to withdraw his gaze, his eyes first a little complicated, then turning to a dawning fervor. The queen had only just been born and hadn't received any systematic education, and she was actually able to think things through so thoroughly already. No less than a born king, the chief Leandre would follow. He was going to have to work a lot harder too, to try and turn the impression of his peers around so that the entire bug race would know that the queen was born to be the best person to rule over the entire bug race. Peilan didn't know why Lean had suddenly become energized again, but it was a relief. Either way, the family felt happy and she would be happy too. Hirian was uninterested in Leandre's suspected having pledged allegiance to the queen, and his gaze begrudged the queen even a fraction of a star. However, he didn't refuse Peilan's request to cover both him and Leandre with a layer of camouflage using his mental powers. So when the door of the townhouse opened again, Sun Yen was dumbfounded to realize that this townhouse seemed to have magic power. Going in with 2 people and coming out with 3, Peilan endeavored to suppress the emptiness in her heart and calmly inquired. It's like this. Brother Lean had something to do and had to make a trip home, but my family doesn't feel comfortable with me. So can I have my other brother accompany me to Central Military Academy instead? How could Sun Yen not expect this to happen? There was essentially no precedent for chaperones at the Central Military Academy, and he'd gone to a lot of trouble to get this thing applied for. Pei Lian's information had already been submitted, but as a result, he now suddenly asked for a replacement, and he wondered if he was deliberately making things difficult for people. But looking at Pei Ilan's sincere and implicitly guilty eyes, coupled with Pei Lian repeatedly stating beside her that she really had something important that she had to go back to, Sun Yan finally compromised. I can try. He made a series of ropey calls as fast as he could, and finally got the go-ahead from his own father, Principal Sun, before asking Harian for the personal data tied to his Lightbrain account. Luckily, before coming here, Shireen's forged identity had been freshly made available as well. Considering the generally low fertility intentions of every family in the intergalactic era, a family with 2 children is considered too many, so this time the bugs did not set Shireen as a brother, but as a cousin Pei Shi. Sun Yan was slightly envious when he saw his profile. It looks like the Pei family should be a big family, and the brothers all favor Pei Ilan. Unlike him, he himself was the eldest brother in the family, and had never experienced what it was like to be favored by an older sibling. With that in mind, he quietly got up and left the small cottage once more, giving the family time to say their warm goodbyes while he himself tapped on his Lightbrain communication. It took a full half-minute before the video call was answered. The transparent screen appeared out of nowhere, and a handsome teenager was projected on it. The young man appeared to be no more than 20 years of age, with a straight posture, and wore a dark blue uniform resembling a military uniform, and on his left breast was a shield, on which were painted a bow and a sword overlapping each other. This was the emblem of the Central Military Academy. There was no doubt that this teenager was a student of the Central Military Academy, the future pillar of the military department that all federated people aspired to with a promising future. Sun Yan saw him but frowned, his tone nonchalant. Sun Chi, you're not a freshman still in closed training. Why don't you answer your phone for half a day? Sun Chi frowned slightly, not bothering to listen to his own brother-in-law say something that was not nutritious, and reached out to hang up the communication. Knowing that his dead-faced brother who did not give his oldest brother the slightest bit of face could really do something like hanging up the phone, Sun Yan hastened to get down to business. You have just completed closed training in the Deep Blue Galaxy and are returning to the military academy at this time, correct? I've contacted your captain and asked him to drop by the Delta Galaxy to pick you up. In order to protect Pei Ilan, her superiors unanimously decided to temporarily conceal Pei Ilan's talent until she mastered the basic ability to protect herself before considering publicizing the truth. In this case, it was too eye-catching to send a starship specifically to pick someone up, so Principal Sun patted her down and decided to let her follow the large group of returning third graders, which would not look special and would be safe. Because of the concealment of Pei Ilan's healing talent, Sun Yan's outward statement was that he had found a very talented seedling here and had recommended him to the military academy. But the argument was clearly unconvincing, or at least Sun Shi looked a little incredulous. Gifted and talented? Are you serious? Even in a remote place like Tiangong Star? Any good seedlings should have been scooped up by the military academy long ago, right? And it's halfway through freshman year's military training. Will she be able to fit in at this point when she's plugged in? Sun Yan was momentarily speechless. Oops, almost forgot about military training. How could Pei Ilan, a tender healer, withstand the ravages of military training? Anyway, you take care of her, okay? Sun Shi instantly understood everything. It was probably a stray fish stuffed in through the back door. I know, we'll take good care of her. Don't worry. After saying that, he decisively hung up the communication, leaving Sun Yan with a dumbfounded look on his face. Wait, what the hell do you know? Chi, why is your brother calling you again? He's too relieved to see you. After Sun Chi hung up the phone, the ship's classmates who shared a room with him came over and teased. Sun Chi frowned, a trace of disgust flashing in his eyes. No, he was informing me that a powerful young lady had come through the back door to enter the Central Military Academy to gild the lily, and told me to be ready to greet her. Pei Ilan, who was still staying in Tiangongxing, didn't realize what kind of misinterpretation and misunderstanding she had received from her future classmates. She was playing with a tiny object with a new look on her face at the moment, and after attaching it to her wrist, lightweight bands of loops automatically protruded from either side, wrapping around her wrist tightly and securing it in place. This is the new season's latest model of intelligent Lightbrain. The price is high and limited to purchase. But for the rich bug clan to get one for the queen is no big deal at all. But until the queen got herself a chance to come to military school, the bugs had no intention of giving him a light brain. They all rather hoped that the queen would keep this toddler-like ignorance of the world, fearing that she would go online and learn about her strong hold on the insectoids and develop ambitions she shouldn't have. Previously Leandre had been quite agreeable to this decision, and since there wasn't much need to use the optical brain in small-town life anyway, he had been deliberately not pairing it up with Pei Ilan. But now, how could he let the queen continue to be a pathetic little thing who didn't even have a light brain? so he made it a point to indicate that he was going to equip the queen with a photobrain when he spoke to Hirian, and asked him to pass it on to Eren and the others. He had a good reason: she's going to military school anyway, so she can't be without a light brain, right? If you ask me, this kind of information blockade is pointless. As long as the queen is still alive, how about knowing what you should know? He tried his best to act like he didn't care about the queen, and Hirian just looked at him for a moment with those numbing, dead green eyes, then turned his head away again. Doesn't matter. Whatever. And now, looking at Peilan's happy face after getting the light brain, Leandre felt that everything was worth it. Queen, it's almost time for me to leave. Please be sure to take care of yourself. About an hour later, Leandre left alone in a military ship disguised as a civilian starship. 2 hours later, the starship that had specially come to pick up Peilan stopped outside the atmosphere. On board the ship, the juniors of the Central Military Academy were waiting to show the backdoor Missy what she was made of. This trip to the Edge Galaxy for close training was a joint exercise by several military schools, and on the starship, including the Central Military Academy, there were a total of 5 juniors from 5 military schools, as well as the 3rd Army Corps, which was responsible for taking this group of rookies through the experience. It was very troublesome for a large starship like this to temporarily dock on a planet, so the captain chose to put down the space elevator and let Peilan and Shirian come up on their own. The ascent of the space elevator causes tremendous pressure, and despite the protection provided by the elevator itself, those with a physical fitness level below B still need to wear protective suits. Peilan had naturally had her physical and mental strength tested when she moved to the Tiangong star, and was at level C and B respectively. This information should have been tampered with by the bugs, and she herself didn't know exactly what level she was at. The Central Military Academy side had her information, so the space elevator had 2 protective suits piggybacked on it when it was lowered. Peilan honestly put on the protective suit as requested, but when it was Hirian's turn, he didn't even give a glance to the clothes placed on the floor and walked straight into the space elevator. Higher bugs could even travel through the universe with their physical bodies, and the pressure in a mere space elevator was no concern at all. Peilan glanced at the thin shirt Hirian was wearing, his lips parting slightly as he tried to persuade him that he should still put on his protective suit, but only just stepping forward. The sweep of the teenager's indifferent turquoise eyes made her look away. The words didn't come out after all. After about half an hour, when the space elevator finally came to a stop, the doors finally opened. They had reached the inner halls of the starship. At the moment, there were 3 students sitting in the hall. They were originally talking about something, and when they saw the elevator door open, almost all of them stopped talking at the same time, and either explicitly or implicitly cast their gazes over. What came into view was a pair of young boys and girls of similar age, and given that the instructor had just said that the new student to be picked up was a girl, it must be this girl. But, are you kidding me? She's a military cadet riding a space elevator and she actually has to wear a protective suit? My goodness, could it be that her physique actually didn't even reach B? Jixingzi came over to Sun Chi's ear and whispered his feelings. Sun Chi pursed his lips and didn't say anything, observing Peilan with the help of the corner of his eyes. Points deducted for not being able to see the trained muscle tone on the body. Points will be deducted for failure to meet physical fitness standards. Demeanor and movements that do not show any signs of training received. Big points deducted. As for protective clothing, this is really off the charts. Even for the logistic support specialty in the military academy, the most basic requirement was to reach a physical fitness of B or above. How did someone like her get into the Central Military Academy, and still halfway in? This is an unprecedented precedent. Even if his Sun Chi year measured AA potential, is not obedient to wait until the new year enrollment time to go on the entrance examination on the Central Military School. What makes someone like Peilan, who didn't even meet the physical fitness standards, privileged? And what's with that person next to her? Although his figure was a bit thin, he could feel an extremely terrifying aura on his body. Definitely an expert. It couldn't possibly be a student who went to a military school to study. So in summary, this guy is really a young lady who was shoved in through the back door for gold plating or to experience life, isn't he? Her family is really trenchant, and even managed to buy the Central Military Academy to bring her a powerful bodyguard. Afraid she'll get hurt? What's the point of going to military school if you're afraid of getting hurt? Upon first meeting, Peilan's impression in the eyes of these military cadets instantly hit rock bottom. It's wartime. Everyone has a Mu-strong complex, and it's going to be especially bad in military schools. Therefore, they were very disgusted by this kind of noble children who clearly had no strength and were not at all suitable for battle, but were able to come in and gild the lily with their power. Peilan was sensitive to emotions and had barely taken a step into the hall before she sensed that these people did not welcome her. She stopped dead in her tracks, her heart that had been so very jumpy from seeing so many of her future classmates cooling down. Why didn't these people like him too? Come to think of it, Most of the people she'd met since her birth hadn't been very kind to her. Whether it's those initial guests at the auction house, the family members who met her for the first time, and now even these classmates who just met her, having only just stepped onto the starship. Peilan was beginning to miss the only town that had ever been gentle with her, but she quickly suppressed the flinch and regained her spirits, raising a smile and taking a few steps toward the juniors. Hello, I'm your future classmate Peilan. I'm glad to. Humph. Ji Xing's deliberately heavy cold hum, and then saw the girl in front of him did not speak, but with a pair of watery black eyes looking at him, seems to be a little afraid and hurt. His mood was suddenly a little irritable. What's going on? Isn't she the young lady whose family is strong enough to enter the Central Military Academy through the back door? Why does she look like she's being bullied at this level? Shouldn't she be particularly savage and fight with herself directly? Although his heart was a little strange, he still didn't give up on the idea he had at the beginning and put his arms around him with a nasty smile. Which family's eldest young lady has come here to cross the threshold? Then he quickly cooled down his face again, a dangerous aura radiating from his body all of a sudden. Although I don't know what means you used to make the upright principal's son agree to your enrollment, but get your ass home and play house. You're not welcome at Central Military Academy. Peilan was suddenly confronted with such blunt malice and from a future classmate at that, and her face went white, her lips trembling slightly, unable to speak. She was in an unusually depressed mood. Obviously she wanted to make friends at school in the future, but she messed up the first meeting. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Ji Xingze felt bored and set his eyes on the coal-eyed Shurun again. What are you guys doing here again? You're not a student at the Central Military Academy, are you? The blonde teenager stared expressionlessly at the transparent ship wall and seemed to be staring out at the space scenery, his eyes unfocused, much less sharing even a single glance with Ji Xingze. Peilan didn't want to clash with them and answered for him. He's my older brother and is accompanying me to the Central Military Academy. This one was approved by the principal. She was afraid that Ji Xingze would have a problem with it and added one more sentence. However, Ji Xingze looked as if he was even more upset. What do you guys think the Central Military Academy is? Where you can still have your family accompany you? It's because of the existence of people like you who spoil your sister without a bottom line that people like your sister are able to blend into the Central Military Academy. And you're so arrogant, pretending not to hear after talking to you for half a day? Simply uneducated. You've had enough. Peilan's face turned red and she stepped in front of Hirian. Why are you talking about my brother when you have a problem with me? And it seems like we're meeting for the first time, right? And yet you treat us so poorly and full of prejudice. Why should we pay attention to you when you're an uneducated person yourself? Ji Xingze didn't expect that the young girl who had been silent and appeared to have no temper would get so angry, and froze for a moment. Hirian turned his head slightly sideways, his turquoise eyes rippling as he looked squarely at Perron for the first time. Peilan's always gentle tone brought a rare bit of severity, and her words were loud and clear. The whole room was silent. All the people who heard him looked at her with strange gazes, while others showed gloating expressions. This halfway turned around Missy actually went up against Ji Xingze, the famous little bully among the juniors at the Central Military Academy. This is going to be a good one. Ji Xingze narrowed his eyes and smiled without anger. That's quite a thing to say, but we're in a military school here, and we military students speak from our strength in everything. Let me put it bluntly, weaklings don't deserve to be in the Central Military Academy. Nor do they deserve respect. If you really have a backbone, you should recognize the truth earlier and take the initiative to leave the Central Military Academy, or use your strength to prove that you are qualified to stay here, instead of relying on some unseemly and dirty tactics. Peilan frowned and said in a cold voice, what exactly do you have to do before you're willing to apologize to us? Apologize? Ji Xingze laughed again. He remembered what Sun Qi had told him earlier, what Lieutenant Sun Yan had told him to take good care of this great lady. Even though he didn't know the exact level of Peilan's physique and spiritual power, but it didn't take much thought to realize that it must be very weak to be able to use the term care to describe it. Thinking so, he pointed in a random direction. There's a training room on the starship. You and I will have a match there. And if you win, I'll recognize you as qualified to stay here. Is that all? Peilan's eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of forcefulness flashing through her quiet eyes. If I win, you must also apologize to me and my brother for your unreasonable words and actions. Seeing Missy defending her brother so much, Ji Xingze raised his eyebrows in surprise. Instead of loathing her so much, we'll be out there to maintain the dignity of her family. This Missy still has redeeming qualities, but in any case, the weak should not be admitted to the Central Military Academy and defile the sacred emblem. Okay, it's a deal. Seeing that Ji Xingze actually really agreed to compete with the newcomer, the people on the sidelines all stirred a bit. Several of their military schools had just conducted practical exercises from starbeast-infested planets and killed quite a few starbeasts, and they had just seen blood, which was when they were the most agitated. On the starship, a few days of continuous boredom had left them with no outlet for their energy. There was finally a good show to watch at this moment. Almost more than half of the military academy students chose to go and watch. Surrounding the training ground, Hirian frowned slightly at the number of people on the scene. He didn't like being crammed in with so many mixed scents. He had wanted to find a place to stay by himself, but the way Pei Elan had blocked him suddenly swam before his eyes. He doesn't need that guy's defense. But anyway, it's an established fact. So, just this once. Thinking this way, Hirian moved away from the crowd. His eyes gradually covered with a layer of emerald-colored halo, and in the blink of an eye, he penetrated the crowd and clearly saw Pei Elan confronting Ji Xingze. The unusual dynamics of the students were certainly noticed by the ship's instructors and teachers. Teacher Li, who was in charge of leading the Central Military Academy, frowned, and with a sharp eye, noticed that one of the people leading the trouble was Ji Xingze, the prick of their academy, and took the initiative to go to the captain's room. These little buggers seem to be up to no good. Should we keep an eye on them? No need. The captain was a serving major, with a rank 2 ranks higher than Sun Yan. He lightly glanced at the thin-armed and thin-legged Pei Elan, his voice unable to hear any emotion. It's also good to let them vent their excess energy through the competition, and it will also allow the new students to integrate more quickly. The Human Federation was sort of united for the time being under the pressure of the Star Beasts, but there were still unavoidable internal factional disagreements. For various considerations, and most importantly to avoid the Yuan Zhang incident from happening again, Sun Yan did not tell this captain the truth. And currently the only person who knew that Pei Elan possessed healing spiritual power was the principal of the entire Central Military Academy. The captain didn't have any particular ill will towards this sudden insertion either. He wasn't so far gone as to think that Pei Elan had been shoved in through the back door. However, looking at the test result, Physique C sent by Tian Gongxing, he still thought for a moment that Principal's son had lost his head. Just like that, with the undercurrents from all sides and the tacit approval of the teachers, Pei Elan, who had a Physique C, and Ji Xingze, who had a Physique A+, stood in the center of the field. It's kind of the norm for military cadets to compete against each other. It's not like they're fighting in a ring, and there are no rules or standards, so you win by knocking your opponent down. Ji Xingze didn't waste any words, nor did he let Pei Elan go because of her soft appearance or anything. Basically when the other party just stood still, his legs lashed out and his entire body disappeared into thin air. In the next second, Pei Elan felt a breaking sound coming from her side. Ji Xingze formed his 5 fingers into fists, and his swift force viciously attacked her arm joints. That hit would have dislocated her hand at least. However, his fist stopped in mid-air, unable to advance an inch further. The onlookers originally thought that this match was going to end in such a spoiled manner. After all, Pei Elan didn't seem to have reacted at all, nor did she make any evasive movements. As a result, in the next second, a powerful pressure was suddenly released in all directions with her as the center. Almost in the blink of an eye, everyone's bodies froze, unable to move. The oppression was so terrifying that their spiritual energy trembled under it, nearly condensing, and Ji Xingze, who was at the center of the pressure, set off shock waves inside. For the first time he felt like this. Not even every inch of muscle in his body could be controlled. Not even a tremor was allowed. He also attempted to unleash his spiritual power to counteract it. However, his spiritual power was not listening to his commands, as if it had met a natural enemy, cowering and shivering in his brain area. In the next second, Pei Elan raised her eyes slightly in his direction. Boo! Ji Xingze's entire body was lifted out by an invisible force and smashed heavily on the ground. Pei Elan closed her eyes, and the orange-red light flowing in her eyes faded away. At the same time, the pressure that was pressing the entire field suddenly relaxed. Almost everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and some of them didn't stand still, even almost kneeling on the spot. They hadn't even reacted until now. The contest was over so quickly? This freshman winning? Ji Xingze bared his teeth and crawled up. The fall just now seemed tragic, but it was nothing to the thick-skinned military cadet. But more than the little bit of pain from the fall, Ji Xingze was more concerned about the terrifying spiritual power that had almost completely played him in the palm of his hand just now. Footsteps sounded, and a man was coming toward him. Her legs in casual sweatpants stopped in front of him, and Pei Elan's calm voice rang out. Now, am I qualified to make you apologize? Ji Xingze lowered his head and stared at his feet, not daring to look at Pei Elan's face, and his tone was even more afraid to be as arrogant as before. Of course, I'm terribly sorry that I thought I was provoking you and treating you and your brother badly before, and I solemnly apologize for that. I'm sorry. Although he is usually more of a bully and believes in the law of the jungle where the strongest are honored, he becomes very aware of the times when he encounters the strongest. The crisis was lifted, and the aura around Pei Elan gradually returned from coldness to gentleness again. She first looked around and didn't say anything more after confirming that Ji Xingze didn't look seriously injured. Despite apologizing, she was still not too willing to spend time with Ji Xingze, who came up and spoke out of turn. She was about to ask a random classmate where she and her brother could rest, when Sun Qi, who had been silently watching, came forward. Your room numbers are 1108 and 1109, and the temporary information has been entered to open the door straight away. Would you like me to take you there? No matter how gentle Pei Yilan was, she still had a temper, and she was temporarily in a state of stress at the moment after being maligned by her classmates just after arriving on the starship. No need. We can find it ourselves. She was just about to call out to Hirian to come with her when she realized that the blonde teenager had already left on his own, and hurriedly jogged to catch up with his back. The people around her saw that she had left, and only then did they begin to whisper about what had just happened. I have to say, this freshman's appearance is just too disorienting. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, how could they not believe that she was actually able to defeat the AA-ranked Ji Xingze? Sun Qi withdrew his gaze and patted Ji Xingze's injured shoulder, managing to slap him with another facial contortion. This apology of yours is not sincere at all. No matter what, you should look people straight in the eyes, right? Ji Xingze laughed bitterly. Is that me not wanting to be sincere? I clearly just don't dare to look her in the eyes. Over and over again he self-mutilatedly forced himself to recall what had just happened. Those dark, ink-like eyes were steeply tinted with a bit of orange red, and for a moment, they even gave him an inhuman creepiness. Then like a volcano erupting, a terrifying spiritual torrent wrapped around his body and smashed it toward the back. Qi brother. Ji Xingze took a deep breath before he felt himself slow down a little, and the blood that had been clotted began to flow again. The moment Pei Yilan's spiritual energy touched him, he finally saw what his spiritual energy looked like. It was an orange-red torrent, as if it was magma buried deep in the earth, hidden extremely deep, but surging with heaven-destroying energy, completely washing him down like a torrent the moment it erupted, and he wouldn't even have the thought of resisting. I think that this new student might have S-rank mental power. This would explain why she was able to be exceptionally recruited into the Central Military Academy despite having such a weak physique. That was an S-class spiritual power that didn't exceed 2 digits in the entire Human Federation. In the midst of the big test that the Human Federation conducted every 4 years, every good seedling found would be booked into the military academy in advance. So how could there be this leaky fish like her? Both of them were puzzled. But at least they understood one thing: never underestimate a new student who was recruited by the principal in a broken record. Pei Yilan still didn't know that she had gone from talent not being worthy of the position to being worthy of the position in the hearts of a portion of her future classmates. She was standing in the doorway of the room she belonged to at the moment, looking at the automatically opening door with a look of novelty on her face. In the towns on Tiangong Star, the identification system for houses still used the pupil scanning that had been eliminated for many years, whereas on the starships it was already the most popular information matching system at present. As soon as she stands in front of the door, the AI will automatically recognize her identifying information and then choose to open the door or call the police. She was excited to play for a while and suddenly felt a little hungry. That instantaneous burst of mental power just now had also consumed a lot for her. Pei Yilan decided to find out where the cafeteria was on the starship. Then she looked up, glanced at the room next door belonging to Hirian, and hesitated for a moment before walking over and knocking on the door. It took a while before Hirian opened the door slowly, but without speaking. The turquoise eyes stared at Pei Yilan for an instant, wordlessly asking her what was the matter. Pei Yilan raised a smile at him, her tone light. Let's go get something to eat together. She had wanted to call the other person's name, but suddenly reacted to the fact that his current identity was called Pei Shi, so she had to call him that in order to cover her ears. When she spent time with Leandre before, Pei Yilan had discovered that although these higher insects usually ate the most nutrient solution, they were not repulsed by human delicacies. Leandre, for example, actually has a sweet tooth. Although he was always reluctant to get in touch with Grandmama and the others for some reason, he actually enjoyed eating Grandmama's cupcakes. Every time he saw her return with a cupcake, those golden eyes shone a little brighter. But there was a pretense of reserve. Pei Yilan actually privately felt that this kind of Lean was quite cute, but didn't dare to say it directly or Lean would definitely get angry. Seeing that Pei Yilan had come to him only because of such a worthless matter, Hirian didn't bother to answer and prepared to close the door without hesitation. Pei Yilan was confused and subconsciously put her hand against the back of the door. Wait a minute. Caught off guard, the object originally clutched in Hirian's hand directly came out of his hand due to the force of the blow. Snappy. Pei Yilan subconsciously looked towards the ground and found that what had come off of Hirian's hand was a colorful glass bead. She hurriedly bent down to pick it up while saying in embarrassment, "I'm sorry, Who knew that Hirian's reaction was drastic? He scooped up the glass bead straight away and then pressed her hand down. Don't touch it. Pei Yilan froze. For the first time since they had met, She saw such a strong wave of emotion on Hirian's face. Those turquoise eyes became dark as if a storm was brewing. For the first time, the delicate doll-like blonde teenager's face had a vivid expression, but it was one of anger and murderous intent. As if he had touched something dirty, he withdrew his hand at the speed of light, and said to Pei Yilan in a single word, "Stay away from me." Pei Yilan froze. She jerked her hand back as if it had been burned. The door in front of him slammed shut. She stood outside, unmoving for a long time, and it was a while before she reared her heavy feet and went in search of the cafeteria alone. Pei Yilan wandered aimlessly inside the starship for a while. Soon, Sun Shi found her with precision as if he had received some news. Learning that she was looking for a cafeteria, Sun Shi offered to take her there, and Pei Yilan didn't refuse. She didn't have a good feeling about the people here anymore, but she didn't need to have a problem with the food because of it. Contrary to popular belief, the starship that had been used as a military vessel was stocked with a number of delicacies, not just nutrient solutions. After all, the group of Celestials carried on the ship had just gone through a rigorous training program, and it was only good to let them relax a little and loosen up on the starship. Pei Yilan was not very excited to see so much food, as she had when she first boarded the starship. She could feel the people around her sizing her up. It was just that the gazes were a lot more subtle than the blunt and malicious ones before, but she didn't quite want to discern whether the glances carried kindness or malice anymore. Being hit one after another, even Pei Yilan, who had always been emotionally stable and gentle, was a bit tired. Seeing her discomfort, Sun Shi's eyes warned the few people next to her to stop staring at her, then took the initiative to lead her to the most corner seat again. Pei Yilan's body, which had been taut, gradually relaxed, and her eyes were no longer so guarded when she looked at Sun Shi. Seeing that the atmosphere was gradually improving, Sun Shi was also relieved and tentatively asked, "The food here tastes pretty good. Do you want to pack some for your brother to bring over?" In his opinion, Pei Yilan obviously cared about that brother, and using this as an entry point to the conversation should make her more relaxed and facilitate the repair of her relationship. Unexpectedly, Pei Yilan's complexion visibly dimmed as soon as these words were uttered. She didn't look too eager to answer, but shook her head out of politeness. He said no. "Suncho sir, what's going on? Did he say something wrong? Why is the atmosphere suddenly so stiff?" The meal ended in this extremely weird and condensed atmosphere. Pei Yilan was in a bad mood and didn't have a good appetite, so she just barely finished what was on her plate and was ready to go back to her room to take a nap. At this time, Sun Shi's light brain gave out a ding and automatically popped up the light screen. He glanced at the message sent by his oldest brother above and looked surprised. "Schoolmate Pei, you haven't opened your light brain since just now? My brother, that's that Sun Yen guy, sent you a message and never received a reply. So I'm a bit anxious." Pei Yilan froze for a moment, then hastily tapped on the optical brain, somewhat less skillfully operating it, and finally brought up the chat interface. Sun Shi had also been observing her without moving, and when he saw this scene, he was a bit surprised in his heart, but didn't show it on his face. Although the one she took was the latest model of light brain, it looked as if she hadn't used it much. How could the noble young lady even be so unfamiliar with operating a light brain? He thought that he might have thought wrong from the beginning. "LT. Sun Yen, MS. Pei, I've heard all about what happened on the starship from that brat Sun Shi. I'm really very sorry. I didn't expect that something like this would actually happen either. Obviously I strongly requested you to go to the Central Military Academy, but let you suffer such slander and aggression. I have already scolded this brat Sun Shi severely, so that he will not have nothing to do maliciously speculate about others. That Ji Xingzi who picked a fight will also be disciplined when he returns to school. We will also follow up with the school's teacher instructors to make sure that similar situations don't occur again." Seeing these messages, Pei Yilan's mood improved a little, but it was still very low. She couldn't tell what this hard feeling in her heart was due to. Maybe it's because she's been putting too many fantasies on her future life from the beginning. What makes her think that traveling to a place where she is needed equals that she will be good friends with the people there? There is a sadly thick barrier between all intelligent life forms in this world. This is true between her and the humans, and also with the bugs. Pei Yilan lowered her head and remembered the blonde teenager's condensing green eyes again, and her heart jerked. Because of Leandre's improved attitude towards her, she was on the verge of forgetting that none of these family members, with whom she shared a special sensibility, actually liked her. Just then, the light brain dinged again. "LT. Sun Yen, by the way. Yilan, can I call you that? It always feels too rusty to call MS. Pei, a respectable old lady you knew before asked me to send you her StarNet communication number. She hopes that even if you go to the Central Military Academy in the future, you can keep in touch with her." Old lady? Could it be? Pei Yilan's eyes widened as she immediately searched this account and then tapped add friend with a trembling finger. Ding. Mayun, Yilan, you left in such a hurry that I forgot to ask you to bring your favorite cream cake. Although you usually buy the most cupcakes, That's because your brother Dawn likes them, right? Elan is a good kid, always very considerate of others, but she usually needs to eat more of her favorite foods. 2. Because, only by loving yourself enough will you have the ability to love others. Caring more about your own feelings is the only way to maintain the ability to empathize with others all the time. Peilan suddenly let out a soft sob. She quickly suppressed the urge, but a mist still clouded her eyes. Is she usually not looking out for herself enough? On second thought, it seems so. Ever since she was born into this world, she has felt out of place, unable to find the meaning of her existence, so she desperately wants to be recognized by others, as if that would make her less of a rootless floater and able to have her own anchor point. But it is inherently unrealistic to pin your existence on the approval of others. No one is obligated to like her and approve of her, but she can choose to like herself and approve of herself. As if Peilan had put down some heavy burden, she felt her body suddenly relax, and the things she had suppressed in her mind and heart were completely released. She couldn't help but smile. She felt that the breath on the young girl sitting in front of him had changed all of a sudden, from the original slight depression and sadness to become more pure. He couldn't help but ask, did something happen? It's not much. It's just that I suddenly felt that I was really too impulsive before. Pei still smiled gently at him. It's so lacking in consideration to go out there and expect to gain new recognition, because you feel that humanity needs you. A behavior that is completely unaccountable for yourself and others. But yeah, she still didn't regret her choice. Peilan seemed to feel something and slightly sidestepped her head. At the moment, the transparent walls of the ship could clearly see a stream of light crossing outside, illuminating the entire gorgeous Milky Way. At least, if she hadn't agreed to come to Central Military Academy, she wouldn't have seen such a beautiful universe. Peilan has realized her psychological problems and adjusted her mind in time. She was still a bit between the ill will of her future classmates towards her, as well as Hirian's attitude, but it wasn't as hard as it had been before. She can't change other people's attitudes, she just has to be herself. Thinking about this, she became more and more grateful for the heartfelt words that Grandmama had said to him. Peilan, Grandmama, I really appreciate your willingness to tell me so much. I will pay more attention to myself in the future, and I won't aggravate myself because of other people's problems. So please don't worry. Ma Yun, who was still cleaning up the mess on Tian Gongxing, saw this message and revealed an increasingly loving smile. She had noticed early on that Peilan had a somewhat morbid psyche. She always cared too much about others and neglected herself. This kind of mentality is too easy to get hurt. Ma Yun really likes Peilan, so he has always been worried, but he does not know what to say. Now, Peilan will soon be heading to the central galaxy, that kind of power center where the surface scenery is actually privately chaotic. She can't just stand by and watch Peilan get hurt there, so she had to say a little bit more. Luckily it looks like the kid seems to have figured it out. The old subordinates around her who had once worked under her hand were a bit emboldened when they saw the smile on her face. Is this the same Iron Queen that terrorized people and non-people alike? She's just an old lady enjoying her grandchildren. After sending Peilan a cheering emoticon, Ma Yun suddenly raised her head with a dazed expression. It's true that your memory isn't so good when you get older. I remember, didn't the kid's surnamed son send me an invitation earlier? It would be good to go and take a look one day, and give Elan a surprise as well. Peilan didn't know yet what kind of surprise would be waiting for her in a little while, but after talking to Grandmama, she was already in a much better mood. Before going back to his room, she asked Peilan to add his contact information. Sun Yen, that is, my brother asked me to take care of you. I'm very sorry for what happened before. Sun Chi's apology was very sincere, and Peilan quickly accepted it. After returning to her room, she glanced again at the tightly closed door across the room and pursed her lips, her mind flashing back to Leandre's reluctant look at her as she was about to part. She suddenly laughed a little to herself. She had felt a little bitter before about the sudden and drastic change in attitude towards Leandre. Now that she thought about it, what was wrong with Lean? He was just a little overly deferential to himself at times. But regardless, the closeness that showed in his eyes was the first time she'd ever felt it in an insectoid who was family. Anymore, it's much better than Shireen like this. She suddenly missed Leanne a little. How is Lean doing now? How long will they have to wait until they see each other in the future? At this moment, on a battleship far away from an unknown number of light years away. How? The silver-haired insectoid knocked his head against the wall of the ship with a thud. His eyes were bloodshot and he was staring deathly at his photobrain, looking on the verge of freaking out. Was he confused by Hirian's fog before? How could he have forgotten something so important? Yes, it was only when he, Leandre, had been away from the Queen for 3 hours with an overwhelming inner emptiness and a desperate need to suck on the Queen for energy that he realized. I can't believe he forgot to save his contact information in the Queen's light brain. Leandre fumed for a moment, then rearranged his hair and lapels and sent a calm request to Hirian at light speed. It turned out to be rejected there the next second. Leandre, ? What's this brat up to, sick again? He wasn't scolding Hirian, but Hirian was really sick, and no less sick than his earlier self. In fact, in all seriousness, all of them higher insectoids called themselves psychologically sick, and Hirian was still considered one of the more normal ones. Typically, he develops symptoms such as a tendency to cower in his room as a mushroom, playing with a broken glass ball in his hand that he refuses to let go of, and refusing to receive any signals from outside. All in all, compared to Leandre, who was so furious when he had an attack that he hated to destroy the world, Hirian preferred to consume himself internally when he had an attack, and was not very lethal to the outside world, which was why he was so relieved to leave the queen in his hands. Leandre cursed twice at the bad luck, knowing that at this time of night Hirian wouldn't be answering his calls anyway. He searched for his address book and finally rummaged through it to find the number that Sun Yen had forced himself to add. Pei Lien, hey, hurry up and send me my sister's communication number. Sun Yatsen? What's wrong? His first thought was that the man was kidding him. How could anyone even know his sister's calm number? Ah, can't be true, can it? Pei Lan was rustily learning to use the various functions of the light brain when a strange account friend request suddenly popped up. She hesitated for a few seconds, following her instincts and choosing to accept. In the next second, a familiar figure appeared in the light screen projection. Queen. Leandre was simply ecstatic to finally see his queen again after more than 3 hours. He took a few puffs through the netting cloud, and all of his original agitation was soothed away. The silver-haired bug with golden pupils stared straight at the queen. His face was one of undisguised joy, looking as if he had finally met his master's great repair hook. But if he had a tail, it would probably be wagging into a propeller behind him. Pei Lan felt the intense emotion that was about to overflow in Leandre's eyes and felt a warmth well up in her heart. At least, she already has a family. As for the rest, she couldn't force it, so she didn't ask for it. He and Leandre talked for a while, though mostly Leandre talked and he listened. And there was a lot that was said that he didn't really understand, but that was good enough to live with in his opinion. After a while, Leandre suddenly changed his tone and seemed to be a bit moody. Queen, this time I'm going back to the main planet, so I don't think I'll be able to see you for quite a while. Pei Lan didn't want to see him in this downtrodden state, and hurriedly soothed. It doesn't matter, Lean. I can take care of myself. Leandre, however, shook his head. It has nothing to do with your ability to take care of yourself. In any case, I wish I could be by your side at all times. Leandre's sincere words, and those golden eyes that were full of her at all times, made Pei Lan's eyes soar again a little uncontrollably. She forced herself to hold back this astringency, and an even brighter smile bloomed on her face. Then please Leandre, hurry up and take care of things over there, and then come to me earlier. I also miss the time when Leandre was still with me. Leander's golden eyes grew brighter. Hearing the queen herself admit that she missed him, he just felt like he was instantly energized, and he couldn't wait to settle all the matters of the main planet immediately and then go to the queen without any distractions. It was so strange. What was this heat surging through him that made his heart beat so fast that it was jumping out of his chest? The smile on the queen's face looked to him like it had suddenly turned into the sweetest of pastries, exuding a tantalizing aroma. Just by looking at it, there was honey dripping into the heart. Under this surge of emotion, he even accidentally called himself a subordinate again. Don't worry, Queen, my subordinate will definitely live up to the queen's expectations and return to your side as soon as possible. Pei Lan's two eyes curved, but she suddenly remembered something and hurriedly said, by the way, Lean, how much money do you need to compensate for all that damage you caused on the Skywalker star? She felt her heart ache so much that she couldn't breathe when she thought of the ruins that were all over the place. Was she already going to be saddled with the first debt of her life? But there was no way around it. Lean was her family and she was willing to make reparations with him. Compensation? Leandre froze, wanting to say that he'd never paid for damage he'd caused on anyone's property, but vaguely realizing that the queen would not have approved of such banditry. In the end, he had to bite his tongue. I will transfer this money from my private account to the person in charge of the star government. Please also rest assured, Queen. As for what the person in charge who received the transfer would be shocked to see the account number that was transferred to him. It was not his concern. The space leap to the main planet is coming up next, so my subordinate will have to hang up the video for now, but will call the queen again as soon as I have time. Seeing the projection that suddenly disappeared in front of her, Pei Lan just shook her head helplessly. Really? How many times have I told you? Lean was never her subordinate. It was her family. Ah. The ship began a gradual descent under the remote command of the ground command center, landing over towards a colorful planet. This is the most brilliant jewel in the central galaxy, the political and economic center of the Human Federation, the capital star. The prestigious Central Military Academy is located here, as are the other 4 military academies conducting the joint exercise. The starship is an hour away from breaking through the atmosphere and docking at the aerodrome. The starship gradually docked at the planned location of the aerodrome. After the hatch opened, students from each school followed their own teachers and left in an orderly fashion. The Central Military Academy is the latest to leave, not to put on airs, but to take care of Peilan. This starship was, after all, a military ship, carrying military personnel, or at least well-trained logisticians, so it didn't have the same well-developed protections as a civilian ship. During the starship's steep descent, the shock of the sudden change in pressure caused Peilan to look ugly and even dry heave for a while. Teacher Li Wenting, who was in charge of leading the Central Military Academy, had no choice but to find a protective suit for her to wear, and then let her slow down for a little while longer. Peilan had been closely watched by this group of idle juniors. They quickly learned the fact that this freshman, who was nearly invincible in the field of spiritual power, was indeed too weak in physical ability, and they were all a bit incredulous. Brother Chi, it really didn't occur to me that her physique is really only C. It wasn't the first time Ji Xingze had been disciplined for picking a fight, and didn't care in the slightest. So he quickly rejuvenated himself after getting off the starship. He carefully glanced over at Peilan's side, then approached Sun Chi's ear and whispered, "How did her fragile body like that withstand such terrifying spiritual power? People with strong mental powers often don't have weak physiques." This was sort of common knowledge in the stars, because a body that is too weak can't withstand too much powerful spiritual power. Often while still in the embryonic stage, the fragile flesh will be destroyed by one's own strong spiritual power, and there's no chance of being born at all. This applies not only to humans, but to other races as well. For example, the bug queen whose mental power was so terrifying that she was able to rule over the entire bug race. There was even a time when some scientists believed that the mental power of the successive queens of the bug race had reached a realm where it could not be assessed in terms of rank. But since they don't have a strong physique that matches their mental strength, they tend to die earlier, far less than the average lifespan of a higher bug race. The aerodrome is in a relatively remote part of the capital planet, close to the Central Military Academy and largely out of the way of the bustling city, making transportation very quick. They soon returned to the school in a bus blimp. The juniors were naturally rushed off to their recovery training, and Shireen was taken to their sibling duo accommodation by a senior who had called them over at the last minute. Pei Ilan, on the other hand, was taken alone by Li Wenting and headed to the school's south playground, where all freshmen were having centralized military training. The instructors in charge of leading the team had of course been informed of the fact that there would be a freshman who would interject himself in the middle of the process, but they didn't have much of a reaction and trained as they should. The reason the instructors were so calm was because Sun Yan had honored his promise and had already cleared the air with the top and bottom of the Central Military Academy in advance. He said that this time, the schoolmate he recommended over was a special enrollment, specially recruited into the command department due to her unusually strong spiritual power. However, Pei's physique is relatively weak, so he hoped that the instructor would be magnanimous and let her off the hook during the military training. That's right. Originally Sun Yan wanted to arrange Pei Ilan into the military medicine specialty of the society's logistics department, but since the reason found externally was that she was specially recruited in due to her strong spiritual power, how could she go to be a logistics? According to normal common sense, people with strong mental powers are often suited to be in command, and so in order to conceal Pei Ilan's healing spiritual power, his arrangement with his own principal's dad had to end up with some adjustments. The instructors simply announced that there would be a new student joining the training and nothing more. On the contrary, the well-informed freshmen were very shocked that someone was actually able to make the Central Military Academy make an exception and add her in halfway through the year, making every effort to inquire about the news and grasping all the breaks to talk to each other. Special enrollment? Are you kidding? When did our Central Military Academy make such a special exception? If we set a precedent for this kind of bad trend, what's going to happen in the future? What? She lifted Senior Ji off the ground with her spiritual power. Possibly S rank? It's okay then. Ji Xingze in the end is still a little guilty about what he did before, so very hard to publicize Pei Ilan among the freshman students. After knowing that Pei Ilan might have S-class spiritual power, most of the people expressed their understanding. That's an S-class talent. The Central Military Academy is crazy to let her enroll a year late. However, although they had also inquired about this freshman's weak physique, most of them were unimpressed. With an S-ranked mental power, how weak can a physical body be? If it's below B, it's probably not even necessary to live, right? But as a result, after Pei Ilan was led over, they all looked shaken. These thin arms, these legs with no visible muscle at all. She looks like she might be weaker than average. And you're telling me she's a military cadet? If Pei Ilan's overly soft appearance only gave the freshmen a little bit of doubt, then what happened next was the trigger that made them really explode. Teacher Li Wenting didn't know what she had communicated with the instructor. And then, The instructor actually asked Peilan to stand to the side and watch their military training, instead of letting her join in. This is going to upset a lot of people. So what if you're an S-class talent? You don't even participate in military training. Can you still call yourself a military cadet? Due to the crisis of the Star Beast Tide, it was a time when all the people were martial. Even if an ordinary university wanted to apply for exemption from military training, it still needed a whole bunch of proofs, let alone the fact that they were students of the Central Military Academy. So one student pressed on. Report instructor. Say, why don't new students have to go to military training? This time, all of the freshmen's gazes went to Peilan. The instructor coughed and was just about to let the group of freshmen continue their training when he heard a calm female voice from his side. This student is right. Why don't you let me join the training? Instructor. Mr. Lee, please let me join the training too. The freshman, who had been in some commotion, quieted down all of a sudden, and a pair of eyes looked at her in consternation. Was there something wrong with this direction? They had thought that she would go along with the teachers and instructors to avoid training, but now it seemed as if that wasn't the case. Levantine frowned. As a teacher in the command department, she had basically learned about her future student's situation from the principal and knew that with Peilan's delicate body, it would be impossible for her to survive the military training. She had wanted to advise Peilan to stop. The talent named by the principal could not be folded in the military training, but after meeting those dark eyes, she suddenly froze, unable to say anything. It was the manifestation of a firm will that did not waver in the slightest. This child is well aware of her physical condition, but she does not want to avoid military training because of it, but sincerely hopes to receive the same training as normal freshmen. Li Wenting was a soldier herself, and had a pride and stubbornness in her bones that belonged to her. Substitution. If she is obviously mentally strong enough to be specially recruited, but can't participate in the training with her classmates because of her physical inability, and may even face the consequences of being belittled for engaging in specialization, it's something that absolutely no one with a backbone can stand. So she sighed and obliged. Good. But I hope that Peilan's student can pay attention to her physical condition, and don't push herself if she really can't support herself. Peilan nodded towards Li Wentian, thanking her for her trust, and then looked at the instructor again, waiting for his instructions. She seemed to have a vague impression in her mind that during military training, instructors were the equivalent of officers in the military, and one had to obey orders. After this, the instructor's impression of Peilan was also a little better, allowing her to return directly to the team. And then began the daily weight-bearing stretches. That little bit of weight was child's play to any military cadet with a physique of at least grade B. At the very least, they would have to run at least 5 laps before becoming fatigued. But Peilan was different. No matter how vast her spiritual power was, her current body was a true strength C. She had only just snapped the weighted bracelet on when her breath hitched and then became rapid, and a ring of bruises instantly strangled her pale skin. Classmates and instructors who are watching her carefully. No, this body is too bad. Isn't it? Not to mention 10 laps of stretching. I feel like I can't run 2 steps without going into the school hospital. When all the freshmen began to form a few lines and stretch around the plant field, Instructor Kane, who was leading the warfighter department next door, came over and looked at the command department's team, focusing on Peilan, who was crashed at the end of the line, and sked. Lao Zhao. Although the command department doesn't require necessarily too excellent physical fitness, this stuffing over is too much of a drag, isn't it? Instructor Zhao Lin glared at his best friend in the army. Although he also felt in his heart that Pei still had too poor a physique, he still recognized her will to insist on participating in military training. Say less. Physical fitness is like mental strength. Innate already limits the upper and lower limits. This Pei student, despite being weaker than others innately, still strictly holds himself to the same standard as the others, which already possesses the initial will to be a military cadet. Yeah, Kane shrugged, a hint of an unknown emotion flashing in his navy blue eyes. But there are times when talent is all that matters and willpower isn't going to help her stick with it for the full run. After she'll be carried into the school hospital, she'll know that useless persistence will only get her hurt. Zhao Lin didn't say anything. Their batch of instructors were all elite combat squads from the front line of the army, and had just gone through a grueling battle some time ago, and the mental power regulator had determined that their mental power had reached the dangerous threshold of being extremely susceptible to contracting mania. So the brass got them off the front lines and headed to their alma maters to drill students and take a breather. They, the soldiers who had gone to war, were both the beneficiaries of their talent and realized, even more clearly than these students, how desperate the talent gap was. Kane seemed prophetic. Having only run less than 1 lap, Peilan's face had already changed from flushed to deathly white. She only felt that her body was first heating up and then gradually turning cold, and her 2 legs were getting weaker and weaker as if they were stepping on cotton. Beads of sweat were only just seeping out before they slipped back into obscurity. Gradually she even had the illusion as if she were driving a corpse. Right at this moment, a cold female voice came from the side. It's only just run a lap and you become like this. If you don't want to be carried into the hospital before you're even halfway through the run, I'd advise you to give up on the military training sooner rather than later. Pei Yilan raised her head a little confused and a little strained, realizing that the girl beside her was none other than the classmate who had previously questioned why she didn't have to participate in the training. She had vaguely heard other students call out her name. Shan Yushan is a name that fits her temperament. Moreover, Pei Yilan always felt that this name carried an indescribable flavor, just like Grandmama's name, which made her like it. She was just about to say something when she saw Shang Dushan humming softly and speeding up after saying these words of discouragement to her. Starting her third lap. Yes, that's right, Shan Yushan. As a rare A+ physique among this group of freshmen, this stretching exercise was not enough for her to need to purposely retain her strength, and from the very beginning she pulled away from the other students, directly ahead of the slower Pei Yilan by a full lap. The students who were also hanging at the end with Pei Yilan were looking at her with sympathetic gazes. Most of these dangling freshmen were just at the B-level threshold of physique, and the front was saving their strength, but they were also in a much better condition than Pei Yilan. She looked as if she was using all her strength with every step she ran. Moreover, now it seems that Shang Dushan, who was recognized as the most likely leader among their freshmen, seems to dislike her. It was also right. No matter how strong Pei Yilan's spiritual power was, at least from their point of view, her physique was already weak to the point of being unbearable. It seems that this Pei student will have a hard time in the future. Pei Yilan felt the sympathy for herself in the eyes of the others and didn't know what was happening yet. After all, despite Shun Yushan's classmates' cold words to her just now, she didn't detect any malice. Instead she felt that the other party was actually concerned about her health condition. But while she looked to be in a terrible state, she could actually feel that this level had not reached the limits of this body yet, and it was not time to need to stop. Originally, Instructor Zhao Lin had been paying attention to this side, so he was prepared to send people to seek medical attention even when Pei Yilan couldn't hold on and was about to collapse. But as a result, under his dumbfounded gaze, Pei Yilan, who couldn't even breathe, and whose face was so pale that she looked like she could collapse at any time, actually tenaciously dropped to the end of the group, and persisted until she finished the last lap. Although her face was so white that it was frightening, Pei Yilan still gritted her teeth and insisted on running the last lap. In fact, originally, with her physique, she shouldn't have lasted this long. She could feel, just as her body was about to reach its limit, a wave of warmth spreading from her brain area to all parts of her body, easing her stiff and aching limbs. But the power didn't quite take care of the soreness in her body, merely maintaining it at a level that would allow her to barely hold on for the full run, essentially pushing her to her limits. Moreover, after she insisted on running, I don't know if it was her illusion, but she always felt that her body didn't seem as weak as before. There was an extremely warm power that was circulating through her body, subconsciously improving her physique. The insect queen's naturally weak physique was being flushed and purified by the massive spiritual power, gradually synchronizing with the power of her soul. Still, the moment she crossed the finish line, her whole body came off, her legs gave out, and she looked like she was going to fall. A pair of arms pulled her in. Pei Yilan raised her head and what met her eyes was Shang Dushan's icy sight face. She looked down at herself for a moment, and said nothing more, letting go of her hand once she was steady. After Pei Yilan had stabilized herself, she didn't immediately distance herself from her as she had thought, but instead flashed a smile at her. My name is Pei Yilan. Thank you so much, Mr. Shan Yushan. Shang Yushan was slightly stunned, then skimmed his face. What kind of weird name calling is that? Just call me by my name directly. Pei Yilan was still about to say something when the instructors had already issued assembly instructions for the group of freshmen to gather quickly for the next cross-country training. It wasn't that they didn't give the group of students a break, but the break had already passed. Pei Yilan ran the 10 laps at the slowest speed possible. By the time she reached the 8th lap, the others were already resting. According to the original plan, the rest time could not exceed 30 minutes at most, so Pei Yilan was equivalent to sacrificing her rest time to complete the training. As Zhao Lin commanded the do's and don'ts of cross-country training, his gaze swept over Pei Yilan, a hint of intolerance flashing in his eyes. This freshman proved by her actions that she really can run the whole way on perseverance. But he is not blind. When she ran to the last few laps, Pei Yilan's face was as white as paper, and her breathing was a bit disorganized at this moment, so she looked like her body was in bad shape, and she hadn't rested yet. And going into cross-country training in that condition, it didn't take much thought to realize that she'd be a drag on her teammates and then be forced to give up. For a kid with a physical C, maybe giving up early is the best thing to do, but Pei Yilan had worked so hard to keep up with the training before. making it hard for Zhao Lin to hold back a bit. The school's south playground backs up to a mountainous area where basically all cross-country training at Central Military Academy takes place. The instructor divided the students into groups of 5, had them adjust the weight of their smart weight bracelets upward by another 10 kilograms, and watched them enter the mountain forest. On the other side of the mountain forest, they placed some flags in advance. Each group returned to the playground immediately after getting the flags, and then today's training was considered to have come to a temporary end. It may sound easy, but it's really not that simple. The original load was already not considered light, and with another 10 kilograms adjusted upwards, some of the students whose physical fitness could barely reach level B were already beginning to feel the strain. What's more, they had to go over the mountains in this situation. This mountain forest had not built any roads, much less steps. Under the deliberate efforts of the school administration, the rugged mountain road could only be crawled by their own groping, and walking was much tougher than running on flat ground. And, considering that some people's mental power attributes have strange effects, this training can only be conducted with their own physical abilities, and the use of mental power is prohibited. Hearing this request, Pei Yilan, who had originally thought about whether or not she could use her spiritual power to lighten the load for herself, also dismissed the idea, and honestly followed her assigned team one step at a time over the mountains and forests. Only, what Zhao Lin feared soon happened. Why have we been assigned to such a waste that drags our feet? This is disastrous. Our progress has been pulled down by so much. I'm afraid we won't be able to return tonight. One of the boys grumbled loudly, glaring viciously at Pei Yilan, who was still struggling to climb the hill, practically wishing to shove her wherever she came from, just to stop staying in this group and slowing down their progress. Another boy with red hair also looked like he had been enduring for a long time and directly shouted at the bottom, "Hey, why don't you simply quit training on your own? That's right, you're physically wasted like this. Practicing now won't have any effect. What did you do earlier? Why don't you consciously give up military training and stop dragging us down?" The rest of the girls didn't say anything, but looking at their eyes they were also very disgusted. Pei Yilan was confused by the scolding. She stared up at the impatient faces above her with wide, dark eyes. She had wanted to explain that it wasn't that she had refused to train before, but that the time since she was born had been too short to get her physique in shape, but the words wouldn't come out. She couldn't tell her special origin. It would be exposed. And, no matter how many reasons she had, it was a fact that she was now slowing down the progress of the whole team. While she really wanted to participate in the training with her classmates, the event seemed to get in the way of the others. Perhaps it would be in everyone's best interest for her to quit voluntarily? Just as her heart began to waver a bit, a cold female voice interrupted the others' complaints. Enough! The others looked toward the source of the sound in surprise. It was actually Shang Dushan who had shown impatience with Pei Yilan from the very beginning. Shang Yushan frowned with a fierce expression and spoke slowly with an undeniable flavor. No matter how poor her physique is, she is still a military student, just like us. If she's willing to stick to her training, even if she puts herself in the hospital, we can only respect her choice, not directly kick her out instead of the school. These words were loud and clear. A few teenagers on the side, after all, just turned 18 years old. According to the average life expectancy of interstellar new humans are still a child. Have not experienced too many things? Sniffing the words have felt a little hot on the face. Shang Dushan, however, didn't pay any more attention to them and stood alone on the hillside, her eyes fixed on Pei Yilan. She didn't reach out to try and help, just watched as she struggled up bit by bit on her own. This was military training, and every military student should get through it with their own efforts. Since Pei Yilan chose to stick with it, she would respect the other's choice and never interfere. Unless she was dragged down by her own body and really had no way to support it, she would only report this matter to the instructor, letting the instructor determine whether Pei Yilan was fit to continue training or not. However, that being said, looking at Yilanlin's staggering body that seemed as if it would fall at any moment, Shang Yushang still stared at her with a single mistake, intending to jump and catch her immediately when she fell, and then once again advise her to think more about the actual situation of her body. However, to everyone's surprise, despite looking like she was about to fall several times, Pei Yilan staggered up. She first gasped twice, her body swayed, and just as she was about to fall to the ground, she was picked up by Shang Dushan. "Don't sit down right away. Walk slowly for a while." Sweat blurred Pei Yilan's vision, and she wiped it vigorously, not mentioning a word about what had just happened, and flashed a smile towards her teammates who had been waiting for her. Well, let's get going quickly. Their group was indeed the latest to return. By the time they reached the gathering place and handed over the flag to Zhao Lin, it was already dark, and the others had long since disbanded. Zhao Lin knew that with Pei Yilan in their group, they definitely couldn't go any faster, and had purposely stayed behind to wait for them. He took the flag and glanced blandly at the 10 freshmen in front of him. didn't abandon his companions and went ahead on his own. Not bad. The two boys who were the first to clamor for Pei-Lan to get the hell out of military training earlier made a big red face. After the dismissal, Pei-Lan however called out to them, "I really appreciate everyone who has been waiting for me today. I'm sorry for slowing things down. I'll be sure to train hard and try to keep up with everyone from now on." Aside from Shang Yushang, the other three people's faces eased up quite a bit. No one would really hate a classmate who persisted in their endeavors, even if her physique was indeed a little too bad. And for teenagers in the prime of their lives, their negative emotions also tend to be less profound, coming and going as quickly as they do. They all said in succession at this moment that it didn't matter, with the grumpiest of them, red hair, even patting Pei-Lan's shoulder with a big grin. "I'm really sorry, I was too impatient to talk about you like that before, but your physique really needs to be practiced. So what if you're an N8C? When the military training is over, you'll directly upgrade in place to brighten up everyone's eyes." The other girl didn't have the heart to say, "Bah, you're the one with the dog's eyes. It's the first time I've seen someone who curses himself in." The teenagers looked at me. I looked at you. And they all burst out laughing. The friendship between the students came inexplicably, and just one team training session seemed to add a layer of camaraderie between them. When they finally returned to the dormitory separately, Yuzhou, that's the redhead, was still a bit squirmy as he extended an invitation to Pei-Lan. "If there's any more team training in the future, you'll still be with us." Good. Pei-Lan was so happy that she simply couldn't control the upward curve of the corners of her mouth. She felt like all her previous bad moods had been swept away. When she stayed with them, it was as if she was infected by that vigor as well, and felt that she had nothing to fear. Moreover, she really liked the name of the swimming boat, second only to Grandmama and Shang Dushan. She just didn't know why, but she always felt that this head of red hair was very incongruous with this name, and she still preferred ebony hair like Shang Dushan's. Of course, Pei-Lan knew that there would be no need to tell anyone else such a truth. After the other three people had left, Shang Yushang pursed her lips when she saw that the direction Pei-Lan had gone was not the freshman dormitory. The dormitory building is off limits at 8 p.m. During military training. Where are you going this late? Pei-Lan knew she had misunderstood and shook her head. "I don't live in the freshman dorm. I live alone with my brother because of my special situation." "Brother?" Shang Yushang made a secret note of this information, gave her a high and cool nod, and was just about to go back on his own when he heard the girl's nervous voice ring out. "Deception Frost, I really thank you for today." "You've already thanked me." She was referring to a moment ago when all five were present. "It's not the same as just now. I haven't thanked Deception Frost for speaking up for me today, and for pulling me back before. Although maybe these are small things." Pei-Lan suddenly stuttered a bit. She was a little unsure of what to say next. "Deception Frost, are we considered friends now?" After Pei-Lan finished her sentence, even her ears turned a little red. She really wanted to be friends with Shang Yushang, not only because she liked the name, but also because Shang Yushang had no ill will towards her from start to finish. Only, that little bit of care was hidden under the other's cold, hard face, but the hands that held her were very gentle. Pei-Lan cherished the kindness of others towards her and was also very fond of such people. It gets dark earlier in this part of the capital star, and you can barely see the evening sun. The small streetlights hidden in the air had begun to glow, and the soft light shone into Shang Dushan's light-colored eyes, as if it had also cast a layer of warmth over her. "Pei-Lan-san." Only children in the junior class ask if someone is their friend. "I'm going to head back. I'll see you tomorrow." With a wave of her hand, she turned away in style. Pei-Lan stared blankly at her back for a while until a gust of wind blew by. Then she awoke with a start. "What Deception Frost means is that we're already friends, right?" Although it was an uncertain tone, the smile on Pei-Lan's face grew wider. She followed the map that Sun Chi had sent to her on the light brain and walked towards the new home that the Central Military Academy had assigned to her in Hirian. And because she was so happy, she didn't stop herself from jumping a few steps, and then was surprised to find that her legs, which had been sore and swollen, were actually already feeling a lot better. She didn't think much of it. After all, the current her didn't have much knowledge of the physique levels at all, and assumed that everyone's recovery speed was this fast. Thus, Pei-Lan stepped lightly and quickly ran towards her new home, not the least bit aware of the surprise of those who saw her full-bloodedly resurrected in place. 1 second his legs were trembling, but this moment he was able to run and jump, and just in time to witness the scene that defied common sense. Kane and Zhao Lin were so stunned that they didn't know what to say. After a while, Zhao Lin said dryly, "I thought she could no longer walk," and thought about whether to notify her brother to rent a school hovercar to come to pick her up, thinking he finally knew why the principal approved her to bring her family. "Laugh your ass off. It doesn't work at all. How could a body recover so quickly? Even with the best healing pods and healing liquids it would take at least an hour to recover, right? Could." Pei Yilan be hiding her clumsiness? But what level of acting skill would allow her to play that shaky stance so real? Kane rubbed his chin and let out a sudden laugh. Interesting freshman. Looks like this year's military training is going to be interesting. It's really getting to the point where I'm looking forward to the freshman bowl in 2 months. Pei Yilan's footsteps were light as she walked into a courtyard. Inside was a 2-story hut with a predominantly gray exterior, somewhat similar to the townhouse she had previously lived in at Tiangong Xin, but much more compact, with a slate style that was not as ornate. She didn't mind the extras, though, and even liked it better when it was plain. After she stood in the doorway, the AI automatically recognized the comparison and the door opened. Ms. Pei, welcome back. Thanks. Pei Yilan wasn't very clear about the difference between AIs and humans and other lifeforms, and politely thanked her. The AI got stuck for a second before replying in a synthesized voice. You're welcome. After Pei Yilan entered, she first whispered I'm back and then searched around some more. She wasn't sure if she was relieved or sighed a little when she realized she didn't see Hirian anywhere. She sighed softly and walked straight to the kitchen, trying to find if there was anything to eat, only to find that 2 milk-flavored nutrients had actually been placed on the table. Pei Yilan's eyes rounded. She and her brother were the only ones in the house. Could this have been put there by Shirley Ann? Impossible. In the next second, Sun Shi sent over a message that confirmed that she had indeed been imagining things just now. Today, when I sent your brother over, I took the liberty of going in to pay a visit, and found that I didn't put anything to eat inside. So I prepared some nutrient solution to exist in the food locker, and 2 of them couldn't fit in the food locker, so I put them outside. I set the temperature of the food locker to room temperature, so you can reset it if you like to drink ice. Drinking ice is bad for you though. Pei Yilan reached out and picked up a nutrient liquid, took a small sip, her eyes lit up, and she directly gulped it down. She likes the milk flavor. Although Sun Shi had coldly watched her clash with the others on the airship before, but one size did not fit all. Her favorability towards him was now rising. After all, who doesn't like sweet people? After Pei Yilan thanked him earnestly, she asked him how much it cost, and was relieved to learn that Hirian had already paid for it before she turned off the light screen and threw herself down on the soft sofa. She half-shaded her eyes, but she still couldn't block out the fine starlight in them. Coming to the Central Military Academy really couldn't have been a better decision. Under the intense training, her physical fitness was slowly changing, and on top of that, she was becoming friends with very, very good humans. Everything is getting better and better. After a few moments of happiness, she got up from the couch again, tidied up the first floor briefly, and headed up to the second floor. There were a total of 2 bedrooms on the second floor, one of which had a closed door. Pei Yilan felt Hirian's mental fluctuations behind the door. She hesitated at the door for a moment, but in the end, she didn't knock and walked straight into her room. What she didn't realize was that behind the door, the blonde teenager was expressionlessly playing with the glass beads. After she left the doorway, it was as if he suddenly lost his concentration and the glass beads fell straight to the floor. Although the glass beads were quickly scooped up by his quick eyes, it still didn't change his current annoyed mood. From the moment Pei Yilan walked into this house, he began to unconsciously listen to the movements she made. Due to the qualities of his mental power, his hearing was extraordinarily sensitive, even far exceeding that of other higher insectoids. Even through the wall, he could clearly hear the slightest movement, and every time, he would be tortured by a world that was too noisy for his ears to think about. As a result, he uses special soundproofing materials in the room he stays in every time. This time, of course, he brought it with him, but somehow hesitated for a while to use it. After all, he had come over here to monitor the Queen's movements, so of course he couldn't just close his eyes and ears. Logically, he only needed to silently monitor the Queen's every move like a ruthless machine. But for some reason, he was now feeling short of breath in his chest for no apparent reason. Did the Queen need something happy while she was out there? It felt like the aura around her was completely different when she came back. She seemed to have been having a good time, and was seriously thanking the human through her light brain, and talking for so long. But her smile, her voice, her thank yous would never face him again. Why hadn't they knocked when they'd obviously stopped when they just passed his door? If you did the math, they hadn't said another word since getting off the starship. The Queen did a good job of honoring the request to stay away from him. Hirian wasn't stupid, and he knew why. No one likes to be called names. He had treated the Queen so badly. How much of a bitch did the Queen have to be to go up and keep sticking it to him? That would be what he would want it to be. But, for some reason, after the Queen actually stopped trying to communicate with him, he was surprised. He felt a little empty. Now you're the one who's guilty. Hirian's turquoise pupils were clouded with a blood color. With an expressionless face, he plunged his fingers into his own flesh and blood, and then, as if he didn't feel enough, he stirred them viciously again. Blood flowed in columns, and there was some shredded flesh that he had casually torn off. This level of self-mutilation had become commonplace over the years, and the pain would give him the feeling of being awake and alive. What the hell was he thinking? Had he really been alone as a bug for too long and been driven mad? As Yaron had said, he just needs to be alone and quiet by himself, without anyone or any bugs, much less a queen. After repeatedly emphasizing in his heart, his breath did not calm down, but instead became more and more furious. In the middle of the brain area that no one could see, countless black lines were borrowing his negative energy to multiply crazily and gradually cover his spiritual source. In the blink of an eye, the military training was almost over. Peilan had also been here for half a month. Though she still looked like she had to catch her breath after a few steps, she was also slowly completing every training that was expected of a military cadet by her own efforts. The classmates' originally unfavorable attitude towards her was also gradually changing. Still, no one would really hate someone who worked hard. And seeing Peilan work so hard to complete her training on her own, gradually, everyone accepted her. The last program of the annual military training is, of course, the Freshman's Battle, which is usually jokingly referred to as the Military Training Cup by the military students. All the freshmen were divided into several makeshift units by department and threw themselves into a melee, armed with laser tag guns, so that if they were tagged in a fatal place, such as the chest, they would be out of the game. The team with the most kills at the end of the training cup won. The school stipulates that this military training cup is from 2 to 5 in the afternoon, and after the end of a simple closing ceremony can be disbanded, rest for 2 days, and start formal classes next week. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Peilan was ready to leave, but she hesitated a little at the thought of what she had agreed to do with her partners, and for the first time took the initiative to come to Harian's door and knock on it. After a while, the teenager's deep voice came from inside. "What is it?" Peilan sighed inwardly. Shireen still wouldn't come out. He'd locked himself away for half a month. At first she was a little worried that something would happen, but then after calling Lean on the video and realizing that it was nothing to the high insects, she stopped worrying. After all, Harian didn't need her worrying. Perhaps they are destined to have no family destiny between them. Peilan has also long looked away, no longer forced. She thought of Lian and her newfound friends and quickly regained her spirits. "Harian, some new friends I've recently made are coming to our house for the evening. Is that okay?" The house was for the two of them to live in, and Peilan felt that it would be better to ask Harian's opinion about bringing someone else back. The voice in the room was silent for a moment, then suddenly spoke, saying irrelevant things. "Are you happy now?" "Hey," Peilan was confused. The room was still as dim as ever, and the original windows were nailed shut. Clutching the glass beads in his hand tightly, as if he were a thief, Harian pressed himself against the door little by little, listening to the queen's voice coming from the other end of the door. And the pupils of his turquoise eyes gradually became clouded with a blood-colored haze. She sounded like she was happy. To be exact, Peilan seemed to be happy every single day since arriving here. He could hear the queen's energetic voice just by sitting in his room and occasionally listening to what she was doing. Sometimes it's playing video with Leandre. Sometimes it's messaging with those so-called human friends. Peilan is like a bird that is busy sharing its happiness to others. There is always no idle time. And in spite of his young age, he was already like a tree with the appearance of dying. Staying in his room every day as if he had taken root, silently listening to pleasures that were not his own. "Why do you feel happy?" The blonde teenager frowned, in a rare moment of confusion. He was genuinely wondering if he could really feel happy doing those things. Why did he feel like every day was meaningless? Maybe before, he was also able to perceive all positive emotions normally, but then the pain that life brought him was so intense that it directly broke his spirit. For self-preservation, he gradually cuts off all ability to perceive normally, and only eternal deadness remains in his life. More and more black threads were generated in his brain domain depending on the negative emotions. They traveled recklessly through the brain domain, tying themselves to the spiritual source with death, enjoying a feast of pain. The spirit source is stimulated and begins to uncontrollably bring back memories of its owner's most painful times. The bloodstained shadows ordered a high insectoid to kick Sharian hard into the wall. He spat out a mouthful of blood and shuddered, feeling as if his internal organs had been misplaced in the violent impact. While watching Sharian spit out blood and lie on the ground as he transformed back into his insect body bit by bit, that thing laughed out loud, as if it had seen some interesting scene. She bit her nails somewhat nervously, her voice as frightening as if it were oozing poison. "Harian, aren't you a high bug? You can't do anything with this injury? Hurry up and get up and keep fighting." The command from the queen reached him directly in his brain field, and Harian stood up uncontrollably to look, looking across the room at the higher insectoids with the same deeply controlled pain in his eyes. But they could do nothing. They were even more pathetic than the beasts in the Colosseum, because as soon as the queen gave the order, they could only fight until they were immortal for her pleasure, and could not even resist. After another deadly fight with his fellow officers, The guy ordered the worker ants to move him into his cell. Once the door was locked, Hirian's world was nothing but darkness. No, there's still a little light. With great effort, he rolled over and pulled a colored glass bead from his pocket. The higher insects had some night vision, and in his eyes, despite the lack of light, the glass bead still emitted a 7-colored luster. He looked at it appraisingly, then shakily pressed it to his chest. Sleep on it, just sleep on it. Yes, don't think about anything, don't listen to anything, don't look at anything, can't touch anything, so that you don't feel the pain. So one day, he literally couldn't feel the pain anymore and all the emotions left him. The force of Hirian's grip on the glass bead was gradually increasing, and then relaxing as if in a daze as he was on the verge of crushing it. He frowned and gasped violently twice, snapping out of his nightmare for a split second, before feeling vaguely out of control of his mental powers. Crap, how could this be at this time? On the other side of the door, Peilan was a bit puzzled. She felt like she was getting more and more confused about Hirian. She obviously just wanted to ask if she could invite her friend here as a guest. Why was she being asked some strange questions? There was no sound from the other side of the door either, so she couldn't just open the door and go in. So she had to acquiesce to his promise, and then she planned to rush to the south playground for the military training cup. However, the moment she was about to go downstairs, a loud bang suddenly came from the room. Peilan was startled and immediately ran back to the door, knocking hard. Shireen, did something happen? How are you doing? However, there was still no echo coming from there. Peilan clenched her teeth, closed her eyes, and slightly used her spiritual power to sense it before her face changed drastically. In her perception, the spiritual power belonging to Hirian was, for some reason, decaying rapidly and was on the verge of dying. She glanced at the time displayed on her light brain. It was now 13:20 p.m. and it would take her at least 20 minutes to get to the south playground from here on the school's hoverbike. Peilan gritted her teeth, directly tapped on the light screen, tapped into the chat interface with Shun Dushan, and quickly sent a message. Then her eyes went to the door of the room, which was still closed, and her eyes grew steadfast as she cried out for the last time. Hirian, answer me dash. Boo! Peilan had long been ready for a violent breakthrough. If she could, she certainly wanted to fully respect Hirian's bug rights and never enter without his permission. But now the situation is critical, and there's no point in talking about it. So after still getting no answer for the last time, she released her mental power without hesitation. The powerful orange torrent went straight through, and the door to the room cracked in response. Various pieces of alloy framed downwards, and the scene in the room was finally presented to Peilan. Peilan's expression froze for a second. Hirian's room was just too dark, the windows were nailed shut, and the lights were never turned on. Successive generations of bug queens had fragile physiques and had never possessed the ability to see at night, at least not even the current Peilan. So she had to carefully use her spiritual power to probe the surrounding while stepping into the room, and then immediately tried to maneuver the lights in the room to turn them on, only to find out helplessly that Hirian had already destroyed the room's lighting system. So it was no wonder that the inside was kept pitch black. Shireen, where are you? Peilan exhaled softly, feeling that it was really inconvenient without lighting. She thought about it and tried to draw her mental powers out of her brain area and materialize them. She would never know what an amazing thing she was doing. The so-called spiritual power is a special power born from the spiritual source of the brain area. Generally speaking, it is difficult to see with the naked eye, and even weaker spiritual power cannot have an impact on the reality of things, and only to a certain degree of strength to be able to serve as a means of influencing reality. The most basic requirement for a person to feel another person's spiritual power is that the TA must also possess spiritual power. In other words, spiritual power, as something that existed dependent on the brain domain, was walled off from the real substance of the real world. It is almost impossible to materialize one's spiritual power, except for those who only exist in legends and have comprehended the terrifying existence of the ultimate mysteries of spiritual power. Yet Peilan, an insect queen who had empty powerful spiritual power but had never received formal education or training, was already ignorantly exploring the highest mysteries of spiritual power on her own. If this were to spread out, I'm afraid it would cause monstrous waves, but no one knows about this for now. Even she herself is clueless. Only Peilan drew out her orange-colored spiritual energy little by little, and then summoned up her strength. With a loud boom, a small orange ball of light separated from the torrent of mental energy and was successfully materialized. Its light illuminated a small area of the room at once. The glow in the darkness will not only illuminate the queen, who cannot see at night, but will also attract some otherwise quiet and dormant beings. Peilan was just about to proceed to find Hirian with a flourish when she keenly heard the sound of something fluttering. She listened suspiciously with her ear to the side, and then listened to the voice coming closer and closer. Finally, a pair of wings with golden light on the edges gently vibrated and finally flew to the side of the small ball of light. circling around it. Yikes! Peilan's eyes rounded in surprise. Feeling the air currents brought up by the huge wings fluttering, she looked at the butterfly in front of her that was half a meter tall. The butterfly was so incredibly large, stretching its wings gracefully through the air, all the time fluttering around the ball of light that made him feel bright and warm. Through the light, Peilan could clearly see that the butterfly had a pair of beautifully shaped emerald-colored wings, and the edges of the wings also flowed with golden light, fresh with an indescribable splendor, which was nothing short of a miracle. However, what shocked Peilan the most was that her spiritual power could vaguely sense familiar feedback from this butterfly. In other words, the butterfly is Shireen. Geez, that's incredible, Peilan thought. How could she not have imagined that the exquisitely brooding blonde teenager would turn into such a beautiful butterfly? But then she thought on second thought, Leandre could still turn into a large spider, and it didn't seem like much of a stretch for Shireen to turn into a butterfly. As a matter of fact, this was certainly not an ordinary giant butterfly, but rather the illusion butterfly, a higher insect form that was also very rare amongst the insect race, with strong and treacherous mental power, not only able to cast illusions, but even able to peek into the mental world of others. On the battlefield, the beautiful phantom butterfly can make an army fall into the illusion of killing each other just by scattering a little scale powder, so it is feared by all the interplanetary races and crowned as Phantom Dreammaster. Peilan didn't realize what kind of murder weapon she was sharing a room with. The golden-green phantom butterfly's graceful body and wings were dotted with starry spots of light, with light particles constantly seeping out, like a dream. Looking at such a beautiful view, Peilan felt a little sad for no reason. She asked softly, Harian, I feel like you're in a bad place mentally right now. Can I link to your brain field and take a look for you? She vaguely sensed a very unpleasant aura from Harian's spiritual power, just like the frenzied Leandre and Sunyan before. It made her feel strange. Obviously Harian didn't look like he was manic before, and he didn't feel manic, so why would he suddenly? The phantom butterfly didn't speak, just kept fluttering around the light source. Peilan wondered if Harian's mental state had gotten so bad that he couldn't maintain his sanity, and with a tightening of his heart, he carefully probed out his mental power tentacles and gently wrapped them around the phantom butterfly. However, her spiritual power had already entered the phantom butterfly's brain area, and the originally quiet and fluttering phantom butterfly suddenly began to struggle frantically as if it had been subjected to some unbearable torture. Harian, calm down. I'm trying to help you heal. Peilan had already seen the condition of the brain area that was strewn with black lines and was about to clean it up when the golden-green spiritual energy belonging to Harian started to fight back frantically. She didn't dare to injure the other party, so she could only dodge in a sorry state. Just as she was getting anxious, she suddenly heard a heavy thud. Peilan looked up and saw a scene that gave her the creeps. The beautiful golden-green phantom butterfly suddenly slammed hard into the wall without retaining its strength, and the sturdy wall was instantly hit with a shallow crater. Phantom butterfly's graceful body also gently trembled, and more light particles poured out from his body and the light spots of his wings. A drop of light particles drifted down onto Peilan's face. She wiped it off and shivered as she looked at the gold-green color of the stars on her hands. These beautiful points of light floating down were no particles of light. They were clearly his blood. Those light spots on the phantom butterfly's body are wounds made by his own self-inflicted wounds. The phantom butterfly, or Harian's consciousness, had sunk into a nightmare from the past. This was an extremely dangerous thing for an insect race like the phantom butterfly. This was because the attribute of his spiritual power was illusion, possessing the powerful power to make others lose themselves. But if it was he himself who was lost, then his power would go out of control, not only putting himself in danger, but also dragging other intelligent lifeforms in his vicinity into his nightmare along with him. Peilan's spiritual power was much more powerful and had a natural suppression of him, theoretically capable of resistance. But in order not to harm his mental faculties, she could only carefully comb through the torrent of frenzy, picking out the black threads carefully in the process, and so inevitably saw some fragments from the depths of Harian's memories. What's this? The world in Peilan's eyes was split into two halves. One half was a normal room while the other half was an illusion simulated in Harian's mental power. A huge monster intertwined with red and black was perched there, casting malicious glances from time to time. The monster's body bore countless tentacles like umbilical cords, each connected to a shadow with a faint breath. Harian was among them. At the moment, here he was degraded to a half-human, half-insect figure from being tortured to the point of exhaustion. What Peilan saw was this scene. The beautiful blonde teenager was covered in a mess, with huge golden-green wings sticking out from the torn part of his clothes behind him, and with points of light lingering all over his body. He looked almost as beautiful and touching as an elf. And indeed, he was already scarred. The golden-green glow on his body at times so furious that it seemed as if he were about to unravel, at other times dying. But no matter how his emotions rose and fell, The umbilical cord was firmly attached to his body, linking him to the horrible monster. This horrible monster was a projection of the queen of the bugs in Hirian's mind. Those years of being dominated by the last queen had left him with too many painful memories. Before he had completely shut down his emotions, almost every time he closed his eyes, he could hear the wails of pain from the bugs being manipulated by the queen. He has suffered for so many years by shutting down his emotions and ignoring everything. Until now, those weird black lines had induced all the fear and anger he had suppressed for years. Peilan didn't know the story behind it, nor did she realize that that very thing represented the image of the last queen of the bugs in Hirian's mind. Horrible, ridiculous monsters. She couldn't help but feel sad just looking at the visions projected from deep within Hirian. She could vaguely sense that Hirian seemed to have been hurt a lot and was angry and powerless against the guy who hurt him. She wanted to do something. Most of Peilan's mental power had already entered Hirian's brain area at the moment, and was carefully picking out the black threads and bringing them out while dodging the attacks of the mental power that was so furious that it didn't distinguish between enemy and friend. Now, however, she detached another strand of her mental energy and intervened in the illusion that was trapping Hirian's consciousness. The move made her face go slightly white. Splitting her mental powers at will was a dangerous thing to do, and even more dangerous because she didn't realize how horrible a thing she was doing. Even mature powerhouses with S-rank spirit power had to be careful when splitting their spirit power, and a slip of the tongue could leave permanent trauma. But for Peilan, she could do it as long as she wanted to. The mental power that was both huge and so special as to be unbelievable was enough to support any whimsical thoughts. It was just a bit of a pain in the ass. The mental power that had been purposely separated out turned into a sharp orange blade and cut the disgusting umbilical cord with a vicious slash. Deep in the illusion he had created, Hirian sensed something and opened those misty eyes, the already exhausted wings behind him fluttering tentatively for a few moments before suddenly realizing that the shackles that had been trapping him seemed to have snapped. His eyes scanned the surrounding area before landing on the orange mass of light in front of him. This mental mass of light gave him a familiar yet unfamiliar feeling, like a queen, but not like the one he knew. It was almost as if she had suddenly descended upon her attendants and devotees like a wise king who had never appeared even in his most beautiful dreams, cutting off all that had harmed him and imprisoned him, bringing the light of freedom and hope. As a rescued believer, Hirian inevitably felt a longing to serve her, to arch at her side, but at the same time was somewhat apprehensive and hesitant. He had already been hurt once by the queen of his own race, and what if the gods who had just rescued him were actually trying to plunge him deeper into hell? Along with Hirian's mood swings, the phantasmagoria began to leach blood and rain, blowing a gale that gradually began to become unstable. Peilan didn't know that he had such a rich inner drama. She was just guilty of worrying about how to place Hirian. After all, she had to spend more effort to remove those black lines. Who knew that the environment in the illusionary realm was changing at the drop of a hat, and it was also getting worse and worse, making her really feel relieved. Peilan sighed in her heart and finally made up her mind it was better to leave this bit of spiritual energy here to protect him. She didn't lack this anyway. As a result, the orange-yellow spiritual power light cluster radiated a softer light. This time but not as sharp as before when it transformed into a sharp blade to the point that people did not dare to look directly at it, but rather light and gentle, giving the beings that were illuminated a feeling of soaking in a hot spring like a very relaxing feeling. A gradually spreading orange glow wrapped around Hirian's entire body, and for a moment his otherwise bruised and battered body and wings felt relaxed. In the next second, he suddenly felt as if his entire body was being dragged, and the touch underneath him wasn't the cold, hard ground anymore. Hirian, who had just relaxed and half squinted, opened his emerald-colored eyes all of a sudden, surveying his surroundings warily like a panicked little animal that had suddenly changed to a new environment. Then he saw it, the huge orange flower that encased his entire body. It was a flower formed by Peilan's spiritual power, the huge petals cascading over Hirian's head and carefully avoiding his torso and wings to not give him a sense of oppression. Hirian gently touched the yellow stamen in the center, sensing the last thoughts of the owner in this massive spirit as he left it behind. She was just trying to lift him up from the cold ground and shelter him from the wind. Feeling Peilan's will that did not contain the slightest bit of aggression and was so gentle that it was unbelievable. Hirian lowered his eyes and curled his entire body into a ball. Trembling, he reached out and wrapped his arms around the stamen, rubbing it lovingly, feeling the reassuring scent on it, and closing his eyes. A silent tear slipped from the corner of his eye. No matter how the wind and rain blow outside, will always protect him? Gentle but powerful queen. He finally came back under her wing after a stupid and long period of misunderstanding and resistance. Peilan realized that ever since she had left the flower in the middle of Hirian's illusion, she was much more relaxed. This was manifested in the fact that when she once again used her mental power to pull out the black threads that led to the mania, Hirian's mental power no longer blindly resisted her, but became much more docile. The golden-green light mass immediately stayed behind the orange light mass, looking surprisingly well-behaved. At first, Peilan was still a little wary. After all, she had been chased and beaten before. It wasn't until after a while that the golden green spiritual source wasn't even attacking her that she was relieved. It was just that for some reason, the light mass seemed to be fixated on her. Wherever her spiritual power went, the light mass also followed her. Just like a baby chick following a mother hen. That said, what was a baby chick and a mother hen? Peilan shook her head, always feeling that the strange knowledge had increased again. The number of black lines accumulated in Hirian's brain domain was actually not less than Leandre's. It's just that he was more tolerant and had been forcing the negative emotions along with his mania down by freezing his emotions. Compared to Leandre, who had been radiating outwards, his mania was mainly manifested in the form of consuming himself internally. So, when mania can no longer be suppressed and suddenly erupts, it is also extra severe. Fortunately, Peilan was there. She unleashed her massive spiritual power regardless of the cost, picking out every single black line and throwing them out. After the black threads were forced out of the brain area, they remained stupid and tried to burrow back in, but were finally burned away by the concentrated orange light. There seemed to be, if anything, a scream in his ears, a scream so dismal that it was uncomfortable. Peilan frowned, rubbed her temples, and took a deep breath, picking out and killing all of the black threads in one fell swoop before maneuvering her mental energy to slowly exit the hierarchy's brain area and rejoin her own mental source. Due to the fact that she used more spiritual energy this time, was more tired of maneuvering, and left some of it in Shirian's brain area. After this treatment of mania, Peilan's exertion was greater than the previous ones combined, and she stumbled on her feet, almost falling to the ground. Seeing her face pale and her body shaking, the heart of Hirian, who had managed to regain consciousness, tightened, and he immediately transformed back into his more convenient human form, wrapping her in a hug. Only in the heat of the moment, he didn't change for the better, and instead turned into the half-human, half-insect state he had been in earlier in the illusion. Although it had the body of a human, there was an extra pair of beautiful dreamlike golden green wings on its back that a human would never possess. Peilan was hugged by him, her face buried in his chest, and she also accidentally stuck to the white and well-muscled chest that was exposed after her clothes had torn holes in them, and heat immediately rose on her face. After regaining her strength a little, she raised her head and was just trying to stand still on her own when a scene too beautiful to be earthly crashed into her sight unexpectedly. The teenager's soft blonde hair hung down properly, and those turquoise eyes were like a lake in the sunlight, and like the reflection of a willow tree in the water, emitting a surfeit of waves, a softness that Peilan had never seen before. After all that, his clothes were already a bit tattered, exposing white but powerful flesh everywhere, and behind him, half of his back was bare, the top breaking through the tattered cloth and stretching out a pair of thin, cicada-like wings. The crystal-clear expanse of turquoise color fluttered gently twice, and there were stars of golden light falling, like stars falling from a green canopy. Peilan looked dumbfounded for a moment. If Leandre's insect form would only make people look at it and feel fear, and feel the hideous power of the insects, then Shirian's insect form was simply synonymous with beauty and fantasy, enough to make those with weak willpower ignore the killing opportunities hidden underneath the stunning beauty. Peilan unconsciously extended a hand towards the pair of wings that did not seem to be possessed by mortals. "It's beautiful," she murmured, an involuntary smile on her face from seeing the most beautiful image she could remember, and that smile was, in Hirian's mind, the queen's affirmation of his beauty. In fact, he was somewhat terrified after he regained his senses. He had treated the queen like that before, and she had helped him regardless of his past. He was grateful for the queen's broad-mindedness, but that didn't mean that the queen would be generous enough to forgive him all at once, and even he had trouble forgiving himself. How could he be so stupid as to mistake such a queen, whom he was lucky to meet, for an evil being? He simply had no eyes. What if the queen doesn't get close to him because of his previous attitude? After all, in the race for the queen's attention, Leandre had already stolen the lead, and not only was he unable to keep up, but he had sprinted in reverse without a fight. What should he do if his position in the queen's heart never rose again after that? Luckily, he seems to have found a way now. The blonde teenager looked a little shy as he dropped his lofty head, secretly leaning down slightly so that his wings were a little lower for the queen's touch. There was some smugness in his heart. Never in his life had he been so glad that his insectoid form was more beautiful than any of his peers, beautiful enough to make even the queen stop and admire it. He had committed such a sin against the queen before, and for the time being, he dared not ask for more, but only hope that this beauty would be enough for him to become the queen's personal possession, and to be able to accompany her at all times. The thought of being petted by the queen more often in the future, of having the queen bet more of her attention on him rather than on other peers or those humans who were not worthy of it, grew more and more expectant in Hirian's mind, and his wings fluttered gently and uncontrollably. But it was this movement that managed to make Peilan wake up. She immediately withdrew her hand while leaving Hirian's embrace, secretly chagrined in her mind, knowing that Hirian hated her and had been warned not to come anywhere near her. How could she have acted like that just now? Peilan tilted her face up and explained seriously. Hirian, I'm very sorry. Because you had a manic episode. I came in. As for just now, it was an accident. Don't worry. I still won't come near you in the future. Shireen. No. Hurry up and forget all his stupid comments from before. He's going to stick it to the queen. Seeing Peilan's hand move farther and farther away from him, and even his entire body moving away from him, Shireen frowned slightly, and that delicate face instantly became melancholic. His eyelashes fluttered lightly and his eyes swirled with heartbroken blue waves, looking almost like an untutored elfin teenager trapped in love, making people want to give everything for him just to smooth out the wrinkles on his brow. Peilan didn't want to see him like this either, and was just about to ask what had happened when she inadvertently saw the time displayed on the halo bracelet and her face changed drastically. Crap, it's already 13:40. Her voice was dripping with despair. The military training cup starts at 2 o'clock, but you have to gather 10 minutes early. It's too late now anyway. All at once she sat down on the floor, smelling like she was lifeless. While she didn't regret saving Shireen after all, Shireen's well-being was more important than military training anyways. It was inevitable that she was still a little lost. She had already made a date to join her friends in their quest for the training ground. Hirian simply couldn't see the queen show such an expression, and not caring to act soft, he immediately reached out and pulled Peilan up from the floor, carefully leading her to sit on the only bed she could sit on. Queen, please tell Hirian what happened. Hirian will reach it for you. Peilan was startled for a moment by Hirian's sudden change in attitude, then spoke breathlessly. I have to get over to the south playground in 10 minutes, but it's already too late. So it was that little thing. Hirian's eyebrows stretched. He had thought of a myriad of extreme scenarios to help the queen out of her troubles, but if that was all it was, he'd be able to do it soon enough. Don't worry, queen. It will only take Hirian 5 minutes to get the queen there. Peilan immediately lifted her head, and her eyes instantly had a sparkle in them again. Really? But the south playground is too far away from here. It takes 20 minutes for a hover car. Then she looked like she thought of something and got a little anxious. We can't reveal our identity as bugs. Is that even okay? The blonde teen nodded slightly, a joyful smile on his face at being able to help the queen who mattered most. At this moment, all the gloominess on his face all but vanished, as if he had really turned into an 18 or 19-year-old teenager. Please don't worry, queen. I'm a phantom butterfly, and disguise is just a basic skill. He gently raised his hand, and the wings behind him retracted at once, while at the same time the clothes on his body were renewed and fully dressed. Peilan watched in shock at his one-button dress-up performance, while Hirian just smiled lightly. It's just a basic use of illusions. He brought the queen with him to the doorway, and his eyes glazed over. In the next second, huge pillars of green light erupted from his body, then gradually gathered together again, forming a huge green blade. Hirian took Peilan's hand and landed lightly on top of the leaves. And please, queen, take my hand and sit tight. It might be a little fast. Once they were seated, the blades crashed into the south playground like a meteor at a speed that far exceeded that of a hover car. It had to be said that the speed of this transportation was really fast. So fast that by the time Peilan reacted, the howling gale was almost on the verge of messing up her hair. Solely the next second Shireen realized it, and immediately branched out a mental power barrier to isolate all gusts of wind. Peilan ran her fingers through her hair twice, carefully glancing at the buildings that were basically all but stumps, finally believing that she would be able to make it in less than 5 minutes. Relieved and genuinely grateful, she said, "Thank you, Hirian. Without you, I would not have been able to get there in time to join my friends for the military training cup I promised them earlier." Getting a thank you from the queen made Hirian's heart as sweet as a dip in honey, but soon his smile faltered. With friends? Are they the human friends the queen has made? Before, Hirian had been unhappy with the group of humans taking up too much of the queen's attention, and had just been holding back, and now the malice within him exploded almost at once. Those humans are such an eyesore. Such an eyesore. He didn't want to send the queen over to be close to those humans at all. Even his time with the queen was so limited. Why should it be divided among the humans? But, seeing the pure smile on Peilan's face, Hirian's original maliciously twisted expression gradually softened again. It wasn't as if those humans couldn't be barely tolerated if they could keep the queen happy. In his heart now, the queen was above all else. He would do anything to guard the smile on her face, even if that made him insanely jealous. But he'll do everything he can to get the queen's attention back from the humans. They rushed to the south playground like a gust of wind on their side, not having the slightest idea of what kind of uproar Hirian's move had created at the Central Military Academy, the topmost floor of the administration building of the Central Military Academy. The principal's office. A middle-aged man with a cold appearance was ambling about, He was none other than the principal of the Central Military Academy, the father of the two brothers Sun Yan and Sun Qi, Sun Lingye. He had once been the head of the 3rd Legion before retiring from the front lines of the fight against the Star Beasts because the mania indicator had pushed the danger line. By definition, a manic person can't be a principal, in case he hurts his students. But after he retired from the front line for a year, he managed to keep the mania indicator down again, somehow. But instead of choosing to return to the front lines, he came to his alma mater to take over as principal, and now 11 years have passed, producing one excellent soldier after another for the Human Federation. As a former army chief, Sun Lingye's strength was unquestionable, and he was currently the #1 person in the Central Military Academy. Therefore, he realized something was wrong before anyone else did. There is a very powerful spiritual force that has exploded. Very unfamiliar. Not the guys I know. Could it be that an unfamiliar force has invaded the Central Military Academy? Sun Lingye put down the paper documents in his hands, got up and came to the window. Looking in the direction of the spiritual power outburst he sensed, his eyebrows had furrowed into a Chuan character. He immediately arranged for someone to investigate the source of this power's movement. However, Hirian possessed the mental attribute of illusionary chaos, mixing in and messing with Pei Yilan's mental power fluctuations, essentially paralyzing all detectors. It took a full 20 minutes before the top brass at the Central Military Academy determined that the source of the force appeared to be the recently recruited special admission students and their families living in the area. Meanwhile, the South Playground. Yuho paced anxiously back and forth, glancing at the time with each step. It's already so late. Why hasn't Ilan come over yet? Sister Shang, didn't you say that Ilan said she'd be here soon? Shang Yushang was also anxious, but she was really annoyed with the traveling boat walking back and forth in front of her, and it spread anxiety. Her cold face sunk slightly as she directly reached out and grabbed Yuzhou's collar. Don't worry, she's sure to be. Right away. Hoo-hoo. The South Playground was suddenly gusty, and for a moment, everyone's vision was affected. The instructors who were still relaxed all stood up and instantly stared. What's the situation? Enemy attack? The gusts of wind dispersed in all directions, and after everyone regained their vision, they saw two people, one tall and one short, in the center of the storm, and one of the slightly shorter that young girl. Clearly as this period of time has been famous special enrollment Pei Yilan. Silence. The whole room was dead silent. Everyone looked at the two of them dumbfounded, as if they were seeing something they couldn't comprehend. Snap. The thing in Zhao Lin's hand fell to the ground, but he didn't even look at it more than once. Mental power level sometimes does not represent the power that its possessor can exert. Only after sufficient sharpening can one truly exert the power possessed by one's own level of mental power. Which is why there are many untrained A-ranked mental power possessors who cannot defeat a B-ranked one who has been in the military for a long time. Zhao Lin was a B+ level mental power, but he had spent so much time on a crisis-ridden battlefield that he had long since honed his inhuman acuity. More than any other student, he could clearly feel how terrifyingly powerful a person had just used his spiritual power to create a storm, arriving here from a distant place in almost an instant. He even thought at that moment that it was some terrifying reclusive powerhouse or a secret expert of a hostile race who was preparing to blitz the Central Military Academy, and was ready to fight to the death to send these little brats away. Until he got a good look at the two men, it was known that there were now two more people on the scene. One of them was a special enrollment student whose physical waist was said to be mentally strong, and the other was a blonde teenager who didn't seem to be more than 20 years old. So who exactly was that strong person who had just stirred up a storm? Whoever it was an unimaginable outcome for the people in the room. Pei Yilan felt the howling wind in her ears stop and her feet hit the ground. As soon as she opened her eyes she saw a group of dumbfounded instructors and freshmen. Pinpointed her friend from within, and ran excitedly towards it. Deception Frost, swimming boat, the military training cup hasn't started yet, right? Great. Finally in time. She was about to say something else, but gradually she felt something wrong with the atmosphere around her. Everyone seemed to be looking at her. It reminded her of the bad experiences she'd had the previous 2 times when she'd had everyone's attention, and her original excited demeanor was settling down. Did something happen? Why is everyone looking at me? Seeing Pei Yilan looking at herself, obviously asking her, Shang Yushang slightly calmed down the shock she had just felt, and glanced at the blonde teenager who was looking this way with an impish face. If it were usual, as a proud daughter of heaven, she would naturally glare over without fear. But the teenager who had just exerted an appalling power was now still haunted by an extremely terrifying aura. As a rare A+ physique, Shang Yushang had already touched the threshold of S-class, and every cell in her body was telling herself this was by no means an opponent that her current self could match. Knowing better, she didn't end up being a deadbeat and just asked in a whisper, Alan, who's that guy next to you? Pei Yilan also followed Shang Yushang's gaze, only to see that the blonde-haired teenager noticed her gaze, and the original cold color on his face instantly melted, revealing the gentlest of light smiles, a sharp contrast to the appalling look of his aura from a moment ago, and managed to make all the people who were paying attention to him suck in a breath of cool air. He's my older brother. Pei-shi, because of my physique, my family really didn't feel comfortable with me coming to the Central Military Academy alone, so they let her come to accompany me. Pei-ilan hadn't deliberately controlled her volume, and now that it was quiet, everyone on the scene whose physique was AB to start with heard her words clearly, revealing an expression of dawning realization. Oh, so it's Pei's brother. Ah, no wonder the difference in treatment. Wait, this terrifyingly strong rank unknown powerhouse was the normally soft-looking Pei-ilan's brother? Now, the jaws of the freshman who had more or less looked down on Pei-ilan's soft physique and had formed a stereotype of her were about to drop in fear. The smile on Hirian's face softened as he heard Pei-ilan's voice. He longed to be closer to the queen, and being able to be a brother recognized by the queen was enough to make him happy. If the queen agrees, he kind of wants to change his name to Pei-shi. So in the eyes of the others, the mysterious big man didn't know what came to his mind and smiled more and more sloshingly. It was so shocking. However, in the next second, Hirian put away the smile that had blossomed only at Pei-ilan, and the expression on his face returned to indifference. At the same time, the sense of oppression around him did not converge, and the few instructors close to him even had to use their spiritual power to fight against it before they could barely stand still. What a terrifying spiritual power. Surname Pei? When did the Human Federation produce another such expert? Is this Pei family some kind of deep-rooted hidden family? Kane still had a smirk on his face and a flash of deep thought in his eyes. This strong man had been staying peacefully in the residential area ever since he arrived at the Central Military Academy, acting very harmlessly. Why would he suddenly make his presence known so forcefully this time? Would he bring about any repercussions? In the next second, they had no thoughts whatsoever, and their pupils shrunk violently, only to see Pei-shi suddenly disappeared in place. And when he appeared in the next second, he had already arrived at Pei-ilan's side at an unknown time, only to see him in a protective stance, blocking Pei-ilan behind himself. His crisp voice was not loud, but was able to reach everyone's ears. My sister Ilan was strongly invited over by your Central Military Academy. Since she chose to come over, then I, as her brother, can only support her in all her decisions. However, I hope that the place she chooses to come to isn't a place where she will be aggravated, and once she's upset, I'll be upset as well, got it? Crowd, we're getting overwhelmed. Isn't it just to say that whoever dares to make your sister suffer, you'll beat the shit out of them? Although this overbearing declaration of protection came a little late, they really didn't have time to let Pei-ilan be aggrieved. Hirian came this way. Now even if the people who hadn't had much contact with Pei-ilan before and didn't have much of an impression of her, they all began to gradually feel that she was indeed a gentle and low-key good girl. Joking aside, if they had a big brother to escort them, they would have made a scene on the first day and been able to walk sideways in the school. Who would still be so low-key every day like Pei-ilan? Pei-ilan was a bit touched at first when she heard Shireen's words. After all, she had come to the Central Military Academy for so long, and it was the first time she had this feeling of having a reliable backing behind her no matter what she did. But she felt a little blush. All the other students came to train by themselves. Not only was she brought along by Hirian, but the scene just now always gave her a subtle feeling of a small child looking for a parent to warn her classmates that, brother Pei-shi, you go back. First watching Hirian turn around violently and stare at her, a hint of injury surfacing in those blue eyes. Her words suddenly stuck in her throat and couldn't be said. In the end, Pei-ilan could only sigh. Or why don't you ask Instructor Joe if you can be put on the sidelines? We're about to start the military training cup. Hirian wasn't a military cadet after all. It wasn't the right place to stand. Zhao Lin stepped forward at the right time and, against the pressure, led Hirian away, and the other students were then relieved and began to take their positions under the organization of the other instructors. Right now, Hirian was sitting in the makeshift command center with the instructors, watching a live broadcast of the military training cup through an invisible follow-up camera. His gaze was of course always following Pei-ilan closely, always paying attention. It was estimated that once Pei-ilan encountered any danger, there was no need for the instructor to bring her back in time. Hirian was going to be unable to sit still first. Zhao Lin looked on with some concern in his heart. He was certainly very disapproving of Pei-shi disrupting military training as a student's family member. But unfortunately, he couldn't do much about it for a while. Just now, Principal Sun sent him a short message, and after learning about the situation from him, he told him not to easily start a conflict with the other party, and that this teenager called Pei-shi might be a S-class powerhouse of spiritual power that had fully entered the mature stage. S-class spiritual power, and not just a growth stage, but a true master who had already reached maturity. Even though Zhao Lin had been through the storm for a long time, he felt his heart and mind shake at this moment. One should know that since the upper limit of mental power was more difficult to raise than physical quality, the entire human federation had not yet reached 2 digits in the number of S-class powerhouses on the surface. If a big brother like this is determined to intervene in a small military training, then they obviously can't do anything with him. The other side of the communication. After sending a brief message to the instructor leading the group, Sun Lingye remained standing by the window, overlooking the central military school that he had put his heart and soul into for many years. Was the sudden accident of a previously unheard of S-ranked powerhouse really just to serve as a bodyguard for a girl? Peilan, what secrets does this girl who suddenly appeared and was able to cure mental mania have on her? Was his decision really the right one? Would it bring danger to the future of the Central Military Academy? Or even the entire human federation? Sun Lingye took the spiritual power that made him feel as terrifying as the annihilating cannon as Hirian's, not realizing that the real annihilating cannon was Peilan, who was invited by him as a heavenly healing system. Back to the military training side. The instructors were already not too optimistic about this session of the military training cup. After all, with such a big brother standing on the spot, I'm afraid that the kids from the other departments wouldn't dare to make a move against the military command department that Peilan was in at all. Right? That way they wouldn't be able to properly observe these kids' practical combat abilities. However, the facts soon told him not to worry about that at all. The military training cup was held in the mountains behind the school where they used to do cross-country training. After 2 months of training, the group of freshmen looked decent, and basically all of them hid after being randomly dropped into the middle of the mountains and forests, carefully searching for their own departmental organizations and waiting for the opportunity to attack the hostile other departments. Just a few students from the Department of Warfighter Operations were plotting out loud in one of the squads being followed by a certain stealth camera. Captain, I just spotted Pei Elan from the Military Command Department. She seems to be following. Should we go around her and stay away from it? The boy who had been elected temporary captain smacked his teammate hard on the head. Hating it. No, you wimped out just because her brother warned you? Anymore. As a military student, strength is hard, so what if she goes to her parents? Could the parents still take her place in classes and training? It's a battlefield now. And since we have Peilan as a weak point, we should use this as a breakthrough and then take down the entire military command department team. Anyway, just take the laser marker gun and casually mark her vitals. It's not hurting her. Is her brother going to come after us for this? The teammates around him were basically convinced by him and were pumping their fists, looking like they had completely disregarded Hirian's warning. Temporary command room for military training. The instructors felt the terrifying pressure emanating from the expressionless blonde teenager, and they all pinched a cold sweat for these bold student pups. I was afraid you guys were timid before, but now I see that you are really tigers. Or are you so new to the academy that you don't know which level of bigwigs you've just been warned by? If you're not reasoned with, the military academy won't even be able to protect you. However, among the crowd of heavy-faced instructors, Kane suddenly laughed out loud. Good. Very spirited. That's our Central Military Academy students. The others glared at him. However, in fact, the instructors' hearts did feel very relieved. At the very least, the freshmen they brought up had a bit of the quality of defiance in them, and had already reached the qualifications to become a qualified soldier in terms of bravery. At this moment, they are highly concerned about this single combat team. By the little brother Dragon Robe as the captain of the flat head of the male heart a little apprehensive, carefully looked at the team of tall and cold girl a glance. Sister Shang, what do you think? In addition to Peilan, who was said to have an S-class spiritual power level in their term, but since she had never been seen making a move there were already many who doubted it. Shang Dushan was the most prestigious of them all. Out of all the new students whose physique and mental strength were generally between B+ and A, she was the only one whose mental strength and physique had reached the A+ level, and there were even rumors that her physique was still growing, and that after she passed her growth period, she would most likely reach the S level. With such a character, in theory, the captain of their single combat department should be Shang Yushang. However, Shang Yushang herself refused to be the commander, so this kind of good thing could only fall on her head. Shang Yushang didn't even look at him. I'm fine with both. The others then breathed a sigh of relief. They knew that Shang Yushang seemed to have gotten close to Peilan recently, and they were worried that she wouldn't be able to lay her hands on her. But now it seemed that victory was indeed what mattered most. In the corner where no one could see, a trace of worry flashed through Shang Yushang's glazed pupils containing ice. In the past, their training was all combined, basically mixing the various departments together before dividing them into different squads for unified training, which was why she was able to spend a long time with Peilan, the military command department, as the single combat department. But now, she can't be there for Elan, although she knew that Peilan, like her, was also a military student capable of suffering. Shang Yushang was still uncontrollably a little worried. Over this period of time, Peilan's little progress, she had seen it in her eyes, and had a feeling of watching her own sister grow up. Very gratified, but she also knew deep down that with Peilan's current level, it still wasn't enough to reach the average level of the military school. If it is hit directly and out of the game, it is okay. If other students do not know the importance of Peilan, really will be injured. Concerned, at this moment, she had long since put behind her the S-class rumors she had heard from Senior G earlier. After all, it was true that Peilan hadn't had much opportunity to use her spiritual power during this period of time, and they had only seen her soft and weak physique. However, no matter what thoughts were held in this one-man combat squad, they would soon learn that not only was Hirian a bigot, but Peilan herself was the bigot of bigots. In the middle of the jungle, the tree shadows are so dense that you basically have to be careful not to see anyone in the blink of an eye. However, the single combat department per capita Hawkeye, but do not have to worry about this problem. A whole squad silently followed Peilan, intending to wait until after the right place to take her out first. Of course, if the guy had the luck to lead them to a student in the same department, it would be a happy ending for all. Straight up, Peilan really wasn't quite the same as before anymore. Although she still looked like she had to gasp after 2 steps, she was walking very fast, and they were relatively slow to stay hidden, and several times they almost lost them. The leading boy was simply so annoyed that he couldn't wait to stop fishing and take Peilan down first, but every now and then, she would suddenly slow down, giving them another hope of following. Just like that, Shang Yushan was the first to sense that something was wrong. How did she feel? Like the whole squad was slipping? Only just upgrading a thought. A perfect spot appeared in front of him, with hillsides on both sides, perfect for an ambush. The leading boy's eyes lit up and he immediately made a few hand gestures, signaling his teammates to touch the front with him to form a flanking position. Shang Yushan's shooting was also good, so this temporary captain placed her on the high ground and put her in charge of long-range support. Of course, there are actually some of his own considerations behind the scenes that he can't talk about. Shang Yushan's physique is better than his, and her physical skills are also stronger than his. He knows that the instructors and even some teachers are now watching their performance, and worrying that Shang Yushan will steal his limelight. He arranged for her to do the most inconspicuous and difficult to excel in the division of labor. Originally, he was a bit tormented after making this decision, but then on second thought, who made Shang Dushan usually always have a cold face, and also refused to deal with them more. Instead, he always followed a few losers from other departments, so he couldn't be blamed for not remembering his companion's friendship in this situation. This temporary captain's small mind could not be hidden from Shang Yushang at all. She snorted. She came from the Shang family of the Central Galaxy, and she had usually seen countless plots and tricks, but she never thought that she wouldn't be able to hide from the small minds of her classmates even after coming to the Central Military Academy. But even so, she still held on to a bit of camaraderie from the same camp and reminded, "Be careful, not only can you find that side suitable for an ambush, but so can the others." The temporary captain just waved his hand at her, signaling that he knew, and then led the other 4 over with him. On the other hand, Peilan had stopped at some point. She seemed to be feeling a bit tired, and took out the high-density solid water from the space nexus she carried with her, and gulped it down, which made her feel that her dry mouth was relieved a bit. She looked exhausted already, her face steaming and sweating like a pig, and no one would have suspected that she was now at the bottom of her stamina and desperately in need of rest. When the temporary captain arrived on the small slope behind her with 2 of his team members, it was a genuine moment of feeling like he could take this head off right away. But who knew that the next second, the laser marker gun was against the back of his head. "Freeze! If you know what's good for you, hurry up and tell us where the rest of your teammates are!" Exclamation point. The makeshift captain's eyes widened and his body froze, and in the next second he remembered that he should have used the physical skills he had learned to break free of his opponent's gunlock at this moment, who only just moved when the man behind him fired without hesitation. A shiny silver mark appeared on the back of his head. Dang Ku, Department of Warfighter, and temporary leader of this squad, was out. Several other members of the team were out one after the other, and the military command students who had managed to eliminate them blew out their rifles with a cool look on their faces. "It's okay if you don't want to say where your companion is. We'll find her." "You." Denka stared blankly at the 3 military command students who had surrounded him, and then at Peilan, who was walking towards this side with unerring precision, and suddenly reacted. "Is she the bait you threw out?" "It wasn't thrown out," the girl with the dark green curly hair corrected. "It was Iron who volunteered to be the bait. She said she must be able to attract a lot of people over since she just looks so weak. After she lures them over, we'll take them out. In fact, you guys are already the second wave she lured over." Denka simply could not believe that he had been so easily tricked and was out of the game early. How could he still perform well in front of the instructors and teachers? It was all because of this damn Peilan. If it wasn't for her, How could she have gotten out so early? A trace of resentment flashed through Dengke's eyes. And even though he was clearly out of the game, the moment Pei Yilan walked over, he still ran towards her with his laser marker gun raised. Meanwhile, not far away, Shang Deception Frost looked at his indisputable teammates and shook his head, then fired 3 shots in a row, each one aimed at the military command department other than Pei Yilan. Only after she had finished shooting did she realize that Dengke was different, and her face changed drastically. Hurry up and stop. This is against the rules. Dengke wouldn't care. He was out of the game anyway, and it was a good idea to take one away. Just as his muzzle was about to raise to aim at Pei Yilan's chest, he suddenly heard an extremely soft sigh. The next second, he saw a bit of orange in the dark pupils of those eyes. Subsequently, a huge torrent of spiritual energy suddenly erupted from the young girl's body, instantly sweeping through his brain area and directly rushing all of his brain into a blank. In the temporary command room, boom! Seeing Dengke's shameless behavior, the instructors' faces were ugly. Zhao Lin even revealed a touch of disgust. The enrollment of the Central Military Academy is really not as good as it has been for a year now. Even if we didn't manage to snatch the only freshman with an S-class physique this time, how did we recruit this kind of goods in as well? Kane lazily raised an eyebrow and smiled. It was the only instructor who seemed relaxed. Don't say that either. A soldier is never too deceitful. Deng is also reminding Pei that next time, we must not let our guard down before the enemy actually ties their hands. You, Zhao Lin looked at Kane incredulously. I don't know if it was his illusion. Since returning to his alma mater, he always felt that this old friend was getting stranger and stranger, and nowadays he could even say such words. But he was so dumb that he really didn't know how to retort. Shirian didn't care about the strife between the humans behind him, just a cold face, staring at the image projected in front of him. It wasn't until he noticed that Dunkel's movements had stopped, sensed the queen's mental power, and knew that no one could hurt her, that his face eased a bit. However, there was still some gloom in his heart. If the queen still insisted on attending the Central Military Academy, then there was always a time when he had no way of taking account of. Damn it, can't you find a way to stay by the queen's side all the time? It was obvious that he was there, but the queen still needed to do it herself. It was simply a failure that could not be tolerated as a subordinate. Just as he was calculating in his mind what he could do to keep protecting the queen's side, and whether he needed to threaten the principal of the Central Military Academy, the other instructors behind him weren't so calm when they saw this scene. Kane looked puzzled for a moment, then returned to his lazy grin. Looks like we all underestimated Pei-san. He tapped his fingernails lightly on the desktop, and thought about the strange sensation he had just felt, and the ensuing storm of psychic energy caused by Pei Shi. Can it be that the Pei siblings would choose to make such a high-profile debut in order to cover up the real one hidden behind Pei Shi? In the follow-up footage, Deng let out a moan of pain. Aside from the fact that the bug races had a natural mental bond with each other, for other intelligent races, being invaded by unfamiliar mental power in the brain domain was an extremely painful process, because they will always feel a foreign sense of repulsion. But the intruder, if the spiritual power is stronger, they can do nothing but feel a little bit of what it's like to have something unfamiliar take over the brain area. So there was once someone who put forward the idea that spiritual invasion is comparable to spiritual rape. And now, it was this terrible taste that Dengke was feeling. The gentle orange glow can also turn into a tsunami torrent at a moment's notice, all depending only on the whim of its owner. But Pei Yilan had just used too much spiritual energy to help Shirian and slightly overconsumed it. So this time, she didn't choose to materialize her spiritual energy and directly lift the person off the ground, but instead, she chose to invade the enemy's brain area and take control of his spiritual source. The young girl's brows were lowered, her expression serious but not nervous, as if she was just doing what she could. Not the magic power that others could never do in their lives. As if she was treating those black threads, she patiently used her spiritual power to push away all of Dengke's spiritual power that was still resisting, and with irresistible greatness, she swallowed Dengke's spiritual source little by little, and, almost at the same time, along with a subtle fluctuation, all of the marking lasers that had originally been shot by Shang Dushan were blocked in the air. The marking lasers without any lethality gradually dissipated in the air, causing several other military command students to be alarmed. If it wasn't for Pei Yilan's mental barrier blocking it down, they wouldn't have even realized that they were being targeted. The moment Dengke's spiritual source was completely wrapped by the orange ball of light, he only felt that even his mind had stopped and was completely controlled by someone else. Now, immediately drop your weapons and get out of here with your partner. You're out. Dengke's eyes darted about, fear abounding in them. He tried with all his might to resist the menacing voice in his head, but his body dropped the laser marker gun onto the grass uncontrollably, and almost in the same hand, he stumbled off in step after a few of his other companions. Looking at his back, Pei Yilan withdrew her gaze, and at the same time, withdrew her mental power. However, the order she had just given was still valid and would last until Deng Ke left the grounds completely. Shang Yushang did not hesitate to leave with his gun on his back when he realized that he had not scored a single hit. She didn't try to rescue the companions. Her mind flashed back to Pei Yilan's eyes that were glittering with orange light just now, and her heart trembled slightly. Was this Pei Yilan's true strength? It seemed that the friend she had her eye on not only had extraordinary perseverance and rapid physical progress, but wasn't even a weakling in the eyes of the world from the start. Mental barrier. Mental manipulation. Kane scared as he counted the abilities Pei Yilan had shown so far. This is not something that an ordinary student can do, even if it's an expert who has been immersed in the spiritual power path for many years. I'm afraid that the ability to perform it can't be done as easily as Pei's, right? What they didn't know was that this was still the result of Pei Yilan having already consumed a great deal previously. Jolin was now in an irritable mood at the sound of Kane's voice. He said in a cold voice, obviously, there is a reason why Principal Sun is willing to special recruit her here. We have to admit that there are just geniuses that exist in this world. Forget about this for now. Deng Ke has violated the rules. According to the regulations, we have to send him for disciplinary action, and we can't give him a certificate of completion for military training. I'll go and bring student Deng to the discipline office to inquire about the treatment plan. Emily, the female instructor with calm eyebrows, took the initiative to step forward. She walked toward the door, pausing slightly in her steps as she passed Kane standing against the wall. There's nothing inherently wrong with being a soldier, but this is a military school. The state has its own laws and the school has its own rules. Student Deng's behavior has violated the basic rules of this game. The nature is completely different. Please don't confuse the concept. Everyone froze for a moment before reacting to the fact that she was refuting Kane's earlier remark about soldiers not being afraid. While Deng Ke was about to face disciplinary action, Pei Yilan was being surrounded by students from her own department. Oh my god, Yilan, you were too handsome just now. A brown-haired teenager with a few freckles on his face looked at Pei Yilan with shock and admiration, as if for the first time he knew that there was such a big brother in his department. Their original perception of Pei Yilan was that she was a weak but hard-working interloper. Nothing to comment on. Ignore mainly. Normally, she didn't show her face, and they had never seen how strong the legendary S-rank spirit power that could be specially recruited was. It was only now that they realized the thigh was clearly dangling right in front of their eyes, but they were too late to hug it hard. Obviously in the same department, it was logical that the proximity should have made a good impression on the big brother a long time ago, but the truth was that they only had the chance to get along well now. Why are they so slow? Why are they so reluctant to believe that the wise principal's special enrollment in must be a bigot? Pei Yilan didn't care about the change in her classmates' attitude towards her. She frowned as if she was thinking about something very important, somewhat discouraging the students around her who had wanted to thank her for saving their nearly eliminated selves. After a while, she spoke slowly. I came late and didn't hear the requirements for this competition. Did the instructor say if I could use my mental powers? I'm not going to violate the rules. Am I? Others. How did you manage to be so strong and so contrarian? Big brother, dare I say you haven't used your mental powers before just because you were worried about violating the rules? Once Pei Yilan knew that mental power could be used in this match, we were bound to lose. Military Training Cup for all freshmen except Military Command faculty. A few students from the Military Command Department followed Pei Yilan as they slowly looked around in the mountains and forests, joining in if they were from their own department, and sending those who weren't from their own department to be eliminated from the field. With a murderous weapon on earth like Pei Yilan, no tactics matter. Just directly crush and push flat all the way. One or two of the students they caught midway through the program were able to attend the Central Military Academy and were usually held up as the pride of the world. But of course there were those who tried to resist. However, no one who took out their spiritual power and touched Pei Yilan could still entertain the thought of resistance after that. No one. After feeling the spiritual power that Pei Yilan released that was so huge that it was like a sea of stars, and then feeling the small fountain in his own body, the students who originally wanted to resist silently put away their spiritual power, directly raising their hands in surrender. Don't you just want to send them to be eliminated? Just eliminate them directly. Don't bother using mental power to invade. If they had a choice, no one wanted to let unfamiliar mental power invade their brain area. So after feeling that their feeble resistance was simply as exaggerated as a drop of water trying to fight against the ocean, the few remaining pricks chose to obediently bind their hands. Yu Zhou of the logistics department's technical class was crying his face off when he was found by the invincible Pei Yilan. We're so close, can't you leave me alone? Pei Yilan was very good at talking. Good let you off the hook. Really? Originally, it was just a habitual skin. Never thought there would be such a gain. Yu Zhou jumped up in excitement. Even the red hair on his head branched out. In order not to let his friend down with such good intentions, he turned his head and tried to run, only to have dozens of guns pointed at him behind him. Pei-Elan smiled and patted his shoulder. I can spare you, but the rest of our department shouldn't agree to spare you. Giving your all in a race is the best way to honor your friends. And that's something she understands. By the time the pandemonium was over, minus a few students who were particularly capable of hiding, the military command department had basically been wiped out. The instructor was also quite helpless at such a result. Who would have thought that Pei-Elan, who could only drag her feet in everyone's eyes initially, was actually the real killer? Originally, Zhao Lin had the intention to limit it, thinking that the others in the military command department had the suspicion of paddling, but then he thought that this made it look like they were specifically targeting Pei-Elan and couldn't afford to play, so he stopped. And so the pandemonium ended in a dramatic and unprecedented way. The camp that ended up winning was actually the military command department. This freshman class of commanders simply raised their eyebrows. You know, due to the difference in physical quality, their department had never won the freshman cup. In other words, this term of theirs had achieved a feat that their elder brothers and sisters had never done before. Although it relied on Pei-Elan to crunch and kill alone, it was still a win. If before this, they had a slight problem with the fact that they were going to have a classmate with such a delicate body, now they had completely accepted Pei-Elan. People's spiritual power is so strong. What's wrong with being a little weak? The big deal is that they will pull Pei-Elan along with them to exercise more in the future, not seeking to be upgraded to the same awesome point as the spiritual power. Can be upgraded to be barely qualified is also good compared to the complacency of the command department, which had picked up a treasure. The other departments just basically looked like they had been hit too hard. The seniors had said that they were probably the only freshman class to let the command department win. It was so humiliating. Nowadays, which freshmen still do not know a few seniors and sisters so soon? The news of the command department's unprecedented win in the freshman cup spread throughout the entire Central Military Academy. And along with it, along with the public's knowledge, there was also the special enrollment that was just as unprecedented as the aforementioned news. Pei-Elan. Pei-Elan? Is that the legendary guy who has an S rank in spiritual potential but only a C in physique? It sounds like she can already skillfully manipulate her spiritual power. A very powerful schoolmate. Come on, no matter what, her physique of only C is too wasted. She can't even withstand ordinary compression. Could it be that the enemy will still give her time to change her protective clothing after going into battle in the future? Ji Xingze was still happily listening in front of him, but he was not happy to hear this. Pei-Elan was the schoolmate who defeated him, so stepping on Pei-Elan was somehow stepping on him as well. Look at what you're saying. If you have the ability to go in front of school sister Pei and say it, see if she doesn't directly spiritually crush you. Everyone else looked at Ji Xingze in surprise, especially those juniors. Before, Ji Xingze was obviously so repulsive to Pei-Elan, but since being defeated by her he was like a different person, and became Pei-Elan's aggressive fanboy? Regardless of how these older siblings viewed Pei-Elan in their hearts, but at the very least after passing the freshman cup, Pei-Elan had already initially gained a foothold in the Central Military Academy. No one would ever look down on her from the bottom of their hearts and think she was a weakling who came in through the back door again. The military training cup is over, and the next night plus 2 days of the weekend are free time for this group of freshmen. Many students can't wait to leave the campus that has held them for 2 long months and start freely exploring the surrounding areas. However, Shang Yushang and Yuzhou didn't rush out of the school gates, but stayed where they were. It has been waiting until Pei-Elan came out on the flank of the command department students, and then said goodbye to them one by one. And finally only Pei-Elan was left alone, and only then did the two of them surrounded, and then were blocked by Shirian. Shirian physically separated the queen from the two humans, glaring at them at first, then giving Pei-Elan a coy smile. Let's go back. Pei-Elan glanced a little hesitantly at the deliberately ignored duo next to her. Brother Pei-Shi, I would like to invite 2 friends to our home. Is that okay? Shireen, who thought she could finally stick it to the queen at night. No can do. Is that how you look at the queen? In the middle of Hirian's room, the roar of the silver-haired man's projection that dared not to be suffocated literally resonated in every corner of the room. Leandre was simply in pain. When he called the queen just now he was only connected for a few seconds. The queen stated that she was entertaining a friend right now and didn't have the time. She would call back later. And then she hung up. Disconnected. Got it. Leandre couldn't believe it. Leandre was very heartbroken. In the past, as long as Pei-Elan had returned to this temporary home, then no matter what time Leandre called, she would gladly accept it. Her life had been simple and regular, and with little to do since her return. There were only a few people she could contact back and forth, so talking to Leandre took up the bulk of her time. And now, having his time to talk to the queen curtailed because of those so-called human friends was simply intolerable. The bugs had a possessive desire for the queen from instinct. All hated the fact that the queen would only set her sights on their own, and then again only the bugs within the clan could compete. There had never been a precedent of the queen staying in the territory of a foreign clan for an extended period of time. Successive queens have been vaulted by the bugs from the time they were in the egg in the most lavish and heavily guarded palaces on the main planet. However, Peilan was different from the start. She had always been in exile, and had come into contact with surprisingly more outsiders than the bug race. This was simply dancing on the bottom line of Leandre's patience. They bugs didn't even have enough of a share of the queen's favor within themselves. When was it a human's turn to approach the queen? Why was he, as the queen's first recognized and most loyal subordinate? Now he couldn't stand by the queen's side, but the humans were able to talk and laugh around her? Hirian, you just watched the queen grow closer to the humans? Leandre was simply mad with jealousy. Just because he was now free of his mental mania didn't mean that he was any less mild-mannered than he used to be. Gentleness and patience are for the queen, and fury is the true synonym of poisonous coldstorm. Hirian coldly watched his ugly face of jealousy and silenced him with the words, "The queen is pleased." He tilted his head slightly, staring out at the wide-open door of the room. Since his return, he hadn't closed the door to his room tightly anymore, and had even fixed the light in his room, so it was no longer pitch black and there was light in there again. Because he no longer needed to close himself off with darkness. He had set up a barrier with his mental power, and their voices wouldn't reach the outside, but he was able to hear the laughter coming from downstairs. The queen had a really good time with these two friends. The queen had never laughed so heartily, at least with him so far. Leandre, who was about to go crazy, calmed down for a second. The corners of his eyes drooped a little, and he pursed his lips, and I don't know what came over his brain, but he had a sad expression on his face. I see. The queen is still too lonely alone in a foreign land. Damn, it's all because of the damn Divino. If he hadn't been dragging me around to deal with all sorts of chores, how come I didn't have the time to see the queen until now? His eyes were again filled with anger against various bad things and heartache for Peilan, and the golden pupils of his eyes were dimmed. In that case, those humans were able to make the queen happy, so that makes them somewhat valuable. With that, he looked at Hirian again, the vulnerability in his eyes all but withdrawn into a scowl tinged with resentment and malice. Seeing as you're in this state, there shouldn't be any need to worry about you turning on the queen. I only have one thing to ask: keep me well by the queen's side until I return to her. Leandre knew what had probably happened as soon as he saw how Shireen looked now. For the dark and heavy cocoon that had once wrapped around Hirian was gone, and the expression on his face was calm and serene, the kind of reassurance that only came from delivering all of his faith to the queen of his heart, just like himself. His current mood was a bit contradictory. Both a kind of loss of the treasure originally known only to himself had been discovered by others again, but more still, he was relieved that the queen had a reliable guardian by her side again. Of course, he was also jealous of Hirian, who was able to remain by the queen's side during this time. So, when he rejoined the queen's side, he must squeeze him out, to show the queen that he was the most reliable. They exchanged a few more words about what they should do next to turn the tide against the queen throughout the higher bugs, and then hung up. Apart from the queen, a shared belief, there was not much to say between them per se. Once the room was quiet again, Hirian lowered her eyes, her overgrown lashes casting a beautiful vulnerability underneath her pale lids for no apparent reason, as if the hunter was disguising weakness to lure the prey that thought it was the hunter over to her. He was also a normal insectoid, and he was jealous. Obviously at one time he and the queen were the only two people in this house, but now the quiet human had come in and was attracting the queen's attention. But he was not like that mad dog Leandre. He would just be kind and stay in his room, silently waiting for the queen to turn her attention back to him again after the hubbub. After all, he'd won so much more than the other bugs. The queen has left an eternal flower in his spiritual source, compared to some mad dog who could only bark at the main planet. Even if he couldn't be by the queen's side for a while now, the queen was there for him in another way. Shireen? Shireen? Peilan's anxious voice rang in her ears. Hirian blinked his turquoise eyes and snapped out of it, only to realize that Peilan had come up at some point and was looking at him with a worried expression. Queen, what brings you up here? He could sense that the two humans were still down there and hadn't left. Peilan blinked and pursed her lips. Because I don't want to let Shireen stay upstairs alone. Speaking of which, Deception Frost and Swimming Boat actually want to get to know my Peishi brother so please Hirian go down with me to play for a while. Can you? Peilan blinked her eyes and looked at him, a hint of anticipation and apprehension showing in her eyes. Today, for the first time, Hirian had volunteered to come out of her room, and had helped to get her to the south playground, and she was grateful, and even secretly hoped in her mind that maybe her relationship with Hirian could break the ice. But for some reason, when she came back, Hirian's face was hard. It instantly reminded her of a time when Hirian had treated her badly, and for a moment she didn't quite dare to speak to him. Upon his return, Hirian went upstairs, just as he had done before, to his room, without communicating with the outside world. It made her lose her mind a bit. Could it be that the feeling that Shireen had changed or something was just her delusion? Shang Yushan could see Pei Yilan's absent-mindedness and took the initiative to ask what had happened. Pei Yilan couldn't say anything else, but only said vaguely that her brother usually always smothered himself in his room and refused to come out, and she was worried that he was suffocating. Shang Yushan scrutinized Pei Yilan's dejected expression and suddenly smiled. It turns out that Yilan, who stuck to herself the first time they met, would also have someone she was afraid to face. She gave Pei Yilan a gentle shove. Then bring your brother down here and talk with us for a while. Keep him in a lively environment and he should slowly get much better. Don't worry, he won't reject you. Alan. Shang Yushan's light-colored eyes seemed to be able to penetrate her heart that longed to be loved and was afraid of being hurt. All this way, he's been watching you. Shireen. Been watching me? All the way upstairs. Pei Yilan's heart was in turmoil, seemingly flashing through many thoughts, and seemingly thinking of nothing at all. The long flight of steps almost exhausted her courage. It even occurred to her that what if Hirian preferred to be left alone? Wouldn't it be ridiculous, then, for her to presume to come over to him? However, when Pei Yilan saw the door of the room that was wide open, and Hirian, who was white and glowing in the faint light, her heart instantly settled. There was no mistaking it. There was a loneliness that lingered in Hirian, like his own self at the very beginning when he hadn't yet blended in with his surroundings. She didn't know what the old Hirian thought, but the current Hirian was lonely and shouldn't want to be alone all the time. So, bravely and apprehensively, she reached out to Hirian once more. Shireen froze in that moment, a flicker of bemusement flashing across the turquoise pupils of her eyes. In any case, he hadn't expected the queen to be willing to extend her hand to him once again after the transgressions he had committed. If it was just to save him this afternoon, what about this time? What on earth could he have done to meet such a fire suddenly flared up in Hirian's icy chest, almost on the verge of burning him out. He didn't know where the fire started and how to extinguish it. In fact, he didn't want it to go out, because the dancing flames brought warmth to even his cold body. He didn't even know what he should do for a moment, and could only grab Pei Yilan's hand violently the moment her eyes were about to dim. The moment his hands folded, he let out a sigh of contentment. Never let go again. Queen. Hirian looked straight into those dark eyes. He vaguely remembered that the former queen's eyes were a light silver color, seemingly holy, but they had brought him endless blood and plague. And now, in front of him, these eyes, dark as the deepest night, were dense with light and hope. Thank you for everything, for being steadfast in your approach to me from the beginning. I'm sorry for hurting you like that before and for not having the courage to apologize to you until now. Just apologizing is certainly not enough, and from now on, he will bet his life on embracing the queen. Pei Yilan was stunned for a second, and a brighter smile bloomed on her face. That's okay, Shireen gave me a ride to the playground today, and I have you to thank for that too. Under the stairs. Make up. Definitely made up. Yuho's voice was certain. In fact, it really wasn't that they were so lewd as to actively pry into other people's family affairs, but because just now Hirian's mind was shaken. The mental barrier that he had originally maintained disappeared, and with the two of them at the level of physique they were naturally able to easily hear the stairway left open, and the sound of the conversation in the room. But they didn't hear much more than a thank you loop. But, they are better, but I think I'm going to be bad. Yuho covered his stomach, already starting to get an early stomach ache, with a miserable look on his face. Ilan's brother is really scary. If he really comes down later, I feel like I won't dare to speak. Shang Yushang rolled her eyes. Goons. Pei's side of the family was happy. While just a short distance from here in a rather hidden room, a footstep came, and the black-clad man sitting in the room didn't raise his head. Is there anything new to tell me from the Central Military Academy? That's not true. The visitor had blonde hair, though unlike the brilliant blonde of the hierarchy, it was somewhat darker in color. The visitor sat casually on the couch and smiled. Just feel free to rest assured. Our actions are very stealthy. Absolutely no one will be able to detect it in advance. Then what are you doing here this time? I warned you. Right. Nothing less contact me. If because you caused the operation to slip. Don't be so cold. At least you're considered a companion. The visitor casually took a paper book, which was extremely rare in the interstellar era, and casually flipped through a few pages. I've heard that those higher bugs have been called back to the main planet so frequently lately that some suspect they're planning another foreign conquest. True to form, they're the only race that's still navigating under the onslaught of the star beasts. That has nothing to do with our plans and won't get in the way. If that's what you're talking about, you can go now. The man in black gave his expulsion order. Don't. What I really want to talk about is actually this. There's a pretty impressive guy inside the freshman class this time around. You do realize that, right? It's not that little girl from the Shang family. It's another little girl who's equally cute, but she's quite brutal with her spirit power. The black-clothed man's voice was devoid of emotion. So what? Even if she is strong, can she be better than those monsters? The man laughed again. Indeed, I should have been overly concerned. Then let's wait for your performance. I'll go back first. After the blonde guy left, the man in black suddenly snapped his eyes open and murmured, "Is Pei Elan a newborn S-class powerhouse? When the time comes, let's bury her with the highest standards." The conversation taking place on this side of the room went largely unnoticed, witnessed only by the surging undercurrents. The next day, the sun rose as usual in the central galaxy, as the galaxy that gathers the most powerful people, nostalgic for a home planet they can no longer return to. They have capriciously created a sun that is said to be identical to the Milky Way in which their home planet is located, and as such, it is the galaxy with the most regular day and night. It was on this sunny weekend that Pei Elan learned the good news. Lian, are you really coming over soon? Well, I'll be able to return to the Queen soon. The silver-haired insectoid had no idea where he was at the moment. The background was dark, but it didn't affect his soaring mood at all. Pei Elan was affected by her and also unconsciously smiled. Her smile was so bright and relaxed, without the faint cloud that had always pressed between her brows before. Leandre looked stunned for a moment. Noticing that Leandre had stopped talking, Pei Elan put away her smile and said suspiciously, "What's wrong, Lean?" The silver-haired insect race on the opposite side suddenly jerked back a few steps as if they were frightened. The silver hair pouring down his face hid the hint of a blush on his cheeks. "Nothing, it's just that it feels like the Queen has been really nice lately." "Ah, of course the Queen is always nice. I mean, you seem to be really happy lately." As he said this, he suddenly felt a twinge in his heart. When he still stayed by the Queen's side, she always had a faint depression building up on her brow even when she smiled. However, after going to the Central Military Academy of the Human Federation, the Queen seemed to have lifted her burden at once, and no longer could she see a trace of gloom. He was happy for such a queen, and at the same time uncontrollably a little lost, and of course more than anything else, he blamed himself. How could he be so jealous of Hirian and those humans? They were clearly the ones who made the Queen laugh so heartily. There's credit in this for Leland O. Just as Leandre's mood was getting lower and lower, Pei Elan's voice easily pulled his thoughts back again. Leandre looked up, staring blankly at the soft face of the girl in front of him, his golden pupils flashing vaguely with a bright light. Pei Elan locked eyes with him, her voice soft but firm. "I've been very happy ever since I realized that Lean no longer hates me and is willing to treat me as family." Lean, after all, was the first member of her family in the world to acknowledge her and regain intimacy with her. It was because of him that she had more confidence to face Shireen's indifference. "Queen." Leandre's eyes of there are golden broken light. In the gathering more and more gathered. Gradually it is covered with a layer of water mist. He forced himself to resist the urge to shed a tear in front of the Queen. That would just be too unreliable. How could he convince the Queen that he was a reliable subordinate? But the waves of his heart rose higher and higher, not at all restrained by reason, pounding wildly against his pulse, pouring searing molten plasma into his bloodstream, making his whole body shudder and boil just for the Queen. Every day since he decided to serve the Queen, he had been celebrating how fortunate he was to have met Pei Elan, and just today, just moments ago, after the Queen had laughed at how much of his presence he used to make her happy, that emotion surged like never before, and gradually another, stranger feeling grew out of it. It was really strange. It felt like my chest was swollen and full, as if honey and sourness were constantly spilling out of it. Leandre covered his chest in some bewilderment, wondering what was wrong with him. Why did he, who had always been good at patience, not even want to wait a moment, only wanting to return to the Queen's side immediately? Leandre bowed his head, unaware of how soft the expression on his face had become, almost completely unrecognizable. He was about to continue exchanging words with the Queen when he suddenly gave a start, and the originally soft golden light in his eyes went cold. "What are you doing here?" Pei Elan looked at Leandre's projection with some bewilderment. The essence of this projection call was to project the image of the person standing in front of the light brain on the other side to another person. So when a new person stood in front of the projected field, new particles of light appeared in front of Pei Elan's eyes, gradually sketching out the image of another man. Pei Elan's breathing paused for a split second and slowly resumed. Black crushed hair, navy blue pupils, and a face that always wore what seemed like a very pleasant smile, but the eyes always sank into something gray and unknown when they reached out. It's Aveino. The family that gave Pei Elan a head-on blow when she was full of expectations was unwilling to recognize her. "Yo, it's the Queen. I was wondering who Lean was talking to." The smile on Aveino's face widened by a few points, and he casually waved his hand at Pei Elan as if in greeting. Pei Elan nodded a little stiffly, and said formally, "Hello, Aveino." The atmosphere seemed to freeze into ice all of a sudden, and the difference between the relaxed and cozy atmosphere just now was simply heaven and earth. As if he didn't feel the pressure he was putting on the Queen, Avino had a meaningful light in his eyes. Don't be so nervous, Queen. I don't intend to do anything to you, it's just that I just happened to be going over to the Human Federation recently to do a little bit of interesting stuff. And remembered that the Queen was there as well. So I just stopped by to take a look. The Queen won't be unwelcoming me, right? Peilan reflexively tried to shake her head, then suddenly hesitated for a moment and heartily nodded instead. Avino. The fake smile that had been practiced to perfection froze on his face for the first time. What does the Queen mean? Is he really not welcome? His gaze took on a bit of a probing quality. Leandre had changed, and so had the Queen. He wasn't sure if the change was good or bad, for some reason. However, he suddenly remembered that the last time he had seen the Queen, she had flung herself expectantly into his arms and looked at him with an intimate and thirsty look, but soon the intimacy was gone, and now those dark eyes looked at him with nothing but strangeness. No, and perhaps a little resistance. Avino blinked, a dark flash of displeasure surfacing in what should have appeared to be an all-encompassing, expansive blue color. He felt like a child who had been betrayed, whose buddies had agreed to hate someone together, only to sneak around behind their backs to brush up on their favor. That's not good. His mind had already turned 100 times in a flash of lightning. However, Avino still looked like he had no heart on his face. Then I'll harangue the Queen then. Queen, ignore him. I won't let him bother you. Leandre's patience had reached its limit. After he quickly said goodbye to Peilan, he turned off the projected communication and lowered his head, not saying a word at first. Swish! The sharp blade of the foot almost cut the air in two, accompanied by the sound of breaking air. Belonging to the poison-cold storm of the snowy sharp weapon had already viciously slashed at Avino. Don't be so fiery. Averno sensed the slightest movement and, with a short stance, rolled on the ground to avoid the blow. Still, a very thin line of blood was drawn across his cheek, and chills soon rose from the wound. He casually wiped a bead of oozing blood with his hand, and a vague blue glow flickered as the chill quickly disappeared. Avino glanced thoughtfully at the blood on his hands, and as if remembering something funny, suddenly burst into uncontrollable laughter. Leandre looked at him coldly, accustomed to the madness of his fellow officers. They had all gone mad a long time ago, something he had known for a long time. But, thinking of the smile on Peilan's face and the hesitation when facing Evander, Leandre looked like an enraged beast, and the golden aura in his eyes could almost burn. Avino, I don't care if you're really crazy or not. What do you want? There's only one thing. I'll never let you get a chance to hurt the Queen. Instead of curbing his laughter after hearing Leandre's warning as if it were an oath, Avino laughed even more maniacally. After a while, he stopped laughing. The corners of his mouth still rose, yet his eyes grew darker and darker. Leandre, you know what? You look like the most loyal dog at the Queen's feet right now, and it makes me sick to look at you. Leandre sneered and didn't even bother with him. The moment he turned his head, a hint of disdain passed through his eyes. Stupid Avino, he has no idea how good the Queen is. If you can get the Queen's closeness, what's wrong with being a dog? Imagine kneeling down at her side after becoming the Queen's dog. Then her soft hands would gently stroke his hair. Leandre's face grew redder and redder, eventually burning even at the base of his ears, and a flicker of morbid infatuation flashed in his eyes before he hurriedly suppressed it. Then he remembered Avino's terrible attitude, and his excitement gradually cooled, and there was some concern in his eyes. If he continues like this, will he really be able to make the insect race accept the Queen again and bring her back to the supreme position once again? Among the higher insect clans, the only ones that can currently be confirmed to have pledged allegiance to the Queen are themselves and Shirin, excluding the low-level insect clans and worker ants that have no sense to speak of. The other insect clans that have a little bit of sense hate the Queen's existence to the bone. The only way to turn the situation around will definitely be snuffed out by the insect clan's current consigliere Yaren, and any way you look at it, it's a dead end. Leandre's heart flickered with worry over the current situation of the bugs, but then Peilan's warm smile from when she stayed at the Central Military Academy surfaced, and his heart was relieved. Those humans at the Central Military Academy seemed to have accepted the Queen and were treating her okay, and the Queen was comfortable staying there. Perhaps he didn't need to be obsessed with having to get the Queen back to the main planet to take the throne, as long as she was happy. After this meeting, he'll ask the Queen nicely what she wants. Anyway, no matter what decision Peilan made, he would definitely be by her side. After thinking it through, Leandre exhaled and strutted towards the starship docked on the planet's bare surface. After fast-tracking everything, he had wanted Yaron to just open a teleport and send him to the Queen, but the damn guy had refused after giving him a smirking look and forbidding Greya, who ran the aerodrome, from promising to send him any starships. He had no choice but to use his powerful physical body to travel through the universe, and was currently temporarily landing on an undeveloped planet in order to call Peilan, with the vast universe in the background, which was why it was pitch black. And this Avino guy, as annoying as he was, had at least brought him a starship and had registered the information ahead of time to help him successfully enter the capital planet without attracting the attention of the humans. Thinking like this, the depressed color on Leandre's face is much less, and it is not so repulsive. To Avino, one size does not fit all, and when he sees the queen, he must not leave her alone with Avino, neither physically nor mentally, so that he can't hurt her again. On the other side, the special accommodations at the Central Military Academy. Peilan sneezed several times in a row and managed to get herself surrounded by Hirian's face full of nerves, just to make her a little subdued. Not only did Hirian force her to lie down on the bed, he even brought the food and water up himself. No, Hirian, I feel like I'm actually fine. It should just be that someone misses me. The way she said this, Peilan herself felt a little weak. After all, it sounded like it made no sense at all. She didn't know why she suddenly flashed this idea. However, she felt that she was really fine, even after a day of sufficient rest after frantically developing her body. This time her physical condition was surprisingly better than the peak state of her training, and the mental power that had been consumed too much had recovered after a night plus half a day, so forcing her to lie down is fine. There's really no need to bring her lunch right into the room. It's not like she's too sick to crawl. However, when Hirian gazed at her with those eyes that contained a pool of brimming turquoise water, Peilan somehow couldn't forcefully oppose it. Anyone's heart would soften at the sight of those beautiful eyes that only gazed at you, with one heart and one mind only for you, wouldn't it? In the end, she had no choice but to accept the fact that she was lying in bed pretending to be an invalid, and then tried very hard to take back her basic right to eat. There's really no need to feed. I'm not a child. Hirian, don't you dare. Seeing that the queen was really so resistant to being fed, Hirian had to give up with regret. After handing the bowl over, the teenager propped his chin up and slightly cocked his head, quietly watching Peilan eat. His soft blonde hair was less than proper, and there were tousled ends that were sticking up slightly, and the sunlight that came in through the window jumped on them. He looked practically like an angel. Peilan, already accustomed to the strange words that popped into her head from time to time that didn't fit the interstellar terminology, ate the simmering, soft paste in one olish bite, and then her eyes lit up. It's delicious. On second thought, Peilan usually didn't eat much food. In the past, when he was on the Tiangong Star, apart from Grandmama's cupcakes and buns, the most he ate was the nutrient solution. After coming over here, apart from the meal on the starship, he still only ate the nutrient solution. Peilan wasn't a person who indulged in mouthfuls of food, but of course, it would be great if she could eat good food. Hirian's cheeks blushed slightly as he heard the queen's compliment. His face was already fair, and that blush actually glowed with an attractive sheen under the sunlight. Peilan actually looked dumbfounded for a moment. If the queen likes it, Hirian will often make it for her in the future. She drifted off for a moment before reacting to what Hirian had said, her pale lips slightly parted. Did Shireen make this? Queen, I can make food for you too. Hearing the familiar voice, Peilan's hand holding the bowl trembled slightly and immediately turned her head to look out the window. Leandre, come on. Peilan couldn't think of anything else and immediately placed the bowl on the bedside table, then asked the AI housekeeper to open the window. The moment the transparent material disappeared, the silver-haired insectoid displayed incredible flexibility and leapt into the house at an extremely tricky angle. Queen, only just standing still. He couldn't wait to come to the queen's side, but after getting close he didn't dare to touch the queen, just stood hand and foot, tracing Peilan's face over and over again with his eyes, which erupted into a frenzied light. How many days had it been since I'd seen the queen so close? He didn't know, didn't want to count, because every day away from the queen tormented him, as if he were back to the old days of muddling through his days. Fortunately, this moment filled his heart once again. Peilan's warm smile rose to the corners of her mouth when she saw Leandre. Either way, Leandre was one of the most special family members to her. It was the first one she had ever saved using her powers and was the first to recognize his. And at this moment Leandre was naturally able to discern the pure joy of the queen, and his heart was moved and a little incredulous. He came back with a sense of homecoming, but how could he have imagined that the queen would be so happy to see each other again? After all, the queen had made many friends at the Central Military Academy and had eased her relationship with Hirian. He had thought that he might not be as important to the queen now, and had even secretly lost it when the queen hadn't been on time for her first video call. But now, at the sight of the queen, his heart settled, and he suddenly realized, perhaps, to the queen, he was more important than he thought. There wasn't much to say between the two of them. Peilan wasn't a person who liked to gush, so she only spoke with slight excitement about the very fulfilling time she had spent at the Central Military Academy, and the two best friends she had made. She hadn't said anything about Hirian, because subconsciously she felt that Hirian didn't like letting people know she was in a sorry state. For all she knew, Hirian was actually as high-minded as Leandre, and high-minded people tended to dislike having their affairs proclaimed for all the world to see. But this thoughtful gesture of Peilan's was very unappealing to Hirian. Even those two tiny humans went back and forth several times, but never mentioned themselves. Is it because Leandre is here? Does the queen not see him after Leandre is here? The blonde teenager's eyes, which were flooded with blue waves in the sunlight, darkened slightly, and the original translucent waves of light disappeared, leaving only a pool of dark, stagnant water. He couldn't help but tighten his grip on the tray, almost on the verge of crushing the alloy material hard. The paste he had so carefully simmered for so long on the plate in a delicate little bowl was already a little cold, just like his heart at the moment. Shirian was perhaps the first of all the higher bugs to realize the threatening nature of Leandre. He was simply too dominant, being the first higher bug race that had gained the queen's trust. So there are times when there is an indescribable atmosphere between him and the queen, as if any existence can't interject. An indescribable cynicism grew in him as he watched. Obviously it was just a little more than half a month before him, and he'd been with the queen for half a month. So what made him any better than this guy? Hirian himself couldn't have known better. Although he was still exquisitely beautiful as ever on the outside, he had long since rotted on the inside. It was the queen's light that gave him a breath of fresh air and allowed him to survive, but it also gave him a complete addiction to the drug called Baron. The long-rotted soul relies on the queen for salvation, willingly making her the anchor of all. Once he loses the queen, he rots quickly, destroying himself completely with more devastation than ever before. He didn't want that. Didn't want to have to watch the queen laugh with someone else. If before he would have chosen to suffer in silence alone, then since last night, when the queen had told him that he mattered too, and had pulled him out of a world of being alone, then Hirian had realized he was entitled to fight for it too. There were treacherous waves of light running through Hirian's eyes, but the moment he looked up, all of them disappeared, leaving only a little bit of resignation and sadness that could not be seen in the slightest trace of camouflage. He suddenly stood up violently, purposely letting the tray and bowl in his hands collide to make a sound, attracting Peilan's attention before lowering his head again, making sure to use his most beautiful angle so that Peilan could see his fluttering eyelashes and the aggression in his eyes. Queen, the nutritious meal got a little cold. I'll go make a new one for you. The nutritious meal, already a little cold, and Shireen, who had been left out to dry, both looked as pathetic as ever. Where has Peilan seen this kind of battle? Immediately realized that she had just neglected Shirian, and inexplicably felt a little hard in her heart, not wanting to see Shirian in this state. Why does Hirian need to make a new copy? It doesn't have to be so much trouble, she said as she snatched the bowl with a quick eye. However, Leandre's expression was instantly serious. No way. How can we let the queen eat cold food? If the queen doesn't mind, I'll download the recipe right now and head to the kitchen. I'll definitely be able to make food that meets the queen's taste. What the district cook, Hirian, could learn. How could he, Leandre, not be able to do? Hirian sniffed and his face immediately darkened. A sinister look flashed in his eyes, but considering the queen beside him, it quickly turned again. A timid softness. That's not very good. After all, it's me who's been spending time with the queen lately. Perhaps Leandre doesn't quite understand the queen's current tastes. It's better to let me go, while making it clear that he was the one who was spending time with the queen now, so that Leandre wouldn't get carried away with the little bit of love he had before. He was also subtly eyeballing the queen, stating that he was the worm who knew her preferences the best right now. Leandre was literally on the verge of exploding with anger. Previously, Hirian's impression in his mind had always been that of a quiet, self-absorbed teenager, and although he occasionally heard from other fellow officers that his words were sharp and a bit venomous, he hadn't seen much of him due to the fact that he usually had little contact with him. He had originally thought that even if Hirian was good-looking and got the queen's momentary love, it wasn't much of a rivalry. Never in a million years had he thought that this guy was actually a green tea. Peilan looked at Hirian's delicate and fragile appearance, and then at Leandre, who was glaring viciously at Hirian, with a clear bewilderment in both eyes. What's wrong with them? Although I do not know why, but suddenly filled with the smell of gunpowder. And it seems that the center of the conflict they produce is still themselves? Peilan winced fiercely, subconsciously feeling not too good. The poor queen didn't even dare to say anything more, but just munched her way through her lunch, which was a bit cold but still tasted excellent, in a couple of bites, and then finally breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that she'd prevented a pointless strife. Well, I'm full, and you guys really don't need to go back to the kitchen to make food. Shireen's really superb. Peilan had thought that this rarefied strife would end here, but he never expected that after hearing his words, Leandre actually looked thunderstruck, and a glistening luster appeared in his eyes all of a sudden. In contrast, it was as if Hirian had won some kind of competition, and even his eyebrows showed triumph. Bui Elan, today continues to be a day when I don't quite understand what my family is doing, but it's good that they're happy. In the blink of an eye, Leandre had been at the Central Military Academy for almost a month. Peilan, you have officially started school for a month. This month he is simply painful and happy. As a tender freshman student of the command department, the department's training was not as grueling as the military training, but it was still a bit of a struggle for Peilan. Of course, to herself it seemed like just a bit of a strain, while to her classmates the young girl was simply on the verge of being overwhelmed by training far beyond what she could handle. Every time she did the various training exercises, her trembling body and the sweat that sprinkled down like rain simply made her teacher a little suspicious that she shouldn't be staying at the military school right now, but should be lying down in the hospital instead. However, just like everyone thought, Peilan clenched her teeth and persevered. She hadn't even given up on the more grueling military training, so naturally she wouldn't fall on these basic training. Overall, Peilan's campus life is still quite enjoyable. She could feel that along with the large amount of training she had been doing. All of that excess energy that had inexplicably come out of her body had been effectively vented, and every time she fell into a sound sleep after draining her energy, she would wake up the next morning feeling like her body had changed again, and seemed to be a little more relaxed during her training. She could vaguely feel that not only was she gradually adapting to the training expected of a normal military cadet, but that deep within her body she was gradually undergoing radical changes. Just thinking about it puts Peilan in a very good mood. She had an obsession with filling every inch of her body with power. Not because of the contempt and rejection of her weak body by countless people in the past, present and future, but because she longed for the power to protect those around her. Maybe in other people's opinion, strong spiritual power is already enough to let her stand at the top of life. But Peilan still feels that there will always be things that spiritual power can't do, and that she must have a strong physical body at the same time to be able to really let her heart down. However, to her offense, both of her family members were not only usually always developing all sorts of strange desires to win or lose, but were basically in agreement on not wanting him to continue his training. Leandre and Hirian had witnessed almost every one of her training sessions. There were teachers who felt out of order and tried to kick them out, only to succumb to the two's fearsome aura at every turn. Principal Sun also gave special instructions to leave them alone. He had now basically decided in his heart that Peilan was the eldest daughter of some hidden family. The attitude of these two brothers towards her was also intriguing, presumably not real brothers, but bodyguards trained for her since childhood. It's actually kind of the truth in a sense. Back to the main topic. Leandre and Hirian's hearts ached so much that they couldn't breathe every time they saw Peilan's agonized face during training. In fact, Hirian couldn't stand to watch it once, and couldn't wait to take the queen back to the materially bountiful home planet so she could enjoy the offerings of the bugs. It didn't matter even if the other bug clans didn't accept it. The wealth he alone had saved over the years was enough to pamper the queen for the rest of her life. However, it was Leandre who stopped him. This is what the queen wishes to do. Are you going to defy her will? Today Peilan didn't go to training, but went to the physical examination with all the freshmen, so the two bugs didn't follow, but stayed in this temporary home. However, due to the disagreement that arose earlier, the atmosphere between them was now a bit frozen. Hirian couldn't believe Leandre was actually supporting the queen and continuing to drag her fragile body through training. For the first time, he lost his temper, unable to control his volume, his delicate face contorted. But this is simply unnecessary suffering. We all know that there is no way for the queen to gain great physical strength through these exercises. Hirian's voice suddenly choked. Every bug queen's body is destined to be fragile. The price they pay for having a massive mental power capable of linking the entire bug race. It is also because of the fragile body's inability to hold this massive mental power for long periods of time that every queen has died early, far below the average lifespan of the bugs or even any intelligent life form, with the longest not exceeding 30 years. The bugs never needed to worry about reproduction, not just those low-ranking soldiers. Even if a batch of higher bugs died, the bug nest would quickly replenish a batch. Despite the fact that the higher bugs have a rather long lifespan, they have a rapid turnover rate. The reason is simple. After the death of the queen of each generation of higher bugs' allegiance, they basically chose to be martyred after all the arrangements had been made. There are even some madmen who will eat the limbs of a dead queen before committing suicide, as if that would be forever with the king they serve. There had never been a precedent in the history of the bug race for a higher bug race to serve 2 generations of queens, except for them. The thought that Peilan, who was alive and well now, might burst into flames in another 20 or 30 years due to her inability to harness the enormous spiritual power. Hirian had already felt the pain in advance. Beside him, Leandre's handsome sideways face grew melancholy. His golden pupils suddenly became a bit lighter as he quietly looked out at the sky. Though I know it's probably useless, I occasionally think, how nice it would be if the queen could live a little longer because she's worked out her physique. While they were here in their sadness, they didn't realize that at the school hospital, a dozen miles away from them, Military Command Department, Peilan, Physique, B, The Freshman Cup is a tournament that all freshmen in military academies have to participate in, although it is not as prestigious as the other leagues, but after all, it is a good opportunity to observe the quality of the new class of cadets and to select the seeded players. Therefore, all the major military academies are still quite attached to it. Out of this importance, basically all military schools will conduct medical examinations one after another 2 weeks before the start of the Freshman Cup to screen out some of the unqualified students before submitting the list of participants. However, the new students have already had a physical examination when they entered the school, and it is unlikely that there will be any drastic changes in just 2 months. So the school authorities actually have a good idea of who will be able to compete and who will have to be brushed off. Until this year when there was the variable of Peilan. Old Yi, are you sure you really want to add Peilan to the entry list? A hot-tempered vice principal was already tapping on the tabletop. Sun Lingye gave her a faint look. Peilan has strong mental powers and gets along well with her classmates. So I think she should work well together. Why deprive her of the right to compete? Are you pretending not to understand? Or do you really not understand? The vice principal gritted his teeth secretly, and disapproval also showed in the eyes of the other Central Military Academy executives. Although Peilan possesses S-rank mental power, her physique is really too poor. Since the creation of the Freshman Cup, no student with a physique below B has ever participated. This group of freshmen is going to an abandoned planet that has been invaded by bugs. Can she really adapt to the environment there? It's been a moderately polluted area up until now, and it's been judged as extremely unsuitable for human habitation. What if something happens to her there and the clan behind it comes after us? Sun Lingye frowned and said in a slow voice. Precisely. That's why I want to use the Freshman Cup as an opportunity to see if Peilan's classmates are suitable for this path or not. The military command faculty has never had the precedent of sitting in the safest backwater. If you want to judge the battle situation and seize the opportunity, you have to head to the front line. If it's true that Peilan's classmates aren't even able to adapt to this kind of environment, then it means that she really isn't suited to the battlefield. Then she won't be required to participate in any tournaments. Not only the Freshman Cup, next, even in the future, I as the principal will never authorize her to enter the military. Everyone was quiet. They immediately understood that this was the final test that Principal Sun had set for Peilan. If Peilan was able to pass, then she would be treated as a true military student, but if she was unable to overcome, then, sadly, the path to the battlefield will no longer be open to her. Just as the atmosphere was a bit stagnant for a moment, everyone received a message. They clicked on the light screen to look at it, and then froze. Military Command Department, Peilan, Physique, B, in the lobby of the school hospital. Peilan stood on a platform to receive a systematic scanning check, and after hearing the results of her own examination, she seemed to be confused as well. It was the AI's electronic voice that was in charge of the broadcast. However, as if the AI couldn't believe the result either, it actually got stuck for a second. The huge database showed plainly that the result of Peilan's measurement more than a month ago was Physique C, and strictly C-. If B was the most basic threshold for military cadets, and C represented the level of most ordinary people, then Peilan's physique was just not even comparable to that of a physically fit ordinary person. And in fact, Peilan's performance has always been very much in line with people's view of the C-class, gasping for breath when running 2 steps, coughing heartbreakingly as soon as the mouth is filled with cold air, and every time you run 2 laps, you look like you're about to die a violent death with a pale face. But, the entire freshman class around them was also stunned. After that big mess at the end of the military training, basically all the freshmen knew about Peilan, a student whose mental strength was ridiculously strong and at the same time her physical strength was ridiculously weak. In other words, everyone knew about it, that genius girl whose mental power could possibly be S, while possessing a C-rank scummy physique. So what is it now that they're seeing the results of this test? Are they collectively blind? Wait, am I having problems with my eyes? Why is Peilan's physique test result actually a B? Yeah, if I remember correctly, isn't she a C? At first, because of this matter, there were still a lot of people who thought that she shouldn't enter the military academy at all, even though they were all punched in the face later on. Could the detector be out of order? Stop farting around here. If you have a problem, the detector won't even have a problem. That's the one the principal got from the Federal Science and Technology Center the year before last at great expense. Wait, why are only the results of the physique test out? What about her mental power level? Shouldn't they come out together? It had been a long time since Peilan felt this kind of gaze that made her feel as if she was on her back. Everyone was looking at her and talking about her as if she had done something amazing. She was feeling a little nervous, yet she couldn't control her expression whenever she felt nervous. Simply put, she would suffer from temporary facial paralysis, so much so that she was now straining her face, expressionless, looking surprisingly quite calm and masterful, as if she had already expected this outcome. Pei-Elan lowered her eyes and stared at the question mark behind the mental power level presented on the electronic screen in front of her. She could feel that a ray was scanning her brain area and coming up with a level determination based on how mentally active she was at the moment. It was only that Pei-Elan's manipulation of her own mental power had already been perfected, and she had learned without a teacher how to close off her brain area so that no one else could detect her mental power level, which was why the test results had never come out. However, Pei-Elan's ears were sharp and had already heard the skepticism from the stage. Knowing that if she continued like this, she would draw more unwanted attention to herself, she thought for a moment and quietly opened a narrow passageway, letting the ray scan a small portion of it for mental energy before quickly closing the passageway again. So the screen finally slowly surfaced her mental power level, while the electronic voice began to broadcast, "Mental power, S." Hearing the AI's announcement, the room was quiet for a split second before a louder clamor erupted. Although there had been rumors that Pei-Elan's mental power was S-class before, but that was only a rumor after all, and it was nothing compared to the shock of seeing it with one's own eyes. Are you kidding me? That's S-class. Each one of them was the jewel of the Human Federation as well as its last card, an existence that an ordinary citizen might never see in his or her lifetime. And now, a living S-class is standing in front of them. This sense of excitement and trembling is simply able to wash away all emotions. Pei-Elan felt the more and more fervent eyes of the people on the stage, the more her spirit tightened, while her face grew colder. With that, she walked off the high platform with a calm face on the surface, seemingly openly accepting the scrutiny of everyone around her. Seeing her being so generous, the others were instead too embarrassed to discuss her anymore, as if they felt some kind of invisible intimidation. As she reached her companion, she was immediately stopped by a pair of strong arms. Pei-Elan wasn't nervous in the slightest, instead her whole body relaxed. When she turned her head, it was Shang Dushan. Shang Yushang has taken off her mask of coldness since she became acquainted with her. Because of her reputation as a genius and her extremely privileged family background, there were too many people who wanted to get close to her since she was a child. And there were even some males who coveted her genes in a vain attempt to get into her good graces and set up an early marriage contract. Being watched by too many people with bad intentions had caused Shang Yushang to develop a cold face at a young age as a deterrent. However, in front of people she really knew and was close to, she would briefly remove this burden. Right now, for example, she was showing an extremely vivid expression to Pei-Elan. "Alan, is it true that what you measured before was C grade?" Pei-Elan blinked, also getting a little nervous. At that time, the measurement was indeed C grade, but maybe it went up a little later. Is it strange to have a physical upgrade? Yuho also squeezed in from the crowd at some point, and waved his arms in a very exaggerated manner after hearing this. With Elan's age year now it's indeed strange, after all, it is reasonable to say that physique upgrades will only occur in the early years, and even the teenage years are relatively rare. Basically, after the age of 17, it is finalized, and the rest is our discovery of the power contained within our physique. After Pei-Elan heard this, she immediately sighed in relief. I see. Then she was relieved. Her friends didn't know it, but she knew herself well enough to know that she was still just a baby who had just broken out of her shell at less than half a year old. Of course she's still in her juvenile years, so isn't a physique upgrade a normal thing? And by this time, everyone else had basically calmed down. While it really wasn't quite common sense to have a physique upgrade at this age, it was only from a C to AB after all, so it wasn't an exaggeration. Unless Pei-Elan could rise from C to S rank, that would have the capital to make people's eyes pop out. But how could such a thing happen? After the physical examination, it was basically a nail in the coffin that Pei-Elan was going to participate in the freshman bowl. This unexpected physical upgrade had naturally attracted the attention of the school's senior management, and even some secretly surging unsuspecting gazes had been cast at her. That freshman who's been kicking up a lot of fuss lately. I think her name is Pei-Elan, right? I heard that her physique showed an upgrade in the latest test results. Could it be that she hasn't gone through the growth period of her physique yet? The voice of the man in black in the dark room was as dull as his surroundings. The man with the overly radiant blonde hair compared to his surroundings laughed, his tone somewhat derisive. What's the matter? Are you guys scared? Worried that the plan you made before will go awry? The man in black indifferently said, that's not true. Whether her physique is B or C rank doesn't have the slightest impact at all. To us, she's still just a weak physique. A little tricky, but very good to deal with S rank novice. After all, even if you got promoted from a C to a B, it was just a promotion from small cannon fodder to big cannon fodder. So what was there to be concerned about? In comparison, it was still her detected S-rank mental power that was a bit trickier. Thus, Pei-Elan's physique test results were perfectly covered by the light of her S-rank mental strength, and basically didn't make any waves before the official start of the Freshman Cup, so much so that by the time she steps up to the altar of the stars only God later, All of them are shocked to realize that the legend started from this moment. After Pei Yilan returned home, her small face was slightly red and she simply couldn't control the excitement and thrill she felt inside. Her physique had actually risen to B-grade. The slow improvement in her physical quality she felt earlier was really not an illusion. She was finally a qualified military student. She told Lian and Shireen the good news, hoping her family would be happy along with her, but was rewarded with two shocked faces. The queen's physique has been upgraded? How is this possible? Perhaps the pups of other races do have a period of mental and physical growth, but that definitely doesn't include the bugs. Every larva of the insect race is a fully mature form when it crawls out of the nest, and its mental and physical strength have long been set. In other words, the higher bugs and the lower-ranked soldiers had already decided their respective upper limits from the moment they were born, and the only thing they had to do was to continuously explore their potential and arrive at the theoretically most perfect state. The bug queen is no exception. They are born with a strong spiritual power that can link all the bugs, and a physique that is so weak that it can be easily killed by any enemy. And they can only rely on the offerings of the bugs to live their entire lives and will never have any room for improvement. This is already common knowledge in the bug world. Therefore, when realizing that they could only watch Pei Yilan die before them, Leandre and Hirian did not think about what could be done to resolve this matter. Despite their 10,000 pains, what they could think of, successive generations of bugs had already tried long ago. However, just when they had already completely despaired and resigned themselves in this regard, Pei Yilan brought a miraculous hope with herself. A fervent light flashed in the eyes of both higher insects as they realized this. They suddenly realized more deeply that, perhaps, it was the miracle itself that they had chosen to follow. Pei Yilan didn't know the minds of the two people in front of her, nor did she know the common sense of the queen of the bugs. She was just sensitively aware of the fact that the upgrade of her physique seemed to be an abnormal thing in the eyes of her family. She's a little down in the dumps. Does everyone think I'm weird? Leandre immediately came back to his senses and dropped to one knee in front of her. How so? Rather, it's better to say that Leandre is simply ashamed of his shallow perception. Despite having known for a long time how great an existence the queen is, all the exhaustion of the imagination still fails to truly recognize how powerful she is. Pei Yilan couldn't afford to lose her head this time, and even the heels of her ears began to blush. She scrambled and tugged at Leandre's sleeve, trying to pull him up. Don't say that kind of thing. And get up quickly. I told you not to kneel down casually. Simply too shameful. Where the hell did Leandre get all these rainbow farts? But, taking one in hand, she looked earnestly at the two most important family members in front of her, her eyes vaguely insistent. It's not strong enough. I'll get stronger, and then I'll guard Lian and Shireen well. It's not strong enough. I'll get stronger, and then I'll guard Lian and Shireen well. After Pei Yilan's grounded words fell, both higher insects froze in place, feeling a buzzing in their ears for a moment. No creature has ever said that it wants to guard them. In the eyes of the various races of the stars, the higher bugs were synonymous with blood and killing. Especially during the former queen's reign, they were manipulated to create many bloody massacres. For a while, all of Interstellar was in an uproar, and the bugs were thoroughly regarded as an existence similar to an interstellar terrorist organization. There would be no creature that would want to guard such an existence, and within the bugs, the higher bugs were the existence with the highest status besides the queen, and there wouldn't be any bugs that wouldn't think twice about trying to guard them. As for the higher bug races to each other, due to some kind of subtle psychology, they basically ignore each other's existence with indifference, and even individual times will be unusually disgusted with each other. They would listen to Chief Euron's advice on some things, and only because he was the current helm of the worms. After all, how could they feel good about their so-called companions who had witnessed them at their worst? Years of torture had long since worn away their desire for all kinds of good feelings, leaving only cruelty and numbness, but not anymore. Leandre's long silver hair fell in the curve of his slightly bowed head, covering half of his face, for he feared that the horrible look of obsession and frenzy on his face would frighten the queen. The queen he now serves is really quite different. He suddenly regretted a little bit that he had watched Aveino separate from him after coming to the central galaxy before, and now he didn't know where he had run off to. At that time, he was relieved because he didn't have to worry about the queen being hurt by him. But now, he was tempted to have Evander come over and take a good look. This was the queen he served, the one who made the most of Bug's heart. It was never their unilateral guardianship that the queen wanted. She wants to guard them, too. As Leandre's mind rippled, Hirian's feelings were no lighter than his. He had been nothing more than a butterfly on the verge of breaking, carefully hiding his scarred self in a darkened room, unwilling to touch any more of existence, all the while putting up sharp, poisonous stings to attack others. But the merciful queen, after being stung by his splinter, did not turn away from him as the others had done, but once more stretched out her hand towards him, turning it into a flower, and carefully wrapping the butterfly with its broken wing. But the traces of brokenness will always be there. The golden-green butterfly with cracks all over his body is constantly worried that the flower that once gently wrapped itself around him will one day abandon him. But the flower was so gentle, and each time, at just the right moment, it would touch him again with gentle intensity, telling him that the flower would always watch over the butterfly. The two higher insects were each immersed in their own thoughts for a moment. But what was the same was that the expressions on their faces at this moment were getting milder and milder, as if the beasts that were originally on constant alert had been made comfortable by smoothing their fur. But whenever they're the only ones alone with the queen at the moment, there's a creepy scene of hideous, scary bugs trying to disguise healing fury, like lying down next to the queen and making gurgling noises to entice her to pet them or something. Only a few seconds had actually passed in reality, but in the minds of the two higher bugs setting off fireworks, it was all about to glance at 10,000 years. But soon, still immersed in happiness, they heard Peilan's happy voice. And of course there's Deception Frost and Swimming Boat, and Lieutenant Suanyan, they're all friends I want to protect. Right. There's also Grandmama and the girls, and I don't know when I'll be able to see them all. Peilan unconsciously folded her hands, revealing a look of longing for the future. She thought about all the people she had met since she had come to this world that she was attached to before she looked over at Leandre and Hirian, and was just about to tell them when the freshman cup would be held when she was shocked to see their ashen faces. Leanne, Shireen, what's the matter with you guys? Is something wrong? With those watery turquoise-colored pupils of his eyes, Hirian glanced at Peilan. His eyes seemed to be swirling with a surfeit of watery colors, clearly not much expression on his face, but he froze and was able to let people see the aggravation. Peilan, for some reason, was a little hairy in her heart. It feels like you are like the slag woman who was stared at by the aggrieved eyes of the warm and gentle family man as husband after cheating on his wife. What is so strange? Seeing the queen's puzzled expression, Leandre seemed to react only now, barely tugging at the corners of his mouth to reveal a stiff smile. It's okay, Queen, don't worry. They just took a bit of an unexpected hit. But when you think about it, it's entirely their own pot. Nothing to do with the queen. Only, as it turns out, is the queen's guardianship wholesale? Damn it, why would a mere human get the queen's sincere protection? Leandre felt an indescribable annoyance in his heart, but unlike the previous annoyance of hating to kill, he now just feels very suffocated, and even aggrieved. Never have I felt Hirian was so useless. He's so pretty. Can't he hook the queen's heart properly? How could he still let those humans take advantage of him and take away the queen's attention? However, when he thought that if Hirian could really do this, by the time he came over with a full heart, Hirian would have become the whole of the queen's life. Leandre began to feel unhappy in his heart again. He was angry and sad and a little bit of unspoken aggression, and even he was a little bit confused about his own mind, so much so that his face became more and more ugly. Peilan was in a hurry, but she couldn't figure out how the two bugs in front of her were jealous of their little minds, so she could only blame it on the fact that they suddenly weren't feeling too well. After thinking about it, Peilan rarely used her status as a queen and her voice was slightly more stern. You guys look terrible. Quickly sit down. Do you want me to pour you some hot water? No need. Hirian twisted his head, his voice muffled. He suddenly had the feeling that he had just winked to a blind man. The queen still didn't seem to see that he was jealous. Had he just not shown it enough? And, for some reason, instead of feeling better after hearing the queen's concern, he felt even more blocked inside. If Shireen knew anything about a mysterious blue planet in the galaxy, he might have known about the drink lots of hot water story, and suddenly realized that the queen at the moment was a bit like one of those irritating straight women, and that was the biggest obstacle in the future. After all, the higher bugs had realized what they wanted to do, excluding the mutually hostile competitors, and several times pitched them into wanting to vomit blood, but there was nothing they could do about the queen. But all of that is an afterthought. For now, at least, a certain silver-haired insectoid hadn't been able to figure out the difference between the reverent feelings he had in his heart for the queen and some sort of more subtle and ethereal emotion. And the blonde blue-eyed teenager form of the insect race is born keen, has realized that the meaning of the queen to him has long been beyond the ruler and subject. However, the insect race, which was born without knowledge of love, is still ignorant, and still needs an opportunity to completely understand his own feelings. And the opportunity is not far off. A medium-sized starship was traveling through the vastness of the universe. The starship's hull was incredibly flat and smoothly shaped, its shell glowing with an icy sheen. An intelligent life form with knowledge might be able to tell at a glance that this is the newest type of material, and it is not currently being peddled to civilian starships, but only supplied exclusively to a few legions. And the head of this starship was painted with extremely retro interlocking bows and swords, the very symbols of the Human Federation's battle-hardened Third Legion. However, it was not being used to transport manpower and material for the battlefield at the moment, but rather, it was a veteran ship that had already retired from the battlefield and was diligently carrying the freshmen of the Central Military Academy, which was supported by the Third Legion. to the site of the Freshman Cup competition. At the moment, the captain who was using her spiritual power to steer this starship was none other than the former elite of the 3rd Legion who had retired. And at the same time, she was also one of the vice presidents of the Central Military Academy. Yu Jiaying. Yu Jiaying did not close her eyes. She was able to use her 5 physical senses normally while using her mental power to maneuver the massive starship. And she was able to perform all sorts of actions that were no different from those of a normal human being. So it was clear that she had been immersed in this path for a long time. Her mental faculties acted as her third eye, faithfully feeding back to her what was happening in various parts of the starship. So naturally, when the combination of 2 men and 1 woman with super high face value while being able to draw the attention of students and faculty everywhere walked out of her room, she was the first to see it. Her frown deepened as she watched the long silver-haired man who wasn't even from the Central Military Academy and the blonde teenager walk around the starship she was maneuvering, practically bouncing repeatedly off her bottom line, which had always valued the rules. So, can someone tell me why these 2 guys are tagging along? Are they going to follow their missy to the freshman bowl as well? Yu Jiaying had just come down from the battlefield not long ago, and her tone still had the usual cold hardness to it, scaring the young teacher in charge of serving as the deputy for this voyage so hard that he trembled fiercely, preferring to step down from his post on the spot right now, rather than sharing a room with this demoness any longer. Report, Captain. The man with the long silver hair is named Pei Lian, and the blonde-haired, green-eyed teenager is named Pei Shi, both family members of Pei Yilan, an S-ranked freshman. They have covered all the costs of this trip themselves, fought through all the channels, and their only request is to leave with us. They will be watching the entirety of this freshman bowl and have promised not to do anything to interfere with the game. His own mouth was a little bitter when he said that, talking a good game and promising that it won't affect the game. Then they might as well just watch the Freshman Cup live. Why do they have to come to the site? These 2 have been threatening the principal's office in order to get on their starship and stay with their sister. So you're saying it doesn't matter? I'm afraid that if Pei Yilan was just about to encounter danger on the front foot, they would have to punch through the field on the back foot. Originally, this kind of thing is of course out of order. There has never been a precedent for the families of participating students who do not belong to the military school forces to watch the battle on site. But on the contrary, these 2 people also don't know where they popped out of the hidden world of the strong. They are at least considered to be the elite of the human race. As a result, can't beat it. Really can't. Yu Jiaying's tightly furrowed brows never loosened. Although she hadn't fought Leandre and Hirian, she was present when the 2 broke into the principal's office and had felt the aura on them. To be fair, it was indeed very scary. Even she hadn't felt that kind of aura that was almost on the verge of engulfing her when she fought the most powerful star beasts she had met so far on the battlefield. In the end, she just sighed helplessly in her heart, sincerely praying that this freshman cup would go smoothly, as well as that these 2 family members of Pei Yilan's mustn't cause a mess for the Central Military Academy. While she was in a heavy mood on this side, on the other side, Pei Yilan was happy. After she'd spoken to Lin and also Shireen about her participation in the freshman cup, she remembered with hindsight that the Freshman Cup was a closed-set tournament, so it seemed like they'd have to be separated for a while. It had been a little sad, but it turned out that Lin and the others had heard about it, and somehow went and did something about it, and were able to travel with her. It had to be said that Pei Yilan was actually quietly relieved. She'd never really been away from her family since her birth. It wasn't until now that she realized that she was actually somewhat dependent on Lin and the others. It was never just Lin and the others who needed themselves. They were always in need of each other. A relationship like this one of mutual need and dependence seemed to be exactly what Pei Yilan was most familiar with. Every time she thought about it, a warmth would flow through her heart, but at the same time a regret buried deep in her soul would rise. Why is that? Because there were other family members who hadn't recognized her? But she didn't have to be so greedy. She just had to cherish Lian and Shireen who were by her side now, didn't she? Thinking this way, Pei Yilan took the 2 family members who were guarding her left and right and arrived at the cafeteria in a good mood. Shang Yushang and Yuzhou had already taken their seats long ago, and when they saw her come over with the 2 door gods, their faces stiffened for a split second, but they still warmly beckoned for them to sit over. Leandre sensed that the 2 humans didn't really want to see him and gave them a vicious glare. If it weren't for the queen, he wouldn't want to sit with these weak humans, inexplicably glared at by both of them. However, Yuzhou was more heartfelt and quickly left the strange Pei family brother behind and mysteriously came closer to the little ones. Did you guys know? I heard there's going to be a big change in venue for this freshman bowl game. In previous years, we would just find a random abandoned planet to put a few weak star beasts for us to practice on. But this time, it seems that the top has decided to put us on an abandoned planet that had once been invaded by the bugs. Suddenly hearing the name of her race, Pei Yilan felt her heart jump. The expression on Yuho's face was tense and agitated, as if he was talking about some unmentionable taboo. That's the infamous cosmic bully. The bugs, that place is definitely dangerous. Peilan? Her race. Cosmic bullies? Cosmic bully. It was the first time Peilan knew that her race was actually evaluated in this way from the outside world. It wasn't as if she hadn't thought about searching for information about the bugs when she first had such a convenient information-gathering tool as a light brain. It was a shame to say that most of the intelligent races in the entire interstellar world, except for humans, possessed spiritual power imprint inheritance, but she had not felt the so-called inheritance since she was born until now. However, when she tried to retrieve the bugs in the star net, she didn't get much intel. There were only a handful of entries, most of which were lamenting the power of the bug race, whether it was the sea of bugs tactics of the lower-ranked soldiers, or the terrifying single-armed combat ability of the higher bugs. It was beyond the reach of the various races. It has even been said that the bugs are the universe's biological children. Otherwise, how could they have been endowed with such a unique combat capability? In addition to these strong remarks, there were also some that were envious of the fact that the bug race occupied the most resource stars of all the various races in the universe. Therefore, Peilan's impression of her own race was that it was strong and rich, and she had even been secretly happy for a while, listening to Lean and the others. She was the queen of the bugs, although she wasn't the one who was actually in charge of the bugs, but she still genuinely wanted her race to prosper. And judging from what's been said online, the various other races don't seem to have any ill feelings towards the bugs, which means diplomacy isn't something to worry about. Which is great. Peilan still knew too little about this universe. But anyone who had been on a little bit of history knew that the bug race's reputation for so many resource stars and bloodthirsty belligerents could have been fought out from the chaos of the old star era. There is no race in the entire interstellar world that has not been devoured by the insect race. If it were not for the fact that the intelligent races are not in harmony with each other, the insect race would have long since become the public enemy of the entire universe. Shang Yushang's mind was relatively sharp and saw Peilan's surprise. Although she didn't quite understand why she was so unfamiliar with these things that should logically be unspoken by everyone, she still kindly explained. During the old star era, the bug race was almost a shadow that loomed over the entire universe, and all the major races had a number of resource stars forcibly plundered. And the planet in the fringe galaxy code named ZG-101 that we're about to go to next is the one that was once infested by bugs in our Federation. It is said that the bug queen who ordered the infestation of this place back then transformed this planet into a bug nest that breeds bugs. It is well known that the destruction of a bug nest to the planet it is on is all-encompassing and irreversible. Hence, although the bugs withdrew their troops from all parts of the world in large numbers after the unexpected death of the queen of the bugs 20 years ago, and the planet was abandoned as a result, the planet that had once been infested and destroyed by the bug nests was no longer able to harbor life, and the Federation could only regrettably end up classifying it as a derelict planet. At the end of the day, Shang Yushang's originally clear voice was gradually colored with a trace of sadness. The Shang family was originally a military and political family. Shang Yushang is an excellent heir to be cultivated since childhood. Not only does not have the flamboyant style of a son of a young lady, but also has a sense of responsibility to the Federation. When detailing the suffering that the human Federation had endured, she would always unconsciously reveal an indescribable sense of intolerance and compassion. Peilan was also a bit out of her mind when she heard this, and only after a few seconds did she slowly speak. That is to say, those people on this planet will never be able to go back to their homes again, right? The atmosphere became somewhat heavy for a moment. Even the always energetic Yuzhou looked a bit moody, and his head of arrogant red hair dimmed, and Leandre and Hirian looked a little fidgety. After all this time together, they had fully understood what a compassionate heart the queen had. Therefore, they had been careful to hide the bloodthirsty and brutal side of their race. But now, does a bug nest have to come at the cost of emptying a planet? Is there no other way for the bug race to breed offspring? Peilan pursed her lips, seemingly a little unspeakably nervous. The doubts in Shang Yushang's heart grew thicker. For some reason, she had a subtle illusion, feeling that Peilan wasn't questioning her from the position of an inquisitive bystander, but more like she was inquiring about issues concerning her own family. She thought it over, a little less sure. I've heard my uncle say that the bug race can't be birthed without a bug nest. But the original mother bug nest that birthed all the bug races has always been on the main star of the bug race, and it seems that only the successive queens have mastered the method of using the nest dash. But for some reason, the deceased former bug queen sent the bug army to plunder the resource stars in large numbers during her lifetime and build sub-bug nests on them. But the quality of the bug race spawned by the sub-bug nests was generally low. That's why a large number of experts have since analyzed the bug queen's behavior, believing that she was trying to create an unprecedented army of low-ranked soldiers by winning in quantity. But these were all more than 20 years ago. Shang Yushang seemed to think of the drastic changes that had occurred in just over 20 years, and a trace of emotion surfaced in his eyes. A lot really happened 20 years ago then. First, the queen of the bug race fell. and the bug race's original strategic expansion contracted dramatically. As a result, just when we thought we were finally going to have peace, a raging wave of star beasts suddenly appeared, and the whole interstellar world was plunged into a new whirlpool of war. It was from that year that the stars entered a whole new era by default. Special information management measures are taken in times of war. In the past, when the Human Federation and even the various races had bad relations with the bug race, of course, it was okay to scold them any way you wanted, but the situation was very different now. Although the bug race did not explicitly join the joint army to fight against the star beasts, they were in fact one of the main forces to eliminate the new beasts. So they naturally couldn't continue to allow those negative news to ferment on the star network, and at times like this, they should unite all the forces that they could. As a result, all the negative news about the bug race had basically been cleared out by pressure from all sides. Even if the bug race might not care, it was at least a sign of goodwill towards them. It is for the above reasons that Peilon did not know until now. The original home insect race was once a generation of cosmic bullies, the current villain of the star beast's predecessor. Seeing that Peilon had been silent, Leandre and Hirian were obviously a bit flustered. Hirian made an instant decision and gently tugged on Peilon's sleeve. Alan, since breaking the cage that confined him, his eyes that were originally like a pool of stagnant water have completely come to life, as if they could speak, always making the person who gazes at him, specifically Peilon, have a soft heart, specifically referring to Peilon heart soften. Seeing him do so, Peilon twisted her head to look at Leandre again, and found that a hint of pleading that she couldn't tell what it meant surfaced in those brilliant golden eyes as well. She sighed softly and took hold of Leandre in her left hand and Shireen in her right, and gradually tightened her grip, letting her warmth pass through. Seeing that the two insects' complexions gradually became less tense, Peilon closed her eyes and transmitted her intention through her spiritual power. Don't be in a hurry. What happened in the past? I had no part in it, and you can't change it, so it's useless to keep dwelling on it. Living in the present and changing from now on is what matters, no matter how terrifying the insect race was in the eyes of others. But at least in Peilon's opinion, her two family members had always restrained themselves very much and had never taken the initiative to cause trouble. And the period of time they stayed at the Central Military Academy had never harmed any of them. She'd like to believe them. Seeing the opposite three people, for some reason the atmosphere suddenly warmed up. Shun Yushang and Yuzhou's mouth corners twitched, always feeling as if they shouldn't be here. Just then, the otherwise smooth starship suddenly shuddered, accompanied by a burst of electricity. The captain's cool voice reached every student's ears. We are about to arrive at our destination, so all participants in the Freshman Cup are requested to proceed to the departure area immediately. The chief referee of this Freshman Cup will read out the arrangements and rules of the competition. Upon hearing the instructions conveyed by the captain, all the students involved in the Freshman Cup were trained to stop what they were doing and head to the departure area in a neat and orderly fashion. Peilon knew it was time for her to leave. She gave each of her family members on her left and right a reassuring look before speaking. There are a few other things, so I'll just wait until I'm done with the Freshman Cup before I question you all. Leandre's face was colorless and he answered in a low voice. He had decided long ago that he would follow the queen to that planet later. No one would ever know better than the bugs how terrifying abandoned planets that had once served as nests for the Zygons could really be. To leave the queen alone in that dangerous environment? He couldn't. He knew Hirian was thinking the same thing. However, Peilon seemed to have seen through the little plans they were playing in their hearts and looked at them with a firm look that could not be refused. And all the time she saw them reveal their aggrieved and unbelieving eyes. She did not waver. Please don't worry. I will come back safely. This was the promise she made to her family. Then her tone suddenly dropped to soft and gentle. I want Lin and brother Peihai to watch me well, okay? The first time he heard this almost petulant tone from the queen, Leandre instantly felt a rush of hot air go straight to his brain. Before he knew it, his face was gradually flushing, and all he felt was a rush of heat crashing inside his body that didn't bother him in the slightest, but only made him feel like he couldn't look the queen in the face anymore. He could only respond carelessly. And after Peilon flashed him a sweet smile and turned to leave, it took him a while before he reacted to the fact that he had actually promised the queen that he wouldn't meddle in this Freshman Cup. Shireen was back to her high-flying, venomous self after the queen left. He grunted next to him. No talent. Never mentioning that he too was half crisped up by the queen's pampered voice. There was no way to say no. On the other hand, Peilon had already arrived at the starship's offloading area with her two young companions. Once the starship had descended through the atmosphere to a certain altitude, the hatch here would briefly open and all the students would file out of here and land at their competition site. The dozens of military schools involved in the Freshman Bowl had to enter the field that way. And before that, a virtual projection of the main referee will appear to explain the rules of the game and synchronization to all the military cadets participating in the Freshman Cup. I'm sure you've all heard about this one. The location where the Freshman Cup is being held is one of the invasion strongholds that was abandoned by the Bugs 20 years ago. The virtual image of the main referee was wrapped in a mist, and even his voice was indistinguishable to both men and women. The rules of this competition are still the same as previous years, with a point confrontation system. We have put some star beasts on the planet, and destroying an A-class star beast can add 100 points to one's military school, while B-class is 50 and C-class 25. There is no direct confrontation between the teams formed by the various military schools, and attacks on each other are prohibited in principle. The duration of the competition is 2 days, and at the end of it, the military school with the highest points is the final winner. On top of that, the referee will select the outstanding individual and the best in the game based on individual performance, and there will be special rewards. Special reminder, after entering the arena, your optical brains will undergo a functional closure, leaving only the map retrieval function and the call for help function. All the places you have explored will automatically be memorized into the map. In other words, the directions of the star beasts and your team's strongholds will need to be explored by yourselves. As for the call for help function, you can choose it on your own, or you can wait until you are in a crisis when the AI automatically judges and triggers it on its own. Only once it is triggered it means you lose the qualification to continue participating. After the last sentence was spoken, the starship's shaking became more and more violent. Gradually, through the transparent walls of the ship, it had become possible to see that they were passing through the atmosphere, which emitted an obscure green light, and were actually entering the weathered planet. The referee looked up slightly, seemed to glance at their side of the environment, and spoke faster. Remember, you are about to land on an abandoned planet that was once contaminated by a subworm nest, and due to the contamination by the nest, some unimaginable crises may occur. Please also be careful with everything, don't carry on hard, and call for help more often if something happens. After all, life only comes once. As soon as the words left his mouth, the projection of the head referee clicked away. At the same time, as if by agreement, the hatch to the offboard area slowly lifted a corner amidst violent shaking. The huge internal and external pressure resulted in violent gusts of wind sweeping in, but anyone with a physique of B or below would be able to be swept away directly if they didn't wear protective clothing. Pei-Lan squinted her eyes, feeling the power boiling through her body that was resisting this pressure, and unannouncedly remembered herself in the protective suit she once wore, and for the first time, intuitively sensed that her physique had indeed been enhanced. She looked out at the clouds that were tainted to an inky color, as well as the starships belonging to other military academies that were hidden and looming in the clouds, and felt the hot blood waiting to boil all over her body, as well as the longing for victory that was gradually rising up in her heart. She was part of the Central Military Academy now, and she wanted to win, and she wanted to win with everyone else, so, it was necessary to take advantage of the situation. In the next second, under everyone's stunned gaze, Pei-Lan suddenly snatched a step ahead of everyone and jumped out of the hatch without hesitation. In the stunned gazes of all the first-year students of the Central Military Academy, the young girl, who was still weak from the outside despite claiming to have risen up to a B rank in physical fitness, actually jumped without hesitation against the gale that was almost capable of swirling away her entire body. Wait a minute, Yu-Ho giggled. The landing suit hasn't been issued yet. What's wrong with Elan? Didn't the teacher explain the procedure before? When the hatch opens, take the landing suit stacked next to it and put it on the right way before jumping down. Even for them, the top students with A-grade physique, they wouldn't dare to jump straight down at this height without a landing suit. This is a death wish. You'll really die. Yu Zhou was almost scared out of his wits, while Shang Dushan pursed his lips, his eyes steepened, immediately copied a landing suit, and after putting it on at the speed of light, he stared at Pei-Lan, who had already turned into a black dot in the field of view, and jumped down without any hesitation. This series of changes had happened so fast that the teachers who were observing this side of the room through the intelligent monitoring had not reacted. It wasn't until now, when they saw the hand-wringing students, that they suddenly realized what had just happened. 2 of them had gone down with a plunge, the first of which hadn't been wearing a landing suit. Now, the command room exploded. Countless people scrambled to express their opinions, and even their language became confused, completely unsure of how to explain to the top when they were faced with the tragic case of the student falling into a pulp later on. Yu Jiaying wrinkled her eyebrows in death, enduring the quiet noise in her ears, and at the first opportunity, she used her spiritual power to diffuse her voice, commanding the students who were still in the offloading area to stabilize their emotions, immediately put on their landing suits, and then seize the time to land on planet ZG-101. At the same time, she tapped on her light brain and began to contact the organizing alliance behind the Freshman Cup and the referee team, explaining the situation on this side and requesting that an immediate rescue be launched for the student who had jumped down without any protection. Rest area. Leandre, who had been listless since the Queen's departure, jerked his head up and looked sharply at the ship's wall, as if sensing the queen, who was plummeting in that direction. Sensing the dryness in the heart of his companion, who had begun to release a low pressure around him, Hirian glanced at him coldly, sighing once more at the fact that the queen actually possessed such a fan who was not at all calm and graceful. Calm down, Leandre. Don't act like a rabid dog that's lost its collar and leash as soon as you leave the queen. Use your head and think about it. The queen possesses such great mental power, far above you and I, that it is entirely sufficient to protect herself and land safely. The annoyance faded from Leandre's face. He was silent for a few seconds, and had to nod his head and admit that this fellow officer, whom he had always looked at with disdain, was a bit calmer than he was. Still, he kept his mouth shut, not wanting to make it seem like Shireen knew the queen better than he did, even though she wasn't here. Of course I know that. After all, the queen is not a delicate monarch that we protect behind us, but a true king who will stand in our way and want to protect us just as much. I'm the one who recognized this before you did. Just as these two higher bugs mixed in the crowd were fighting, on the other side, the organizer of the Freshman Cup had already urgently dispatched the high-altitude rescue-type robot bird, telling it to immediately lock onto Peilan, and to open the parachute after rushing up and do its best to ensure her safety. At the same time, the mechanical bird would also confirm the direction where Peilan had landed, and they would send people to support a buffer strip at that place, depending on the situation. I was just sitting leisurely behind the curtain and watching the game, but now I suddenly have so much more to do. Many people were filled with resentment in their hearts towards this legendary S-class spiritual power possessor called Peilan, thinking that this fellow was too arrogant with her talent and overly arrogant, and it would be good to let her suffer a little bit of bitterness this time by getting a bit of a shock when she fell from a high altitude. But who knows? When the machine bird captured Peilan's figure at high altitude and uploaded all the relevant images to the command tower set up by the organizers on the planet, everyone was dumbfounded. Beneath the dark green sky, above the dark brown soil, a dark blue figure was falling towards the ground at a meteor-like speed. Ink-colored mid-length hair fluttered wildly in the air, and in the face of the heavy pressure and the cold wind that stung like a blade, the young girl was undaunted, her eyes fixed on the best landing spot she had ever seen. Then, a cluster of orange beams vaguely lit up in her pitch-black pupils, getting brighter and brighter, and finally the entire black pupils emitted a faint orange halo. The light was still expanding, and finally wrapped around her entire body, forming a layer that was like a protective shield, perfectly isolating the whistling winds, and the enormous pressure all from the human body. For a moment, the air actually presents a beautiful and bizarre picture. The body of the sharp landing brought up a gale. The mechanical bird on the side to follow the camera is almost about to fly unsteadily. However, Peilan, who is in the middle of the storm, has not even messed up her hair, as in the eye of the typhoon, generally safe and sound. Seeing this scene, everyone in the command tower fell into silence, as if they had suddenly lost their speech. They stared straight at the young girl in the uniform of the Central Military Academy. It took a while before a sharp voice cut through the calm. It's spiritual power. The man who spoke had disheveled hair and an unshaven beard, looking disheveled. However, his eyes were gleaming, comparable to scorching heat as he stared at Peilan, as if staring at a myth that was about to rise. The other woman from the referee team spoke up right after her, sounding as if she was dreaming. How old is she? 18 at the most, and she's actually already able to externalize and materialize her spiritual power, and even hold up a shield strong enough to allow her to fall from a high altitude unharmed. There are people outside of people, and there is a heaven outside of heaven. This ancient saying has been passed down until now, but she didn't vaguely understand the meaning of it until now. Never paint the world of S-class geniuses with the imaginations of the mediocre. For a moment, everyone's eyes staring at Peilan produced a change. If before they were just looking at a junior with a potentially promising future, essentially still treating Peilan as a relatively outstanding military cadet, then from now on, they would truly treat Peilan as an S-ranked powerhouse, an existence that they would need to look up to in the realm of spiritual power. Just as Peilan was still 300 to 400 meters away from the ground and about to land, above her, a black dot slowly surfaced right behind her. It was Shang Dushan, who, with her outstanding physical ability, controlled her direction steadily in the air, minimizing wind resistance and pressure, and surprisingly followed suit. In contrast, the other military academies on the starship only now began to jump down one after another. Military students like dumplings, still scrambling, full of thought that they can compete for the first landing, still do not know that has long been with the first two have no chance. The few military schools that were closer to the Central Military Academy starships did spot the two who had jumped off early, and knew that the sooner they jumped off, the more likely they would have a head start. But they didn't dare to jump so fast at all. They had to check the ejection device of the landing suit 2 or 3 times first anyhow. Therefore, they could only watch those two life-threatening guys from the Central Military Academy going away at the speed of light. The organizers and the referee team needed to confirm the safety and well-being of all the cadets, which theoretically required switching back and forth between different security cameras. But anyway, the other military cadets had only just jumped off now, and it didn't take much effort for them to brightly fill the entire projection screen with images of Peilan. But on this look, they noticed the anomaly. Peilan doesn't seem to be jumping randomly. She's consciously controlling her direction. This place she jumped from was clearly the most complex high ground of the planet's terrain. It was also the place that any seasoned commander would fight for when they came here. This high ground is located on top of the plain hills. The terrain below is complicated, but above there is a small plain. The route occupying this place can easily hide themselves, while the attacking enemy is difficult to hide the trail, easy to defend and difficult to attack. This area was the furthest away from the abandoned subworm nests, the least contaminated, and even some simply purified and drinkable water and supplies could be found. So all things considered, it was clearly the most suitable place on the entire planet to serve as a temporary command post as well as a base camp. Moreover, Peilan had perfectly utilized the map mechanic in the match with an extremely tricky angle. As she skimmed over this high ground at a low altitude of over 300 meters, the light brain's only remaining map function had faithfully recorded all the terrain below. And now, using her mental power to constantly adjust the angle and direction of her descent, like a meteorite, she traced an orange-red arc in the darkened sky and smashed directly into the small, safe plane at the very top of the highlands. This step was equivalent to Peilan skipping over the originally difficult terrain below that required her to explore with her own 2 feet, and coming directly to safety, and getting a map for nothing. The referee team looked silly. After organizing so many freshman cups, this is the first time they have seen this kind of operation. But when you think about it, it really makes people have to be convinced. After all, mapping with the help of low-altitude landing time during landing would have been an act that they tacitly agreed to, and was not considered cheating from time to time on a real battlefield. As for now, as soon as Peilan landed on the ground, he became the most advantageous person in the whole field. Can only say that this is basically an unrepeatable operation. First of all, they haven't figured out until now how Peilan knew that there was a piece of feng shui land here. Once again, even if the others also have this kind of information access to Peilan, they simply don't have the strength to maneuver themselves to land precisely. Finally, the female referee with short purple hair summarized this year's freshman cup with a paragraph. By putting Peilan's roster in, we're putting carnivorous beasts into the circle of herbivorous beasts. Even though the match has only just begun, it's clear that the winner has already been decided. Yes, in everyone's mind. In everyone's mind, the Central Military Academy how to put aside. But Peilan will definitely become the best of the best winner. Because, even now, only one opening had passed, but it was already impossible for anyone in the entire field to shine brighter than her. So, how did Ilan Pei know about this area? The answer is simple. Long before she jumped down, she had already scanned almost half of the planet with her majestic mental power. And after roughly determining where the subworm nests were, as well as some of the most or least contaminated areas, she made a split-second decision and immediately jumped towards the least contaminated and farthest away from the nests. And that, in turn, was now where she landed. Boo! With a loud bang, the orange ball of light slammed hard into the ground of the plains, creating a deep, huge crater. Peilan took a gentle leap from the bottom of the pit and jumped up, surveying the surroundings, and was pleasantly surprised to find that there were actually some houses left by the aborigines around, which had not collapsed after more than 20 years of wind and rain. She was about to head towards the houses to see if there was anything still available inside when she felt the wind rise from the flat ground and something seemed to be falling towards her as well. She didn't turn around because she knew who it was. Deception Frost, it really was you I just felt. Shang Yushang didn't answer, but rolled a few times after landing to unload the force, and then removed the landing suit that had been ejected from his body, and then quickly came to Peilan's side, looking up and down and confirming that she wasn't injured before letting out a sigh of relief. She was just about to blame the other party for being too impulsive and causing her to worry, but who knew that Peilan had actually preempted him and blocked his words. Have all the students from the command department jump as far as they can toward us, bearing roughly east 74 north 35. The students from the logistics department have previously been divided into 4 groups, of which only one group needs to jump this way, and the other 3 groups, please jump to the following 3 directions respectively. The students of the Department of Warfighter Operations as the main force to hunt the Star Beast. Their current landing point is best arranged in the east 36, west 120. These places, to be able to avoid the students of the other military schools, at the same time not far from the location of the Star Beast, not too close, and there will be a student of the logistics department's medical team to receive them. As for the exact level of the Star Beasts, I haven't scouted them out yet, so I can only let them make their own judgment and live within their means. After saying so much in one breath, Seeing that Shang Dushan was still staring blankly at herself, Pei Yilan sighed helplessly and said in a low voice, "Each department has been divided into a number of squads. All we need to do is to contact the captains of the squads on the Central Military Academy's channel. But there are still too many people to contact, and I can't be too busy on my own. These places are all areas that I explored just now by releasing my spiritual power in the air. Of course, there are also places that I haven't explored yet, and there might be unknown dangers, so I don't recommend that our classmates head over there." Shang Yushan complied and contacted the various squad leaders on the Central Military Academy's internal channel, basically doing things by instinct, and the person was in a bit of a trance. In such a short time of falling from a high altitude, she only had time to lock onto Pei Yilan's position alone, but Pei Yilan said that she had already used her spiritual power to explore most of the area of this planet. Is this the difference between S-rank mental power and A-rank? It's too much. In fact, Shang Yushang had once met a spiritual power S-class big brother because of his own family lineage and some karmic connections, but how to say it? Since witnessing Pei Yilan's strength, Shang Yushang would always develop a subtle intuition. She always felt that all of the abilities Pei Yilan was showing now were just the tip of the iceberg that had been revealed to the surface. And perhaps, she was stronger than any of the S-class powerhouses she had ever seen. But very quickly, Shang Yushang would again feel that this was just his own illusion. After all, Pei Yilan was only an 18-year-old girl in the end, and it took time for even the most talented person to grow up. After all, any normal person could not imagine that there would actually be someone in this world who, after being born into this world, used spiritual power as if it was as unusual as drinking water and eating. Spiritual power to Pei Yilan had never been a partner that needed to be tamed, but had been a part of her body from the beginning. Next, the two of them entered inside the houses of the natives of this place, concealing themselves to alert the surrounding while using the internal communication channel to contact the various squad leaders. After Pei Yilan manually contacted a few people, she was a bit distressed, realizing that the speed of information transfer was still too slow this way. If it was a bug on the other side right now, she would only need a mental link to convey all the commands. Unfortunately, however, she was now fighting with her human teammates. If she forcibly invaded the brain field of a normal and healthy person with her spiritual power, it would only cause a strong rejection reaction. Luckily, however, none of the students she had contacted so far had questioned her command, and there was no need to waste time explaining, which greatly shortened the time it took to line up a layout. Unconsciously, Pei Yilan had already accumulated enough prestige amongst the new students, and with the big brother of the single combat department, Shang Yushang, also on her side, the squads that received their messages would basically do as they were told. Although the speed of conveying the information wasn't that fast, resulting in the end there were still a few squads that didn't reach the location Pei Yilan had indicated. However, this result was already quite amazing in the eyes of the organizers and the judging team. The other military schools were still cluttered with students looking for their teammates. Or maybe the ones that were making slightly better progress. This would have gathered a certain number of people and were scouting the terrain for star beasts. In contrast, the Central Military Academy's side was simply as good as open. Each squad was doing their own thing and had basically reached where they were supposed to be. And all of this was because there was Pei Yilan behind the scenes doing the commanding. This girl really surprises us every time. Someone revealed an indescribable mix of smugness and pride. Maybe he wasn't born from the Central Military Academy, but it's a very pleasing thing to have such a rising star among humans. Yes, Pei Yilan's priority in their hearts was once again turned up. She wasn't just a strong individual with strong spiritual power, but more importantly, it now seemed that she was surprisingly quite talented in commanding together as well. In just these 10 or so minutes, the Central Military Academy's team had already taken shape under his command. In comparison, the other freshman teams were simply like babies who had only just learned to crawl, completely crushed. From this, the importance of command simply cannot be overstated. Central Military Academy on a starship. After maneuvering the starship into a stagnant space staging area, Yu Jiaying stayed in the command room to watch the Freshman Cup broadcast live. Wendy Li, who was in charge of leading the team this time, just happened to come looking for her in the command room. Seeing her looking so seriously and keeping her gaze closely following Pei Yilan, Li Wendian couldn't help but reveal a smile that was in line with having a smile. After all, this was a student in her class. Commander Yu, looking at you like this, could it be that you've taken a fancy to this girl Pei Yilan? Yu Jiaying nodded and shook her head. In terms of spiritual power, Pei Yilan has already surpassed me both in terms of strength and precision, and I have nothing to teach her. However, in terms of battlefield command, I'm conceited that there should still be something I can teach her. Once Li Wenting heard the meaning of her words, it was obvious that she had a crush on Pei Yilan and wanted to accept her as a student and teach her real battlefield command knowledge. And in her heart she secretly felt happy for this student of hers. Who would have thought that more than a month ago, Pei-Elan was still a problematic student with her headache. In such a short period of time, the situation was already bipolar. She wouldn't feel like she was this S-rank teacher. She was very self-aware that she hadn't taught Pei-Elan anything in terms of spiritual power. It was entirely because she was so strong on her own. But no matter what, she still felt very honored to witness the rise of such a powerful person. Just when the vast majority of people's attention was attracted by Pei-Elan, they didn't notice the crisis that was being birthed in the depths of the planet Strata. The place where the subworm nest was located was a high mountain. And back then, the queen of the worm race had personally visited this place and contaminated the entire land with her own blood, making the entire mountain range the place where the worm nest was conceived. But then, with the death of the queen of the bugs and the withdrawal of the bugs, the nest was soon deserted. No longer would countless hideous insectoid mature bodies break out of the mountains, and the once nearly insect-infested, hardened rocks barely retained their last vestiges of decency, leaving behind a patch of land so contaminated it could no longer be used, scorched and blackened. Since this is the source of pollution, even if you wear heavy protective clothing, the human body will be contaminated by the insect toxins once you get close to this place. So until now, the human army has never come to this side of the field. At most, they just send some machines to take some photos from afar to confirm his condition. Thus, while the eyes of the machine were silently blinded, no one noticed the anomaly on this side. The originally hard mountain was like it had suddenly turned into a swamp, emitting gurgling bubbling sounds. The hard mountain rocks gradually transformed into a soft warm bed, undulating and sinking silently. If anyone were here, he might be surprised to find that the whole mountain range seemed to be transformed into a living thing, and that powerful heartbeats could be heard coming from the depths of the high mountains. Bang, bang, bang. The sound is heard in the empty valley for a long time. A man whose entire body was hidden in a black robe closed his eyes and seemed to be enjoying the sound of his heartbeat vibrating in his ears, letting out a hoarse, unpleasant laugh, very pleased with the results of their efforts. He was now in a small, completely invisible airship, which remained motionless at an altitude of about 100 meters from the top of the mountain, allowing him to dump the feed in the cabin without being taken as prey by the gadgets that were about to break out of the ground. The gadgets that are about to break out of the ground will not be taken as prey. Little cuties, recently the control is getting tighter and tighter. It is not easy to get these corpses. The mouth said words that can be described as horrible, but his eyes do not have any vicious color. More precisely, there was nothing in his eyes, no emotion, as empty as a robot's, except for the anticipation of the monster-like life that was being birthed. A large amount of black, sticky substance was dumped down from the cargo hold at the rear of the ship. The moment the ground of the mountain came into contact with them, it was like a sponge meeting water, hungrily absorbing the sticky substance. When the last drop of black mucus was sucked into the ground, the mountain range seemed to burp. Countless rustling whispers rang out from the depths of the valley, like babies waking up early after being stimulated by the outside world. The black-robed man nodded in satisfaction. When you come out later, enjoy a fresh, beautiful meal. His gaze fell into the distance. It was plain and hilly, the place where the vast majority of military cadets chose to land. In the mountains, the drumming heartbeat grew more and more intense, as if it also sensed countless fresh flesh and blood, impatient to come out and enjoy the food. Bang, bang, bang. Pei-Elan's eyes snapped open. Her gaze seemed to penetrate thousands of miles, and she could see the mountains gradually coming to life. Her eyes sharp. Something's about to come out over there. Pei-Elan's dark pupils stared silently in a certain direction. The wind whistling from afar brought her some messages of new life. She could feel that something very scary was about to awaken. These soon-to-be-born beings are powerfully voracious, uncontrolled, and their desire for fresh flesh and blood makes them desperately want to break through the soil that birthed them to prey on fresh flesh and blood. Elan? She should have detested such insatiable plundering of life, but for some reason, she vaguely sensed an extremely familiar flavor from the scent of this life, as if it were tightly entwined and haunted in her soul. The blood that had been flowing calmly gradually boiled up, as if it were signaling some providential encounter. She felt every cell of her being rejoicing, making her unable to raise her defenses against these new beings that were about to appear, much less nip the threatening ones in the bud. Elan! A strong hand grabbed her shoulder and shook her gently. Pei-Elan blinked, and the dark eyes that were originally lifeless due to being caught up in her own world once again appeared to glow. She looked blankly at the anxious Shang Dushan in front of her, and that cold face, like the first melting snow, flowed a little into his heart. Shang Yushan was relieved to see Pei-Elan come to her senses from that near-lost state she was in just now. What the hell just happened to you? Suddenly you stopped making a sound. Her light-colored glazed pupils refracted the green light of the broken pollution outside the window, as if it were a gurgling cold spring, mixed with some worry with warmth, making Pei-Elan's blood, which was originally a bit boiling and restless, calm down again. It's okay, Deception Frost. I was just thinking about something earlier, but now I have an answer. Shan Yushang paused, slightly hesitant. For some reason, the young girl was clearly smiling at her, but she could see some sadness underneath that as always gentle face. It was so bad, she thought. Peilan seems to be alone in his mind to make a decision that makes him very sad, and she, as a friend who was at his side, knows nothing about it. This feeling is really too bad. After becoming friends with Peilan, even though the students around them said that one of them had S-class spiritual power and the other had a physique that was close to S-class, which was a powerful combination, Shan Yushang would always have a feeling that, compared to Peilan, she was still too weak and too weak. So much so that she was unable to bring her any assistance and could only watch her walk alone on her set path. She didn't want that, so she could only continue to bury her head in the sand and train hard, expecting that she would really be able to reach the legendary S-class physique sooner. Being strong to a certain extent, maybe you'll be able to help Peilan, right? Shan Yushang's mind, Peilan didn't know too well. She was perhaps the most easily satisfied queen ever, hardly ever actively asking for anything from those around her, and naturally, she was unaware of how much her human friends wanted to help and keep up with her, to rival her. She closed her eyes, a flicker of intolerance and a slight throb flashing through her mind, as if she was about to do something extremely cruel. Nevertheless, she remained steadfast in her decision. The majestic spiritual power poured out, barely startling anyone, and arrived at the insect nest mountain range thousands of miles away in a lightning-fast manner. I don't know whether it was because they sensed the arrival of the spiritual power that would threaten them. The drumming heartbeat became more and more violent, and the surface of the mountain range bulged up one after another horrifying pustules, and there were even some strange limbs that broke out of the ground as if they were in a hurry to come out. However, Peilan had already made up her mind that she wouldn't give them this chance, though somehow these beings gave her an extremely familiar feeling. She couldn't let them be born. Some beings needed to be soaked in blood and death as soon as they were born. She could almost predict that once these beings came out they would hunt around for humans, enrich themselves with the energy-rich flesh and blood of those military cadets, and then become even more terrifying. She didn't want that to happen. The orange spiritual energy coalesced into a torrent that was about to pour down, penetrating into every inch of soil and completely killing these monsters that shouldn't have existed in the first place. Buzz buzz buzz. The life-threatening situation caused the things to become more and more agitated. Finally, one of the largest and most developed of the monsters broke out of the ground. Its body was the same charred black color as this contaminated land, with a hideous and huge mouthpiece growing from its head, and a pair of unearthly dark green wings on its back, like a giant mutated insect. The moment it came out, Peilan, who was originally prepared to deliver a fatal blow, froze, and the power that had been gathered up instantly collapsed, unable to do so for a moment. How can? Parked on the starship and the space station, Leandre and Shirian felt the familiar yet unfamiliar bug aura almost simultaneously, and their faces changed in unison. This feeling? It can't be wrong. The silver-haired man's face instantly grimaced, and in his golden pupils, obscurity was gathering, congealing with murderous intent. Those damn guys, actually experimenting with the larval genes left behind in the insect nest dash. Better not let me catch them, or I'll be sure to throw them into the bug nest as fodder for the lower-ranked soldiers. The command tower received a belated warning when the unknown and threatening new species to the still young cadets appeared below the canopy. What is this? For the first time, the leaders among the organizers were so out of it. He stared at the ugly thing that had broken through the ground with a grimace, at its muzzle that was long and sharp enough to be used as a weapon, and at its body that glistened with metal, and for a moment his eyes blurred, as if he had seen one of those weapons of war that had terrorized his enemies on the battlefield so many years ago. Behind him, someone had already lost their voice and screamed, "Bugs! It's the bugs! Damn it! Didn't they sign a temporary peace agreement with us? Are they going to tear up the agreement? Why did they suddenly appear here?" Another man interrupted in a loud voice. "As you said, it was temporary. It's no surprise they want to tear it up whenever they want. However, I think it's still strange." A female referee quickly calmed down. The appearance of these bugs, while reflecting some of the basic characteristics of bugs, doesn't seem to exactly match any of the bugs we know of. And, upon closer inspection, most of their bodies appear to be a contaminated burnt black or dark green color, which inevitably evokes something not so good. "Honorable officers, are you still satisfied with what you see?" A hoarse, unpleasant voice rang out abruptly. Everyone was alerted to identify the source of the sound, and then shocked to find that the large screen they had originally used to monitor the students' performance status had somehow been invaded by an abnormal signal. With a zip of electricity, all the images of the students they could monitor all disappeared, replaced by a man shrouded in a black robe. Black group. The female referee, Phil, stared dead at the black-robed man's blurred face hidden under the brim of his hat, and with a grimace, he spat out these two nightmare-like words. If the bugs were the nightmare that dominated all of Interstellar more than 20 years ago, then the deepest nightmare of the new era that accompanied the wave of star beasts that came after the bugs lost their queen and fell silent was the Black Group, an interstellar terrorist organization that had risen up at some point in time. No one knew where their home base was. They were like disgusting assholes that had unknowingly invaded all classes of all races, and almost no race dared to say that there was definitely no shadow of the Black Group among their top brass. The goal of the Black Group is unknown, but what is certain is that they are definitely terrorists through and through. And from the time they first showed up until now it's only been more than a decade. And they've already done quite a lot of pushing for terrorist incidents in the shadows, but they've never been caught by the tail. And even the high-ranking personnel so far have basically never been caught. The other races don't know, but the Human Federation's specialized teams can almost only deduce their presence and movements from the minutiae. Their members are characterized by being shrouded in black robes, acting in a low-key manner, and have a habit of slowly hollowing out society like assholes, and are quite good at being stealthy. Phil had once learned of the existence of the Black Group by chance, but had never seen it in person. However, she finally knew why people who had seen the Black Group said that they would definitely recognize their members as soon as they saw them. Because the aura on them was just too special. Not only was it reflected in the uniform black robes, but more importantly, it was that kind of completely devoid of the slightest hint of freshness and full of decay, which was on the verge of rushing to her even through the screen. In the information I have been told, you have always preferred to hide in the shadows and play with people's hearts, guiding the events you want to happen. But this time, you have appeared in front of us in a big way. Why? Could it be that you are an abandoned pawn? Phil's expression grew colder and colder, and it was impossible to tell that she was testing the other woman with all the tension in her body. The man in black let out a low laugh. However, no one could feel his laughter. ZG-101 is a great planet, especially with the remains of the bug nest left on it. You must not know that when the bugs withdrew back then, there was still a batch of eggs that were about to hatch inside. They had been abandoned by their queen and their colony, and were filled with resentment before they even descended. They desperately grabbed every scrap we gave them as sustenance and grew wildly. And now the time has come for them to take revenge on this world that abandoned them. These resentful children will be stronger than the bugs who abandoned them. They no longer need to continue hiding under abandoned mountains, just as we no longer need to hide our great purpose now. For the first time, the black-robed man's tone appeared to have obvious mood swings. It's as if he's thinking of an immensely sacred mission, and his otherwise oddly stiff tone is finally colored with enthusiasm. He tilts his head wildly and opens his arms toward the sky, and the camera pulls up. At this, the hearts of everyone in the command tower jumped, finally recognizing where he was now. He was actually standing not far from the Bug Nest mountain range, and beside him, there were actually 5 or 6 military academy students who had been knocked out. What are you going to do to these children? The leader among the organizers couldn't control the emotions in his heart any longer and exclaimed, these children could be the future pillars of the Human Federation. If they died here, it would definitely be a heavy blow to the Federation. The black-robed man let out a ho-ho-ho-ho laugh in an unpleasant voice. These little guys are slightly better than useless garbage. Well, at least they're fresh, and should be enough to whet the appetites of these newly awakened and starving babies before they eat their regular meals. Come on out, my little monsters, it's time to eat. As his words fell, a huge scorpion tail broke through the ground, followed by the strange creature shaped like a dark green scorpion, but born with a hideous mouth slowly crawling towards the area. Most of the people in the command tower held their breath, not daring to watch the next scene. Others summoned their warships in a futile attempt to get there, but they all know it's too late. It was like everyone had pressed pause. The black-robed man's eyelids jumped as he looked at the motionless newborn insectoid. What's the situation? According to the experimental data, these freshly born neo-insects should be starving. Aren't these cadets the best rations to replenish their energy? Why hasn't it pounced on them? Not only that, in the next second, he suddenly felt a chill all over his body, as if there was a pair of sharp eyes staring at him from the underworld. And he was like a mole cricket under the feet of a giant that would be crushed to death at any time. This was Pei Elan's spiritual power. Her person was still thousands of miles away, but her spiritual power had already surrounded this place first. She was originally prepared to hang these monsters, but she didn't expect that she would happen to hear what the man in black said and know where these monsters really came from. So, you guys used to be bugs? Pei Elan, who was thousands of miles away, lowered her brows and narrowed her eyes, a hint of sadness flashing in her eyes. After she felt these little monsters, no, I should say the newborn bugs, through her spiritual power, she clearly felt that unbreakable attraction between the queen and her subjects. It was like the feeling Leandre and the others gave her. A tug from deep within her bloodline was connecting them if nothing else, but it was somehow not quite the same. Pei Elan couldn't say what the difference was, but after listening to the words of the man in black, she vaguely found the answer. Is it because these children, who were abandoned over 20 years ago, have been doused with malice by people with an axe to grind, and that's why they're in this state? Pei-Elan didn't deny that she had a moment of weakness. She must not let these children go on a killing spree here. As queen of the bugs, she had an obligation to guide her people, not just kill them outright. Pei-Elan thought about it and tentatively used her mental power to look for the interface of these newborn bugs. Fortunately, despite the fact that their mental constructs were already quite different from the average insectoid, a place was still reserved for the queen's link. Stop! Don't hurt these humans! The commands Pei-Elan sent through the mental link were like a stone sinking into the sea, receiving no response. It was as if these newborn bug races had completely disowned the queen's spiritual link, with a pair of vertical pupils all glowing with scarlet aura, and their spiritual power in disarray, not at all resembling normal, communicative intelligent races, while at the same time not seeming to be suppressed by the queen like the rest of the bug races. Pei-Elan frowned and was just about to try something else when a cold, low voice stopped her. Enough of this wasted effort. They won't listen to you. Hearing this voice that could almost evoke a nightmare in the depths of his memory, Pei-Elan even misplaced his breath for a beat. She manipulated her mental powers to be able to monitor all her surroundings in 360 degrees without any dead angles, and thus quickly noticed the figure of the man who had appeared on top of the scorched earth at some point. The man's body is still as tall and straight as ever. Fine black frontal hair, lined with that face more and more angular. The corner of the mouth, if any smile and eyes that can drown people's sea blue mirror, looks fresh and bright. Let a person cannot help but heart trust. However, when Pei-Elan saw him, she would only think of his icy cold eyes hidden underneath a smile, a soul that reeked of decay underneath a handsome skin. Aveino. What? Shang Yushang froze for a moment, not hearing clearly what she was saying, only seeing the young girl beside her move her lips slightly, seemingly saying someone's name, before her face rapidly paled. It's nothing. Pei-Elan reluctantly smiled at Shang Dushan beside her. Then her consciousness plunged once again into the high altitude thousands of miles away. Aveino could clearly feel the queen's consciousness descending on this spot, and even smiled precisely in her direction. Speaking of which, this would be the first time the queen has seen an insect race that doesn't follow your orders, right? In the past, you've always been able to rely on your mental power to do no harm. How does it feel to have a closed door this time? Sure enough, it was still a familiar recipe, a familiar flavor, a mouth full of malice. Hidden behind his bright smile was coldness and mockery. However, Pei-Elan couldn't care less about feeling embarrassed. In a flash of lightning, it was as if she suddenly understood something from the passage, and completely figured out why Aveino had suddenly appeared on this planet. It was just that she simply couldn't believe that Aveino would do such a thing. A violent fluctuation in her mental power began to occur. Did you do this too? Was it you? In collusion with that disgusting fellow, who used the larvae of the unbroken eggs in this nest as experiments, and ended up creating these hideous children? Baylan felt his chest rise and fall violently. He had never longed so much for Evander to be as he wanted him to be. Firmly, he shook his head at him. However, the smile at the corner of Aveino's mouth that understood her words gradually widened, and there was only a coldness in his sea blue eyes. What would the queen do if I said yes? At this instant, Pei-Elan felt like a nerve had snapped in her head. Her chest rose and fell violently, hardly able to believe that Aveino could do something so cruel to his own kind. Why did you do it? Why did you do this cruel thing with those guys? Aveino lowered his eyes to idly play with the muzzle of some newborn bug, and quickly dodged again when the other launched himself at him without the slightest regard for the pressure of the higher bugs. You've wronged me on that one. I'm not exactly a partnership with those disgusting assholes. It's just a matter of getting what you want. I wanted to create a group of bugs that could ignore the queen's orders, and they wanted bioweapons, so I stopped by to do a little favor. Ouch, 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 ouch. Looks like the queen's really pissed off, feeling the sharper and sharper mental energy brewing invisibly. Aveino, however, smiled more openly instead. It seemed that what he had done had indeed made the queen feel threatened, or else the queen, who had always been so well disguised that she was even able to fool Lin and Shireen, wouldn't have gotten so furious. However, what he was thinking was not even on the same channel as what Pei-Elan was thinking. Pei-Elan looked at the obvious traces of transformation on the bodies of these insects, their tainted body color, and felt the unquenchable longing for being transformed that vaguely flowed out of their complicated and disordered spiritual energy, and her expression gradually became pained. Why? Obviously they're all bugs. Why does Aveino want to hurt these kids? They were already suffering when they were abandoned back then, and now even their only remaining genes are being used and transformed into this. She thought again of what Aveino had just said, that he wanted bugs that can ignore the queen's orders. So it's because of her? Was it because her presence made Eviano feel threatened? Pei-Elan vaguely grasped a bit of what was going on, but now that the situation was urgent, she couldn't afford to think too much. Her struggling and bitter look was so disturbing that Shang Yushan couldn't help but side-eye her and ask softly, "Did something happen? Did something happen?" The moment the voice in her ear rang out, Pei Yilan's mental power instantly recycled, severing the connection with Evener. It wasn't that she had taken the initiative to cut it off, to be more precise. It was Ivino who had forced a unilateral break in the mental link with the queen. At the risk of risking a mental injury, Pei Yilan unconsciously bit her lower lip, an angry and worried expression on her face. Aveino. What the hell was he thinking? Why would he rather get hurt than do this? Did he hate her that much? Despite the fact that the Evener was now an enemy, Pei Yilan still uncontrollably recalled the last glance Evener had looked toward her before cutting the mental link. That glance was not cold as usual, nor was there anything terribly negative in it. There was only an indefinable weariness, as if he were tired of it all. Vaguely numb, if you must say so. Yes, that's right, numbness. It was as if Avino was just mechanically doing what he thought was right. But deep down he didn't have the conviction to back up his actions in this way, so he didn't feel sorry for what he had done to his own kind, only insensitively taken for granted. All of the insect race's spiritual energy was completely open in front of the queen. Avino's unilateral cut-off could only serve a momentary purpose. Pei Yilan was still able to feel the points of spiritual energy light belonging to Avino. As long as she was willing, she could force link him at any time, but she couldn't do it. Avino had already shown a resolute attitude that the paths were different, and once she forced the link on, it didn't take much thought to realize that Avino would surely pinch off again, and by then he might actually get hurt pretty badly. Even at this moment, she still didn't want to let Aveino get hurt, but she also absolutely couldn't forgive Aveino for collaborating with that kind of person and doing those cruel experiments on the larvae that the bug race would descend. Extreme conflicting emotions entangled Pei Yilan's heart, causing her expression to become more and more somber. Pei Yilan. Shang Yushang saw her showing this expression and raised her voice, this time finally attracting her attention. Look at me. Pei Yilan pursed her lips somewhat helplessly, the arc of her long eyelashes fluttering as if symbolizing her struggling heart. Still, she looked to her friend as she was told. So, can you tell me what's going on? Say what you mean? I want to help you if I can. Shang Yushang's sincere words caused Pei Yilan's facial contours to unconsciously soften. She no longer tensed her body, but unloaded all of her strength and buried her head in Shang Dushan's shoulder. Shang Yushang felt the soft touch of her body, the warmth of her breath spraying on her neck. Her body stiffened, but tried to relax as much as possible. It was the first time she'd been this close to someone even of the same sex, but it wasn't a bad feeling. Immediately after, Pei Yilan's muffled voice rang in her ears. Deception Frost. If, say, your family member is a very, very bad person who not only hates you, but has done wrong things, you want to stop him but you don't want him to get hurt. She was suddenly a little speechless. She really hated her indecisive self, but there was no way she could really harden her heart. She could obviously use her position as queen of the bugs to force an order on Avino to stop this, or maybe just knock him out. But then she thought of the jaded tone and the vague numbness in Avino's voice when he spoke of the bug queen's manipulative abilities, and she didn't know what to do with him. Shang Yushang froze and put his hand gently on her back, encircling her. So it's about family, then I really don't feel too good about interfering. But I think since your family member has done something wrong, and you can't afford to give him up, let's wake him up. Pei Yilan looked up in shock and left her embrace, staring blankly at the young girl's proudly erect figure. The sunlight sprinkled on Shang Dushan's long hair that stood up high, and his light-colored eyes seemed to reflect a light golden light at that moment as well, just as the sunlight shone on the first snow, reviving everything. Shang Yushan's voice was not euphonious, but rather, it was a little low and seemed resounding. Since he's family, it's all the more important not to let him go down when he makes a mistake, but to put everything together to pull him back on track, to stop him from making a mistake, or to be there with him to atone for his sins, and, of course, above all, to make sure that he understands from the bottom of his heart that he's wrong. It's difficult though. After all, people's ideas and behaviors are never able to be easily changed by bystanders. However, because family members are very important people, one has to try no matter how difficult it is, doesn't it? Pei Yilan quietly listened to Shang Dushan's words, and a light gradually appeared in her dark pupils. She could tell that her friend was trying very hard to organize her words, trying to enlighten her and bring her out of the pain of her struggle. Fortunately, from her words, she had figured out what she had to do. Pei Yilan's eyes grew brighter and brighter, and finally, the bright beams of light all turned into flames of conviction. She took Shang Dushan's hand in a firm grip and nodded at her. I know. I'll stop him from making mistakes and pull him back on track. She must not stand by and watch as the blue points of light that were radiant and vibrant in her psychic perception tinted a dark color or disappeared altogether. After this thought was born in his heart, the next second, powerful spiritual energy directly and completely erupted from Pei Yilan's brain area. In an instant, The invisible orange storm gradually turned tangible, forming a sphere of orange light beyond her body that enveloped her completely, just like the meteor that had just smashed into the land, and she would once again fly further away. This time, though, she was doing it for another belief that had nothing to do with winning or losing, but was just as important. Shan Yushang was stunned as he watched this scene. She vaguely realized that Pei Yilan seemed to have completely unleashed her true power, no longer accompanying them as if they were children playing house before, but going to do something very important. Wait a minute. Forget about the competition for now. Hurry up and gather all the people all around here. Remember, make sure to stay as far away as possible from where the danger descends. Not just from the Central Military Academy, but from the other military academies as well. Notify them as soon as possible and tell them all to stay away from there. After this final explanation, Pei Yilan once again transformed into a meteor and ruthlessly smashed into the battlefield thousands of miles away. At the same time, a very terrifying energy fluctuation erupted in the same direction she had sped off in. Shan Yushang swore with her A-class spiritual power that the aura was incomparably terrifying, carrying the momentum of destroying everything, and was by no means something that they, the military cadets, could resist. It does seem like the experiment was a success. The black-haired, blue-eyed high insectoid narrowed his eyes as he watched the new insectoids rise up one by one. But those guys really didn't tell the truth. In addition to the bug genes, there should be a lot of good stuff mixed in. Right, that's why you guys are having such a hard time. But it doesn't matter. At least you guys really won't be under the Queen's control. That alone is enough. More than the other higher bugs, Avino thought extraordinarily deep. Even after killing the current queen of the bug race, what would happen? A new queen would still be born, and the fate of the bug race would still not be in their hands. So he wanted to do it once and for all, by experimenting to get bug genes that were unaffected by the queen, and then find a way to replicate it and spread it among the bugs again. That way, the bugs could leave the shadow of being ruled by the queen once and for all and usher in a new era. That's why he teamed up with those pieces of shit from the black group. Of course he sensed something was wrong with these new bugs, and knew that these wretches had been suffering from terrible hunger and rage, and feared that they wouldn't be able to live for very long. He also probably knew that the black group was just treating these experiments as disposable items, wanting to inflict a blow on the human alliance with these newborn bugs, and didn't intend to let any life on this planet survive. But he didn't care about any of the above. Essentially, he was just using these little monsters as experimental materials. Next, he just had to take one of the new bugs to the main bug planet and extract the part of its genes that could rebel against the bug queen before it died out. As for how long these experiments would live, and the losses the human alliance would suffer next, it was naturally none of his business. Evander was thinking that and had intended to do the same. But in the next second, a wave of mental power that could almost be etched into his bones suddenly descended. He looked up suddenly, just in time to see the girl's hair, which had been blown out of her eyes by the gusty wind because she had come so quickly, flutter past her eyes, and raised an eyebrow in surprise. It's really rare. Are you actually angry enough to come here in person without expending so much mental energy? The words came out of his mouth in a painless manner, but in fact he was secretly on guard. If the queen insisted on decapitating all of these experiments here, he didn't dare to guarantee that he would be able to leave a single one alive. Pei Yilan just gave him an expressionless look. That glance, stern and very strong, completely lacking the usual gentle and soft appearance, but in turn, called the tip of Avino's heart to tremble. It's that feeling again, and for some reason, it just gets him all over the place. It should have been a good thing that the queen had finally torn through her gentle disguise and revealed herself as she was, but why did he feel a shiver run down his spine, as if he was about to lose something very important? Afterward, Pei Yilan paid no more attention to him, instead dividing her spiritual energy into countless strands, gently but irrefusably accessing the brain domains of all the newborn insectoids. Avino frowned. What is the queen trying to do? Is she still trying to manipulate them? Just die. Their genes have fused with the Fae, and there's absolutely no way they'll ever be under your control again. Shut up, can't you see they're having a hard time? For the first time, Pei Yilan spoke to him in this almost scolding voice. The severity of its tone made Avino subconsciously shut his mouth, drooped his head, and stood by the side, like a dog that had been kicked by its master after doing something wrong. After a while, Avino suddenly reacted, cursing himself for being bewitched just now, and his voice went icy cold. You're in no position to order me around. Also, your behavior is pointless. The point of these little monsters being born is for experimentation. Their genes are so complex that it's simply impossible for them to live any longer. Before you die, it's not a bad idea to make one last contribution. Well, with a muffled grunt, Avino had to stop his speech. He covered the left half of his face, head down, eyes incredulous. Just now when he spoke, Pei Yilan's face completely chilled. She maneuvered her mental powers as she walked quickly to him, then raised her fist and punched him hard in the left side of his face. With this punch, Peilan used almost all of her strength. The results of her training over this period of time had given her extraordinary strength, and the force of her punch had swollen half of Avino's handsome face almost at once, even catching her off guard and biting even the corner of her mouth, leaving a sinuous trail of blood. This time, Avino was truly confused, covering his face while looking at Peilan in disbelief. He must not realize that he now looks like the dog that was playing with himself when he was suddenly kicked out by his master. Peilan's eyes traced over the blood at the corner of his mouth, revealing a slight look of pain and anger. She said, word for word, "You're just not a thing dash. You actually treated your fellow clan members like this, without even the slightest hint of remorse. I can't even begin to imagine that you are such a cold-blooded to the point of horrible existence." Peilan took a deep breath as if she was forcibly holding back some emotion. She was genuinely angry and confused. If Avino's distaste for her was a fear of the queen, and didn't care about the lives of the cadets implicated on this planet because it wasn't my race, why would he want to harm a group of unborn children of the same race as himself? With her heart turning over, Peilan slightly skimmed her head, her voice growing colder and colder. "I no longer have any interest in what you think. Now, please get out of here at once and leave me alone to save these children. I won't let them hurt those humans, nor will I let them die an early death in agony." Yes, she was going to save these bugs born in a twisted experiment, and she would be able to do it. Avino froze in place. He looked at Peilan, who had beads of sweat seeping from the corners of her forehead due to the excessive use of her spiritual energy, and felt her firm will, not realizing that he had even brought a slight tremor to his voice. "Why? Should we save them?" So the queen wasn't trying to kill them, she was trying to save them. However, it shouldn't be these new bugs that would hinder her rule. Isn't it better to kill them? This kind of thankless thing. Why did she? If I have to ask why, it's probably because I'm their queen. I'm their queen. For the first time, Peilan didn't run away, didn't get confused, but forcefully admitted her identity. She vaguely remembered a saying, "If you want to wear a crown, you must bear its weight." The identity of the queen of the insect race was never a beautiful thing for Peilan to proudly show off, but a responsibility so heavy that it overwhelmed her. However, she had seen extremely limited amounts of insectoids since her birth, and gradually, she had almost forgotten that she had such a seemingly honorable identity, except for what Leandre and Shireen insisted on calling her. Until this moment, she had felt great agonizing torment from the queen's natural spiritual bond to her people as much as it had shuddered her heart when Leanne and Shireen were afflicted with psychic mania. And anguish and sadness grew in her heart, as if she were feeling the pain of these children every moment of every day in a tangible way. There is a divide between life and life, and although Builan is willing to lend a helping hand to every life in distress, Builan in the end is unable to truly empathize with them and feel all the ups and downs of their emotions. However, this disconnect will not be between the queen of the bugs and her subjects. She will passively receive the cries of her people in pain. The young king, who had not been born for a long time and had not received the inheritance, had a moment of epiphany, a vague glimpse of the queen's true power and mission. "I heard their agonizing cries for help. There's no way to let it go no matter what." Meeting Avino's obscure gaze, Peilan didn't look evasive and raised her head, the warm orange glow in her dark eyes becoming more and more aggressive. "So, as the queen who received the distress signal they conveyed, this is something that I have to take care of." It turned out that the warm orange eyes could also be transformed into sharp edges that pushed right into Avino's heartstrings and shook him to his core. He suddenly took a few steps back, his sea blue pupils a little lax, as if he had seen something incredible and couldn't believe the reality. Impossible. His lips trembled slightly, as if the notion he had always had was forcibly broken, and the shell that had protected him from the outside of his body was eroded by running water to make a hole, and he was actually a little bewildered and confused. How could the queen of their insect race say such a thing? No, let alone a special social structure like the bugs. Looking at any intelligent race, which highest power holder would say such naive to the point of being ridiculous? The queen is born noble and enjoys supreme authority. All the bugs should flock to her and protect her. How could any queen say she wants to protect her bug subjects? Shouldn't bugs be as expendable to the queen as she wants them to be? Even the seemingly glorious and powerful higher bugs, even if they were accidentally lost, it would only take a little more time for the queen, and after a while, the mother bug nest would give birth to new higher bugs to mature. Avino loathed tumors like the queen of the bugs who were born to hold the highest authority in the bug race, but didn't see anything wrong with the queen's privilege. He had long ago recognized the brutal code of the bugs: the strong had the right to run amok. The queen is the most powerful, so it's only natural to crush the bugs, and he's ambitious and unwilling to be restrained, so he tries to get sharp enough to rebel against the queen by crushing weaker bug spawn and using them as experimental subjects. The law of the jungle, ringing true. This is how Avino was treated from birth, and so he drew knowledge from it, constructed a code of behavior, and then fed it back to the world that shaped him in the same way. But this logical and well-thought-out law hit a wall with the new queen and was refuted. The mighty queen has to protect the weak neobugs. The queen rebuked him for hurting his fellow tribesmen. The queen said she was the queen of these little monsters, and stood in front of them, confronting herself, the villain who had dared to harm her people, with a cold look in her eyes. The corners of his mouth, which were always habitually raised, unconsciously flattened, and Avino's sea blue eyes grew darker as he watched Peilan's furious gaze on him. This time, however, the emotion in his eyes was much different than before. If before he was mocking and teasing malice, now, what rolled over in his eyes was envy and even jealousy that even he himself could not dare to imagine. These surging emotions, even he himself did not realize, because he was now mixed with all kinds of emotions. Even he himself could not figure out his own mind, only knowing that the queen who blocked in front of these little monsters was an eyesore, making his heart stuffy, as if blocking a breath. If she was the queen of these things, was she not his queen? Why should he be treated like this for their sake? Realizing that such a horrible thought had appeared in his heart, Avino's eyes chilled, and underneath his cold and hard exterior was an inner heart that couldn't hide its panic in any way. No, 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 what is he doing? Is he going to be swayed just because Peilan said a few pretty words? Yes, she must be just talking. Maybe there's something else going on, just covering up her ugly agenda with some pretty words and taking the moral high ground to accuse him. Don't fall for it. Don't get caught up in Peilan's performance and then feel as if you're missing out on what a great queen. Don't think about it any further. Avino's mood swings became more and more violent, and Peilan, who stood opposite him, likewise felt her rippling mental energy, and her expression gradually changed from the angry determination at the beginning to worry. Aveino, what are you thinking? Hurry up and stop. Stop thinking. Your mental power dash is about to go out of control. Boom! A terrifying shockwave of sea blue spiritual power suddenly erupted out, and Peilan subconsciously released her own spiritual power, forcibly confining this spiritual power belonging to Aveino in this area. We can't let this power explode out, or a lot of people will get hurt. These children behind her will also. Suddenly, Peilan jerked her head up and looked in Avino's direction in consternation. The very moment her spiritual energy wrapped around Avino's spiritual energy in a careful but very determined gesture, stopping them from spreading outwards. The sea blue spiritual energy unexpectedly melted instantly, melting into the warm orange spiritual energy belonging to Peilan in an extremely entangled gesture. Attachment, longing, aggression, jealousy, countless positive or negative emotions transformed into a torrent, cunningly integrating into Peilan's spiritual energy, constantly hitting her nerves, making her have to cut through the most subtle emotions that Avino was feeling at the moment. Honestly, it was perfectly normal for Aveino to have negative emotions towards her, but what shocked her the most was where these positive emotions were coming from. Dependence and longing? Was that really an emotion that Aveino would feel towards her? She hadn't met Aveino very often, and every time she had been left with the impression that Aveino was extremely disgusted with her, and had nothing to do with either of those positive emotions, and aggression and jealousy. This is even more ridiculous. Peilan didn't like to peek into other people's emotions at will, but her status as queen of the bugs would always make her passively pick up on the emotions of the bugs. Right now, for example, she could clearly sense that Avino's jealousy was clearly directed at the fledgling bug spawn that she had shielded herself from. The discovery momentarily put her in a bit of a trance, and she didn't notice the new change in Avino's mental powers. In the next second, Peilan felt a force tugging at her spiritual energy. She entered into Avino's brainspace uncontrollably, and then saw an extremely creepy scene. Good. Much black mud. It wasn't an exaggeration. This was the true state of Avino's brain area as seen by her mental powers. Countless black slime rolled around in his brain area, and a few black bubbles would pop up from time to time, almost like lava lurking, ready to choose someone to devour. The sea blue spiritual source belonging to Avino hung high in the air, as if it would fall into it at any moment and be swallowed up by the black mud lava. Upon further inspection, it was not black mud. It was the familiar black threads that had been mashed into the mud. Peilan began to think about a problem after seeing the state of Evaner's brain area. Are all higher bugs suffering from psychotic mania? It's just a difference in the severity of the symptoms. She'd met only a handful of the higher races of Leandre, Cherie and Evaner, and every one of them had a black line symbolizing the source of psychic mania in their prisons. Not even among humans is this outrageous? Although Peilan didn't have the means to enter the brain domains of all the humans she had seen so far to probe them as easily as she did with the bugs, she could probably sense that the humans she had seen were generally in a better mental state than the higher bugs, and they shouldn't be as per capita manic disorder prone as the mega higher bugs. Peilan spat a few words in her mind, sighed, and prepared to get to work. It couldn't be helped. She had already seen Avino's terrible mental state, so she couldn't just ignore it, could she? Moreover, she probably had some guesses that the fact that Aveino would behave in such an extreme manner might also have the influence of these black threads pushing her, but that doesn't get him off the hook entirely. When Aveino came to her senses, it was time to make reparations and atone for her sins, and she absolutely had to oversee it to the end. Peilan has become quite skillful in peeling off these lesions. She carefully shielded Avino's spiritual source while skillfully driving these black threads out of her brain area. However, despite being extremely careful, she still touches Avino's spiritual source without noticing, and is then entangled and forced to descend into some fragment of Avino's past memories as a bystander. However, this look was a big deal. As Peilan saw the bruised and battered blue-eyed insect race in the memory fragments, her eyes sank, and her blood pressure went wild directly. It was a painful memory, and Peilan had empathized with Aveino the moment she observed it, able to feel the helplessness, uncertainty and great pain in his heart. However, no one can help him in his past memories, and he cannot help himself. Countless tubes were attached to his mouth and nose, syringes as thick as nails were stuck into his hands and feet, and liquids of brilliant to chaotic colors were injected into his body little by little. All kinds of unpleasant and pungent potions went in and out of his body, bringing great visual stimulation. A slender figure shrouded in shadow approached, scrutinizing his miserable condition. Then, a coarse and unpleasant laugh rang out. It's really worthy of being one of the strongest warriors under my command. The body is just built to last. It's been tried and tested. So many potions and still hasn't died. It's really great. There was something vaguely morbid in her voice that made Peilan feel uncomfortable. She recognized the owner of the voice almost instantly, despite the slight differences influenced by different subjective consciousnesses. There was no mistaking that she was the one who had hurt Hirian before. At this moment, Peilan's distaste for her almost reached its peak. What kind of powerful and evil fellow was she? How dare she be able to hurt the higher bug race like this? Possessing a strong power but choosing to hurt others is really too hateful. No matter how strong she really was, Peilan was determined to never let her go if she had the chance to meet her. Because she couldn't let such a wantonly hurtful guy live in the world with impunity after leaving indelible scars on Hirian and the others. Well, although the physical body is very strong, but Avino obviously also a little unable to suffer, let out a low muffled grunt. Even the toes are curled up, obviously is enduring great pain. Peilan will not directly feel the pain he felt, but can feel the endless pain and uncertainty in his heart. She suddenly felt sour inside. So, is that why Avino would so rightfully go after his own kind and experiment with bug eggs? Because he's been treated that way himself. Although she wasn't quite sure of the exact identity of this black shadow, Peilan could probably guess that she must also be a member of the bug race. Being able to lay her hands on a higher insect race, she was probably a powerful higher insect race as well, because he had once been treated like this by his powerful kinsman. Ebener also treated his own kinsman with such cruel notions. This cycle of cruelty caused Peilan to feel great sadness. She didn't want to see this cycle continue anymore. So, Peilan stepped in. Powerful spiritual energy slammed heavily on those experimental equipment, and then wrapped around Avino's bruised and battered body with incomparable gentleness. Avino's eyes, blurred by blood and sweat, opened slightly to a slit, staring blankly at the beam of light that suddenly cut through the darkness and illuminated his hopeless life. So warm. Really, it's warm. A hint of warmth even appeared in the body that was always tortured by the cold potion. The pain is fading and hope is creeping in. Just moments ago, in reality, he questioned the queen. Why? Did you save them? And now, in the world of memories constructed in his spirit, he had tears in his eyes, like a believer who had suffered for many years and had waited until now for a God who was willing to shine on him with holy light. Why? Did you save me? And Peilan's answer still won't change. Because I am your queen. Queen? Avino braced himself to open his eyes and stared dead at the figure in front of him, desperately trying to remember him. Shouldn't the queen be the one hurting him? It was only at this moment that it dawned on him that he couldn't actually remember much about the queen. He remembered, only vaguely remembering that it was a mass of extremely frightening and hideous black shadows that hid in the darkness at every moment, staring at him with eyes full of malice and showering him with malice. In the end, Avino also became a colorful flower that bloomed from the soil of malice, and after succeeding in regicide with the rest of his companions, he followed the law of the weak and the strong, which he had learned from a world full of powerful people, and lived on until now. But, clearly at the very beginning, it wasn't like this. He clearly remembered that when he had just crawled out of the warm nest of insects, he hadn't felt any malice, and there were still warm feelings in his heart. He was filled with joy to have an audience with the queen, instincts engraved in his genes telling him that the queen was the being he respected and relied on the most, the heart of the entire insect race. He was so eager to guard such an important queen that he desperately drew nutrients when he was still an insect egg, and finally managed to crawl out of the nest as a higher insect. When he crawled to the queen's feet, however, he was greeted with a blow to the head. How did another ugly thing crawl out of it? The black shadow towering over him couldn't see his features, but the eyes that looked at him should be filled with disgust. Such a gaze made Avino freeze at once, at a loss for words. Not knowing how to deal with such unprovoked malice, the dark figure seemed to want to throw him out, but finally paused. Never mind, it just so happens that research is nearing a critical point. Send him over there. And so, under orders from the powerful, worker ants absolutely loyal to the queen diligently moved him into the queen's private laboratory, and he began his inhumane time as an experiment. No one helped him, much less dared to save him, because all the bugs were puppets controlled by the queen. His cries for help would not be answered. His pain would not be sympathized with. Eventually, Avino grew a cold heart and a will of steel as he was doused in blood. Since no one is coming to save him, he's going to have to become stronger than anyone else, and then become a rule maker instead of a follower. From that moment on, he morphed everything. Warmth was a weak and useless emotion in his eyes, something he deserved to discard. He had nothing but boredom for the queen. He had no pity for his kind. He had no positive emotions for the entire world, and his only thought was to keep getting stronger and stronger. So strong that there was no way for any being to control him. As for what he would hurt in the process, or what trouble he would cause, he didn't care, because all his positive emotions died a long time ago. In a sense, it's sort of his way of giving back to the world that birthed him. But now, what he regarded as the most useless and the least likely to appear in a powerful person appeared in Peilan's warm and determined eyes. She descended into the hell called the past and extended a hand to the sinful worm that had offended her. I have clearly disobeyed you. That way, Avino's lips were trembling, and he didn't even know what he was saying, much less what this emotion was that was rising and falling and stirring in his chest. At this moment, he had gradually regained his true memories and understood that he was no longer a poor experiment trapped in a laboratory. Already possessing the power and strength he so crazily chased, he was beyond callous, performing the same cruel experiments on his unborn kin and working against the newborn queen. According to the laws of any race, once an existence like him failed, his final end would be banishment or even death by 1,000 cuts by the offended king's own hand, with the exact level depending on the severity of his offense. In short, no matter what, there would never be any king who would reach out to a deserving being like him, but he had such a queen before him. And still, his queen, despite the fact that the scales in his heart were completely tipped, Avino showed hesitation. He lifted his head slightly, his damp, crushed hair sticking to the corner of his forehead after getting wet, but it didn't detract from his handsome appearance at all, instead giving him a touch of battle-damaged charm. In the midst of those aquamarine eyes, the icebergs melted, shattered, and finally turned into ice floes on the surface of the sea, which actually looked a little fragile under the warm orange sunlight. A vile worm like me has long since rotted from the roots and has no value to be saved by the queen. Peilan froze. How could she not expect that Aveino would actually choose to refuse to leave this place with her and say something like this? She looked at Aveino, the scars still fresh on her body, and her heart throbbed. Yes, she'd seen it a long time ago. Avino's heart had become numb, and as he said himself, he was rotten from the roots. But how could he have become like this if it weren't for the sustenance of decay that he had been receiving since his birth? At this point, Peilan didn't realize just how much the black-haired, blue-eyed higher insects in front of her were capable of feigning pity. If he wanted to, he could win the most pity from the queen with his 7 parts truth and 3 parts acting, and every now and then he would stomp on the other higher insectoids and make them furious. But at the moment, the still innocent Peilan had not yet fully realized the nature of the fickle insect before her, and was anxiously thinking of what other ways there were to free Aveino from the past. Even if he wanted to be judged and make amends for the past, the first step would be to free himself from the trouble of the mental power riot first. After a long time without an answer from the queen, Aveino pursed his lips, looking more and more forlorn, yet giving off a stoic flavor, as if the heartbreak bug was holding back tears. I'm very sorry, queen, for causing you so much trouble, and now I need you to save me. I simply don't have any face to make you labor anymore. Those neobugs are at your disposal. As for me, please let me rot here. You have absolutely no need to save me. Don't be like this. In her haste, Peilan directly stepped forward and gripped his hand forcefully, fearing that he would do something foolish. Avino froze, momentarily forgetting what he was supposed to say next, and could only feel the temperature on the backs of his hands rising, almost on the verge of burning through his hands. So hot, but so warm. Don't want to let go. That's all. Let the temperature melt him away completely. Die without letting go. Peilan's eyes of Avino this moment lowered his head, a look of all the things. She had no idea what a twisted frenzy was, at the moment, pervading that handsome, downcast face. She was now racking her brain trying to express herself, not wanting to give the poor, forlorn-looking bug more excitement than she already had. Although, well, you did bring me a lot of trouble. Feeling that Avino's shoulders were trembling. Obviously so tall a body, curled up there actually like a poor child. Peilan hurriedly said the latter half of the sentence. But, I won't give up on you if you don't give up on yourself. Like those children you hurt. I heard their voices, so I came. And now Peilan attached her other hand to the man's broad, slender one as well, working to wrap it completely around her. I heard your voice, so I came too. Though, being your queen was not a path I chose for myself, but was destined from the beginning. However, there are times when I am grateful for this identity, because I can always feel the spiritual connection with you guys that can't be broken no matter what in. That's why I feel that I'm not alone in this world. A bug? Peilan suddenly smiled. Even she herself didn't know why she couldn't control the corners of her mouth to rise at this time, probably because she remembered the contrast between the loneliness that had been conveyed from the depths of her soul when she had just been born and now, without realizing it, that loneliness hadn't found her in a long time. She's surrounded by more and more people. Peilan must not have known that she was like a young girl of her age at this moment. Even her eyebrows carried a fresh and vivid teenage air, and she looked exceptionally moving in Avino's eyes. I'm not really sure what a queen is supposed to do, but since I enjoy the strong spiritual power and dominance that I get because of this identity, then I also want to fulfill the duties of this identity like, using this power to protect you. With those last powerful words, the scene fell silent for a moment. Avino did not speak for a long time. Peilan just raised the momentum suddenly a little deflated, the face also a little red. She would have covered her face if her hand were not now holding Avino's and could not be freed. What the hell was I talking about just now? She clearly wanted to comfort Avino, but for some reason the more she talked, the more she veered away, and in the end, it turned into a speech that was bursting at the seams with middle-agedness. I wonder what Avino is thinking now. It was so hard to turn his opinion of her around a little. Now he shouldn't think she's unreliable, should he? Yet words that seemed unknowable to her were the sweetest things in the world to Avilo. No sweet words could be more moving than the sincere words Peilan had just said. Obscure emotions rolled in the navy blue eyes. This time, however, it was no longer playful mockery, but never-ending greed. Queen, say a little more. Your every word will be the only rule Avino practices in this life. Just a moment ago, the sin rule and iron law that he had once believed in for decades had been completely cleared away by the warm orange glow. The so-called law of the jungle, the so-called notion of the strong, was so laughable when it came to a true queen. This is Peilan, this is the queen of the insects, and this is his queen. Unable to define her with any past experience, any dirty speculation seemed so ridiculous. As a believer and fan, he could only willingly offer his entire loyalty and soul, taking every word of Peilan to heart. From then on, the dark beliefs of his past were turned upside down. The queen will be his only code of faith. Peilan sensed something, and her mood, which was still somewhat anxious, gradually calmed down. Even though she was now in the middle of a memory fragment made of mental power, and she herself and Avino were nothing more than projections of consciousness, she could still feel Avino's emotions using the queen's omnipotence. Right now, for example, she could feel that the sullen twilight and deathly aura of Avino had gradually dissipated. Peilan slightly raised her lips, revealing a bright but not burning warm smile, and gently loosened the hands that were originally holding Avino's, and again re-stretched out her left hand towards him. Now, can you get out of here with me? There's a huge mess out there for us to clean up. Peilan didn't say you or I, but we, the meaning of which is self-evident. By taking this hand extended by the queen, he, Avino, would no longer be a rebel worm, but a sharp blade accepted by the queen once more. Avino finally raised his head, and it turned out that without realizing it, the corners of his mouth, which had been pulled down, had unconsciously curved up into a smile. The smile this time was different from every other time before. No longer a smile that he had made deliberately to confuse others, but a smile that came from his heart, a smile that he wanted to rejoice with the queen. Please also rest assured, Queen. Avino was confused in his head before and fell prey to traitors and did some wrong things, but fortunately was not too confused to know some ways to remedy the situation. The queen's will was his direction. Since he had messed up in a way that displeased the queen, he was going to gamble everything to set things right. At this moment, in the real world, the man in black, who was still sitting in his invisible spaceship observing these hideous cuties, suddenly sneezed. He looked at his hand in horror. God knows, he hadn't sneezed in at least a decade, and this would give him no less of a feeling than if he had a terminal illness. The man in black couldn't even imagine that his previously favored partner would be thinking about how to backstab him, and nothing more, just wanting to catch a man behind the scenes to please the queen. As a matter of fact, he would have thought that the legendary light of humanity, the super freshman Peilon who was S-ranked at the age of 18, had already been crushed into mush by Avino, and even shed 2 tears in his heart in a false sympathy. That's right. Who would have thought that their black group would actually be able to enter into a partnership with the higher bug of Erno now, although the other party was only using them as well. With a strong external aid like Avino, no one could stop their plans when looking at this starfield. The man in black was full of confidence, not yet realizing that their bottom card had just defected. When the man in black felt that the ship was vibrating, he hadn't reacted to what was happening. Damn, did those vile, ugly goblins sell us scraps again? He cursed angrily as he tried to switch to manual operation. Still, a gravitational force that could not be denied yanked the searching ship, along with others, a little out of the air, and as it landed, the ship's stealth function failed under the interference of an unusually powerful energy magnetic field, catching the rats hiding in the shadows off guard and exposing them to the sunlight. Found it, in the command tower. The spirits of the crowd, who had been somewhat desperate, lifted. Phil was a mentally powerful hacker, and just a moment ago, she had tapped into the command tower's network in an attempt to reverse-track the black-clad man who had invaded the place. However, it hadn't gone too well due to magnetic interference from the cloaked ship. Until just now, the barrier that had held her back had been broken by another, more powerful magnetic field. She quickly localized the ship that had appeared suddenly in mid-air and saw that it was falling under the pressure of a powerful orange current. Phil wiped his eyes, suspecting he had misread the situation. That's what? The others also saw the scene through the repaired flight monitor and stared in disbelief. If they didn't recognize it wrongly, this power must be from someone's spiritual power. Moreover, the orange-colored spiritual power seems to be the mark of some S-class new student, a member of the terrorist organization. The black group was so easily caught by a freshman at the Central Military Academy? The organizer first went into a trance, feeling that the world was out of his awareness. Then he jolted. Quickly dispatch personnel over to capture that black group member. I'll personally interrogate him. They were not blind. Of course they saw those swarms of monsters shaped like insects. The most important thing now was how to control or get rid of those monsters to protect the safety of the military cadets. And since the black group was the one who created those monsters, perhaps they would have a way to control them. However, right at this moment, a cold voice rang out. I won't bother you with this matter next. After everyone heard this voice, their hearts trembled. Their scalps tingled uncontrollably, and their bodies felt as if they had been pressed up against some giant stone. Their limbs stiffened, and it was extremely difficult to even move a little. What a terrible pressure. Their group is considered to be the best in the Human Federation. To be able to oppress them like this, what exactly is the Comer? In the next second, they saw the tall man with long silver hair that poured down like moonlight, and the blonde, indifferent teenager standing next to him. The silver-haired man seemed to be in a bad mood and gave them a cold look. The golden pupils that had turned into vertical pupils were full of hostility, almost provoking several of them into a stress reaction. What happens next is an internal matter for our bug clan. We'll settle it. No meddling. Got it? After hearing his meaning, the crowd nodded desperately, afraid of slowing down and upsetting this master, while at the same time shouting frantically in their hearts. It's Poison Cold Storm Leandre and Phantom Master Shirian. Why did these two insect-killing gods suddenly come to this planet that they had thrown away as garbage back then? Soon enough, though, they had made their excuses. It seems that the black group is going to have bad luck this time. Actually moved the biological experiments to the head of the insect race, directly touching the mold. Look at the meaning of the two higher insect race. They are going to solve this matter properly, or maybe we'll come to a big cleaning, and the only thing that the humans who were innocently involved in it, had to do was to keep their mouths shut, silently observe, and not to find pain for the bugs who were in the middle of their anger. Otherwise, if they accidentally got involved in these complicated struggles and were poisoned to death by the higher bugs who were in the middle of their anger, the Human Federation would have no way of asking for a statement from them. In this way, everyone fell into silence and brightened up. But one man couldn't stand it. Phil's voice rang out abruptly, breaking the silence of the room. Honorable Lord Leandre and Syrian, we have no intention of meddling in the internal affairs of the insect race. It's just that some of our students are very unfortunately involved, and we need to guarantee their safety. So could you please accommodate us? Now, not only Leandre and Hirian, but even the others looked at her as if they had never recognized her before. Phil, I know you care about those students, but you're a little too brave, aren't you? What if you piss them off? Phil felt the terrifying pressure and his muscles tightened and trembled, knowing that it was an enemy he could never defeat. But it was her duty to have to keep those students safe. Leandre was already annoyed, and this was an added annoyance. He stared at Phil with shadowy impatience in his eyes, and was just about to say what business it was of his own to see those humans dead or alive, when he heard a word from Hirian, sent to him through a mental link. Calm down, mad dog. The Queen doesn't want to see you like this. A single word calmed Leandre back down. He was immediately reminded of how much the Queen valued her so-called human friends back at the Central Military Academy. And while he was displeased that those unimportant scumbags took up too much of the Queen's time, he knew the priorities of the matter. The Queen's will is what matters, and the Queen would never want to see anything happen to those humans. So, he wrinkled his brow and said with great reluctance, "Use whatever method you want. Just get rid of all those eyesore humans quickly." Phil froze for a moment before his eyes lit up, catching on to Leandre's implication, which was for them to send someone as soon as possible to rescue all those students from the camp. She immediately starting to work on restoring the communication equipment, contacting the other major military schools, asking them to gather all their students to one place and pick them up together with a space elevator afterward. And if it's too slow, they can also send some small spaceships over to pick them up together. She was still in a bit of a trance as she set about setting it all up, simply unable to believe that what had started out as a risky attempt to try and get a little bit of possible light on the horizon for those students could actually turn out to be the best possible outcome. Granted, the bugs were probably just thinking that it would be easier for the officers to get rid of all of them humans who were in the way. But she no longer cared at all about what exactly the bugs wanted to do on this abandoned planet. She believed that the same was true of the Human Federation, and that the planet itself had little value to the Federation, and was only used as a place of trial, compared to which the lives of the students were the most important. Legendre said more. He stopped paying attention to the humans after these words. His eyes were gloomy, and his spiritual power had already crossed thousands of miles to see Peilan's figure. At the moment, Peilan was with that vile, bitchy worm, Avino. Leandre and Harian had been sitting on their hands long before the moment they sensed a change in the planet. They immediately tore off their disguises, and after letting Shireen confuse the humans with her illusions, they were ready to travel directly across the universe and atmosphere by virtue of their physical bodies, parachuting into the planet and crushing all obstacles for the Queen. However, they had only just arrived on the planet, and before they had a chance to lock on to the Queen's location, they received an unsolicited mental link from Avino. In the mental link, he told the whole story, and managed to reap the rewards of two of his colleagues who hated him to the bone through gritted teeth. How dare you put the Queen in danger, provoke her authority, and even defy her orders. Creating new bugs is an authority reserved for the Queen of the Bugs, not to mention experimenting on undescended bugs enough to threaten the Queen. Avino's behavior was a crime punishable by torture in the eyes of two of his fellow officers. But on the contrary, such a man was actually tolerated by the Queen, and even allowed him to stay and atone for his sins. But in the eyes of the two bugs, letting Avino, a cheap bug, stay with the Queen was not atonement. It was clearly rewarding him. Avino's response to his fellow officers' questioning was tame. He had long since thought that once the matter of his collaboration with the Black Group to transform the bug race was revealed, he would definitely be questioned from within the bug race. Originally, he had prepared a backhanded counterattack as well, but now that the Queen had appeared as an accident, nothing could be used. The only thing he had to do was stay close to the Queen, so he blocked the two bugs with a sentence. The Queen has forgiven me and allowed me to stay with her to atone for my sins. Do you oppose the Queen's will? They were naturally dumbfounded. Getting more and more annoyed at the thought, Leandre kicked the table next to him hard enough to split it right down the middle. Damn Avino, that bitchy worm, and I don't know what tricks he used to get the Queen's mercy, thinking that he can replace my Leandre's position in the Queen's heart? He had been vaguely wary of Avino from the start, feeling that not a word of truth came out of the hypocritical worm's mouth, and that he was very good at feigning pity, and it was possible that the world-weary Queen had been compelled by him in this way. The more Leandre thought about it, the more he felt that Avino was too cheap, and now that the Queen was being deceived, he felt a sense of responsibility to clear the sight of the king. The bespectacled Harian couldn't help but glance at him, a faint hint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. He always felt as if he was lying down. After all, he was able to successfully rise to the position of Queen's Chamberlain, as if he was also relying on pretending to be pitiful and selling out, using his own misery to gain the Queen's sympathy and whatnot, regardless of what these two higher bugs were thinking in their hearts. In any case, right now, they could only unwillingly do what Avino said, approaching the human executives here and formally announcing that they would temporarily take over the supreme control of this planet, and in the meantime, make amends for Avino. So why should they have to pay for what Avino did? Oh, there's a Queen involved. That's all right. In any case, this matter was too deeply involved with the bug race, and with the new bug race and the Queen, they had to take absolute initiative and never let any information leak out. The bugs are such an overbearing and strong race, with the absolute nerve to meddle in the control of a planet. A race of the Human Federation for their own sake. The other side of this planet. After cutting the mental link with Leandre and Shireen, Avino was in a very pleasant mood. Not only did he have someone to help him with the aftermath, but he was also able to prevent his two seniors from coming to the queen in the first place, so he could have the queen all to himself. So what's not to like? Yes, he was well aware that his two colleagues had an advantage with the queen compared to him, as they had pledged allegiance to the queen earlier and left a deeper impression. But it doesn't matter. He's always been good at seizing little moments to change his fate, isn't he? Just as he was thinking about how to suppress his opponent next and successfully stand out in front of the queen, Peilan had already managed to yank the airship out of the air. Mental energy roughly rushed the hatch open, and the black-clad man inside who had been spun around rolled out in disarray. Before he could figure out the situation, he saw Aveino first. His eyes lit up, and just as he was about to ask for help from this cheap partner, he saw a young girl wearing the uniform of the Central Military Academy walk up to him at an unknown time with a frosty face. Seeing that Peilan was approaching the black-clothed man, his eyes stared, and he also immediately walked over quickly, staying half a step behind the queen's side, ensuring that when the enemy was about to launch an attack, he would be the first to protect the queen and take down the enemy. The man in black also sensed something big at this time, and barely pulled out a smile. The Honorable Aveino. Our cooperation. Aveino's eyelids fluttered and the usual smile disappeared from the corners of his mouth. Without hesitation, he snapped, "You bunch of gutter rats. How dare you mention cooperation to me? You guys never told me that you would get so many miscellaneous things out of the so-called formal experiments and make our bug race's young eggs turn into this agonizing state." Man in black. Ha! Hearing these righteous words, he was in a mental trance for a moment, thinking that the Aveino who had previously arranged all kinds of experiments for his fellow insect eggs with a black heart and no mercy was a figment of his imagination, and Aveino would never give him a chance to plead his case. His image in front of the queen has been basically irreparable. But at least the various black deep mutilation charges can be mitigated a little bit, and at such times it is necessary to skillfully utilize the technique of selling teammates. Backwards, dirty water back to poor. Queen, Evander knows that he is wrong. Before, I was compelled by a traitor, thinking that I could make the new insect race better through experimentation. But I didn't realize that I had made these poor children suffer so much. Aveino has the typical droopy doggy eyes, and usually he always likes to smile, with the corners of his eyes upturned, to deceive his enemies with his feigned sunny handsomeness. And now, when he drooped his head, he really looked like an aggrieved dog, both immovably excusing himself and honestly admitting his faults, giving the impression of sincerity. At that moment, Aveino did not move to force the struggling man in black to ban, and at the same time, he tied him up neatly and threw him into the broken airship, with extremely rough movements. I'll interrogate this guy properly later. And I'll definitely ask how to fix the aftermath of the experiment. Definitely make up for the faults caused by my stupidity. Listening to Evander's statement with conviction, Peilan was touched by the other party's determination to reform, but was a bit puzzled. It always felt like that wasn't what he said when he confronted Aveino earlier, but that bit of doubt only stayed in her head for less than a second before it disappeared. Because there are more important things to do right now. Peilan took a deep breath, feeling her somewhat overdrawn mental strength, her face slightly white, but still tenaciously supporting herself and refusing to give up. Of course Aveino knew why Peilan was so consumed, because up until now, he could feel the queen's mental link firmly linking the brain domains of every newborn bug. Peilan was helping them little by little to sort out the mental power disorders and other problems caused by the experiment, clearing out the foreign matter that existed in their brain domains. This work was tedious and meticulous, and any strong person in the realm of spiritual power wouldn't dare to say that they were capable of doing it. So Aveino was also speaking from his heart when he said that these bugs were hopeless, and wasn't lying. It was no exaggeration to say that if it wasn't for Peilan's natural connection between being the queen of the insect race and the genes of the insect race, as well as the support of her mental power which was considered terrifying amongst the queens of the past generations, or else trying to do it to help so many insects comb through their brain domains and their mental power at the same time would have been simply impossible. Evander was a little jealous to see that these little monsters were actually able to receive such meticulous treatment from the queen, as well as so much attention. He looked painfully at the sweat on Peilan's forehead, hating to make the queen stop now so that she could have a good rest, and at the same time, his heart grew more and more fed up with those monsters that weren't even considered bugs in his opinion. But he hated himself more than them. If he hadn't had a brain fart and come up with this crap, how could he have compelled the queen of kindness and fraternity to do this? So the source of everything was because of him. He was going to learn his lesson and never do anything against the queen's will in the future and then watch her labor. Because of this incident, from now on, Aveino would have to think twice before doing anything, making sure that he wouldn't let the queen he served have to labor over his affairs and make good on his behalf. As a result, a number of tragedies have been averted, and the star races have become more and more grateful to the benevolent queen for holding these vicious dogs like a chain. But that's all an afterthought. After another while, Pei Yilan felt that her spirit was on the verge of reaching its limit. She watched the red color in the eyes of these bugs subside quite a bit. The whole bug didn't look so heavily hostile anymore, which would actually look a bit blank in the hideous and scary eyes. And surprisingly, it also looked a bit dopey. She was relieved to understand, through the perception of the mental link, that they would not be affected by the experiment and riot for the time being, and that the thirst for blood was fading. She slowly pulled her mental energy back, then felt weak and stumbled. Avino subconsciously reached out his hand, wanting to catch the delicate and weak queen. Who knew that in the next second, the queen stood firmly on her own by herself. Avino, who had already decided to hold the queen in the most comfortable position in his arms, became a bit skeptical of the bug-born. Pei Yilan was preoccupied. In the recent period of time, she had always overexerted her mental energy, and this was the first time she was able to stay standing on her own when she was all weak, which should have been a good thing, but she didn't have the heart to be happy about it for the time being, not only because she was disturbed by the terrible condition of these bugs, and didn't know how she was going to compensate for the newborn cups that had been screwed up by her new family member, Avino, but more so because she had actually found countless black lines after she had entered the brain field of these new bugs a few moments ago. Yes, it was the black thread that caused Lin and the others to develop psychic mania, which she had previously thought was the causative agent of mania, but she had never heard of it appearing in newborns. Why are these things in the brain fields of newborn bugs? Are they already sick before they are even born? Or is it those black-clad people and Avino's experiments that involved research in this area? Although Pei Yilan had only been born not long ago, she already had a very mature set of logical thinking. As she thought it over, she always felt that something was wrong. If Avino had been powerful enough to research the causes of psychotic mania, how could he have developed mania himself? Then there was clearly only one answer. The men in black who worked with him had something to hide in that regard. Their research actually involved those causes of mania. In fact, Pei Yilan had already felt strange a long time ago. Every time she helped others to cure mania, she felt that those black lines had a strong activity, and there were even times when they would show something similar to an autonomous consciousness in general, which was very different from ordinary viruses. After this, she was a bit skeptical. Could it be that the so-called mania was actually man-made? She told all of these musings to Avino, watching the expression on Avino's face carefully the whole time, not distrust, but fear that he was being taken for a ride. The surprise on Avino's face was very real and entirely heartfelt, for he really didn't know or care about the causes of mania, much less the fact that the man in black's so-called strength was actually suspected of being involved in such things. He said that he would definitely order his subordinates to interrogate the black-clothed man who had been captured alive later. However, at this moment, Pei Yilan suddenly felt slightly uneasy. Avino had of course brought his subordinates with him this time. All he needed to do was to notify them through the mental link between the bugs, and they would come over to help. The subordinate, who had also taken human form, appeared expressionlessly, dragging the black-clad man with him, to head for their insectoid starship, all the while lingering, taking one step and turning back 3 times just to see the queen one more time. It's the queen. It's the living queen. She's really so sweet and gentle. Did she even smile at me just now? Happiness. After the shockwave of seeing the queen pass through his mind, the expression of the higher insectoid, whose appearance morphed into a female, quickly turned cold again, itching to slap itself. What the hell is she doing? This is the queen of the bugs. Have you forgotten how badly that one screwed the bugs before? Then she had only just impressed the new chief to take 2 quick steps, and soon sensed the scent of the fading queen, and turned back reluctantly to continue the above cycle. Look out! Look out! Pei Yilan's urgent voice sounded behind her. This higher insectoid's brain was still a bit chaotic. Being in the midst of fighting with himself and struggling with his thoughts, it was inevitable that he would be a bit negligent of his surroundings, and didn't react for a while. In the next second, the spiritual power belonging to the queen erupted once again, materializing in an instant and pushing her fiercely towards Pei Yilan's side. This power only exploded for a moment, and quickly retracted again as the queen's mental energy was too much, but it was enough. She had already been pushed back several steps, and naturally her hand could no longer continue to grip the black-clothed man's leg, and after releasing it, she stumbled several steps, and just as she stood still, Pei Yilan, who had run over, grabbed her arm and pulled her hard toward herself. Boo! Almost at the exact moment that this insectoid was pulled behind herself by Pei Yilan, the black-robed man who was originally being dragged on the ground suddenly exploded as a whole. Truly his entire body exploded like a bomb. Blood and flesh flew everywhere as if a bomb had been buried in his body, but without a single spark. The black robe that enveloped his entire body exploded into countless fragments. At the same time, along with the shards of clothes and flesh and blood isotopes flying around, there were countless things that looked like black mud. These things vaguely emitted an extremely lurid stench that made one's face change abruptly after smelling it. making it difficult to resist. Ivino also reacted at this time. Her face sank, and she immediately opened her own mental barrier to isolate the strange black slime, while not so reluctantly shielding the neo-insectoids that were a little farther away from them along with her. The black mud began to dissolve at the speed of light as soon as it met the air, and after about 5 seconds it was completely gone. But if they stick to the flesh and blood of a living being, there's no telling what will happen. Looking at the field of debris that had been blown up to the point where basically no body was left, the 3 insectoids present all fell silent. After a few moments, Avino's implacable voice rang out. "I'm terribly sorry, Queen." Avino was not a good enough watchdog to let his captors have their way in this way. His aquamarine pupils were suffused with a surprising amount of murderous intent, directed at the damned, stinking rats who had dared to fool him, and humiliate him in front of the Queen. But please also rest assured, Queen, even without this captive, Ivino will definitely check that so-called black group to the bottom, so that the rats in the gutter will no longer have the means to continue to survive in the darkness. At this moment, but any intelligent being who knew Aveino a little would feel shivering when they saw him now. Because, he's serious now. This means that he, Alvino, will be the name of the Blue Death, and will create a storm of blood on the stars. I'm afraid that for a long time to come, countless organizations will be irresistibly shifted as a result of this, yet they will be powerless to fight against it and will have to go with the flow. Peilan was not intimidated by Aveino, but was only filled with concern for him. Be careful, don't put yourself in danger when checking them out. They aren't that simple. Peilan still had some knowledge of her own level of mental power, and in today's world, she feared that she would be hard to beat. However, that black-robed man's abnormality, she actually didn't finally notice it until the moment before he chose to blow himself up, and before that, she didn't notice the difference at all. No, there was still a little bit of feeling. That black-clothed man's brain domain didn't seem to be quite the same as normal intelligent lifeforms, giving her an extremely uncomfortable feeling. Maybe it was the effect of some experiment again? But in any case, what this organization is working on is extraordinary. Evander felt the Queen's concern for him, and his originally cold sea blue eyes gradually softened as if sunlight had poured over the surface of the sea and gilded it with a soft light. Don't worry, Queen. Ivino is by no means a subordinate so incompetent that he needs to worry the Queen. The atmosphere between the two insects gradually warmed up, and Peilan's originally gloomy face gradually melted away. Avino was still trying to ride the wave and make a better impression on the Queen when he suddenly realized that his subordinate was actually still standing around gawking, without a single wink, interrupting his time alone with the Queen. Since the captive has already committed suicide, there's no more business for you here for now. Go back first. A perfect smile was raised on Avino's face, but his eyes contained a dark warning, clearly not wanting his subordinate to continue to be a lightbulb here. However, the subordinate who used to be very perceptive and very aware of how dark underneath the sunny and bright appearance of his boss. At this moment it was as if his eyes were broken, as if he didn't even see that he was now in the eyes of his boss as an eyesore, and his feet were rooted and unmoving, even as if she had been suddenly stimulated by something. With a jolt, she subconsciously took hold of the hand that Peilan had held her wrist with when she pulled her behind her. Seeing Peilan looking towards her in surprise, this insectoid shivered, and a few hints of redness actually spread across her cold white face. So happy. Being watched by the Queen is really happy. She was about to lose control of tearing her human skin and transforming into her original form. But no, her archetype isn't pretty at all. What if it defiles the Queen's eyes? Ah yes, what's that in your hand? She let go as if she was electrocuted, took a few steps back, and then went straight down on one knee. Peilan's entire body was bad now, as if she was all of a sudden dreaming back to the scene where Leandre had sworn allegiance to her on one knee, and felt the same sense of social death that she felt at that time, so awkward that she couldn't wait to gouge a room in place and hide in it, especially when at least there was no one around to see it in the first place. But this was next to Aveino still watching. However, the insect race that had managed to convince herself to be loyal to the Queen with the reason that she had sworn an oath of allegiance for saving her life could not care less. She only wanted to vent out the emotions that had been building up in her heart since she had met the Queen. Queen, my subordinate's name is Rita, and I'm very sorry for being so late for an audience with the Queen. From now on, I will be the best blade in the Queen's hands, smoothing out all obstacles for her. Peilan froze for a few seconds before hastily bending down and straining to try and pull Rita up from the ground. Luckily, Rita saw that the Queen was really pulling too hard and stood up obediently on her own, or this social death would have gone on for who knows how long. Rita, I appreciate this thought, but please don't kneel down towards me again. Yes, Rita was even more excited to hear that. She knew she had definitely made the right choice. This really couldn't have been a more kind and good Queen. However, Avino's face instantly hardened as he looked at the limbs of Peilan and Rita in contact. He hasn't actually touched the Queen yet, and as a result, His subordinate had managed to sneak away? Rita finally had to leave reluctantly under the bug-killing gaze of her boss. In her heart, she even developed a slight grudge against Avino, thinking that the other party was just too small-minded, actually wanting to monopolize the queen, regardless of the fact that the queen needed more bugs around her to arch and serve her. An ungenerous bug like that doesn't deserve to be the queen's near servant. But Rita knew in her heart that if she stayed on and angered Avino would really kill her in a corner where the queen couldn't see. She didn't want to lose this little life. If before, Rita had just followed the rules of the bug game coldly and mechanically, and didn't know why she was living, now she had understood. It was to meet the lovely and powerful queen that she had lived to see. So, from now on, she would also have to keep living and use this life to guard the queen before she could be so useless as to waste her life in the hands of Evener. Rita also exchanged comms with Peilan before leaving against the almost bug-eating gaze of Evener, making sure that she would always be reachable in the future even if the queen didn't initiate a mental link. Before leaving at light speed, things are basically over now. And while there are still a few unanswered puzzles, they won't be solved overnight, and will require a long effort to follow. After Peilan's spirit was relieved, she felt a swelling pain in her temples. Seeing Peilan's slightly furrowed brow, Ai Weinua followed suit, stretching out his slender index and middle fingers, gently pressing down on Peilan's temples on both sides, gently massaging them for her. Peilan didn't expect Aveino to suddenly make such an intimate move and froze for a moment. By the time she reacted, warm fingers were already pressing on it. This was, after all, Aveino's good intentions. So Peilan hesitated for a moment, and was about to gladly accept it, when she suddenly sensed bursts of odd fluctuations. And these fluctuations were wide-ranging and numerous. Immediately she looked in those directions, and found countless small craft and medium-sized airships descending from the atmosphere, and then hovering again in mid-air, lowering rope or light ladders. Basically they stayed wherever there was a crowd. So soon there would be several figures flying up the ladder. Then the hatch would close and they would fly to the next place to pick up the people. And when the numbers are full, they fly towards the starships that are stuck in the atmosphere. What are they doing? Peilan was somewhat puzzled. In her spiritual perception, the humans on this planet, that is, her classmates, seemed to be retreating in an orderly manner, but she hadn't received any pass. Peilan's expression suddenly froze. She suddenly reacted to the fact that due to the previous series of events being very urgent, she seemed to have completely ignored the gushing beeps of her poor light brain, and even pressed it out by hand because she was too annoyed. She immediately tapped on the light screen and realized that all the functions of the light brain had been unlocked. The shielding had been removed, and for the moment she was able to connect to the Astro network, with the background stuffed with all sorts of private messages. There was an emergency evacuation notice from school officials and anxious missives of inquiry from her friends. Even the news of the accident at the freshman cup spread so fast that even the 2 third-year seniors who were still staying in the central galaxy heard about it and sent her a message of greeting. And even more outrageous, there was Lieutenant Sun Yen who hadn't contacted her for a long time earlier. She had heard Sun Shi say that his brother seemed to have gone on a secret mission for the military, and couldn't contact the outside world for the time being. As a result, at this moment, Lieutenant Sun Yen also do not know where to come from the information path, more than anyone else to understand the situation over here. Came up to ask, MS. Pei, what is your current situation? Are you in danger? Why can't the Central Military Academy locate your position? Why haven't you arrived at the emergency assembly point designated by the Central Military Academy? Pei Elan. Oh, exempt. Finished. Due to the several exchanges that had just taken place here, the magnetic field here was exceptionally chaotic and seemed to have intercepted the positioning signals of the light brain, resulting in the Central Military Academy not even being able to determine her location right now. And she had just not been able to read the message, so naturally she would not be able to reach the so-called emergency rendezvous point. Evener certainly wasn't going to hide it from his queen, and even though she was looking down at her photobrain and didn't seem to have time to pay him any attention for the moment, she still informed him truthfully of the information he had learned from Leandre's side of the family. Due to a major incident during the freshman cup, this freshman cup has been suspended. These humans are removing their cadets. He hadn't had much contact with the previous Peilan after all, and wasn't quite sure that she'd already made the Central Military Academy her own, and was doing well amongst the humans. At this moment, Avino also thought of how to abduct the queen back to their own residence for the next. Queen should not be able to go back to the main star for the time being. After all, there is still that nasty guy Yallowan, but he also has a few very good planets under his name, and the degree of comfort will definitely not be lost to the main star. The queen will not be able to go back to the main planet for a while. Which one does the queen like? Why don't we just give her all these planets and let her pick her future residence at will? Who knew that in the next second? Peilan's expression turned serious and the words from his mouth mercilessly broke his fantasy. Crap. Deception Frost shouldn't be waiting in a hurry, right? I have to hurry back. Avino, ? Where are you going back to, Queen? Peilan waved her hand back and forth. I'm sorry, Avino. We'll have to part ways on this now. Why don't you give me your calm number as well, so we can contact each other online later? Avino. How could he not understand every word the Queen said in conjunction with each other? In the end, Avino was a complete insectoid. From the bottom of his heart, he never saw humans as a normal race that could be socialized as equals, but only as ants. The reason they banished the Queen to Griffin's land before was because they didn't think of her at all. Now the situation was very different again. Even though there was still that tricky guy Yaren, he was the current chief consul of the bugs after all. And many things had to get his approval, but since he and Leandre and Shireen, the three higher bugs, had already approved of the Queen, then naturally, he could steal the Queen and receive her into the Bug Clan's territory first to raise her properly, and then slowly fight with his colleagues later on. He was sure that it wouldn't take long for such a good Queen to make her fellow officers fall in droves. He feared. It made him feel proud and a little lost at the same time. The domineering and possessive nature of the bug's bones made him not want to see anyone else staring at his Queen with those sizzling eyes. But then again, he knew deep down that the sun hung high in the sky just to shine on all beings. Even if it would be hidden by dark clouds for a while, there would still be a day when the clouds would be lifted to see the sun. Without realizing it, Avino's thoughts turned a corner and began to think again about the good life that would come after he received the Queen into his domain. However, Peilan no longer had so much time to spend with him. She took a deep breath, estimated her current physical and mental strength, and decisively chose to ask for help from her newly reconciled family. Avino, can you drop me off at this place? Well, it's the emergency assembly place where the Central Military Academy uniformly picks up students. It's a bit far from here. Please. Avino froze. It was as if he had suddenly been shattered from his beautiful dream, and as if he had been hit by a heavy hammer. His complexion actually looked a bit pitiful at this moment. Does the Queen have to go to the Central Military Academy? Peilan looked at Avino's demeanor and hesitated a bit, wondering why her family's mood had suddenly dropped, but she nodded firmly. Well, I go to school there now. I like it there a lot. In that moment, Avino heard his heart break, but he didn't know who to blame. In the end, if they hadn't agreed to send the Queen to the Central Military Academy in the first place, how could the Queen have cultivated a relationship with those humans? Avino was frustrated for only a few seconds before regaining his spirits. Instead of complaining to the heavens, it would be better to seize every opportunity and try to replace those humans in the Queen's heart as soon as possible. But until then, of course, he would not refuse the Queen's request. If it is your wish, Evander will fulfill it for you. He was about to lead the Queen to that location at breakneck speed when he saw her hesitant eyes fall on the insectoids who had been quiet for a long time. There's another problem. What should we do with these kids? Avino glanced at the fledgling insectoids, a flicker of impatience flashing through his eyes very quickly, but very deliberately not for the Queen to notice. The Queen need not worry. Our bug race is a mature body state from the moment we are born in the bug nest, so there is no such thing as a vulnerable pup stage. And it has always been a free-range policy, since they have been born, and have also had the great honor of being treated by the Queen and resolving some of their congenital defects. They are now naturally able to survive well on their own, waiting for the right time to serve the Queen in the future. In fact, he was completely stealing concepts. It's true that bugs born in the nest won't be treated as children after birth, but will be put to use straight away. But at least they're organized and disciplined. He'd be thinking straight about turning these new bugs into feral children and completely loose. Fortunately, Peilan was a very reliable Queen, and really couldn't do anything to leave her tortured-born kinsman loose in the middle of nowhere like this. But they're not quite the same. After all, after undergoing those cruel experiments before, I don't know if they'll leave some after effects. I think it's true that you still need to be able to see them at all times to feel at ease, right? Is there any way to keep them following me while not being noticed by my teachers and classmates in them? Peilan was still very conscious in this regard, until once her fellow teachers found out that the culprit who caused the suspension of the freshman cup was by her side. She was afraid that there would be no way for her to continue to stay in the Central Military Academy that she still liked. Avino was reluctant for these bugs to be able to be more fortunate than he was, to be able to follow the Queen at birth. He coldly swept a glance at the bugs who had begun to buzz with excitement after sensing the Queen's thoughts, and a hint of cynicism flashed in his eyes. But who made it what the Queen wanted? He just had to actively think of something for the Queen. Is the Queen's space new big enough? Bugs can briefly fall into a state of pseudodeath, and are able to survive tenaciously in a variety of environments. Although the space nexus can't theoretically hold living things, it shouldn't be a problem to put these guys in for a short period of time. Anyway, the Queen only needs to hide them from the humans while getting on and off the starship, right? You can keep them in your room for now once you're on the starship, and then keep them in your quarters once you're back at the military academy. Peilan pondered for a moment, and had to admit that this should be the only way. So she first tried letting those bugs enter her space to see if they could survive in it. These newborn bugs became obedient after being soothed by the queen's mental power. Knowing that this was a good queen to stop their brains from aching, and each one dutifully burrowed in along with the spatial fluctuations, seeing that they were still very much alive inside, not even falling into a state of pseudo-death. Peilan was relieved, and allowed Ivino to lead her to a place not far away from the emergency rendezvous point, after which Ivino left first, and allowed herself to let the ship take her back to the starship at the Central Military Academy. Since she had arrived late, by the time she followed the ship into the rear cabin and emerged into the starship, the rest of the students had basically already arrived and the teacher was already doing a head count. Peilan was still a little apprehensive, fearing that she would be questioned for the time she inexplicably disappeared. But she never expected that the teacher would end up just asking her why she came back so late, and after learning that she was too far away from the meeting point, she didn't say anything more. Having escaped so easily, Peilan then felt the big stone in her heart drop. She gratefully glanced at Shang Dushan, knowing that her best friend had clearly sensed something different, yet she still hid it for herself to the end. Shang Yushang had been standing in the hall, obviously waiting for her, and was relieved to see her emerge in one piece, curving her lips toward her. In that instant, Shang Yushang's cold and stunning features were gleaming, causing Peilan to look dumbfounded for a moment. She made a few gags at her and then went back to her room to rest. Peilan read her as saying, "Wait until you get back." All she could do was let out a bitter laugh. Alright. It looked like she had quite a bit to explain to her best friend when she got back. With that, Peilan dragged her body full of fatigue back to her room. Her mental exertion was simply too great, not just in terms of mental energy, but also because too many things had happened, causing her to be very mentally tired and in desperate need of rest. However, it seemed that some nebulous will in the universe wanted to make the queen labor a little more. When Peilan returned to her room, she was not greeted by a quiet, soft bed, but by, "Avino, you bitchy worm, get the hell away from me, stay out of it. Avino, I remember you didn't seem to like the queen before. You're not welcome here. Come on, we're all good bugs trying to guard the queen. Don't hurt your teammates by mistake." Peilan looked at the mess in the room and closed the door with an expressionless face. She must be so tired she's hallucinating. Why are there so many bugs in her room? Peilan slammed the door shut. After a couple of seconds of calm, she slowly pushed the door open again, mentally praying that this time she would see an empty, bug-free room and a soft bed so she could rest in peace and quiet for a while. However, it was not to be, and she was greeted upon opening the door by Leandre, who was crouched in the doorway, almost on the verge of being face to face with her. "Queen, why did you close the door just now? Did you suddenly remember that you forgot to do something else? Leandre will do it for you." Peilan huffed and covered her forehead in pain. The door behind him closed considerately under the control of the AI, leaving space for the family. "No. Well, Leandre, the queen has only just returned, so I'm guessing she's exhausted?" Avino walked over at that moment. He had broad shoulders, narrow waist and long legs, a proper male model figure, and was now intentionally showing the queen her charms, while not forgetting to stomp on his fellow colleagues. "I've been telling you for a long time that the queen would prefer to get a good night's sleep now and get you all out of here first, but you don't listen." Ivino made a face like he was very worried about the queen's health, and stole a glance at Peilan every now and then, as if he was apologizing for not stopping these two guys. It had to be said that green tea was a hit or miss. With those few words, Leandre and Hirian both became unintelligent worms who didn't care about the queen's mental state, and he became the one who knew best. It was just a shame he didn't stop them. Unfortunately, however, Peilan didn't quite eat this. She would be tired, but her thoughts were clear. Putting these two aside, at least they stayed on the ship as Peilan's brother, so it was reasonable for them to appear in her room. "But when did you, Ivino, come up here? You're really in the middle of nowhere, aren't you? If the people on the starship find out that she has an extra wild man here, bah, wild bugs, she really cannot say it with as many mouths." But on the contrary, Peilan could feel that the concern for her in Aveino was genuine. What was wrong with Aveino? He just didn't want to be separated from the queen, so he could not be disciplined, so he had more headaches. Hirian hadn't opened his mouth just now, and now that he saw Peilan's tired face, he pursed his lips and suddenly picked up the tray that was placed on the bedside table and walked towards Peilan, squatting down in front of her, and again deliberately lowering his head slightly to make sure that his own head of soft, blonde hair, which had made the queen so in love with her, could be seen in full view. The queen. Hirian thought that the queen would be hungry when she returned, so she borrowed the galley of the starship and made a little bit of food, with the idea of letting the queen eat before she went to sleep. Now, both Avino and Leandre's faces changed, one blue and one gold, and both pairs of eyes showed shock and accusation at what Hirian had done. "Good guy, they fought to the death here. But it turned out that Shireen didn't fight in the front and was as light as water. But when he struck in the back, it was a killing move. Now he'd kind of stomped on both of his peers, combining what they'd done, carefully improving on it, and leapfrogging to being the bug that cared the most about the queen in terms of the expressiveness of his actions. As expected, Peilan's face gradually softened as she listened to his words. She covered her stomach with an embarrassed smile. Thank you so much, Harian. I happen to be feeling very hungry. Seeing that Peilan had already begun to eat quietly, knowing that she was really hungry and tired. Of course, Avino and Leandre didn't dare to disturb the queen's eating, and could only glare viciously at Shireen with indignant eyes. Good for you, Harian. I didn't realize that you're usually so quiet and honest, but you're still capable of doing this when it counts. Don't think they didn't see that just now. When Shireen deliberately made that affectation, he was definitely trying to seduce the queen, right? What an underhanded competitive maneuver. As Avino cursed in his mind, he selectively forgot that he had just intentionally or unintentionally shown his body to the queen. Shireen carried her plate, glued to the queen's side the entire time, giving the two cohorts a calm, yet smug look every now and then. The winner and the loser were out, the highs and the lows. The first round of the three higher insects darkly battling for the queen's attention was won by Shireen. Peilan completely failed to notice what she thought was a dark current between the three family members. In her opinion, the three family members had already known each other for a long time before they met themselves, and since they were from the same clan, their relationship should be pretty good anyway. Look, the three of them how tacit understanding obviously at this moment did not say a word, but between the eyebrows, a look can understand each other's thoughts. Really enviable feelings Peilan took a few bites of her bowl of food and looked at the three higher insectoids who were firing their eyes at each other, automatically adding a layer of filters to the glares between them. The more she looked at them, the more envious she became. She also hoped that one day it would be like this with her own family mates, one look, and they'd understand each other. So, in order to reach that level, she had to keep working hard Fortunately, when there was no mental link, the bugs were not able to feel the queen's thoughts, or else these three bugs would have been disgusted enough. They're in perfect harmony? No kidding. They probably only had a better understanding when it came to killing the former queen. And the rest of the time, except for some necessary cooperation, they hated to get as far away from each other as possible, and looked at each other with disgust. Not seeing each other for the rest of their lives would be the best relationship between them. If they weren't suspected of the bugs being divisive again if they didn't share the same frame on a regular basis. Peilan probably didn't realize what a remarkable thing she had done. Not even the current helm, Chief Commander Yalan, who was very much recognized by all of the insectoids, had been able to do anything to keep these three higher insectoids at peace as they spontaneously coexisted in the same space. Whenever there was a supreme meeting, a few of the highest-ranked bugs would still fight when they should, and Yaron wouldn't try to talk them out of it, so he just watched coldly as they vented their emotions. But Peilan healed their mental trauma, so that they no longer constantly felt that their brain area was entangled by countless threads and became increasingly manic day by day. What's more, instead of the mess they had in the past, Peilan had become their brand new faith, and they were willing to share a room for that faith. After eating, Peilan gradually felt sleepy and went to sleep first. Looking at the queen's peaceful and soundly sleeping side, all three of them spontaneously quieted down. Avino gazed at the queen's sleeping face with a tenderness he had never seen before, and after a few seconds, he was the first to stand up and walk gingerly towards the outside of the room, followed by the other two. Evanir was considered a black man on this starship and must not be discovered by others, so Shireen put up a mental barrier. To everyone else, the only people who were walking were Peilan's two brothers. There was no third person, though Harian was very reluctant to do this favor. As a matter of fact, he would hardly take the initiative to help any of his peers except for some last resort situations. So what if he was even a fellow bug? In the long, lonely darkness, he had long since lost his normal empathy. But, in order to keep the queen out of trouble, Harian had changed too much, and the illusions had been used more and more skillfully in the meantime. It was awfully quiet between the three higher insectoids, and having left the queen, they would have had little to say to each other. It took a few moments before Avino snapped. I apologize for everything I've done against the queen in the past in front of you. The other two looked over in surprise. Avino's face didn't change, and his tone was lingering as if he were speaking some cosmic truth. You won't have to be on my defense from now on, I'll be the queen's most loyal fan. Once, he didn't understand. Was the mental manipulation of the bug queen so terrible? Even Leandre and Harian, who loathed and rejected the queen that much, had been tricked. He had also secretly worried that he too would be hit, and had even secretly resolved that if he couldn't even think on his own, he'd rather die and drag the queen as a cushion before he died. But now, he finally understood why those two madmen, Leandre and Harian, had willingly become mad dogs at the queen's feet. Because their queen Peilan did have such a terrible charm. She was willing to reach out to the bugs who had offended her, to firmly shine her light on them, the poor wretches struggling in the darkness. And it was really hard not to be drawn to that light. Hearing Evaner's words, a flicker of emotion flashed across Leandre's face, as if he thought of his once arrogant and ignorant self. He was so ignorant, childish, had broken the queen's heart and caused her trouble, and missed out on the precious time just the two of them spent together. It wasn't until that final day on that remote planet that he finally realized what he wanted to chase. But vulnerability was always a flash in the pan, and Leandre was still the same arrogant and cocky high insectoid. Ha, you better really think so. If I find out again that you're going to do anything against the queen, kill you. When he said the last sentence, his tone suddenly sank, his sharp eyebrows pressed down, and the golden eyes that had become dark rolled over with a monstrous murderous intent that made people not dare to look at them. Siren looked at Avino with an expressionless face, obviously also very upset that he had also caused the queen to be overconsumed by this unauthorized action, and most importantly got a whole bunch of new bugs that he didn't know what they were doing. The pupils of his turquoise-colored eyes vaguely flashed with some dreamlike scale powder, and as long as he was willing, the moment the scale powder was emitted, it would instantly plunge all the insect races present into the beautiful killing power of the Phantom Dream Master. Avino simply laughed softly. With the name of the Blue Reaper, he also possessed a rather terrifying battle power. Not in the least bit afraid of the two of his fellow soldiers who looked like they were about to make a move on him. He knew that they were just showing their displeasure as well as warning him. The queen had forgiven him and he had fixed what he had gotten himself into. Next, for the damage done on that planet, he would make up for what he had to make up for. And as long as no one was killed, the queen wouldn't really blame him for it. And then the two fellow officers who were subservient to the queen wouldn't really lay a hand on him. He was about to say something when he saw Hirian's face change and his stern eyes look in the direction from which they had come. It's Peilan's room. Although Avino and Leandre didn't know what was going on, their expressions immediately became serious and they began to desperately mobilize their spiritual power to sense the queen's spiritual power. But in their perceptions, Peilan's spirit was quite smooth at this moment, apparently still asleep, and there was nothing unusual about it. Leandre was the first to press the issue, bumping Hirian's shoulder heavily. Hey, what the hell happened to the queen? What are you doing reacting like that? His movements became rough and his tone was colored with a bit of impatience, at the thought that the queen was now in a place he couldn't see, and that something might have gone wrong that he couldn't sense. He felt a rush of fire, and he couldn't wait to go back and see what was going on right now. Don't worry, I can't be sure. The exquisitely beautiful blonde teen frowned slightly, the broken look enough to make any man frown for him. As a matter of fact, Hirian was in a hurry now, because the fluctuations that he had felt in that moment just now could not be felt at all now. Before I left, I used some scale powder on the queen that can make her dream beautifully, trying to make her sleep well. But just now, I felt as if the queen's dreams were experiencing some uncontrollable fluctuations, but they've calmed down now. The dream world was Hirian's home turf, and by definition would never feel uncontrollable to him. If he wanted to, he would even be able to decide exactly what Peilan's dreams would look like right now. But now, he had a vague feeling that something was shielding his senses. So, what is it that can actually make him unable to perceive the difference at this moment? In the middle of Peilan's room, the brunette sank deep into the soft bed, still sound asleep. Her cheeks were flushed, as if she had dreamed of something extremely beautiful, and the corners of her mouth curled into a smile of pure pleasure. As a matter of fact, even as the owner of the dream Peilan couldn't be sure what exactly she had dreamt. However, the cells of her whole body, her soul were telling her that this was definitely a very happy time in her unsearchable memories. In the dream world, Peilan was running freely in a beautiful blue planet. For some reason, she felt incredibly light, like a gust of wind, able to blow anywhere without getting tired. What a free and unrestrained feeling this is. The dreaming Peilan is so happy to be able to easily climb over mountains, cross oceans and reach any place she wants to reach. Most importantly, of course, she wasn't alone. She is surrounded by countless partners, or family members, who are keeping her company. The corners of Peilan's mouth were hooked in a quiet smile as she murmured a few names softly in her sleep. Before falling asleep, she removed the space button and placed it on her nightstand. At this moment, she didn't know that the newborn bugs in the spatial nexus that had been at peace for a long time heard her unconsciously calling out her name, and now all of them were restless and agitated. King, ours, King, I finally found you. Peilan vaguely sensed something even in her sleep. Her two curved willow leaf brows slightly knitted. Her expression was actually vaguely painful. The bugs that were in the spatial nexus anxiously moved around in the narrow space, and an extremely odd spiritual force, emanating from their bodies, unexpectedly and silently took the initiative to connect to Peilan's brain domain, and began to reverse the process of calming the queen's uneasy nerves. If any intelligent insect race were to see this scene, they would be dumbfounded and begin to doubt the reliability of the inherited memories in their genes. Realize that what is happening in front of you is something almost impossible to do. In the midst of the class-ridden pyramid society of the bug race, only the queen was able to wantonly invade the brain domains of her subjects, and it was virtually impossible for a subject to reverse link to the queen without her permission, or even to make such a gesture akin to appeasement. And what's even more bizarre is that these newborn bug races clearly look like some low-ranked bug races that can't take human form, and at best, they've gained some even more bizarre and powerful powers because of their experiments. But for some reason, the way they should be called them if they possessed spiritual power, were using it now. They looked surprisingly skillful, as if they were using their innate talent. One of the weird bug races that looked like a combination of a centipede and a spider had the same mental power attributes of disorientation and interference as Shireen. He even spontaneously set up barriers around him, doing his best to prevent the 3 higher insectoids who had already left from discovering the unusual situation here. Unfortunately, however, that momentary fluctuation was still captured by Hirian, who was extraordinarily sensitive in that regard. Right now, 3 higher bugs are on their way here. These little things shrinking in the knobs of space probably also realized that they were running out of time, and became increasingly anxious, piercing through the folded space with a pair of scarlet but longing eyes, staring dead on at the most precious existence, shrinking under the quilt. Queen, think of us quickly. Hurry up and come home with us. In a dream world, Peilan suddenly felt an indescribable palpitation. She felt an extremely familiar fluctuation of spiritual energy. It was really strange. Obviously there was no semblance of an impression, but it was as if this familiarity was burned into her soul. Her pupils laxed a little, and her expression gradually drifted into a trance. Family, the family that has been waiting for her. In a trance, it was as if she was back in a darkness. The clammy touch that squeezed her tightly reminded her at once of, it was when she was still in the egg. At that time, she was in a great hurry to get out, not only because of the overly dark and suffocating conditions, but also because, in the dark, she sensed that her family was calling out to her very urgently. King! The illusory and muffled cries echoed in her ears, as if from an extremely distant dimension, and as if they were close at hand. The voices were far and near, male and female, as if an uncountable number of the people were calling sadly for their king who had gone who knows where. Peilan listened to the sad and anxious calls, and for some reason, her own heart was saddened. She felt that her soul was resonating with the call, desperately trying to break free of the shell that held her free soul. A deep inner voice told her that she could break free of the heavy physical burden and turn into the free wind again whenever she wanted to. Then, she was going to fly to the place where the voices were calling her. This longing grew stronger and stronger, and in the end, Peilan really felt as if she was gradually breaking free of some kind of heavy burden, and the lower half of her body suddenly became lighter and lighter. But her upper body was still bound to the ground by something heavy. She must break free of it. Must fly. The queen. The same anxious and sad voice suddenly exploded in the ears, as if the weeping devotee stumbled and fell to his knees under the idol, crying out in agony at the cruel abandonment of the gods. Queen, please, don't leave us. Peilan stopped all her movements and was momentarily in a daze. So strange. She was clearly struggling to break free of her bonds just to travel to her family. But why? Now, did she feel that her family was at her side, and were begging her to stay? Peilan's muddled brain couldn't handle such a complicated matter for the time being, and almost short-circuited for a moment. The call from afar was more urgent than ever, but it was accompanied by an irresistible force that gradually became ethereal. Peilan was a bit anxious, wanting to follow, but the calls from her side were stronger than one, and likewise made her heart hesitate, and the feet that had been so easily freed from their bondage took root once again, making it impossible for her to leave with a ruthless heart. In a trance, it was as if Peilan had opened some sort of gateway, and her muddled mind cleared for a moment, suddenly realizing something. The family around her is tied to her flesh and blood, and the family, far away, is calling to her soul. However, the next second she realized this truth. She felt her consciousness abruptly disconnect. Then, in reality, the long eyelashes of the young girl who had buried her face in the covers fluttered lightly and her eyes opened. The sudden return of consciousness to the shell after it had been withdrawn from the dream brought a gust of uncomfortable dizziness, and also caused Peilan to quickly forget what had happened in the dream. Subconsciously, she began to struggle, her massive mental power frantically sweeping through her brain area, desperately trying to retain the fragments of her dream, but could only watch them disappear unwillingly. In the end, Peilan only vaguely remembers dreams of very important people calling out to her, trying to get her out of here, but in the end, she seems to have let them down. Thinking of those voices that were gradually fading away in the dream, Peilan bit her lower lip in death, as if she felt the sadness and helplessness, and even the pain of the owner of those voices. This feeling of losing something important was just too torturous, making Pei Yilan's heart empty all of a sudden, tormenting her eyes slightly red, and a tear fell from the corner of her eye, haloing on the printed quilt cover. "Queen, what is wrong with you?" Leandre's anxious voice rang in his ears. Pei Yilan raised her head in a haze of tears and saw three men, each handsome in their own way, squatting by her bedside, looking very worried. Even Hirian, who usually had the least amount of emotion showing on his face, was frowning tightly at the moment, a blue-green color in his eyes that seemed to have been washed with water and tinted with a slight mist, looking at her with a look as if he had been bullied hard by her. Seeing her three family members rush into such a state, Pei Yilan, for some reason, suddenly felt a pang of guilt welling up in her heart, as if she vaguely knew that she had just frightened them. "I'm sorry, I just seemed." Her voice suddenly choked a little, the suppressed sadness once again hit her heart. "I'm sorry, it seems like I had a very sad dream, but now the dream is awake." Pei Yilan adjusted herself and forced a smile. She had absolutely no idea how heartbreaking her current smile really was. Avino's eyes sank completely, a storm beginning to brew in his sea-like blue eyes. He slightly sidestepped his head, coldly gazing at the space button that had been placed at the head of the bed by Pei Yilan, and his voice, no longer consistently cheerful, became somber and stormy. "Queen, I'm very sorry that we didn't keep watch over you and caused you to almost fall prey to treacherous insects." "Adulterous insects?" Pei Yilan was instantly confused and followed his gaze to see above the space button. After getting out of the grip of that inexplicable emotion, she finally remembered that she seemed to have housed the children she had saved inside. Avino gently twisted the tiny space button with 2 fingers, as if he could see the rows and rows of new bugs inside, and gave a cruel smile. "They actually tried to hurt the queen just now. It's just hopeless garbage." Pei Yilan's eyes widened, not reacting for a moment. She just slept, and when she woke up the poor little thing she had just saved suddenly became an assassin who presumed to harm her? Leandre stared expressionlessly at the spatial nexus, his face devoid of violent anger, yet even more frightening than when he displayed it. "Queen, these experiments that have been conditioned to have a tendency to devour their masters are just too dangerous. Please leave them to me." Next, let's rewind to 10 minutes ago. While Pei Yilan was still deep in her nightmare, the 3 higher insectoids had already rushed back to the room as fast as they could. Before they even pushed the door, they sensed several strands of unfamiliar spiritual energy in the room, and their faces completely tensed up, becoming gloomy to the point of being terrifying. "Damn it, who the hell is trying to hurt the queen? Why didn't we just leave one of us standing by to guard the queen?" As if peeling away a layer of fog in his mind, Hirian was the first to react to the fact that their hallowed higher insects had been hit. Some damned little bug had silently released a bit of disorienting and suggestive psychic energy around them to make them feel like they couldn't stay in the room and disturb the queen's sleep, and then left the room of their own accord like 3 big idiots, leaving the queen in the unsuspecting hands of the unsuspecting guys. Damn! Leandre's handsome face turned livid all of a sudden. The berserk spiritual power viciously slammed into the barrier, creating several invisible cracks at once. However, even so, he was still too slow. If something happened to the queen during this time, he would never forgive himself in his life. Inside the room, in the space nexus, a few of the new bugs that were the first to regain consciousness were supporting barriers to prevent the higher bugs from coming in while trying to steal home. No, it was to welcome back their queen. Suddenly, feeling a sharp impact of mental power, the insectoid with the shape of a beetle that was supporting the barrier stifled a grunt, and even left some green blood in its mouthparts. Next to him, the centipede, who was in charge of guiding the queen's dreams, looked at him, and a hint of dislike flashed in his eyes as he was scandalized by the appearance of his former companion. "What's wrong with you? You've gotten ugly. But why are you so weak? Can you do it or not?" The beetle hissed in displeasure. "That's easy for you to say. You asshole. My soul became weak after crossing the universe. And even until now, after receiving the queen's help, I'm still only half recovered. Damn. If he was in his heyday, with his soul strength, he wouldn't be afraid of this impact at all. Okay, how could the barrier be broken so easily?" That's right, these new bugs that were now crammed into Pei Yilan's spatial nexus, the spiritual power or souls that were hidden underneath this shell of theirs actually came from another universe. They had taken quite a long time to search for their missing queen, and had spared most of their spiritual power to cross the distance of the subdimensional universe, finally arriving at the universe where the queen was located. However, for them, the spirit race, spiritual energy made up their souls, and once they consumed too much of it, they were at risk of dissipating, so they had no choice but to attach themselves to their originally dying physical bodies. But it turned out that they never expected that the one they possessed was actually the poor guy who was suffering from terrible experiments, and as a result, they were still affected by the flesh, lost their minds, and almost got into a fight with the queen. When they thought of this black history, The few who had regained their sanity felt bashful, hated to let themselves lose their memory, and looked at the queen who had somehow possessed a physical body with more and more pity. The queen who has a physical body is also beautiful, just as beautiful as the soul body, but the physical body is really too troublesome. Once something goes wrong, even the sanity will be affected. It is better to restore the soul body to be more free. They must free the queen and take her home with them. However, unfortunately, it was with great difficulty that they managed to yank out half of the queen's soul body with her cooperation. When the barrier was breached and the three obtrusive to the core broke through the door, just as soon as he entered this room, Avino keenly locked onto the spiritual power being emitted from the spatial nexus, and a terrible murderous intent flashed across his face. He strides towards the nightstand where the space nexus was placed, and is just about to completely destroy the damned junk experiments when he hears the incredulous voice of his fellow officer beside him. "Queen, how did this happen?" Immediately he craned his head to look over, and his heart tightened for a moment. Then he saw an extremely shocking scene. Pei Ilan, who was in a state of sleep, lifted the quilt up at some point and was trembling as if she was struggling hard. Along with her struggles, her lower body gradually began to change. Her human legs gradually deformed, fused, and finally melted into a long tail. The three higher bugs had seen countless bugs in their original form, but they had really never seen such bug features. What a beautiful tail it was, extending from Pei Ilan's waist and abdomen downwards for more than a meter. It was a gradient color of gold. The more it reached the tail, the darker the color became, and by the end of it the tail fins had basically turned into the same warm orange color as her spiritual energy. The tail, in addition to the large and declining tail fin, bears hard scales, which give off a fascinating shine in the light. This tail of Pei Ilan's was completely different from the hideous insect race. It was simply beautiful and dreamy to the point where one couldn't associate it with any kind of insect race. At the sight of the shimmering, mesmerizing tail, Hirian's entire bug froze. Phantom butterflies were known as the most beautiful insect race, and as the only phantom butterfly to have evolved into a higher insect race, Hirian had a share of pride in her bones. Unlike his other hideous brethren, he has a good look that is enough to mesmerize any intelligent race. Unlike the other homunculi who could only bring fear and loathing, he was strong and beautiful enough to bring any enemy to their deaths in the midst of extreme beauty. However, in this moment, seeing the queen's half-reborn, Hirian actually felt a sense of self-abasement. Truly, it is too dazzling, and yet it fits so well with the queen herself. He actually had a sense of entitlement after seeing it, that the queen deserved to be the most special. And, for some reason, after seeing the tail, a hidden longing rose in Shireen's heart that she was ashamed to mention to anyone. He wanted the queen to wrap her bug form in this beautiful tail like the flower that forever wrapped him in his spirit world. Reacting to what a perverted thought he'd had, Hilian's originally white face was suddenly tinted with a thin red. Barely able to look directly at the tail he'd pinned so many fantasies on anymore. For any insect race, her original form was not only the most powerful weapon, but also the most private part. In a non-war situation, it was never allowed to be touched by any being, let alone such a special location as the tail. What kind of weird stuff was he thinking just now? It was almost like he was rushing up to try to lighten up the queen. However, he would actually prefer the queen to lighten him up if she wanted to, compared to Hirian, who was poked and prodded by the queen's bug form and developed some kind of strange attribute. Leandre and Avino were only stunned by the queen's bug form for a moment, and then they suddenly reacted. The queen seems to be in a very bad state right now. Upon hearing this, Hirian couldn't care less about the strange things that were going on in his head, and fixed his eyes on the queen's half of the worm tail, and realized that it had actually vaguely turned into a transparent texture, as if it would dissipate at any moment. They didn't know why this was happening, and the inherited memories didn't say anything about it, so they just anxiously stood by the queen's side, calling out to her incessantly, hoping that the gods would once again give the soon-to-be despairing group new guidance. Their voices were so sad that Pei Ilan, who was about to be hooked away in a daze, suddenly rose up with infinite longing, and had no way to move her feet anymore. Pei Ilan's stunning insectoid form faded away, turning back into normal human legs, and her lower body re-solidified. After she opened her eyes, all the abnormalities disappeared, as if she had really just slept. However, the three higher bugs that were taken by surprise so fiercely would never let go of the culprit who made the queen look like that. Queen, these experiments that have been conditioned to have a tendency to devour their masters are just too dangerous. Please leave them to me. Leandre rarely looked angry, and a handsome face looked exceptionally calm. However, the way he looked at the space nexus was so cold, enough to prove that he had already treated the contents as dead. Evander also tightened his usual smile. If he wasn't concerned about the queen's presence, he would have already struck out by now. Queen, please, you must care for your own safety. We must not accept you leaving us. Avino allowed these ugly experiments to remain with the queen. but only because they were subdued by the queen and were no longer a threat. So they complied with the queen's wishes, but if they threatened the queen's safety, Evanir was painfully aware that if the queen still insisted on keeping them, then there seemed to be no easy way for him to firm up his position, because, no matter what, he didn't want to do what the queen hated anymore. Feeling the killing intent that the three pesky bugs unleashed on them, the proto-spirit race-present bug race and the space knob was instantly enraged. Fuck, what are you so proud of? If you have the ability to wait for my physical suicide, we soul 1v1. No, 1v3, see if I don't beat you all to death. I'm so angry. How can a thief take it for granted and act like a loyal servant? Baby Elon is our queen. Don't they have a queen of their own? Why do they want to steal our queen? Elon seemed to vaguely hear some strange sounds, very different from the interstellar language, with an indescribable flavor that made her feel extraordinarily familiar. She hesitated for a moment, sensing the emotions of the little ones in the midst of the spatial nexus. In an instant, a big whiff of aggravation exploded into her consciousness. She subconsciously felt a bit soft, and what's more, she herself didn't feel any danger, but rather a kind of disappointment of losing something important in the dream that she couldn't remember the exact situation just now. Instinctively, she was going to make peace with it, wanting to say to the three family members who cared too much about her if they were feeling wrong and that she wasn't being hurt by these kids. However, seeing the expressions on the three of their faces and sensing their current emotions, she couldn't get her words out. Sadness, anger, the joy of losing and regaining, all kinds of emotions mixed together. Elon's heart blocked full, so that she did not have the ability to easily take over this matter as a joke. She knew that her family really cared about her well-being and couldn't accept her being hurt. She knew better. It was all because her family loved her, and she loved them too, so she couldn't bear to show them frustration. In the end, Elon could only sigh softly. She tried to soothe her three family members who were already overly tense by using a negotiating tone and trying to lighten up a bit. How about this? These children seem to have caused some impact, and you guys seem to be at ease. How about you guys use your spiritual power to leave an imprint on them? As long as the moment they want to use their power to do something, you guys will be able to immediately sense it. Unusual. Elon was a bit hesitant, but still said it with a clench of her teeth. And normally, I'll try not to leave your sight, so you can make sure nothing happens to me, is that okay? Seeing that the three in front of her still didn't speak, Elon let out a bitter smile and raised her warm eyes, her tone becoming more and more serious. I'm sorry, I don't know what just happened to make you all so scared, but I want you to understand I am your queen, the one who wants to be with you all the time, through thick and thin, not so fragile. I'm thankful that you guys have always believed in me before. Now, please trust me again. Puff. As Peter raised his face and uttered these words like an oath with utmost seriousness, Leandre clearly heard the sound of his heart beating. Flop flop. It's so strange, one's heart is beating faster and faster. Is there something wrong with one's body? This is terrible. How can you make such a slip-up in front of the queen? However, something even stranger appeared. Leandre calmly investigated himself, and then realized with fear and trepidation that the root cause of such a problem with his body seemed to be none other than the queen in front of him. Back on that remote planet, the young girl who always had a light smile on her face began to gradually radiate a dazzling light from her body after experiencing some ups and downs. Leandre was drawn to the light, first resisting it with all his might, and then with a heart that truly treated it as the unique queen of the bugs, the monarch to whom he owed his allegiance. But, at some point, this pure admiration grew a little stale. He realized that his body seemed to be slowly breaking down, always reacting in strange ways in front of the queen. For example, as a qualified subordinate, he should work together with other subordinates to provide a quality environment for the queen. But he hated the other two fellow subordinates around him who were loyal to the queen so much that he even had gloomy thoughts in his heart that he wished they would disappear and have only himself by the queen's side. Initially startled by the thought, Leandre snapped himself out of it. That's not good. The queen obviously wants them to get along. Besides, how could one claim to be a good henchman for the queen when they couldn't get along with their own peers? And now it was even stranger. The queen in front of him seemed to radiate an indescribably bewildering attraction, as if it had some kind of magnetic effect on his heart. Even if it was just the corner of his eye accidentally sweeping the queen's ear, accidentally hearing the queen's voice, Leandre would feel that his heart was about to be taken away by the queen. The uncontrollable thing pulsed desperately, wanting to break away from the confining chest and become a toy to be played with by the queen. It was really strange to see him like this, and he couldn't help but be a little concerned that a bug with a broken body could still take on the position of the queen's near servant. But, the queen just said seriously that she wants to share the storm with him. In that case, even if his body gradually broke down, surely the queen wouldn't blame him or alienate him, right? With that thought, Leandre let go again, and let his body continue to experience anomalies. and Avino is clearly much more straightforward than the overly innocent Leandre. He gave the queen a deep look, and a flash of extremely obscure but desperately desired emotion flashed in his eyes. He was always going to seem a bit more mellow compared to his other peers who were so high and mighty that they didn't care to touch the trash races in their eyes, having seen too much and too many things by mixing among the races of the universe. So much so, that, when his body appeared to be different, he understood almost at once the deepest and truest longings of his heart. Not only does he want to be the most loyal subordinate next to the queen, he's not satisfied with that and wants to go further. It was a longing he could not resist, but for the sake of that longing, he was willing to hold back for a while. After Hirian heard Peilan's words, he didn't know what came to his mind, and the thin red on his face gradually turned deeper. Anyway, the three higher insectoids sort of thought of the same thing, and all of them very tacitly dropped the word "we" from the queen's mouth. They wanted to be the only special one in the queen's mouth more than they wanted to share it with their peers. Peilan looked somewhat blankly at the three family members who had somehow gradually become darker and darker. She clearly just wanted to reassure her family. But why did she feel that an extremely complicated change had appeared in the three of them? It seemed as if they had vaguely realized something, but also as if there was some contradiction between each other. Peilan didn't quite understand, and Peilan decided not to think about it too much. So, you guys agreed, right? Of course. Evander was the first to respond and immediately answered the queen's request. However, the corners of his eyes drooped a bit, and he had the look of a big aggrieved dog, and his mouth was full of tea. Since it is what the queen desires, Avino would never go against your will. Avino suddenly made an extremely bold move. He even leaned forward slightly, in the midst of the other two colleagues' eyeballs, embraced the queen in a full embrace, and then rubbed his head against Peilan's neck, which for no reason at all gave the embraced person an illusion that he is very fragile right now. He gave the person being hugged the illusion that he was vulnerable. It's just that Avino was really scared just now. That's why he seemed a little rough. Avino didn't mean to target these newborn bugs. Can the queen forgive me for mouthing off? Peilan couldn't resist this move by Evander at all, completely failing to remember that just now it was Evander who had first proposed to execute these bugs. What was wrong with Evander? He was merely too afraid of losing her. Aveino, come on, you didn't do anything wrong. Peilan moved a little rustily and stroked one of Avino's black hair, then was amazed by the feel of it. Looking at the few strands of dashing, unruly strands of broken hair on his forehead, she thought it would feel frizzy in her hands, but she never expected it to feel quite so good. Looking at a certain damned bitchy worm who started acting pathetic at the drop of a hat, Leandre and Hirian's breaths heaved in unison. Leandre was instantly furious on his face, gritting his teeth in anger and even gnashing his back teeth, while Hirian, due to years of facial paralysis experience, was a little more joyful and angry, just making a secret note in his heart. What's getting the queen's momentary closeness? What he wants is forever. Just as all three insectoids had their respective minds floating around, while Peilan finally felt relieved, an ear-piercing bell suddenly rang. The eyes of all three men fell on Aveino. Avino was a bit surprised himself. He tapped the optical brain on his wrist and a light screen popped up at once. After glancing at the caller ID, Avino frowned and got up at light speed, giving Peilan an apologetic look. I'm terribly sorry, Queen. I'm afraid I have to attend to something first. Peilan, of course, was busy nodding her head, saying she was fine, while Leandre and Hirian frowned. There's no mistaking it. This icon clearly represents Chief Commander of the Bugs, Yaron. Avino's eyes darkened as he looked at the caller ID. Immediately, he realized that he feared big trouble awaited him next. Even Leandre and Hirian. In fact, he had come over this time not only because he wanted to accept the results of the Black Group's experiments, but he had also received a secret mission issued by Yaron. Aveino, the man who spoke, had misty blue eyes. Although they were both blue, they were completely different from the ocean blue that was in Avino's eyes. His blue seemed to be covered in a layer of mist, making it impossible for people to see his true emotions, and even when looking at each other, they could only be engulfed by a calmness that had darker ripples in it. At the moment, in the chief's office, which was not illuminated by the planet's natural light all year round, the misty haze in those eyes grew thicker, as if they harbored an unspoken danger. Leandre left without even saying hello to me after he took care of his military business, which is a bit of a loss when you think about it. Do you know where he went? Yaron's voice was calm and gentle, like a babbling brook flowing over stones, and there was no hint of loss to be heard. However, even the goosebumps on his back rose when Aveino heard that great voice of his. Any intelligent race that knew the slightest bit about Yaron knew how crazy and rotten this chief commander of the bugs really was on the inside when he wore a warm skin. In fact, if he had to say, Aveino preferred to deal with Leandre's colleagues who had all their emotions on the surface. Not to mention, at least they didn't need to have 800 hearts and eyes when they got along with each other. For Yaluan, although he respected the other party for his hard work in running the house for so many years. But in line with the principle of like repels like, he usually stayed away from this kind of extremely deep city bug. Moreover, not to mention, he really didn't believe that Yaren, who had been the chief commander and consul for so many years, would not know that Leandre and Shirian had defected based on the eyes and influence of his men. Then the question he asked himself at this moment was worth pondering. However, Avino did feel displeased for these two bugs with a weak stance at the time, so he pulled a smile full of murderous intent on his face, and had no intention of showing mercy and poking right through it. You mean Lean? He should have gone to the Human Federation's capital star to look for our Queen's Majesty. After all, he's worried that Shireen will compete with him for favor, so I guess he's anxious to make more presence in front of the Queen. In 3 or 2 sentences, he satirized 2 of his fellow officers, and Yaron acted as if he hadn't heard him, his face unchanged. He slightly turned his head sideways, revealing half of his face in the cool declining sun. His deep and charming features made him look like a god who was high above the earth, but the hints of beauty that leaked out between his eyes tinted him with a slightly seductive and degrading color. Is that so? But I've heard that Evander seems to be planning to go around the Human Federation recently as well. I guess it's not the Queen that attracts you, is it? Avino was slightly startled, and for a moment even had a creepy feeling, but he quickly squashed it again. He had only involved a few of his inner circle of men who were absolutely subservient to him in his work with the Black Group, and had not told any of his peers at the same level, even to some extent, since these experiments involved the ethical issues of the bugs. Even though the guys had extremely low ethics, they were after all going after their undescended kin. Avino's secrecy was considered to be done with some care, and the news of his next trip to the Human Federation has so far been hidden only in his own heart, and he has not even had the time to get a ride from Leander. Where did this guy in front of him know it? The scorn in his heart is getting heavier and heavier. Evander's heart for a moment even produced a hint of killing intent for the guy in front of him, but on his face is still that bright and generous look. Ha ha, my rotation is over. I guess I don't have to report to the Lord Commander where I want to go on vacation during my time off, right? The more desperate one tried to explain at a time like this, the more suspicious it seemed instead. Avino tried his best to use the usual tone of voice, and sarcastically and without euphemism, Yaren stretched his hand longer and longer. They defaulted to Yaren as the chief consul and commander, just to push a bud to facilitate the handling of internal affairs, and it just so happened that Yaren was very good at strategizing, and had a big part in the assassination attempt against the Bug Queen years ago, so they were more than a little convinced. But that doesn't mean he can pull a fast one on his peers of the same rank. Noticing Evander's hidden displeasure, Yaron instead smiled. Don't be so nervous, Avino, although your behavior is a bit out of line, but it's not really the most problematic thing for me at the moment. Next, however, he didn't continue, but changed the subject seemingly without thinking, and said gently, you're right, Leandre and Hirian seem to have changed a lot lately, which concerns me a bit. I thought that since you were going to the territory of the Human Federation, you might as well stop by and visit them as well. Hearing this, by the way, Avino's eyelids jumped, and he even had the thought that he already knew that I was planning to use Leandre's path to infiltrate the Human Federation together. Let's determine how far their symptoms have gotten and then. The calm, misty blue eyes were nothing but indifference from start to finish, and even the utterance of the next words didn't cause Yaron to waver in any way. It was as if he was about to judge not his own kinsman, whom he had worked with for years, but an unimportant being, distinct from anything else. Pick the right time and we'll have the supreme judgment session of the bugs. Avino looked up suddenly, a flash of consternation in his eyes that he didn't know if it was real or not. Hey, is that such a stretch? The Supreme Judgment Council hasn't been activated since we tried the Honorable Former Queen 20 years ago. Then, Avino showed another rakish smile as if he was schizophrenic, not seeing any shock or worry in his words just now. I'm kinda interested though, just for the hilarity of it. I'll do a good job of relaying your original message to those two guys. You seem to have misunderstood me a bit. Even though he sensed the malice and incitement that filled Avino's words, Yaron remained as calm as ever. He was like an ice-cold statue, without the slightest fluctuation of emotion from beginning to end, just following the established procedures to make all kinds of precise judgments. This is a last resort, and I don't really want to get to that point if I can help it, so hopefully Leandre and Hirian will come to their senses a little and not let me down. I'm disappointed. The apparition from memory came to life and stood in front of Avino, fog blue eyes gazing silently into an aquamarine. His pupils slammed, and for a moment he even felt his heart miss a beat before reacting to the fact that this was Yaren's stereo projection. But he clearly hadn't picked up the phone yet, but was planning to do so after leaving the Queen's room. You actually hacked into my light brain. Avino said this in an affirmative tone. Not only was there no doubt, but there wasn't even any anger. He wouldn't waste time being angry at Yaron for doing something so extremely invasive of his privacy. The question now was what had happened. How much did Yaron really know from this act, and could he still hide something for the queen? However, in the next second, even if the mental quality was as strong as Evander, he could not help but feel a chill in his heart. It seems that our queen has a lot of charisma, attracting not only Leandre and Hirion, but even Evander, who was disdainful only a short while ago, has fallen deeply in love. I'm a bit curious as to what means she has. Why don't the queen condescend to come to the main star today and show me some of them? At these words, the faces of the three higher insect races changed at the same time. Any fool could hear that Yaron had changed his mind this time, and instead of leaving the queen out there to fend for herself, he wanted to go straight for it. Compared to Leandre and Hirion, who still didn't know what moves Yaron would make, Avino had to think a bit deeper. He hadn't forgotten that Yaron had mentioned the Supreme Judgment Council earlier. Unsurprisingly, he had originally only wanted to judge the two traitors, Leandre and Hirion, but now that he saw that he had changed sides in such a short period of time, Yaron finally realized that the queen was afraid that she possessed even more terrifying compulsion than he had imagined, and so the object of the trial was changed accordingly. Intending to tackle the problem directly from the root, the Paelon on the side was still unclear about what had happened, and began to see this, the stereo projection that popped up out of nowhere, just curiously sizing up this strange man she had never seen before. The man was tall, with a head of soft blue hair, and misty blue eyes that added a bit of a disorienting declining sun to his cool, three-dimensional features. Unlike the rest of her family she had met so far, including Rita, who she had only been in contact with for a short while before, the bugbear, known as Yaron, looked more like a civil official. His body did not wear a uniform, but only a white shirt as white as snow, lining the whole person as if the flowers of the high mountain like a world of independence, but slightly pulled up the cuffs, close to the shirt's vaguely visible muscle lines, all show that his body hibernates in the body of a powerful force that does not lose out to the other higher insect race. Paelon looked at it with an admiring gaze for a moment, then suddenly realized that she seemed to be a bit rude, and hastily averted her eyes again while Aveino was conversing with him, and Yalan didn't know if it was because the stereo projection perception wasn't sharp enough, never looked in the direction of this gaze, but just kept flatly staring at Aveino, as if Paelon's gaze was just insufficient dust. Originally, Paelon hadn't realized that something was wrong, and only thought that this was an insect race that Aveino knew, but after a while she realized that they didn't sound right, and that her own three family members obviously had some trouble with this guy, and so she herself followed suit and became nervous. Although the three-dimensional projection projected in front of her eyes contained a trace of spiritual power belonging to Yaluan, allowing Paelon to vaguely recognize that he was an insect race, but after all, separated by a distance of an unknown number of light years, this feeling was not strong, and was not even enough to make Paelon feel a sense of affinity deep in her bloodline. Therefore, she naturally still defended her own insect race more than this strange insect race. After realizing that her family was not in a good mood, Paelon thought carefully about what the problem was, focusing on the conversations that had appeared to be clouded since Yaluan's appearance, and finally understood what had upset her family by withholding the words, "Mr. Yaron, please stop crossing the line immediately." Yaron, who had been about to say something, stopped his words and lowered his eyes, looking indifferently at the young girl who had rushed in front of Evander and opened her arms, isolating their gaze, a trace of serious scrutiny flashing in her eyes. Looking across the stars, it was also quite rare for a being to receive such a serious scrutinizing gaze from Yaron. He had to admit that he was a bit blind to this queen. He had thought that the newly born cub would not be able to make any waves, but he had never thought that she would be so skillful that she would be able to enlist three higher insects one after the other. It seemed that he had really underestimated the insect queen's inherited memories after all, and he must be 120,000% more determined to deal with this little demonic insect next. The queen just told him to stop his current behavior. Did she really feel his killing intent? This was not going to be easy. If the queen openly refuses to go to the main planet of the bug race based on the support of the three idiots around her, he really can't do anything about her for a while. But what about the fact that every bug queen is just as disgusting, placing herself above the entire race as soon as she is born and taking all the privileges for granted? Behavior that crosses the line. Ha! Does she think she's one of those fools who treats the queen like a buglaw? He was just trying to get rid of the unstable elements. Not that he could talk about crossing the line. Yaron tapped the flame-like scar below his left eyelid with a slender finger, and a hint of mockery and murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Might as well let that crazy person Greya out. Assigning her tasks every day to kill her energy doesn't seem to be working too well lately. Why don't we just let her come to the bug queen, and after she fights with the three watchdogs, he can just clean up the mess, which is equivalent to solving two unstable factors at once. Just when Yaluan's mind was already slipping down towards the abyss of conspiracy, he only saw Paelon take a deep breath, her face all tinted with some thin red from her anger. And righteously speak, you've actually hacked into Avino's light brain privately, with no respect for his privacy whatsoever. Please stop this quickly. If there's an urgent need to find Avino, can't you communicate properly? Why do you have to resort to such tactics? Yaron. The other three. Help! Help! The queen who stood up for Avino is so cute too. There's an unspoiled clear cuteness. Yaluan looked at Peilan with an inexplicable expression, feeling that his defense just now was like a joke. Is that what you used to seduce these three idiots? It was Peilan's turn to be at a loss. What was he talking about? Yaluan absently lowered his eyes and gazed into Peilan's clear and blank eyes, his heart somehow rippling a little. As if to hide something, he shifted his gaze again and stopped looking at her. He was probably considered the oldest of all the current higher insectoids, the former queen of the insectoids having crawled out from under his watch. At the time he was filled with joy and vowed to guide the boy well into becoming a true queen of the bugs, and he would be the queen's best second-in-command. But who knew that hidden underneath the fragile shell of the newly born queen of the bugs was an incomparably vicious heart? Even he was fooled by that simple and innocent face at first, directly letting the other party realize how much power he really has in the insect race, and then completely exposed his true face, and then everything was out of hand. Therefore, Yaron will never make the same mistake again. He would no longer underestimate how disgusting and terrifying creatures like the Bug Queen really were. Thinking like this, the heart that was still slightly strange once again returned to a state of no ripples. Yalan's misty blue eyes that were entwined with smoke swept lightly at Peilan, causing her to freeze for a moment. For a moment, Peilan even had the urge to run away, only to feel the hairs on her body stand up and sweat, as if she was being stared at by some dangerous poisonous creature. But in the end, she still firmly blocked in front of Aveino, even though it was completely impossible to block Aveino, who was a head taller than her. Good strange eyes, obviously looking at her, but as if just looking at the roadside garbage, both disgusted and disliked, but also too lazy to do it personally, but for some reason, had to step in, as if lowering himself to the general condescendingly cast a trace of attention. If I had to say, it seemed a bit similar to the way Hirian looked at her in the beginning. But whereas Hirian was looking at her from start to finish with nothing in her eyes, treating her like air, the other party still had extremely well-hidden malice towards her, and was treating her like straight-up garbage. Peilan frowned slightly, her heart suddenly somewhat aggrieved. The Yaran in front of her was also a bug race, not to mention the relationship between the queen and her subjects. According to the most basic concept, he was at least of the same race as herself. Moreover, they had never met before, and she had never offended him. So why would he bet such inexplicable malice towards her? In fact, it wasn't just Yaron, but the rest of her family as well, who had treated her very badly in the beginning. Aside from somehow enduring malicious aggravation, she was really curious as to why that was, since Peilan had seen each of her family members woefully tortured in the past projected by their spiritual power. She had originally thought that the family members were not very good-tempered due to their worrisome mental state caused by their own past. But that doesn't explain why they have extra malice against themselves. She had meant to ask Leandre about them, only every time the words came to her lips, she couldn't get them out. She was hesitant, uncertain, and there was a sense of foreboding that made her unsure if the question would puncture the beautiful dream that had been going on for so long. Yes, Peilan has always had a well-hidden uncertainty in her heart. It seemed to her that she had done very little, but her family's attitude toward her had made a big, dramatic shift in a very short period of time. The change had come too quickly, in too stark a contrast to her previous malice, that it had made her subconsciously not quite daring to indulge in it fully. But this concern was well hidden from her, and until now had gone unnoticed by the two idiots around her, specifically Leandre and Shireen. Whenever they looked at the queen, their lady's face showed them nothing but a gentle and tolerant smile, quietly listening to their confidences, but hardly confiding anything to them. There are certainly pitfalls to getting along this way, just the authorities. But Peilan was a girl who was strong enough inside. If she was given a little more time to thoroughly familiarize herself with her new family, she would definitely be willing to open her heart and have a good chat with them. And Leandre and Hirian, and now to include Avino, would never turn her down. But sadly, the underworld had left her little time. An unprecedented enemy noticed her with those mist blue eyes of murder, baring his fangs at her. The sudden surprise seemed to signal that her fate was slipping into an uncontrollable abyss. Your tactics are useless to me. Yaluan condescendingly made his final judgment, directly deciding that Peilan's next destiny would make a sharp turn. From the original vibrant military school, the unrestrained capital star, to the bug star, which was extraordinarily tightly guarded against her and had already exiled her from the very beginning. I've changed my mind. Just in case, I'm going to open the wormhole now, so you three hold on to the queen and come together. At these words, Before Peilon had time to react in any way, for not knowing exactly what this meant, Leandre turned pale first. "You're crazy." He took a few furious steps forward. And if the blue-haired man in front of him hadn't been just a virtual projection, he'd have been about to give him a couple of bonbons right about now. "Opening a wormhole into a starship? Do you want to destroy the entire starship? The Queen's body is so fragile. What is your intention?" The so-called wormholes were considered a space technology exclusively mastered by Yaren, and were highly practical. But forcibly tearing open a spatial rift was inherently unstable, and only in planets and universes where there were no people for several light years could wormholes be stably unfolded. If it was placed in a place like a starship where there was a huge difference between the internal and external pressure, the entire starship would probably be destroyed. At that time, their three higher bugs are not afraid. Their flesh body across the universe does not bring false. But the Queen, tender Queen, will definitely be torn into pieces by the horrible pressure in an instant. Concerned as he was, at this point Leandre had completely forgotten about the powerful psychic powers the Queen possessed that could allow her to protect herself at a moment's notice, and had almost forgotten about Peilon's unbelievably stunning performance when she had made the planetary landing not too long ago, and Aveino just frowned, but it quickly stretched out again, his usual smile on his face. However, his words did not have the slightest hint of a smile and were as morose as could be. "Yaren, it's better to keep the jokes to yourself. This is the starship of the Human Federation's first military academy. If you let all the students here be buried, it will bring big trouble to the insect race." Yeluan just smiled lazily, and her features, like the flowers of the High Sierra, blossomed in an instant, revealing the beautiful colors hidden beneath the iceberg exterior. "When have we ever been afraid of trouble? If only the greatest trouble at hand could be settled so easily." "Enough!" Peilon suddenly shouted out these two words that could be described as harsh, successfully attracting the attention of the three higher insects and a projection present. Her chest rose and fell slightly, looking as if she was finally reacting to what the series of exchanges actually meant. The guy in front of her wanted to open a wormhole. It would cause problems with the starship she was staying in, and everyone would get hurt or even die. She couldn't dare to imagine that this insecto, who appeared to be incredibly calm, was actually so crazy in his bones that he would do something like this that was comparable to the terrorist attack on the black group just now. This was somewhat unacceptable to the peace-loving Peilon, who didn't want to see strife and harm. Just like the peace-oriented Queen suddenly seeing an outlaw attempting to cause a terrorist attack appear next to her, her mild-mannered eyes showed an unmistakable sharpness, almost as if she were looking at Yaron with the gaze of an enemy. "I said that I could travel with Lean and the others to where you said and wouldn't keep you waiting long, or I'll let you open the wormhole when we're somewhere safe. But you must never harm the people on this starship in any way Otherwise, I'll never let you go. Otherwise, I'll never let you go." Peilon's dark eyes were really very bluffing when they sank. The warm, tolerant light that had always shone in her eyes disappeared. No, I should say was polished and turned into a blade sharp enough to pierce any man's heart. Yeluan suddenly felt a slight tremor in his heart, as if he had been stabbed by an invisible sharp blade, making him subconsciously want to reach out and cover his chest. However, the experience accumulated from years of being in a high position made him unwilling to make a move similar to showing cowardice at a time like this, so he just moved his fingers slightly and forced himself to hold back. In the end, he almost forced himself to hold on to that cold demeanor, dropping a sentence of course it's best if you're willing to cooperate, and shutting off the projection phone as if he were running away. After hanging up the phone, he froze in place like a statue, and it had been several seconds before the pain in his chest, like a fleeting phantom, had completely disappeared, leaving only that ineffable feeling still lingering in his heart, and it was only then that he gently let out a breath of air, sat down on the sofa to the side, and fell into deep thought. At that moment just now, it is impossible to say why, looking at Peilon's eyes like an enemy, he suddenly felt as if his heart had been plucked out something, and it was still extremely important. All he could do was repeatedly remind himself in his mind not to be soft, all because of the irresistible genetic subjugation of their murderous race to the Queen. He had been walking alone in the darkness for so long, and must not falter so easily, losing out to the genetic flaws of the bugs. It took another minute for him to completely calm down, and he used his light brain to send a few messages to Aveino, telling them to talk to him when they found a location suitable for wormhole teleportation, and he'd drop a wormhole there immediately. This time would not be long, it was thought, a few cosmic hours at the most, before the Queen would appear on the planet that was rightfully hers. Yaron pursed his lips, a light mockery flashing in his eyes as the scar below his left eyelid began to ache again after many years. It was both a badge of his merit and a mark of his pain. It seems that he still overestimates himself too much, having developed a lot of unnecessary ego about his abilities because he managed to kill the last Queen. The Queen's influence was unquestionable. Even just a projection containing spiritual power had caused him to be affected to this point. If face to face, coupled with the fact that he opened a wormhole and consumed too much spiritual energy. Thinking about this, Aaron decided to stabilize his hand first. It wasn't that he was afraid to face the queen, he just needed to make sure he was in the best mental state to go into this tough battle. That's why the very first bug choice to go on this important mission of contacting the queen must be a higher bug whose willpower is not below his own, and won't be easily given for nothing like those stupid bastards in Evener. Thinking about it, she was the only one who fit the bill. Not a moment later, a powerful force viciously kicked the door open. The higher insectoid with long red hair and the appearance of a human female stomped in with heavy steps. She swept a cold glance at Yaron, her voice not sounding the least bit respectful. "My Lord Consul, I hope you've come to me in such a hurry on some urgent matter, or I can't guarantee that your office won't be in ruins." Yaron had gathered his expression long ago, and had that calm and winning look again. "Gloria, I'm glad you're still so energized today. I wonder if Jasmine's in a little better shape today than she was yesterday?" "Boo." Greyer expressionlessly hammered a large hole in the wall with her smooth hand. The deputy who had respectfully stayed outside and waited for him saw this and knew that his superior was going crazy again, and very experiencedly quietly left for refuge. Yaron didn't look the least bit worried that Greya had actually turned her office into rubble, as she'd said, and instead, with a calm face, she spoke out what she'd already belted out a long time ago. Hearing his words, Gloria's face changed, finally condensing into a cold smile at the corner of her mouth. "Are you really going to leave this to me? Even if I accidentally kill her, does it matter?" "I believe you, Headmistress Gloria." Gloria snorted coldly, not bothering to look at his hypocrisy any longer, and simply turned around and left. Peilan didn't realize that Yaluan was on the verge of an attack and had arranged a big surprise for her. She was currently standing at the place where she had agreed with Shang Dushan and Yu Zhou, thinking bitterly about how she should bid farewell to her partner later. Leandre and Hirian had gone to the teacher on her behalf to ask for a leave of absence, on the grounds that her other brother was seriously ill and dying, and urgently needed to return to his hometown for a visit. When Peilan heard this reason, she seriously suspected that they were holding a personal vendetta. However, it was undeniable that her heart was also a little dark when she entered Aaron's cool, stunning and annoying face. For his part, Avino began contacting his subordinates to ensure that all aspects of the relationship were open and that Peilan would not be suspected because of this leave of absence, and her own task was to say goodbye to her companion. For example, how was she supposed to convince Deception Frost that she really wasn't ready to run away because she couldn't tell her the truth as promised? When she saw the figures of Shang Yushang and Yu Zhou walking over together, Peilan couldn't help but start to feel nervous. There was no doubt that she had thoroughly considered these two as her friends, but, since their relationship had grown, every day she spent with them, happy as she was, she felt a little guilty, because she didn't spend time with her friends with her most sincere face, and until now, she still hides the fact that she is the queen of the bugs. At that time, she had agreed to Lieutenant Sun Yan's request to attend the Central Military Academy simply in the hope that she could help more people. It was only now, along with her growing understanding of the interstellar bug race and the Human Federation, that she gradually realized that this deceptive behavior of hers might bring about very serious consequences. What, if anything, would be the look on the faces of her friends when they found out who she really was? Would they accept it gladly, express surprise, or would they look at her with fearful eyes? Thinking of the fierce reputation of the insect race that Yu Zhou and Shang Dushan had previously popularized to her, and the scorn for the insect race that was inadvertently revealed in their words, Peilan felt a bit stuffy in her heart, and more importantly, it might have caused trouble for her family if her identity was revealed. Therefore, Peilan could only show her usual smile towards her friends in the midst of her entanglements, burying all her bitterness in her heart. However, after experiencing what had just happened in the middle of the freshman cup, Peilan suddenly thought out of the box. Why not try to trust her friends? Thinking of what Shang Yushang had said that had enlightened her and made up her mind to stop Aveino, the corners of Peilan's mouth resurfaced with a warm smile. Her friends really gave her a lot of motivation and made her feel better each day than yesterday. If was able to handle Yaren's matter successfully this time, then she must seriously ask her family's opinion so that they would agree to her disclosing her identity in front of her friends. She really did want to be able to spend time with her friends as her true self. Alan, it won't be long before the starship lands. You've expended a lot of energy on this outburst, haven't you? Why don't you take this time to rest? Is there something urgent you want to see us about? As soon as Yu Zhou saw her, he chattered with concern, and although Shang Yushang didn't say anything, her beautiful eyes were filled with worry. After all, in her perspective was the time of the unexpected incident. Peilan had left the army and did not know what she was doing outside alone. Of course, how to look at it was worrying, especially since the Shang family has a bit of a relationship in all aspects, so she knew about this incident at the first time, and it also involves the universe-dominating insect race, is even more worrying. Don't worry, There's nothing wrong with me. I took a nap just now and I'm already much better. Peilan listened to Yu Zhou's incessant words but didn't feel the slightest bit of impatience. Instead she listened patiently, gazing at him with a soft gaze, nodding her head uncontrollably to show her friends that her current state of mind was already very good. Then, albeit with some reluctance, she spoke of her next arrangements. However, I may not be able to go back to the Central Military Academy with you guys next. Something has happened to my family, and I have to go back immediately. My brothers have gone on leave of absence for me, and it shouldn't be long before we leave here, home on the small starship that has come to meet us. When she said the word home, Peilan's voice was put very softly. The main planet of the bugs, it seemed, was home to Lin and the others, but not to her. She wasn't born there, nor did she ever grow up on top of that planet. Moreover, the bugs who invited her there had murderous intentions towards her, which gave Peilan a preconceived bad impression and slight rejection of the bugs' main planet at the very beginning. Shang Yushan noticed Peilan's tone was off and her mood seemed a bit low, frowning slightly. Compared to the delicate-minded Shang Dushan, Yu Zhou, the silly child who grew up with a simple family structure and was raised to be more simple, actually showed some envy when he heard this. That's nice. I want to go home too. Ow, Sister Shang, why are you hitting me? Shang Yushang swept a glance at the corner of his forehead that had been flicked red, and lazily ignored this guy who didn't have the slightest bit of color in his eyes, and then rebet his gaze on Peilan's body, his eyes full of seriousness. Alan, don't ever carry anything on your own. Speak up and we'll all figure it out with you. Peilan flashed a vibrant smile at him. Aha! All this time, I have been hiding a lot of things from you, but you have always tolerated me and supported me. I am really happy to be able to enter the Central Military Academy and become friends with you. Peilan hit such a sincere straight ball that it directly blinded both of them for a split second. After reacting, Shang Yushang slightly turned her face away, and the cold beauty who looked like she was racing the snow and deceiving the frost on the outside had some slight redness in her ears. Yu Zhou even made a big red face. How? Why are you suddenly so melodramatic? We just did what we had to do. Besides, who doesn't have secrets? There's no need to say everything between friends. Peilan just smiled and said softly, if I could, I wish that I never had a secret that I needed to deliberately hide from you. As soon as these words came out, Shang Yushang felt his heart shake, and even his spiritual power was shaken for a moment. The words were so melodious that if one of Peilan and her had been a boy, she would have mistaken it for a long-planned confession. How can anyone not have a secret they want to keep? Everyone wants to become an electronic eye on the people around them at all times, but they are petty enough to cover up the secrets they hide in their hearts and don't want anyone to know about them, not even the closest people. It was because she had witnessed too many such absurd comedies that Peilan's wish seemed more and more innocent, but it was not laughable. Rather, it made people feel the seriousness with which she treated this friendship, and her heart could not stop burning. Yu Zhou had also never heard such words before. Even between him and his parents, he didn't dare to say that he must not have anything to hide. After hearing Peilan's words, he was instantly a bit moved and grinned widely as he took her shoulders in a brotherly manner. Alan, I'm happy to have your words, but don't be so lackadaisical with anyone in the future. It's fine if you meet me and Sister Shang, but in case you meet a bad guy, you'll be easily bullied. Having only just finished this paragraph, he wanted to say something, or pat Peilan's shoulder forcefully, but in the next second, he felt a chill come over him, almost freezing his bones. Yu Zhou was like a cat that had its tail stepped on, and looked around as if frightened, then finally saw that not far ahead of him, around the corner, there was a man with long silver hair and an extremely prosperous face who was coldly glaring at his hand on Peilan's shoulder. His gaze was so poisonous and cold that it was almost on the verge of freezing off Yu Zhou's entire hand. Yu Ho accidentally locked eyes with him and saw the indifference in those golden pupils, and uncontrollably panic arose in his heart, and an unprecedented thought surfaced. This man didn't treat him as an equal, communicable being at all, but instead treated him as roadside trash, and his hand on Peilan as dust that had to be brushed away. In that instant, he had a jolt and immediately retracted his hand again. Peilan also sensed the abnormality and raised her head in some confusion. Yu Zhou, what's wrong with you? She then turned back toward Leandre with a smile. Lean, brother, you're here, are you ready to go? She had already sensed Leandre watching her not far from here, and even knew that the three family members hadn't had a moment's mental energy away from her, and knew that her family didn't want her to have any more accidents, so she had to indulge them as well. However, after Swift Boat put his hand on his shoulder, Lean immediately showed up. Could it be that he was worried that Swift Boat would hurt her? Really? How was she supposed to convince Lean that Swimming Boat was a friend who would never hurt her? Peilan, who was missing a string in her brain, was struggling to think of how to ease the strange conflict between her family and friends, completely unaware of the deep possessiveness that condensed in Leandre's golden pupils. What the hell is wrong with this guy? Yuzhou was also considered a child who had been brought up and had a smooth ride all the way up. No matter what, he had only just turned 18, and had never even been in a proper battlefield once. So he simply couldn't imagine how someone could have such a terrifying look in their eyes. Not the kind of feeling that could eat him alive, but the kind of powerlessness that could easily dust him. A small speck of dust, away by simply extending a finger. Yuho stole a glance at Leandre's handsome side face and felt a little alarmed. He originally just take Pei Lian as Elan's other brother, and because the other party not much opportunity to fight, he always thought that should be an ordinary person. How to say is not as Pei she is a great master. It's not like the masters are all cabbages, all out of the Pei family. But now, it seems like he's not simple either. Just now, that one glance could make him afraid like this. So his spiritual power might not be close to S-class, right? So what kind of hidden power is the Pei family? It's scary as hell. Pei Elan didn't know exactly what Yuzhou had brainstormed, and the way she looked at her suddenly became a bit awe-inspiring. She touched her brow slightly, somewhat puzzled. She craned her head to look at Leandre. The silver-haired beauty immediately flashed him an unmistakable smile, his invisible tail swaying into a propeller behind him. If there weren't two humans in the neighborhood right now, Pei Elan could almost imagine that Leandre would be saying to her in an enthusiastic voice, full of emotion, "What is your order, Queen?" Pei Elan was amused by her own imagination, and the dark clouds that had been suppressed between her eyebrows finally dispersed a bit. She was happy, but Yuzhou looked at the silver-haired man who changed his face faster than swiping a video, and the man was dumbfounded. Look at the big man in front of him who was smiling and even licking his dog a little bit. Where was there any trace of the killing intent that he had just glared at himself? He was a bit skeptical if he had just blinked. However, when the yacht approached Pei Elan again, Leandre immediately and without moving, crossed between the two with his tall body, battling the fact that Pei Elan could only see the back of his head right now. His face instantly sank again, completely without disguise, and he glared viciously at Yuzhou, as if warning him that he would have to look at him if he came any closer. Swimming boat. I know that Elan is the baby of your brothers, but he's not planning to abduct your baby. Can't he just socialize normally? Although the atmosphere of the scene had taken on a somewhat odd flavor ever since Leandre had appeared, Pei Elan just thought that it was because the family and friends weren't very familiar with each other yet, so she didn't think much of it and didn't notice the exchanges in the shadows. However, Leandre's presence meant that the issue of the leave of absence had largely been resolved, and it was time for them to leave. The bugs had sent the nearest small fleet of ships disguised as private craft, and would soon arrive at the hatch to meet them. The starship would temporarily hover for a while, and then set sail again after they left. By now the radio was broadcasting about the ship's impending hover, telling everyone to stay in their rooms as much as possible. Pei Elan reluctantly said goodbye to her friends for the last time, and then set off without looking back on the road that led to nowhere. Although, during this period of time, she had relied on her own efforts to change her three family members' opinions of her. Pei Elan was still pessimistic about this trip to the main planet, because she sensed the looming killing intent on Yaren. She knew that this trip was dangerous, so she guessed that there was only one possibility of a falling out. After all, she wouldn't just sit around and wait for it to happen. It was probably because a certain gravity that Pei Elan couldn't hide in any way touched Shang Dushan, making her keenly feel a little uneasy. She suddenly raised her voice as they were about to leave and raised her voice. "When will you be back?" Pei Elan was on her feet. A hidden smile lifted the corners of her mouth. "Depends on when things get settled, but rest assured I'll be back as soon as I can." She would never, ever let herself die at the hands of Eren, because Central Military Academy still has companions waiting for her to return, and she has family around her who trust her. After Pei Elan put on her protective suit, she slowly left the Central Military Academy's starship under the traction ladder, arriving at the Bug Race's small spaceship in succession with her three family members. They soon landed close by on a nearby unoccupied asteroid, and then Yaron, who had been notified, ripped open the wormhole and teleported them all to Temuro, the Bug's home planet, which was an immense mystery to all of Interstellar. Temirosing, Executive Plaza. A huge silver-blue vortex suddenly appeared in the center of the plaza near the administration building, and the bugs passing by in the surrounding area had seen it coming, knowing that it was their Lord Consul unleashing his powers again. I wonder which Legionnaire was teleported here by Lord Yaren himself this time. Just as they swept a glance indifferently and were about to do what they were supposed to do, the young girl who was the first to step out from inside caused their eyes to widen. She is. After Pei Elan came out of the wormhole, she frowned and pressed her hands against her temples, feeling her stomach churning. It was the first time she had traveled through a wormhole to another planet in a very short period of time, and it was a very poor experience. If it hadn't been for Yaron's request, she would have preferred to take a slow trip over in a starship craft. Not only would she have been able to have time for her to take her time and think of a countermeasure, but she wouldn't have passed out like this. After feeling slightly better, Peilan opened her eyes slightly and realized that Leandre, Shirian, and Avino had all come over as well and were gathered around her, watching her worriedly. None of the three of them had any unusual expressions on their faces, and I don't know if they were just used to it, or if they didn't have such a bad case of rejection. This made Peilan even more depressed. Originally, because her physique had been upgraded to a B rank and she had gotten rid of the title of weakling, she was still a little proud of herself, but now that little bit of pride had been completely punctured and leaked. When will she ever be as strong and healthy as her family? Peilan was worried about her future. She lifted her head and began to survey the tiger's den and dragon's lair that could bring about her own demise, not to mention at least memorizing an escape route. However, only as soon as she raised her head, she froze at the large circle of people that had gathered around her at some point. So many people. No, so many bugs. At this moment, the four of them had been surrounded by insect races at some point. Among them, there were high-level insect races that were able to take human form, and there were also many low-level insect races that still maintained their original insect form. However, at this moment, even the bugs that had taken human form were uncontrollably exposing parts of their bug forms due to the loss of control of their emotions and even their mental powers, such as their vertical pupils, or their sharp claws, or even their faces that unknowingly revealed horrifying mouthparts. A single insect race that revealed its inhuman form was surrounding them. A pair of vertical pupils tinted with fishy red, staring straight at Peilan among them, countless complex emotions surging in their eyes. If it had been Peilan, who had just come into this world, perhaps she would have been too frightened to squeak. But now, despite being surrounded by so many bugs and being a bit nervous, her face still didn't show any timid emotions and always remained composed. It's just that, inevitably, her heart was a little nervous. The natural bond from her spiritual energy was already reminding her that these bugs were her people. Submission to her was genetically engraved in their genes. If she wanted to, she could give the order right now to get them all out of here and do what they needed to do. But she didn't do it. Unless it was a moment of necessity. Peilan didn't like to casually control these insects, even though she was their nominal queen. In her opinion, life was unique because of its freedom, and it was because of that uniqueness that it was colorful. And just because she was the queen in no way meant that she was in a position to destroy the freedom of the bug people and try to take control of them. This was what she thought. However, Peilan was a little unsure of what these insectoids surrounding them were really thinking. Given that the three family members around her had all displayed unfriendly attitudes when they first met her, Peilan's heart was inevitably a little apprehensive. The closeness from her genes made her a little eager to make a good impression on the minds of these bugs. Therefore, after a moment's hesitation, Peilan stepped forward, and under the stunned gaze of the three family members around her, stepped out of the protective circle that Leandre and the others had drawn for the queen, and stood in front of them, taking the initiative to face these gazes that were so complex that they seemed to hate her and swallow her. Hello everyone. First time meeting, my name is Peilan and I'm glad to be able to meet you all. Peilan was a little nervous in her heart, and she even almost stuttered in front of her, but the last words that came out were smooth, as if she had been preparing for a long time, and had been waiting for a moment to meet her kinsman. As a result, everything she said, every word, seemed extraordinarily sincere and heartfelt. She had an extremely vivid and gentle smile on her face, which every bug intuited. She was really happy to meet them. The numerous bug races were at a loss for what to say for a moment. Whether it was the low-ranked soldiers who had absolutely no intelligence to speak of and would only follow the orders of their superiors, or the bug races with a little bit of intelligence, they were all able to sense from this natural linking bond that this black-haired, black-eyed girl with a human appearance was none other than the current queen of their bug races, and also the object of their rightful allegiance. But bugs with brains that can think are also well aware that they bugs haven't and shouldn't have had a queen as such since 20 years ago. Suddenly seeing Peilan and feeling the fatal genetic attraction of her body, the hearts of these insects were conflicted. They knew that the queen's appearance on the main planet Temiro must have been arranged by those adults above them, but all in all, it would be good that it wouldn't harm them, and it didn't have anything to do with them, so they would just wait for those big shots to finish the queen off. But their bodies were not listening, refusing to treat Peilan as an unfamiliar passerby, spontaneously nailing themselves dead in place. Their eyes were also all gazing greedily at the queen, excitement and desire unconsciously showing in their eyes, as if some kind of slavery buried in their genes was about to be awakened. The queen, the living queen, after 20 years, they finally see there. Again. No. What the hell are they doing? Is it just one look and they're going to fall into the queen's sweet trap? Leave her alone. Get out of there. And stop falling under her spell. The emotions within these bugs basically pulled between two extremes over and over again. One moment fervently wanting to put the young girl in front of them on a pedestal, and the next moment hating to stomp her into the mud so that she would no longer have the means to interfere with them and take control of them. That was why their eyes staring at Peilan were so complicated. But now, hearing Peilan tell them in that gentle voice that she was happy to see them, for a moment, they felt like some fuse had snapped in their hearts. Some kind of raging positive emotion overwhelmingly took over, making them almost on the verge of losing control of themselves and submitting to the queen's feet. On the side, Avino sensed the sudden tipping of the scales by these bugs. He was first a bit surprised, then took it for granted. It should have been so. Even he, one of the most powerful of the insectoids, couldn't resist the queen's charms, so how could these insectoids possibly resist? If it was before, he would have calmly analyzed the effects and dangers of the queen's big killers like this on the bugs, but now he felt very thankful. Even in a class-divided pyramid society like the bug race, some representative opinions of the bug race had to be taken into account when the bug race Supreme Judgment Council was convened. The more bug races there were to recognize the queen, the safer it would be. They stood like this for a while, and finally, one of the less determined bugs got a bit too much. An insectoid with short brown hair and a youthful appearance took a few controlled steps forward, stopping again with precision just as he was about to step into the guarded circle of 3 high insectoids. Hard scales surfaced uncontrollably on his face, his emotions hard to contain, and those eyes were incredibly bright, staring straight at Peilan. "Excuse me, are you my long-awaited queen?" The next second, however, his words were interrupted. A cold light flashed by, and Peilan subconsciously sensed the danger. Her face changed drastically, and without hesitation, she used her spiritual power to form a thin protective layer over the 5 of them, including the insect youth who leaned over. The green sharpness flashed by, exquisitely sealing off the escape routes that the 5 insects could take in almost an instant, and could only withstand the blow hard. The next second, though, it bounced off the seemingly soft but actually hard protective layer. Leandre also reacted, and the pupils of his sharp golden eyes changed to vertical pupils in an instant. A low growl came from his throat, as if he were an enraged beast. "Greya, get your ass out here dash. What are you barking at, watchdog?" An insectoid with long red hair and a female appearance flashed and appeared as instructed. Undoubtedly, she was the second army chief of the bugs, Greya, and it was she who had swung that precise and almost unavoidable blade just now. Peilan sensed the extremely terrifying power hidden in Greya's body. Despite her human appearance, she was extremely tall, not much shorter than Leandre and the others, and the muscle lines of her body had almost reached the point of perfection, which was both well-proportioned and allowed one to intuitively feel the explosive power contained within. She had to admit that she was a bit envious of her opponent's physique that looked like it could fight. However, he definitely didn't approve of Greya's behavior just now. From the moment she appeared, Greya hadn't looked squarely at what she saw as 3 traitors and a queen who shouldn't exist. She looked coldly at the insects surrounding the place, her voice freezing. "What are you still gathered here for? Are you done for the day?" Greya obviously had an extremely high prestige in Temuro, coupled with the oppressive force of belonging to one of the insect race's most powerful people undisguisedly on her body. The insect race present almost didn't dare to meet her eyes, much less defy her, and left with their heads bowed. However, a few of them were halfway there, and also still fondly looked back, wanting to see the queen twice more. After all, they didn't know if they would have the chance to see it later. However, this look of weakness on their part clearly angered Greya. Her face sank for a moment, her weak-colored skin flashing vaguely a green, her long, perfect hands moving slightly as if on the verge of turning into something more twisted but sharp in its existence. "Don't do this." Peilan sensed an aura of danger. Her heart tightened, and she immediately took a few quick steps, reached out, and tried to pull Gloria's arm to stop her. Who knew that the other party reacted violently and immediately swatted her away? Peilan immediately took a few steps back and retracted her hand. A flash of blood appeared on her hand. "Queen!" Leandre was the first to see the wound on Peilan's hand. His face changed dramatically, and he walked over quickly. Harian followed suit and carefully cupped Peilan's hand, revealing his first expression of hand-wringing. And Avino followed, with a sullen face, and a glance full of warning at Gloria. "Is this your welcome? It's a bit too much yet." Gloria froze for a second, then immediately reacted, though the current situation was not what she had anticipated ahead of time. Seeing the queen uncomfortable would only make her feel good in her heart, and in no way could she be heartbroken. She sneered and gave a sneer. "Overkill? You call this overkill? I'm afraid you guys haven't forgotten that the previous queen gave us enough." Seeing the situation, Leandre immediately interrupted the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Harian also had a somber face. "Those things have nothing to do with her." The 3 of them were in agreement on certain things to hide. They knew that Peilan was not yet aware of the reasons why the bugs loathed and rejected the queen, nor were they going to let her know about the disgusting things the former queen had done. Those things were not done by Peilon. Why should she be held responsible? As for the insect race's scorn of the queen, it is not something beautiful, nor is it something that can be easily solved. They don't want to let Peilon fall into the trouble of self-proof. If they could, they would just want to offer the queen all the good things they could, rather than have her constantly worried by powers she couldn't control by her own choice. They knew that with Peilon's kindness and gentleness, she would definitely feel bad because of the troubles and potential threats she had brought to the insect race, and might even do something stupid because of it. This should never be allowed to happen. The atmosphere between the four higher insects grew more and more subtle, and a great battle was imminent. Just then, Peilon gently tugged on Lalindel's sleeve, and smiled soothingly at Hirian and Evanor again. Finally, she whipped her head around and looked directly at the cold-faced Gloria. I was the one who casually touched you without permission just now, and you didn't take the initiative to attack me. And the injury was due to my poor physique, so you can't be blamed. She was telling the truth. Just now, when she touched Grea's arm, what she felt was not normal soft flesh and blood, but some sort of extremely hard and sharp touch. The force swung by the opponent was actually very light, far from being called an attack, but the defense of a B-rank physique was so poor that a light touch would result in a cut. Grea was on the verge of laughing at the hypocritical words. The corners of her mouth did quirk up slightly with a hint of aggression as well. Peilon took a deep breath, not caring about the mocking curve of her mouth, and said in a deep voice, "But I don't regret stopping you just now. What did you want to do just now? Was it to attack them? They're your kinsmen and haven't done anything wrong, so why did you do that?" Avino looked puzzled. Thinking about it, he was also reprimanded by the queen for experimenting on his fellow clan members. Now that he thought about it, he actually felt a bit nostalgic. This was the beginning of their destiny. However, as a result, he also realized that the queen's thinking was not quite the same as all the bugs or even successive queens. She clearly wanted her fellow clansmen to love each other, and did not have a deep-rooted notion of class or the law of the jungle. So, Evanor usually didn't dare to casually fight with Lean and Shireen, and simply held back. Grea, on the other hand, had no such qualms. As if she had heard some joke, she tilted her head and stared condescendingly at Peilon. "Are you kidding me? Those cheap bastards are just like these three dogs around you. Their eyes go straight when they see you and they can't wait to defect. Do I have a problem removing traitors from my clan? And are you lecturing me? Don't forget, Your Majesty, you're in no position to meddle in the affairs of the bugs." The last sentence was so full of malice and provocation that Leandre exploded at once. "Hey, have you made enough of a scene?" A voice as cold as jade rang out abruptly, stopping the farce. "Come up quickly when you've had enough." All the insectoids present raised their heads and looked at the blue-haired insectoids who had appeared by the window on the second floor of the administration building at some point. "It's your own. He had been up there watching the play for I don't know how long. Come up quickly when you've had enough." Yaren's flat voice clearly did not have a sense of forced command, but it gave people a sense of oppression from above for no apparent reason. Gloria grunted, a little upset. She would never have been here to give your own face if those three damn guys across the street hadn't gone rogue. However, now that she knew that Yaren was planning to kill the queen in name only through the Supreme Court, she couldn't jeopardize the unity within the Vote Dead party, so she weighed her options and had to really stop. She turned her back, her legs slightly bent, and she looked like she was about to launch herself and jump straight up. But at that moment, Peilon's voice suddenly came from behind her. "I have no intention of trying to meddle in the affairs of the bugs, nor do I want to care about you. I just don't want to see them get hurt because of me." Her voice was placed softly, and she seemed vaguely confused and sad when she said the first half of the sentence, but the second half of the sentence eschewed confusion and came across as a throwaway. Grea's movements faltered slightly. With that, she listened to the girl's voice speak to her softly but firmly. "If you hate me, then by all means target me. Please don't target other bugs because of me." Without a word, Grea didn't seem to bother with her at all, and with a gentle leap she jumped onto the second-floor terrace. No one knows that when she heard these words, her heart trembled extremely lightly, and her mind flashed to the other girl as flowery smile, and the determined look when she finally stopped in front of her and that old demon bug. "I did all of what you said. I admit it. Take it out on me all you want, but don't involve the Gracia girls." The girl who stood in front of her substituted for the girl with a shattered body. Incomparably weak, and even her body was trembling as she pushed down the enormous oppressive force, but her open arms were unbelievably firm, turning all the hardship and pain into a muffled grunt, but refusing by any means to fall in front of the insectoid she was trying to protect. "Is a hell of a thing." Gloria closed her eyes fiercely, gritting her teeth so hard she wanted to slap herself. What the hell was she thinking? How could one compare this insect queen in front of her with her? There was no comparison between the two at all. The queen of the bugs is an insatiable, hypocritical and cunning creature. She, on the other hand, is the hope of the bugs, and of herself. Watching the figure of Grea going up, Leandre still glared at her grimly. and only after several seconds did he withdraw his gaze and whispered to Paelon, "Queen, after you go up there later, please make sure that you stay within the circle of protection of those two fellows and me, and don't leave our sight at will." Ivino nodded as well and adjusted his posture, blocking Paelon's back and becoming her solid backing. "Yaluan, that olding batch has already moved to kill you. We are worried." He did not finish his words, but the implication, "Understand, all understand." Paelon didn't feel that her incomparably strong spiritual power made her unafraid of any open fire or dark arrows, and nodded her head very seriously. Aha! Her perception of herself was always in a very strange realm, neither arrogant enough to feel unrivaled because of the strength of her spiritual power, nor feeling self-absorbed because of her weak body. Yaren was indeed the biggest trouble she had encountered since her birth, but since she had already chosen to follow her 3 family members to the Dragon's Den, she had already made up her mind to face all the challenges with all the spirit she could muster. It was just that, even though Paelon had tried to cheer up, what had just happened still left a haze if any in her heart. Grea's attitude as she raised her sharp blade towards the bugs was just too much of a matter of course. No, exactly. It wasn't just her. It seemed to be pretty much the same for all the bugs she'd seen so far. The weak are strong. The pyramid society. And the superior has absolute control over the inferior. This is Paelon's current deepest impression of her own race. The higher bug races could oppress the lower bug races with impunity, while the queen of the bug race at the top of the pyramid was the dominator and controller of the entire race. This was what Paelon had summarized from the bits and pieces of information she had received from others. However, she didn't seem to have such treatment at the moment, and she didn't need it. Except for the bug queen who couldn't get it right for the time being, all the other class concepts basically matched. The attitude of those bug races towards Greya just now was also absolutely obedient, and did not harbor any resentment just because she was up for killing. Even if Paelon hadn't stepped in, those insect clans didn't have the intention to fight back, and might have really let Gloria kill them. Not only that, but even Lean and the others were the same. Paelon has always felt very strange. Lean, Shirian, and Avino, who has just recently accepted her, all have such a strange attitude towards themselves. It seems that it is not just a simple love for her, it is completely different from Shang Dushan and the others. At the very beginning, when they called themselves the Queen, Paelon didn't think much of it. She just felt that the title was a bit shameful. Recently, however, she felt more and more that the title Queen seemed to represent not only a status and an attitude, but also a real power. Because she's the recognized queen, she can do anything and issue any order to Lean and the others, and they can never really deny themselves. Is this the right thing to do? Is it a good thing for Lean and the others? Paelon was a little saddened to realize that she didn't seem to be very accustomed to this way of doing things and social climate that the bugs were currently displaying. If she had to say, she was instead a little more comfortable with the intimacy of the human side of the Federation. There were no overly rigid class divisions, and she wasn't a queen who needed to weigh every word she said to see if she had accidentally issued a command, but simply spent time with her friends. Being in the middle of a central military school like an ivory tower, there wasn't a lot of ill will between people. She had also never seen a dangerous relationship where one person could easily decide the life of another. Thinking of the Avino she had initially met and the Gloria she had just met, with their overly obvious disregard for life, Paelon frowned a little imperceptibly, disapproving of their attitudes from the bottom of her heart. But, as Gloria and even the 3 family members had repeatedly emphasized up front, she was in no position, much less obligated, to meddle in the affairs of the bugs. A thought suddenly occurred to Paelon that perhaps she was not fit to be the queen of the insects at all. To be more precise, she doesn't seem to fit in very well as a bugbear, nor does she fit in well in a bugbear environment. She didn't subscribe to that buggy way of doing things. Triple values, from the bottom of her bones, and the bugs, at least the vast majority of the bugs, didn't seem to approve much of her as the inexplicable queen of the Skyfall, either. Now that she thought about it carefully, Paelon suddenly kind of understood the bad attitude these bugs had towards her as well. No one would be happy if a person had lived peacefully and in their own way for decades, and suddenly a so-called queen descended from the heavens and might even come to care for them. If she was able to successfully resolve the crisis event brought about by Yaren, she figured that she still didn't like being in bug territory either, and would still want to feel comfortable staying on the Human Federation side for the rest of her life. And, if she could, she greedily wanted to live over there with her own family. However, everything still had to be based on Lean's and their wishes. And if Lean preferred to stay on the side of the bug race, Paelon wouldn't force them. It wouldn't be wrong for them to move around more in the future. Recently there were simply too many things that had happened, interlocking in such a way that it hardly gave Paelon any time to rest. Therefore, when Lean and the others accompanied her in the most primitive way, stepping up the stairs one step at a time, Paelon unexpectedly and uncontrollably began to think about these issues that were too esoteric and far from needing to be considered at the moment. It wasn't until Yaluan's cool comment came from the consul's office that Peilan recovered her roaming thoughts, no matter what the future held. First and foremost, she had to get past the moment at hand before she could say anything. As soon as she entered the office and saw the blue-haired, blue-eyed man sitting behind the desk, Peilan immediately felt that strong bloodline gene perception. This is a feeling that any bug would have for each other. As they are all blood clansmen born from the nests, even the daughter nests of other planets are part of the split from Temero's mother nest. However, to Peilan, this feeling would be extraordinarily different again. If the other bugs sensed each other and just had the thought in their minds that, oh, here's a cohort that might be of use, and then a chain of commands was generated according to rank, then the queen was at the top of that chain of commands. The brain domains and even the spiritual sources of all the bug races had an extremely secretive bond, the end of which was linked within Peilan's brain domain. She was the receiver of everything, so she was destined to have a different kind of affection for these bug races that were completely under her control. Among the successive bug queens, some of them had the illusion of motherly love for the bugs under their command, treating them as their own children, some treated them as their own harem lovers, and there were also the more perverted ones, specifically referring to the last one, treating them as inanimate objects like objects of sadism to vent their desires. As for Peilan, this marvelous connection would cause her to mistakenly recognize it as a bond between family members, and then uncontrollably soften her heart towards these bugs. She pursed her lips, suddenly having a slight worry that she would be flooded with emotion later and not be able to hit Aaron hard enough. That wouldn't do. No matter what, she couldn't fail at least 3 of her family members who stood with her. So, Peilan thought of almost everything he had been angry about in his short life, and only then did he manage to tense up his face and not show the slightest sign of softening towards Yalan and Gloria, who was standing beside him. And the scene fell on Yaron and Gloria's eyes. The young girl turned her head slightly sideways. Her eyes softened with a slight ripple of emotions as she looked at the 3 higher insectoids that surrounded her. And when she turned her head and looked at the 2 of them, her expression was extraordinarily cold. It is conceivable that the queen, who had not long been born, had already made the 3 loyal adherents around her the objects of her dependence, and the 2 of them had become the scandalous characters in this tale of monarchy, the scorned enemies. Even though they had never intended to get on good terms with the queen from the start, it had always been the case since the beginning of time that they did not suffer from a lack of equality. Under this stark contrast, even with a strong degree of emotional self-control like Yaren, he couldn't help but feel a bit stuffy in his heart. All of it is the lowly to pathetic genes of the bug race at work. There was mist condensing and tangling in Yalan's foggy blue eyes, as if something extremely frightening was hiding behind the foggy blue color. It's long overdue to get used to it. That's how they bugs are. As if they'll die if they're away from the queen. Even if the will of the individual bugs resisted no matter how much, the genes would force them to care about the queen, to surround her, to satisfy her in every way, to fight for her, to be jealous, and to please her with their own out-of-control displays. What a monstrous and despicable race. It was as if your own soul had detached itself from its shell and looked coldly at the physical body affected by the queen's influence, condescendingly performing a critical dissection, stripping away the essence of his current alien reaction, then suppressing all abnormal emotions with absolute reason. And Gloria had the urge to run away almost the instant she felt herself faltering, but gritted her teeth and held on, unwilling to give in to the queen. Peilan didn't know that she had unintentionally made such a big impact on them. As a matter of fact, she was still agonizing over what words to use for her opening remarks, and how to reach her purpose through her words without moving. She still didn't understand her power too well. She could make all the bugs bend over for her with a single word if she wanted to, though she would never have wished to accomplish her purpose in such a way until the mountain was exhausted. Peilan and his party came up at an unfortunate time, and the Secretary General beside Yalan was pouring tea for Greya to take the edge off. After Yaren had used almost all of his willpower to essentially rid himself of the Queen's influence on him, he noticed that his ever-calm and sharp-witted Secretary General was staring blankly in Peilan's direction, and his heart said something bad. He should have let him go sooner. The Queen in his heart is comparable to the most dreadful virus. Not contagious in the secondary sense, but highly contagious in the primary sense. As long as a worm race had come into contact with the Queen, it was basically the equivalent of a waste. If he hadn't been unable to pinpoint his wormhole too accurately just now, he was hoping to teleport the Queen and her entourage directly into his office, preferably without coming into contact with any insectoids in the process. Just as Yaluan was silently contemplating his next countermeasures, his Secretary General, without receiving orders, actually took the initiative to walk over to Peilan, trembling as he handed her a cup and tried to pour tea for her. Peilan was still standing and there was no table in front of her. She was a little confused at first, but embarrassed to have the other man keep his cup up. She took it in a hurry, and offered to reach out, making it easier for him to pour the tea. Thanks. Ah, The Secretary General has a steady hand that doesn't shake no matter how important it is to hold. But this time when he heard Pei-Elan's thank you, he actually trembled violently, and the hot tea directly splashed on Pei-Elan's hand. Hearing Pei-Elan's soft cry of pain, all the bugs looked at her, and the blisters that had been scalded on the backs of her white hands. Hirian's beautiful turquoise eyes clouded over at once, almost on the verge of controlling their murderous intent. As the first line of defense in front of the queen when this guy approached her just now, he was on alert, but the queen took the initiative to reach out and take his cup. As a result, now it seems that this guy is really an eyesore. Yaron noticed the aura of danger on those three and looked not the least bit nervous, his cold and unemotional eyes falling on the Secretary General who had been with him for years. To actually make such a slip-up in front of the queen. Saga, what are you freezing for? Why don't you quickly cut off your useless hands and atone to the queen? The other bugs froze and looked at Yaron as soon as this stone-cold comment was made. His words were so flat that even Gloria, who was beside him, couldn't tell for a moment if he was being sarcastic or if he was actually going to do it. Sagar, being the Secretary General who had been with him for many years, sobered up as if cold water had been poured on him after hearing these words. He looked deeply at Pei-Elan and lowered his head, not attempting to argue anything for himself, but instead simply morphed his hand into a bug blade and aimed it at his other hand. Stop! A sharp, stern cry caused Sagat's hand to freeze in midair. Pei-Elan couldn't hold back any longer. Ever since she came to Tempestro, she had been suppressing her emotions because of her nature of not being ostentatious and wanton, and also because she knew deep down that this was not a place where she could show herself wantonly. But now, she had come to realize if she remained irresolute in her stance, then things like this would only keep happening before her eyes. With a taut face, Pei-Elan gently pushed aside Hirian and Leandre, who were in his way, and took a large step forward. Queen, Leandre blanched and immediately tried to follow, but was stopped by Hirian. Don't panic. Think with your head, there's no bug present who could make a move on the queen under the watchful eyes of the three of us. Hirian looked sensible as he spoke, but he was also looking at Yaren with an extremely unfavorable look in his eyes. What is this guy counting on? I could care less about anything else, but the fact that he'd almost let the queen witness a bloody scene was simply malicious in intent. Pei-Elan quickly walked over to Yalan's side. The blue-haired consul was sitting in his office chair, and along with Pei-Elan's approach, feeling the aura of the queen who was manifesting her presence more and more wantonly, the muscles hidden underneath his white shirt gradually tightened up. He should be very wary right now. After all, what he had just said seemed to have angered the queen, and even though it seemed as if his faction had the upper hand right now, all it really took was for the queen to put up the slightest bit of resistance, and all of his defenses would come crashing down. But for some reason, there was a hint of a different kind of emotion hidden within this wariness. Why was the queen angry over that comment? Actually, it was the same thing just now, and she got mad at Greya too, because she didn't like seeing them do it to those low-level bugs. Will this queen be of such a benevolent disposition, or is it just a disguise for the next supreme judgment? Yaron grew 800 hearts and minds, and in a moment his mind had turned to deeper intrigue, and at that moment, Pei-Elan finally stopped less than half a meter away from him. Don't try me again with such tactics. I dislike it. Pei-Elan pursed her lips and said something akin to a warning. If her face had been frozen at this point, it might have brought a sense of stormy weather to Yaren, whose guard was currently at its highest level, but the truth was, a bit of sadness and helplessness could be vaguely felt in her slightly furrowed brow and every bit of micro-expression on her face. It's as if God sees through the calculations of mortals and is both disappointed and heartbroken, but can't bear to be too harsh. Yaron accompanied this unwarranted association with a flash of trance in his misty blue eyes, but quickly found his focus again. He scoffed at the ridiculous to the extreme thoughts he had just had, and at the same time, some indefinable feeling rose up towards Pei-Elan, which he identified as disgust. This new queen looked like she had more tricks up her sleeve than he thought, and he needed to be a little more careful. Just as this thought had just arisen in Yaluan's heart, Pei-Elan's voice resounded once more, with a hint of tired helplessness, as well as a final insistence. I won't care about any of your affairs, and from the bottom of my heart, I don't wish to clash with you. However, if you guys still test me like you did just now, I won't just hold back. Let me just put it here, I will never take it lightly if any of you bugs, no matter what your status is, feel free to hurt anyone else in my presence, especially Lean, Shirian, and Evaner and the rest of them, but as long as you can do this above, I can guarantee that I will always keep my wells clean and will never violate you. Pei-Elan was really feeling very tired and didn't want to fight with these bad-hearted things anymore, so she just bluntly stated her request. The three Leanders were fine. They had always known what kind of character the queen had, and were all convinced that only such a queen could lead them to the light. However, Gloria and Yaron had never seen this kind of battle before, and were both speechless at once. What's going on? Gloria, who hadn't spoken since coming up, raised her eyes slightly and looked into the queen's eyes, which were as deep as the night, but appeared to be differently warm, and with a shiver at the tip of her heart, she realized that she was speaking the great truth from the heart. She really doesn't want to hurt any bug races, and doesn't even want to see them hurting each other. So the wariness of them, the higher bugs, is actually unnecessary? Wouldn't she really be able to use what she had to dominate them? If, indeed, the queen can do that without interfering with each other. It's not as if she can't actually. No, what was she thinking? How can one pin one's hopes on the queen? The thoughts of any intelligent creature are ever changing. Perhaps Peilan is sincere now, but when she realizes later on how much benefit will be brought by clutching the bug race in her own hands, will she still be able to keep her initial thoughts? How can one bet that her thoughts will never change? A flicker of wavering flickered in Gloria's eyes before it turned to a firmness as silent as an iceberg. In contrast to Gloria, nothing changed in Yaron's face or eyes from the beginning to the end. Not the slightest ripple could be seen, and there was no way to determine his mood. After hearing this declaration from Peilan, he just looked very submissive and nodded his head. I see, and apologized for all the previous trysts, even courteously expressed his apology. He then waved his hand, signaling Sagar, who had been standing motionless next to him, to go down. Saga kept his head down the entire time he walked out of the office, and before closing the door, he could vaguely feel Peilan glancing at him with a worried look. Was the queen worried about him? Worried that he might still do something stupid because he just tried to hurt himself? Just the thought of the possibility made Sagar feel his heart on fire, and the flames that had been doused a bit by his immediate supervisor took on a renewed intensity. The queen, their queen, Leandre-sama and the others are too lucky, aren't they? I really want to trade places with them and stay by the queen's side all the time. In the office, the atmosphere is gradually condensing. Peilan had thought that there was a tough battle to be fought next, but he never expected that Yaluan would actually not say anything more next, and after casually exchanging a few pleasantries, he let them head to the place of accommodation that the bug race had arranged for them, so that they could have a good day's rest first. That place Leandre and the others know about. Don't let too many bugs see you along the way. Although he didn't know what kind of drugs this old demon bug was selling, it was undeniable that not having to continue negotiating with him made Leandre and the rest of them breathe a sigh of relief. And so they didn't show any courtesy with him, and immediately clustered around Peilan and left. After confirming that there was absolutely no way they could have heard the conversation in the office, Yaron tapped the desk with his long fingertips. She really seems like a very gentle and lovely girl, doesn't she? Compared to the last king, she's almost like a gift from the universe to the bugs. Gloria didn't say anything, her whole body just kind of tightened up. Yaron didn't mind if he didn't get an answer, as if he was talking to himself or to the void. But we must not rest our hopes on her so easily, because hope is the one most precious thing we've managed to wrest from the last king, and it can't withstand a single toss anymore. Hearing Yaron's words, Greya subconsciously looked down at her chest. There was a light scar there until now. It was an eternal mark left on the last queen as she struggled to die, and like the flaming scars on Yaron's face, both were medals of hope ushered in through their own defiance. A ripple seemed to flash through her eyes and quickly returned to calm. What are you going to do? Yaron didn't speak first, but inclined his head and looked out the window. The magnificent purple sky, and the beautiful colors of the bug nests in general, are the most beautiful sights in Temiro. Only after a long time did he slowly say, if she really is what she appears to be, then there are many ways to deal with her. Perhaps, without having to hurt her life, we will be able to solve our heartache. Hearing this, Gloria knew that Yaron should not intend to use some of the more brutal means to kill Peilan for the time being. After realizing this fact, she somehow felt the boulder in her heart loosen slightly, not wanting to admit that she was actually that little bit worried for the queen who might be a little lamb. She didn't intend to stay much longer once she knew that Yaron had a measure in mind, and leapt out of the window. Yaron shook his head slightly, his tone seeming to sigh. Sure enough, it's still the same as before. Greya has an odd temper, both cold as ice and with a cranky side. Most of the other bugs trembled with fear of accidentally setting her off when they got along with her, but it actually didn't take Yaron long with her to discover that their second legionnaire's secret, hidden beneath a cold face, is a heart that is easily softened. Lean, does it really have to be like this? Peilan's face showed a difficult expression. The depression she had felt after arriving in Tempestra was basically all dispersed by the embarrassing to the point of awkwardness of the situation at hand. Avino still had the same bright smile on his face. Only the words that came out of his mouth were barbed. That's right, Lean, you see the queen isn't very willing, so why don't you put her down quickly and then let you hold it, is that it? The silver-haired, blonde-pupiled higher insectoid glared viciously at his unsuspecting companion, and when he looked down at the queen in his arms, his tone became soft and gentle again, with some apprehension. Is there something I'm not doing well enough, queen, or was the hold uncomfortable for you? Although he didn't say it explicitly, the pair of golden pupils that seemed to have become a bit watery were clearly telling Peilan that if she felt that this canine insect race in front of her had done anything wrong, he would absolutely droop his tail at this moment, unwillingly put the queen down, and then get up in the middle of the night to slap himself. Let you serve the queen poorly. Peilan wanted to say something. In the face of such a situation, really cannot bear to let Leandre into that puppy aggrieved, but puppy does not say look. But she really thought it was so weird to be hugged for someone her size, since Yaron had specifically explained that they should try not to bump into other bugs along the way, but didn't give them the opportunity to open a wormhole for a one-button direct transmission. Leandre, after discussing it with the other two, decided to carry the queen as fast as he could to get there, which would barely meet his requirements. As for why he was holding the queen, instead of just holding her hand like Shireen had done before when he had taken her straight to the playground, Ivino, who had made the suggestion, explained it this way: the bugs have excellent dynamic vision, and if we let them see the queen, we probably won't be able to go as well as we could. If we hide the queen completely in our arms, we might not attract their attention. Peilan, really? Why did she feel that this reason was weird? She was tempted to say she could use her mental powers to get herself there, but she didn't know where to fly. Moreover, her spiritual energy was really overconsumed. Now, if she mobilized her spiritual energy on a large scale like that again, she would definitely feel a vague pain in her brain area, and might even leave some unnecessary dark injuries. Avino continued, and shielding the queen in her arms is the safest way to do it. At those words, Harion, who had wanted to indicate that he could help cover it up with his illusions, also immediately fell back. Yeah, why hadn't he thought of that? How could holding the queen by her side, blocking her back, be safer than shielding her in his arms? While Peilan was still confused, the three higher insects around her were already arguing about who was qualified to hug the queen. It was impossible for each bug to hold a section, not to mention the fact that shifting the queen around would instead add to the danger. Let's just say that with their small-mindedness and possessiveness, each one of them was riveted to be the closest bug to the queen, so how could they possibly agree to an equal share of such a precious opportunity? Then, of course, whoever occupies it by merit is exclusive all the way. The three bugs each had their own agenda, and at this moment they were all childish like uncivilized children, constantly exposing each other's shortcomings in an attempt to prove that they were the most reliable. Harion, why are you fighting too? Can you really hold the queen well with your thin arms and legs? The blonde teen cocked his head, his face expressionless, his turquoise eyes deep as pools for a moment. Wanna fight? He rolled up his sleeves, and his seemingly slender arms were covered with a layer of extremely smooth muscle lines. However, after looking at each other as if they had made some sort of agreement, Leandre and Avino teamed up to quell Harion's protests and finally forcefully kicked him out of the competition queue. Then, when the two men looked at each other again, there was already a spark of bad blood in their eyes. Good, now each other is the final opponent. Take out one more and you'll have the queen in your arms. Why don't you leave that choice to the queen? Avino's sea blue eyes flashed with a treacherous wave of light, then turned back in a swift motion and flashed a clean, bright smile at the queen. Queen, Avino would be really worried if he left you in the hands of a cranky and rude fellow like Lean. So, who would you choose between Avino and Leandre? Leandre slowed down half a beat, mentally cursing Avino's mind-bending man-watch, while a little apprehension and nervousness appeared on his face. Peilan is now thinking about things. A moment did not react, subconsciously based on the length of time spent together to choose the worm. A lean reflex like out of the mouth. Avino, how could it be so? He dug a hole for himself? In contrast, the gloom and annoyance on Leandre's face was swept away, and it was almost like a spring in his step. So before Peilan could react, a piece of long silver hair as beautiful as a waterfall suddenly flashed before her eyes. Then, her body directly rose up in the air, and in the blink of an eye, she was wrapped in the arms of sturdy and powerful arms. And then so, Peilan is now this look of being held in the arms of a silver-haired beautiful man and weaving through the air. Perrin carefully poked her head out of Leandre's firm embrace and glanced at the ground. At the moment, Leandre was carrying her through the air at such a speed that the scenery around her was skimmed over almost before she could see it, and everything on the ground was a bit of a blur. Peilan didn't have a fear of heights after that experience of landing from a high-altitude fall. However, when one moves too fast and looks at the rapidly changing scenery, one will always get a bit dizzy. Peilan's physique was still not strong enough after all, and she felt a bit uncomfortable after watching for a while, so she only gave up looking at the view of Tempest, tilting her head slightly and looking at this unchanging purple sky. It was the first time she had ever seen a purple sky, and compared to the usual blue skies of the human planet, the dome overhead seemed so mysterious and magnificent, but there was less of a home-like feeling that put her at ease. Perrin grew quieter and stopped trying to convince Leandre to put her down, and for some reason, holding the fragrant and soft queen in his arms, In what should have been the happiest of moments, Leandre felt a little uneasy in his heart. It was obvious that he was so close to the queen, but he felt that the distance between their minds seemed to have become distant in this moment. He thought that maybe it was because he didn't communicate with the queen. Queen, aren't you curious as to where that your own fellow said he was going to host us to stay? He opened his mouth uncontrollably and threw out a subject, trying to tease the queen into talking to him. Pei Yilan smiled, and in this moment, it was as if she had returned from her own world to reality. She asked cooperatively, "Is it a guest house in Temperance? A hotel? It can't be a prison, can it?" Averno, who had been poked for laughs by the queen's sneer, held his tongue, and laughed so hard that he was almost left behind. Only Hirian came up to the queen's side, leaning close to her and gently spitting out soothing words. "No, and please, queen, feel free to rest assured that you will not be treated as a prisoner under any circumstances until the supreme judgment will begin." Hirian's delicate and perfect face was so close that Pei Yilan could clearly be able to see his fair skin without the slightest pores or blemishes, as well as the two clear pools of turquoise that always reflected only himself. Warm breath continuously sprayed towards her face, and Pei Yilan suddenly felt her cheeks burning a little less comfortable, and unconsciously shrunk back towards Leandre's arms. This action of hers caused Hirian's turquoise pupils, which were flickering with a fine bright light, to suddenly darken a bit. Leandre, on the other hand, as if he had won a handful of contests of some kind, his emotions suddenly soared, and he bumped Hirian hard. "Stay away from us, you're scaring the queen." Who knew that as soon as his words fell, Pei Yilan was so shocked by him that she poked her head out and shook her head repeatedly. "No, Hirian didn't scare me." Leandre, who was punched in the face by the queen in seconds. If any other intelligent life form did something like this that would make him facepalm in seconds, Leandre would definitely give him a good taste of the sharp edges and venom of the poisonous cold storm. But on the contrary, the one who did so was the queen, and he could only swallow his bitterness in his stomach, drooping his mouth and looking so pitiful. Pei Yilan, who tilted her head in just enough of an arc to get a good look at Leandre's expression. "What's wrong with you again?" Pei Yilan was a bit at a loss for words. Fortunately at this time Avino rushed over and took the initiative to open his mouth to solve the problem. "Queen, look to your right, that building is where we will soon serve you to stay." Avino's 3 or 2 sentences easily unraveled, changing the subject just enough while not getting into trouble with the other 2 bugs. Pei Yilan unconsciously breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Avino's gaze with some gratitude. Leandre and Hirian noticed the change in the queen and were secretly sulking. "Damn you Aveino, green tea man watch, 3 words and you look as if you know what you're doing, but you don't know how nasty things are going on in your mind." But unfortunately, Pei Yilan still didn't notice the undercurrents between them, or maybe she felt it a little bit, but her intuition was reminding her to try not to poke holes in it, or else it wouldn't do much good. She looked in the direction that Evanor was pointing and let out a small, uncontrollable gasp. What kind of magnificent building is that? Almost occupying the entire mountain range. The palace wall stretched on and on. The spiked fortress sat steadily in the center, and on both sides there were countless large and small houses spread out in a staggered manner, together arching over the giant fortress in the very center. This was a ghostly work that was beyond the reach of mankind. Even on the heavenly worker star, the manor of that great noble she had once seen was far from being a tenth of this magnificent building. It was only after a while, when Leandre was already gradually slowing down his descent, that Pei Yilan finally found her voice. "What is this place? Are we really going to live in it?" God knows, to be able to have your own room in a small house is already very happy in Pei Yilan's opinion. She simply never dared to imagine that one day she would be able to live in such a magnificent palace complex, even if it was only to temporarily live in a tiny room in it. The shock of being in it was unimaginable. However, Leandre listened to her and for some reason became even more depressed. He pursed his lips and said softly, "Queen, if it wasn't for those accidents, you would have lived here since birth." What a benevolent and fraternal king their queen was, but it turned out that such a virtuous king, who should have been famous for ages, had never even entered the royal palaces of the successive queens of the insect race because he had been implicated by the former old demon bug. Originally, this magnificent palace, which had been repaired and completed by dozens of queens, should belong to their queen, Pei Yilan, but now, Pei Yilan could only live in it as a prisoner who might be arraigned soon, and could only look at the palace that should belong to her with such careful eyes. Damn it, when the hell is he going to set things right? He really couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to offer her everything that should have belonged to the queen sooner. Pei Yilan was dumbfounded and didn't know what exactly Leandre had brainstormed. That handsome face was lost in gloomy for a while, and then enthusiastic for a while, and it was still a bit scary to look at. It was Avino who eventually introduced the palace aloud. "This is where the successive queens of the bug race have lived. Since the first queen, our forefathers chose Temiro as the bug race's home base and built the strongest and most perfect palace for our king here. Later, even during the years of war, the bugs protected this place well. Every generation of queens has been born here, and have been masters of this place from birth except for you. Eviano's voice trailed off as he spoke, adding the latter half of the sentence in a brisk tone just as Leandre was about to glare at him. But trust me, you'll be the master of this place soon enough. 2. Pailon froze, looking at a certain unwavering determination that flowed out of those sea blue eyes. Like a stubborn stone that remained firm in place after being washed away by the sea, she suddenly felt as if she and her family were not on the same wavelength. While the palace was indeed very beautiful and grand, she didn't really aspire to be the owner of it. However, her family seems to be eager to get her everything that is supposedly rightfully hers. Pailon turned her head slightly again and looked at Leandre and Harian in turn, realizing that they seemed to agree quite a bit after hearing what Evanor had said. After realizing this, her heart was a little heavy for some reason. She suddenly realized that she never seemed to have communicated with her family about her plans for her future. Perhaps, her plans would be very different from what Lian and the others thought. But, along with their gradual descent towards the most dazzling main palace atop the mountain range, Pailon sensed some sort of extremely familiar aura, and her face changed slightly as the thoughts in her head were interrupted. This kind of feeling, is this mountain range buried in the? Cannot be wrong. This mountain range gives her a feeling similar to the feeling given to her by the mutated bug nests in the planet where the freshman cup was held. The difference was that the polluted mountain range gave off an indescribably fishy and rotten odor even from a long distance away, while this mountain range gave off a very mild odor from the inside out. But there was no doubt that this mountain range similarly hid a bug nest used to breed bugs inside. Pailon was even able to feel the scent of life coming vaguely from inside, one strand at a time, as if those newly born bugs would break out of the ground at any moment. But strangely, at the same time, she felt a slight decline in the power of this new life. This is very unusual. By definition, a new life should be vigorous and full of life so that it can accumulate enough strength to break through the ground and become a real living individual. However, in the spiritual fluctuations of these new beings that had not yet been born, Pailon keenly perceived some signs of decline that could only be found when a life enters old age. Pailon opened her mouth, but hesitated a little, and her mind recalled unseasonably the words which Gloria had said to her. You are in no position to meddle in the affairs of the bugs. The bug nest was the most important source of life for the bug race, including the bug queen. All of the bug race were birthed from the bug nest. For something so important to the bug race, if something went wrong, would they not know about it? Perhaps, they have already been thinking of a solution, or even are close to solving it, and don't need to do much on their own. However, despite having all sorts of messy thoughts in her heart, trying to convince herself not to mind her own business, Pailon still couldn't completely stay out of the situation and look on coldly. After landing on the ground, the feet, which had not been used for a long time, once again touched the ground and instantly felt sore and soft. She nearly stumbled, but fortunately eventually managed to stabilize, only blushing slightly, not quite adjusting to the sudden change in pressure. Leandre immediately became anxious. Queen, what is wrong with you? I'll call the medical officer over right now. No, I'm fine. Just take a breather. Pailon stretched out a hand and tugged on his sleeve, while the other pointed in a direction not far away. It was beyond the palace walls, and where the insect nests gathered the most vitality and declined the most. What happened there? Because she didn't know whether or not they knew about the abnormalities that had occurred in the bug nest, Pailon asked in a rather vague manner, storing a sense of testing. If they all knew, then they shouldn't have to worry much about it themselves, right? Avino glanced in that direction, then smiled. Your perception is really sharp. That's right. The Queen's Palace is not only built on a mountain, but it's also adjacent to our mother bug nest. Now that the inside of the mountain range under our feet has basically been hollowed out by the insect nest, new soldiers are being birthed, waiting to serve the insect race and you. Leandre kind of disliked the fact that Avino was acting so dependable and stealing the limelight in front of the Queen, so he deliberately said another interesting tidbit to get the Queen's attention. Queen, in fact, the bug nest can also be called Temmero in our bug race's pronunciation. This is because when all newborn bug races are just born and are not quite able to speak, this string of syllables will always be repeated in their mouths. Therefore, when the first generation bug race decided to establish the mother bug nest here, the name of this planet became Temmero. Pailon was really attracted to it after hearing it. Really? But why didn't these children who are staying in my spatial nexus right now make such a sound when they were born? As she spoke, she unconsciously stroked the space button she wore on her wrist. Since the children had been pressed with a charge of attempting to murder the Queen, Harian and Leandre had teamed up to put a mental ban on them, forcing them into a deep sleep. Pailon was a bit worried, but after all, they had done something like that before that made people misunderstand, so it wasn't good to say anything more. And Leandre, true to form, still disliked the trash that had nearly put the Queen in danger, and his expression instantly turned cold. Who knows? Maybe it's because they're laced with the genes of those mongrels and can't be considered real bugs at all. Lian, Beilan raised her voice, realizing that the queen was a bit angry. The silver-haired insectoid only reluctantly lowered his ever-proud head. I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to say they were scum. Maybe they're slightly better than real stragglers. Beilan was completely helpless. She sighed and finally decided to just cut to the chase. Have you guys noticed anything unusual about the bug nest lately? For example, has it been less active lately? Beilan struggled to find an adjective, and when she looked up, she realized that the eyes of all three family members had become a little surprised. They looked at each other without saying a word. What's wrong? Can't you say it? Although Beilan was a bit disappointed, she expressed her understanding. Related to the bug's nest is something too important to tell just anyone. No, Leandre immediately raised his voice, loud enough to make both Shireen and Avino around him look at him with disgust. He then reacted to the fact that he had lost his temper and quickly lowered his head. You can know anything. It's just that these dissimilarities are more complicated to tell. All in the 20 years since the death of the previous queen, no higher bugs have been born in the nest. There hasn't been another high bug born in 20 whole years since the previous queen died? Beilan frowned slightly and didn't speak at first. She wasn't quite sure if this frequency of giving birth to higher insectoids was considered normal for the mother insect nest, but since Leandre had specifically brought it up, it was thought that it should be considered a problem that bothered them. Beilan opened her mouth and hesitated for a long time before slowly saying, I'm a little concerned about the scent of the bug nest. In fact, this bug nest seems to me to be vaguely a little bit not too good. I'd like to get a little closer to see what's wrong with it. Is that okay? Beilan folded her hands. Her tone was very sincere, and there wasn't a hint of haze in her pure black pupils. No need to get too close, just so I can get a good feel for the state of the nest. The three higher insects looked at each other, all seeing the hesitation in each other's eyes. It certainly wasn't that they didn't trust the queen, much less suspect that she wanted to make a move on the most important female nest of the bugs. It was just that they were worried that if this matter became known to Yaren and Gloria, the queen would be labeled with trumped-up charges, and then they would be even more passive in the Supreme Judgment Council. After Beilan understood their concerns, she thought about it and still didn't want to give up this opportunity. If I can help solve the problem of the bug nest, then I will also have more initiative when facing Yaren and the others, right? Assuming that the problem she sensed was tangible and she happened to have the power to fix it, then it should be okay to trade one such important favor for the bugs never interfering in her life again, right? Now even the most steady and cautious Avino was a bit impressed. In fact, in the first decade after the death of the previous queen, when the quality of soldiers produced by the nest began to decline, some bugs had already raised the question of whether the problem was due to the absence of the queen. Despite the fact that all bugs were born from within the bug nest, there was no doubt that the bug nest was more closely connected to the queen than to any of the bugs. Perhaps what they could not perceive was a problem that only the queen could perceive. Thinking that way, the scales in their hearts began to tilt. After hesitating for no more than a few seconds, Leandre extended his strong arm towards the queen. I'll send the queen by the palace wall, which is already the closest distance to the nest. This is the meaning of promise. Beilan nodded happily, then waited for her family to show her the way. Leandre's arm stretched out in midair just stayed there, and Beilan didn't say anything, and the scene was at a momentary stalemate. Looking at Leandre's increasingly confused expression, Beilan glanced again at his hand that was still stopped in midair, a little confused, and then suddenly blushed explosively when she thought of something. Wait a minute, should Lee not want to hold her in his arms like he just did? As for the sight of the Avino and Hirian had already been eyeing for a long time, seeing Beilan didn't move for a long time, they immediately stepped forward. Ebener slapped Leandre's hand down lightly, forcing him out of the way, and stood before the queen with an unmistakable smile. Queen, Lean should be a bit tired after carrying you for so long just now. Let me do it this time. Shireen was a little slow, and had to squeeze in beside the queen, looking blearily into her turquoise pupils, as if to say, pick me, Beilan. Which one is not needed? Seeing her family looking at her with a very expectant look on their faces, she thought for a moment and tried her best to express herself in euphemistic terms. This distance isn't very far, and we're not in a hurry to get there, so why don't we just take a slow stroll and spread out over there, and take a look at the surrounding scenery along the way. With these words, all three insects knew that the queen was politely rejecting them. Thinking that they wouldn't be able to hug the fragrant and soft queen this time, they all lost their minds a bit, but the loss lasted only a second, and they quickly picked themselves up again, a competitive spark in their eyes. It's known that the four of them are going to walk over together, and there are only two nearest positions to the right and left of the queen. So, in the next second, Avino and Shireen had appeared on Beilan's left and right sides, like sandwich cookies, holding the soft queen's sandwich firmly in the center. Unexpectedly, the two fellow officers, actually so unkind to engage in sneak attacks, Leandre almost bit his mouthful of silver teeth, viciously glaring at the two stinkers who squeezed him away, then instantly became aggrieved when looking at Pei Ilan, the queen, Ilan Pei. She watched the dark tides between her family members somewhat dumbfounded, finally realizing that there seemed to be a subtle rivalry between the three of them when it came to targeting herself. But why? Aren't we all family? Haven't they always been together? Is this necessary? Though after such a long time, Pei still had learned that she was not a blood relative in the universal sense between her and the bug race such as Leandre, but in the sense of the bug race, the entire bug race could be considered family. As a result, she continued to habitually think of them as her family and attributed affection between them. Pei Ilan tried to substitute into their position and pondered for a while before finally coming to a realization. Friendship and affection should be similar. Substitute yourself. She now had to be separated from Sheng Dushan and Yuzhou. If it was said that during the time she was away, Dushan and Yuzhou secretly had their relationship skyrocketed behind her back, then when she went back, she would be a little bit lost as well. Well, that's probably it. Pei Ilan, who had successfully made a potpourri of affection, friendship, and love all together, nodded confidently, feeling that her understanding of complex feelings had deepened a little more, and her eyes were filled with tolerance as she looked at her three family members. Now, it was the turn of Leandre, Avino and Shirian to feel that something wasn't quite right. It always felt like the queen was looking at them with eyes full of love. It was definitely an illusion, right? But in the end, they still had scruples. Their respect for the queen far exceeded that little bit of ridiculous possessiveness, and they never dared to put that kind of dirty and despicable struggle between them completely spread out in the open, letting the queen worry, and thus missed the opportunity to understand the queen's true thoughts. They should get a headache when, later on, they realized that all their efforts turned out to be futile. With that, Leandre ended up stinking up a storm and stood next to Hirian, sticking close to him, occasionally crossing his shoulder to speak to the queen, and managing to reap the rewards of Hirian's growing grimace. Then the four bugs walked towards the palace wall in such an extremely awkward formation. The palace wall that surrounded this entire palace complex stretched almost endlessly, leaving only a small opening towards the very center of the nest. But there was nothing there that matched Pei Ilan's imagination of a bug-heavy area, and there weren't any bugs guarding it. The reason was also very simple. There was no need to worry about enemy attack here, not to mention this palace. If we look at the entire Tempest, all the residents up there were all bugs. Even if we put aside the absolutely strict bloodline crushing between the bugs, how could they possibly make a move on the foundation of the continuation of the entire race? As a result, the nest doesn't have a special arrangement of specialized bug handles. The entire planet is its natural shield. When she was roughly 5 meters away from the entrance and exit left by the fence, Pei Ilan suddenly stopped in her tracks. Her expression became very serious, signaling with her eyes for the three non-stop quarreling livebears around her to be quieter. Then she knelt down on one knee and listened to the movement on the ground with her side ears. Seeing the queen suddenly drop to one knee, Leandre's entire bug exploded. His first reaction was to try to pull the queen up, but he was concerned about the fact that the queen didn't know what she was doing right now and was worried that it would spoil her. So he had to stomp his feet in place in a hurry, but he didn't dare to step forward easily. After a full half minute, Pei Ilan stood up, her voice light and serious. There's something down here. Something? The corners of Avino's mouth tightened in a slight smile. He closed his eyes and sensed for a moment, then relaxed again. Queen, don't misunderstand. As a matter of fact, the entire mountain range is our insect nest, so all of the soldiers that are gestating down there. No, that's not what I'm talking about. Pei Ilan shook her head. This piece of the underground was dug up. There are no bugs that are being birthed, but there is one that has been birthed and matured to full size. And she, Pei Ilan sensed carefully again and spoke uncertainly. It should also be an insect race. Already matured and fully fledged? Avino narrowed his eyes and thought. It stands to reason that a fully fledged body would simply break out of the ground and spontaneously join the social division of Temmiro according to its rank, and could not possibly remain down there. Since there's a problem down there, what's the point of grinding? Accompanied by an impatient voice, only Leandre's left hand was immediately transformed into its original form, and the insect blade viciously shoveled up a large area of earth, and the entire ground began to sink. Pei Ilan was taken aback. Lean, don't hurt. Don't worry, queen. It won't. Smoke and dust flew in the air, and the silver-haired insectoid who had accidentally gotten some dust on her body flashed a bright to attentive smile towards Pei Ilan, her tall body blocking off most of the dust for her. If it's already a full body, this attack couldn't possibly hurt her at all. The bug nest itself possesses extremely strong reparative properties, and this bit of damage I caused will soon disappear. Pei Ilan wanted to say something, but in the end, she didn't say anything more. She was thinking that Leandre was just too destructive. He seemed to be keen on tearing down homes wherever he stayed. When he stayed in Tiangongxing before, Tiangongxing had almost had an entire city demolished by him. Before that, in the Central Galaxy, he had almost come to blows with the other two on several occasions. Now back to their own home. Pei Yilan originally thought that Lin would be slightly more restrained. I did not expect to actually also demolish the same. She silently resolved in her heart that she would make lots and lots of money in the future and enclose a large piece of land to make it easier to raise Lin, so that she wouldn't have to worry about him demolishing other people's homes. Just then, the smoke cleared, and Avino's surprised voice sounded beside him. It's down here. Pei Yilan also lowered her head and looked over, her eyes slightly frozen. Even if she wasn't quite sure what a bug nest looked like, she probably understood that it had definitely been remodeled down here. Leandre merely shoveled up a large layer of soil on the surface, only to have the entire ground cave in, precisely because the area underneath had been hollowed out at some point, leaving less to support the ground. One could vaguely see that underneath the collapsed area was a large space that had been dug very flat, not very deep, probably only about 10 meters, and there were even some glowing stones embedded in the walls, which looked very much like an exploratory mood. Leandre had obviously never known that the place had actually been dug up like this, and his face sank for a moment. He just wanted to bring the queen down with him to take a look, but who knew that Hirian had learned his lesson this time, and snatched Pei Yilan's hand and brought her down with a gentle tug. Pei Yilan felt that a gentle force was lifting her up, carrying her and Shirian down to the ground lightly together, without receiving a single impact. After standing steadily, Pei Yilan turned her head and was just about to thank Hirian when she froze at the beauty in front of her. In the light of the shimmering light emanating from the walls, Hirian's side face was simply picturesque. He slightly inclined his angle a little, and was looking at her with an extremely reverent look. The blue light in his eyes was bewildering. Queen! Hirian suddenly moved slightly closer, his warm breath hitting her cheek, causing a fine layer of goosebumps and an indescribable wariness in her heart. She subconsciously wanted to avoid, but her body could not move, and she could only hear the young man's clear and melodious voice close to her ear, low and lingering, as if her lover was spitting out words of love. I can also do anything for you, no worse than Leandre and Avino. Please, use me more. Pei Yilan froze, her brain turning to mush by the meaning of his words. What does mean? She thought about it for a moment. By use, she supposed it meant that Shirian wanted her to rely on him for things, right? But that was a strange term. After figuring it out, Pei Yilan was somehow relieved and lost her smile at the same time. Shireen, what are you talking about? What use? Ha, talking as if Shirian is an item dash. But don't worry, if I'm ever in trouble, I'll be sure to ask Hirian for help. Hirian, who was trying to show his best side trying to go the route of male color confusion, fell silent. Never mind, the queen had only just broken her eggs and was born not long ago, so it was only natural that she didn't understand this. Anyway, he had enough time to grow up with the queen. Think of it as accumulating experience now. There will always be a day when it will come in handy. At that moment, Leandre and Avino, after a brief moment of shock, also jumped down, moving with extreme agility and barely moving at all. It's the first time I've learned that a dungeon has actually been dug out of our bug nest. Although Avino was smiling, his eyes were cold. Luckily he hadn't seen Shireen's sneaky move earlier, or he'd be in an even worse mood at this point. I think the guy who dug out this dungeon did it for that thing in front of him, right? His eyes went to the steps winding all the way down in the distance, and he could vaguely see something emanating a glowing purple light at the very bottom. Pei Yilan stood on her tiptoes and looked toward the end of the steps. She had a vague feeling that there was something in that bit of fluorescence that was familiar to her, and if nothing else, it was that mature-bodied insectoid I sensed was there. Hearing Pei Yilan's words, Leandre frowned slightly and used his spiritual power to sense it as well. TSK. Scent is indeed a bit familiar, but it seems to be isolated by something, and for the time being, I can't determine exactly which guy it is. I'd like to see what the hell is going on with the bug nest behind our backs. Hearing the ruthlessness in Leandre's tone, Pei Yilan glanced at him with some vague concern for some reason. However, this does not seem to be incomprehensible. After all, according to the general concept, the insect nest is the mother of all insects. After all, according to the general concept, the nest is the mother of all bugs. If their own mother was quietly dug a big hole, all bugs would be angry, right? So, accompanied by the three family members, Pei Yilan carefully stepped onto the downward steps. This section of the downward passage was dug so narrow and small that Pei Yilan was about to touch the mud wall next to her several times, and the three taller higher bugs even had to arch their bodies. The mud wall on one side presented a very odd state, not quite like normal mud, vaguely able to smell an indescribable fishy odor. The mud was also mixed with countless milky white things, as if there was life surging. Pei Yilan looked at these strange things and couldn't really talk about fear or loathing. but it was undeniable that physically she kind of didn't really want to touch them. Seeing that the queen had been staring at the milky white stuff, Evener took the initiative to explain. This is the basic constituent structure of a bug nest, we call it Temilo, and it will gradually produce bug eggs from it. In fact, the level of Temiro in this pit is already on the low side, and it's almost unlikely that worm eggs will form. Speaking of which, Avino's eyes sank slightly, seeming a bit indescribably somber. Perhaps the decline in the life breath of the nest that you feel, Queen, is related to this strange pit. I'm kinda curious as to who could be able to get their hands on Tempest. Hirian didn't say a word from the beginning to the end, and for no apparent reason seemed a little melancholy and heavy. In fact, before he traveled to the Queen's side, he didn't care much about external matters, but he was at least a high insectoid. Not so much that he didn't care about everything, and the guarding of the interior of the main planet Temiro had always been taken care of by his minions. Even before this trip to the Queen's side, he had arranged all the work of his ministry. However, it was a dereliction of duty on his part to have made such a slip-up on his watch. If it had been before, Hirian probably wouldn't have reacted very well, and having lost almost all sense of emotion he would have felt even less guilt, and at best would have been a little upset that his authority had been provoked. But now, in front of the Queen, he was extraordinarily worried about whether he had exposed his less reliable side, and whether it would make the Queen rely on him even less in the future. Pailon didn't think about it that much. In fact, at the time when Leandre and Avino and the rest of them had basically decided that the guy behind this pit was the very black hand that led to the weakening of the bug nest, she was instead a little less recognized, but couldn't tell the exact cause. She just vaguely felt weird. With that thought, they finally stepped onto the last step. Pailon didn't have night vision, so she wasn't able to see all the sights around her at first glance like her family members. But the luminescent thing had taken it upon itself to shine a light on her, and it was a crooked way of letting her see what it really was. It was actually an ice coffin. This thing was a rectangular body that was nearly 2 meters long, and the whole body was made up of ice-like crystals, emitting a layer of morose coldness on its surface. This was the main reason why Pailon subconsciously thought that this was an ice coffin. Inside the ice coffin, a creature with the appearance of a human girl could be seen lying. Pailon took 2 steps slightly closer, and finally got a thorough look at the face of the girl inside, and a trace of shallow amazement flashed through her eyes. This girl was born really beautiful, although it still looks like a thin young girl, but a body of crystal clear skin, delicate features, curved eyebrows, the corners of the mouth with a smile, as if it is sleeping in a beautiful dream. If it wasn't for the fact that her face was just too pale and her body was too thin, at first glance, it would look like a normal young girl who had fallen into a sound sleep. Unlike the average human girl, however, she bore 2 long, curved tentacles on the top of her head, signaling her inhuman status. These 2 tentacles at once gave the beautiful young girl a slight sense of abnormality, as if a combination of a hideous insect race and a soft human being, sacred and strange, transmitting a bit of demonic beauty. Pailon was vaguely able to sense that the material of this ice coffin was absolutely extraordinary, both preserving the fresh breath of the young girl's body to a certain extent, while at the same time having a certain insulating effect. At least if they were on the ground right now, with Lean beside them they basically couldn't sense anything unusual. She herself would have ignored her if she didn't perceive it carefully, but being so close, and seeing the 2 tentacles on the young girl's head, Pailon could basically already conclude she was the bug race she sensed was already in the state of a mature body. And judging from the genetic level alone, there basically wasn't much of a difference from Leandre and the others, and she was definitely also a higher bug race. But strangely enough, Pailon felt that her spiritual power was in a very strange state. From Pailon's cursory observation, the young girl's original spiritual power should have been very strong, but now she appeared to be very weak, and it was not known whether it was related to the strange state her body was in right now. That's right, the physical condition of this young girl was also very confusing. By all rights, she should still be alive, and it was clear that this ice coffin also had the effect of sustaining life, but the level of energy contained in this physical body placed inside it was horribly low, and it was gradually decreasing at a slow but stubborn pace. Sooner or later, even with the protection of this ice coffin, she will become a living corpse that will never wake up, the point where she can be judged dead in the medical sense. Pailon pursed her lips, extremely rare and somewhat indecisive. Because of the isolation of the ice coffin, she was unable to directly use her spiritual power to penetrate deep into the young girl's body and even the depths of her brain area for an all-around probe, not to mention being unable to boast and guarantee that she would definitely be able to solve her problem and make her wake up. From her heart, of course, she very much hoped to be able to awaken this young girl who was also an insect race. However, for one thing, the risk is too great, and for another, she doesn't know exactly what the identity of this young girl is and why she was put here. If she let her mind wander and got her down, would it cause trouble for Lean and the others? Peilan slightly turned her head sideways and was about to discuss what to do next with the 3 family members beside her. But she belatedly realized that the 3 of them seemed to be in some sort of unspeakable shock, staring straight at the young girl in the ice coffin as if they had lost the ability to speak all of a sudden. It took a while before Leandre could barely get over his shock. Feeling the queen's gaze, he took a deep breath, and for some reason, his face took on an extremely obvious anger, as if he was about to erupt a volcano, but was trying his best to hold back because of the queen in front of him. Queen, we all recognize the insect race in this ice coffin. She is a higher insect race like us, called Jasmine, who disappeared 20 years ago, and we all thought she was dead. I don't know why she's here, but I can guarantee that it definitely has something to do with that guy dash. Clank! The extremely sharp weapon came at a speed that could be described as terrifying, and its might was so great that it seemed to have cut through space. Leandre reacted extremely quickly, and in the next second the insect blade, which was transformed into an insect archetype, firmly blocked the blow, but took a slight step back himself, his eyes slightly glazed over. Gloria, what the hell are you trying to do? The red-haired insectoid that launched the attack had no intention of hiding in the shadows and stepped out with heavy footsteps. Without the slightest regard for the defensive eyes of the 3 higher bugs, she stared dead-on at the ice coffin and Peilan, who was standing right next to it, and a low to terrifying sound came out of her throat. Get away from Jasmine quickly. Don't go near her. Don't go near her. Seeing Gloria's sanity lost as if she had been touched by an enemy who had touched her most important treasure, and hearing the most threatening voice of a ferocious beast come out of her throat, Avino, however, laughed instead. Blue scales slowly began to sprout from his body, gradually unfolding parts of his insectoid form. After all, it was the only way to better utilize the power. Don't go near her? Gloria, are you in a lucid state right now? Do you realize what you're doing? You're going against the entire insect race. Grea's eyes widened. How could he not expect that the opposite side would actually be the evil bug first? Having put a big hat on him first, he was almost on the verge of laughing with anger. A muffled grunt of anger to the extreme came out from his nose. Leandre took a deep breath, holding down some of his anger slightly, mindful that the place was too cramped and with the queen right behind him, he would be extremely vulnerable to being caught in the crossfire if he fought. His brain had taken the high ground by now and was thinking rapidly, considering the fact that Gloria and Jasmine had been as close as they could be more than 20 years ago, and the present scene. He had connected all the clues almost at once, and deduced the truth. 20 years ago, Jasmine's life was in danger because of the Bug Queen's deathbed counterattack. However, all the higher bug races were not in good shape during that time, and they didn't pay much attention to each other, only knowing that Jasmine had disappeared after the final battle. Now, it seems that it should be that Gloria found out that she was dying, so she had a crooked idea, and didn't know what method she used, secretly using the energy of the insect nest to maintain Jasmine's vitality, indirectly causing the insect nest to decline over the years, and become worse than a year. Avino and Shireen had obviously thought of the same thing as him. Leandre gritted his teeth and brought the 5 points of hatred in his heart to 10. Greya, thanks for putting up an appearance of being on the high ground, but after all this, you're the one with the most selfish intentions. For the sake of Jasmine, you actually did it to our bug nest, using the energy of the bug nest to feed her, who was supposed to be dead. What you did is nothing less than a traitor to the entire bug race. Hirian also revealed a cold smile, the originally clear voice. This would seem indescribably treacherous. It's funny how the guy who claims we're traitors is actually the real traitor himself. Are they angry that Greya has damaged the bug's foothold for her own selfish reasons? Of course they are. But while angry, they also understood each other very well. If it was the queen they served, Pei-Elan, who had turned out to be like Jia Si-min, perhaps they too would have acted like this insane behavior of losing their minds. Of course, understanding didn't stop them from counting on Gloria once they had a handle on her. If the other party did such a thing, once it was blown out of proportion, then the bugs who went to the Supreme Judgment Council would have to add one more to the list, whether to choose to reciprocate with them and help preserve the queen, or to completely tear their faces off and put both herself and Jasmine on the pillar of shame. I believe that Gloria would also have some considerations to make. The 3 of them were angry and relieved here, feeling saved about the queen, while across the room, a clearly counted Gloria was utterly exasperated and laughing. 20 years ago, her sister Jasmine, who meant the most to her, disappeared, and no matter how much she ran all over the stars she couldn't find her. She hadn't sensed Jasmine scent again for 20 whole years, and just now, when she had something temporary to do and turned back to look for Yaluan, she suddenly felt a tremor in her heart and sensed the spiritual imprint of Jasmine, with whom she had once concluded a spiritual contract. Greya's emotions completely lost control all of a sudden, and without even bothering to explain to Yaren, she came as fast as she could to the place where the mental brand was located. There was a large pit there that she never had any recollection of, and when she went down, she saw Leandre, Avino, and Shireen, as well as the new queen of the bugs, gathered around the icy coffin containing Jasmine. The scene provoked a stress reaction almost on the spot, reminding her of the last disgusting garbage queen ordering the worker ants loyal to her to harm Jasmine. Who couldn't resist? It was obviously 20 years ago, but the memory was still fresh and almost on the verge of overpowering her sanity. And now it's even funnier. She hasn't even questioned them about why they're here and have found Jasmine, who's been missing for years, and they've even turned around and questioned her, labeling her with the high hat of a bug trader. It's so backwards it's laughable. Greya didn't bother to say anything more, and simply decided that the opposite side was looking for trouble, and her entire body began to bug out. Leandre and the others were not to be outdone, and the scene was touch and go. Pei Elon, the only one present who didn't join the confrontation, leaned against the ice coffin, feeling the slightest chill on it, anxious as an ant on a hot pan. What the hell is going on? Why is the atmosphere so tense all of a sudden? Can we not have a fight? Pei Elon looked at Gloria's face that was full of anxiety, and it was difficult to hide her emotions at all, and for some reason, it was suddenly a little difficult. To Gloria, Jasmine, lying in the ice coffin, must be a very, very important being, right? I don't know why. The current scene always gave Pei Elon a very bad feeling, as if she and her 3 family members were the big villains and were threatening each other with someone else's very important things, belonging to the villainous type of cannon fodder that doesn't survive more than 3 chapters in a novel. Gloria's entire mind was almost focused on Jasmine, who was lying in the ice coffin. Of course, she could also feel Jasmine's faint vitality, and was so anxious that she couldn't wait to carry her out immediately and send her to their bug race's hospital for a proper checkup. As such, she didn't think much about what Leandre and the others had said, but simply said in an annoyed, angry voice, "What betrayal? What traitor? What on earth are you guys talking about? Hurry up and give Jasmine back to me." Trying to play dumb? Avino hadn't failed to sense that something was wrong with this, but he had to fasten the shit on Greya's head so that he could threaten the other party into uniting with them in the fight against Yaren. What's more, even if none of this was done by Gracia, so what? She still had to face that hard choice after all. Avino glanced at the ice coffin behind him, his gaze lingering on the young girl's serene face for a second before moving away again without the slightest bit of emotion. Over 20 years ago, while working together in secret against the former queen, there's no denying that they were indeed comrades in arms. But that's about it. That's why he had no qualms about utilizing Jasmine. Wouldn't you know it? Jasmine appeared in the nest, taking up space that should have belonged to those undescended eggs. Avino's low voice was almost like the ravings of a demon, enough to make any intelligent being feel the depravity and darkness that was wrapping itself around them. Layers of confusion and invisible control over all choices. Ever since Jasmine disappeared 20 years ago, the quality of the soldiers produced by the bug nest has declined year after year. And it's been even more so that no new higher bugs have been born for 20 whole years. Do you think that's just a coincidence? Seeing this hidden dungeon, I think that perhaps the energy that was supposed to be supplied to the worm eggs was intercepted and instead used to warm up Jasmine's body. That's what led to this? Gloria breathed in unison, and only then did she feel the connection, if any, between Jasmine's body and the nest of worms in the middle of the ice coffin. There's no denying that the nest life energy in this part of the world is downright frighteningly low. Could it be that what they're saying is true? After the great battle 20 years ago, all that was left of Tem-Miro was a field of ruins, and every higher insectoid that had participated in the revolt was severely injured. Grace was equally exhausted and barely had the strength to care about anything. It wasn't until she had regained a bit of energy that she realized that Jasmine hadn't been out in public for a long time. Then she set out on an endless search. Now, Ivina was telling her that it turned out that Jasmine had never left this place, but had secretly hidden in the bug nest to steal the life source of their bug race? How could she believe such a ridiculous thing? No way. You guys aren't kidding. Jasmine would never do that. Gloria's voice was almost a little hoarse, as if a desperate beast was making helpless hissing noises. She stared dead at the face of the young girl in the ice coffin, whose face was peaceful, but vaguely permeated with a layer of death, and her eyes gradually blurred, as if she had gone back in time, seeing that gentle and serene young girl standing in her way time and time again, stopping the unreasonable chastisement from that old demonic insect, the former queen, on her behalf. Obviously Jasmine is not at all a high-level insect race that is good at fighting. Her spiritual attributes are also more inclined to assisting, and her body looks extraordinarily slender and weak, very different from her other tall and powerful colleagues. However, such a person used her relatively frail body to shield herself from countless injuries and became her spiritual pillar in desperate times. That was her sister. The family member who cared for her the most, who depended on her the most, and who was depended on by her. They were the same batch of higher insect race born in the insect nest. Of course, they were not the only ones born in that batch. In fact, when the consciousness body named Gloria was born. Her excellent spiritual power had already sensed that tens of thousands of brothers and sisters were about to be born together with her, but she felt very annoyed for no apparent reason, because the voices of her siblings were just too busy and noisy, barely forming a slightly audible language system, just like wild animals without any ability to think. As a matter of fact, she didn't treat them as her real family either. Her memories from the bug race told her that these guys around her were just the lowest class of soldiers, the lowest class that was destined to be controlled by the higher bug race from the moment they were born. But only one is different. Something soft, gradually brushed up against her side, leaning intimately against her. A gentle, faint voice rang in her ears. "Sister?" It was the first time Gloria had ever heard such a beautiful voice, one that stood out amongst a cacophony of murmurs and inexplicably softened her heart. After emerging from the nest, Greya wondered where all the bugs that had broken eggs with her had gone, as they were all quickly assigned to their respective positions by the consul at the time. The only person who had been with her was Jasmine, the only sister she recognized. They pretty much spent most of the time. All stayed together. Gloria almost dared to say with certainty that there wouldn't be any bug in the world that knew Jasmine better than she did. "I don't believe a word you're saying, either from my emotions or from my passing rationalization of my sister." "Jasmine." Gloria gritted her teeth and spoke in a single word. "She's not the kind of bug that lives and breathes, and would never do something like this to the detriment of the collective interests of the bug race." Gloria's powerful words pierced into Peilan's ears like a feathered arrow. She looked up in a daze at the stoic-faced woman, and felt a sudden, heavy blow to her heart. It's so nice, the bond between them. This must be the trust that comes from the bond between real family members, right? Even until now, Peilan still felt that she couldn't afford the kind of admiration that Leandre Shirian and Evaner had, as if they were looking up to a god, and still felt slightly uncomfortable when they were overly respectful and worried about themselves. And when he thought about it, he had spent a really limited amount of time with his own family, and he couldn't say that he had gotten to know them all that well in that limited amount of time. How nice it would be if one day her family was like that and trusted her just because of her. It was in this instant that Peilan quietly made up her mind. She looked to the young girl in the ice coffin and closed her eyes slightly, trying to break through the shackles of the ice coffin to find the interface to Jasmine's brain field. It was reasonable to assume that an interface for the Queen's mental link only was left in the brain domain of any bug. It was only that this ice coffin possessed an extremely strong gravitational function, and even at such a close distance, Peilan's desire to find this interface and link Jasmine's spiritual power was not an easy task. But she must do it, to confirm something and to see if she can help. "You have a good sister. Make sure you don't upset her." She prayed silently in her heart for the sisters. Even though she still didn't know what kind of insectoid Jasmine was, she wished to help out in a small, insignificant way just for this strong emotion shown by Greya alone. Peilan's spiritual power had reached a new stage after this period of experience. All along, her use of spiritual power had been based on self-finding, and for any person to know about it, I'm afraid that they would outright call it an epic-making genius. She has not received any systematic instruction and is completely unschooled in creating her own system. Every time in the past, when Peilan released the spiritual history belonging to the queen of the bug race, it was no less than causing a storm. Not to mention the insect race, even the humans who couldn't sense the queen's presence as keenly as the insect race were able to feel. Belonging to Peilan, a spiritual power fluctuation that was so strong that it was unrivaled. Now, however, Peilan had spontaneously learned to hide. Her spiritual power no longer flared out to declare her presence, circling everything as the king's domain, but instead wrapped around the ice coffin in a low-profile, silent manner, constantly searching for cracks that she could penetrate, seeping in little by little. After diving into the ice coffin in a single strand, she began to carefully search for Jasmine's brain domain interface again, not daring to exert the slightest bit of force for fear of causing her already fragile life breath to be affected again. However, it was precisely because Peilan's spiritual power had become so hidden that the four higher insects, who were in a high state of mental tension at the moment, hadn't even sensed the queen's abnormality, perhaps because their entire attention was now coalescing on each other, and not sensing any danger against the queen, they selectively let their guard down. However, all this did not escape the eyes in the shadows. He would have been hidden in the darkness, in control of the situation, always ready to intervene at the right time to make sure everything was under his control. Therefore, he gradually discovered that Peilan, who had been frozen in place and looked like she was at a loss for words, seemed to be secretly doing something. Interesting. Has our queen finally relented? The guy hidden in the shadows didn't make half a sound, just thought this in his mind and stayed very idly watching the show. Peilan's entire mental energy was focused on fighting the ice coffin, so naturally she didn't have the energy to sense the arrival of the unfamiliar aura. The four higher bugs who were still in a state of confrontation barely noticed his arrival. And even if they vaguely sensed some aura belonging to the bugs, they would mistakenly think it was because they were in the bug's nest. And at this moment, Leandre, Shireen and Avino's layouts against Greya were already in the closing stages. In fact, this matter itself wasn't too difficult. They had Jasmine's card in their hands, and they also possessed such stone-cold news as Jasmine's suspected theft of the power of the worm's nest, which had already doomed Greya, who wanted to keep the other party's hands tied. And at this moment, these three right-hand men beside the future queen showed their extraordinary negotiating qualities and tacit understanding. The cranky Leandre is in charge of pulling the mood. Avino smiles on the surface but is in fact 1,000 layers of lassoing. And Hirian lets off a cold shot every now and then while preparing to deliver the final blow. Hirian usually gave the other bugs the impression that he didn't talk much, but it was at times like this that Greya, who was his opponent, felt how harsh and venomous the words spat out from those beautifully shaped lips were, hitting the nail right on the head. Well, Gloria, supposing it is true that you know nothing about it, then, if we say that we need to remove Jasmine's body from here for the sake of the stability of the nest, will you cooperate with us? Hirian seemed to be courteously asking for advice, but those beautiful misty turquoise eyes actually showed a bit of fog laced with poison, always ready to deal a fatal blow to his opponent. And Leandre and Evander were quite cooperative, immediately turning around in a gesture to carry the ice coffin away. Wait, Gloria took a controlled step forward and was rewarded with 3 pairs of smirking eyes. Legionnaire Greya, what are you doing? Do you want to let the decline of the bug nest go unchecked? Shouldn't you be willing to do anything for the sake of the bug nest? Do you want to betray the bug nest as well? Leandre said in a vicious voice. A questioning voice that was one that was more than sharp enough to make the redhead only lower her head in a lopsided manner. It was clear that at this point if she wanted to prove Jasmine's innocence, removing her from the area would be the best option. But damn it, she just couldn't do it. What if it was true? What if Jasmine's ability to survive until now is really due to the energy of the nest nourishing her body? After all, they were born from the nest, weren't they? The power from the mother is the best healing artifact. What if Jasmine's body deteriorated and decayed rapidly after she left the underground palace and then died in front of her? Just the thought of that possibility made Gloria feel great trepidation clench her heart in a death grip, causing her mental powers to stir uncontrollably as well, writhing and hissing in agony, itching to break out of this worldly entangled body and do whatever she wanted to do with impunity. It's almost enough already. Avino coldly watched Gloria's struggling stance and felt it was almost time to offer cooperation. Let Jasmine remain here and live on in exchange for support for the queen. What to do with this deal should be in Greya's mind. Call them apathetic or selfish. In any case, they were now more concerned about the queen's future than the state of the nest. Just at this moment, however, an eager but firm female voice came from behind the "No, it isn't. She didn't betray the bugs. She didn't betray the bugs." The voice that spoke trembled slightly, as if because the statement was nothing short of antagonizing Leandre, Shireen, and Avino. Yet, she never wavered in the slightest and said the words anyway. Leandre shuddered and looked back incredulously at the queen she had sworn to serve for the rest of her life. Why did the queen suddenly intervene? And why did she speak in favor of Gloria? Obviously Gloria was so bad to the queen. Obviously, they were trying to. Thank you. Peilan exhaled softly. After making her decision, her entire body completely relaxed. The haze between her brows that was colored by her tangles completely dissipated, revealing a smile that was as clean as the sky after a rainy day. She walked over to each of the 3 family members one after the other and patted each of them on the shoulder in a reassuring gesture. Even with all the confusion and disbelief, looking into those night-like eyes that seemed to be able to encompass everything, they were all dumbfounded. Lian, Shireen, and Avino, I know you guys have really gone through a lot of trouble for me. I simply don't know how I can ever repay you for this. Peilan's tone was still so sincere. Her hand balled into a fist and she pressed it gently against her chest, as if she could feel the heat converging there. How could she not understand that her family was counting and running for her? They were all dead set on Gloria because they wanted to plan for their own upcoming troubles. Unfortunately, she was not destined to accept the kindness. But the abnormality in the bug nest really wasn't caused by Jasmine. On the contrary, she's an amazing bug. Let's not let her be misunderstood, okay? Think of something else. There had to be some other way to convince Greya to be on their side than indiscriminate coercion and forcefully branding 2 bugs who had done nothing wrong as traitors. Peilan blinked her eyes and tilted her head slightly, this meaning clearly showing in her eyes. If it was in the past, the 3 thunderous and even brutal higher insectoids would have scoffed when they heard their subordinates say such ridiculous words, and then used their thunderous means to properly make TA feel what it meant to be a dictator, and physically interpreted that in this brutal society, not a single shred of goodwill was allowed to exist. But it wasn't another insect race that had such thoughts. It was the queen, and since the queen had saved them with a gesture that they would have recognized as weakness, how could they deny the light in the queen that had attracted them in the first place? Besides, The queen is asking for their opinion now. Look at her careful eyes. They've managed to get the queen to be a little more delicate and reserved in front of them, and will make a little more reasonable requests. What if this scares the queen into shrinking back again? What are they going to do? The first to react was Leandre, who almost immediately bowed his head in Peilan's direction, clenched his right hand into a fist, rested it against his chest, and performed a standard salute. Thanks to him remembering that Peilan didn't like him kneeling, or else this would have been another time he would have gotten so excited that he would have gone down on one knee and reaped the benefits of a stunned queen. Since it is the queen's order, Leandre will obey herself. The queen does not need to consult us. Any decision you make is correct and will be followed through by us. Evander was not to be outdone, and had the presence of mind to give Peilan an aura of correctness, patting her on the back. Only Peilan is still not accustomed to their art of speaking like this, so shocked that she shook her head again and again, only to feel her cheeks burning. Just now the positive color is invisible, being blown away so much that she could not wait to find a crack in the ground to burrow down. And so the considerate Sharian didn't continue to say something that was bursting with shame, increasing Peilan's burden, and just looked at her with incomparably focused eyes, nodding vigorously to show that he was listening. The smile on Peilan's face grew wider. Right at that moment, a voice that was already anxious to the point of no return came from the direction they were originally confronting. Hey, almost ready? What the hell did you mean by what you just said? Jasmine, what's wrong with her? The person who spoke was none other than Gloria. She was hung up on Peilan's words, and as a result, the queen who had stirred up her heart and brain actually started to act out her love with those three guys. Not talking about business? But on the contrary, now that Jasmine was in their hands, she didn't dare to rush, much less directly smash the scene, and could only anxiously wait for the hammer of judgment that would spit out from the queen's mouth. Peilan gently pressed the family members who were displeased with Gloria's attitude and took a step forward, her dark eyes firmly looking into Gloria's sharp eyes that were vaguely red. Your sister Jasmine did not do anything to betray the Bug clan. According to my observations, the Bug nest's decline had nothing to do with her, quite the contrary. It was precisely because she used all of her spiritual energy to protect the Bug nest that it slowed down its decline. She's not a traitor, she's a hero. Upon hearing this final, definitive statement, Greya did not react at first. Ryoga, a drop of cold water, from his, sliding down his jaw. It splashed onto the ground with a small popping sound. All the bugs present froze. They never dared to imagine the strong and cold Greta would one day shed tears. Greya had no way of telling exactly how he was feeling right now. Was it joy at the aftermath of the robbery? Or, heartbroken over Jasmine's choice? Jasmine, indeed, was still the same person he knew. Never changed. He should have felt happy. But, when he thought about the fact that he actually thought for a moment just now, Jasmine might have done something to betray the insect race. The thing, even in his heart, he had vaguely made up his mind that if the other party had committed such a monstrous mistake, how should he ensure his safety? He felt that there was in his heart indescribable flavor. No doubt about it. He had always treated the Bug race as his only race. Everything he did was in the hope that the Bug race would develop better. But in that moment just now, he did develop a sense of betrayal. If Peilan didn't tell him the truth, he might really, because of Jasmine, break through his bottom line and do something irreparable. If it wasn't, Peilan took the initiative to reach out to herself as an enemy. Then, Greya again remembered her previous self who had treated Peilan extremely poorly, as well as the fact that until just now her heart had been filled with wariness of the three carryover higher insectoids as well as the queen. But the object of her wariness preferred to put a stop to the plans laid by her own subjects, which were entirely favorable to her, and to tell her the truth. For a moment, Gloria's mood became complicated, as if for the first time she saw clearly the Peilan in front of her, and also saw through her hypocritical self. The queen, who had been stopped from a dispute by her wariness that it would be bad for the bugs, and who thought she was planning for the bugs, was just now seriously considering betraying the nest and betraying the bugs. This is a big joke. That, Gloria, in a trance, he seemed to hear Peilan's voice with a soft tone ringing in his ears. Jasmine is in a terrible state, and I need to take her out of the ice coffin to wake her up. I'll try to keep her safe. What do you think? Peilan was asking for Greya's opinion. She wasn't really sure about Schrodinger's kinship between the bugs, but according to the rules of the human world, any major decision regarding an unconscious person should be made by asking the opinion of their relatives. Gloria raised her hand to wipe the water from the corners of her eyes, and when she opened her eyes again, she was once again a determined and unrelenting bug warrior. Please, Queen, let it go. Thank you very much for your help. She hadn't considered for a second the possibility that Peilan was trying to lay a black hand in the middle of the game. It was ridiculous. At a time when the four of them had the upper hand, there was absolutely no need to suddenly stage such a show. Sensing Greya's unspoken trust, Peilan pursed her lips gently and gave her a smile with a soothing undertone. Don't worry, everything will be fine. Over the years, Jasmine has used her spiritual power to isolate some of the hazardous materials from infesting the nest, and without her, the nest would be in a much worse state. Peilan used her spiritual power to carefully and gently break the link between Jasmine's outgoing spiritual power and the insect nest while giving the other insect clans a generalization of what exactly Jasmine had done. Ave Ino wondered. Hazardous material? What kind of stuff is it? Why didn't we detect it? Peilan captured the black substance permeating the thin air of the underground with her mental power, her eyes a bit gloomy. This kind of thing gave her a very disturbing and manic feeling, filled with all kinds of negative emotions, almost like the strange foci spread all over the brain area of psychotic mania patients. It's a complicated matter to say the least. So let's wait until we get things settled for now first. So Avino didn't ask any more questions. As a matter of fact, they all knew that although Jasmine's combat strength was relatively average, she possessed very peculiar abilities and always knew something that the other bug races didn't quite know. And Leandre, upon hearing this, wrinkled his brow in contemplation, and then a sentence came out that was not in his head. So if Jasmine is released, will the nest of worms be? He suddenly realized how much it seemed unkind of him to say such things in front of the teammate he was trying to win over, as if he still wanted to keep Jasmine locked up, and immediately shut his mouth. However, Grace's unkind gaze had already glared over. The scarlet in her eyes that had so easily faded had intensified a few more points, and some kind of extremely hideous and twisted power was stirring, as if it would come to blows at any moment. At the critical moment, Peilan spoke out at the right time, interrupting this strange confrontation. Don't worry, leave it all to me. She's been a hero for 20 years now. It's time to retire and get some rest. The red light in Gloria's eyes faded back again at the sound of these gentle but firm words. She looked at Peilan's body, which could be described as weak, and was unconsciously a bit stunned. Peilan's body is not tall, even a little bit thin and weak, and her appearance does not give people a sense of heroism, and even looks a little bit like a weak doddering seed. However, when she had such a resolute expression on her face, somehow an indescribable aura emanated from her body, making Moth, who had inadvertently glimpsed the light, unconsciously want to rely on her and trust her. Peilan was so engrossed in doing what she had to do that she didn't notice that the way Gloria was looking at her was gradually shifting, that something was about to be permanently altered. But the three Leandre worms sensed it, and exchanged a look, all feeling more hopeful about the trip. After making the grand statement of saving Jasmine and also solving the bug nest problem, Peilan had to work hard to figure out the path that would allow both sides to reach a balance. After pretty much replacing Jasmine's mental power linked to the worm's nest with her own, she then asked Gloria to join Leandre in prying open the ice coffin and carefully lifting out Jasmine's sleeping body inside. After hearing her words, Gloria froze and pointed to herself. Not quite sure. Let me come along? It wasn't that he hated the queen ordering herself around. In fact, Peilan's tone didn't feel coercive. It was very comfortable. It's just that they're not in the same league now, after all. And yet the queen, with an extremely natural, extremely reassuring attitude, has asked her to join in the important thing. Isn't the queen a bit too big-hearted? Is this the same completely unsuspecting attitude she has in case she encounters someone with bad intentions? Gloria did not realize that she unknowingly viewed Peilan turned into an old mother's mind, a complete state of excessive worry. However, in the face of her doubts and even questions, Peilan only smiled faintly, those quiet black eyes not the least bit wary of meeting the enemy who had once loathed her, allowing her to strike her probing gaze onto herself. I just thought that Jasmine would be happy to see her sister by her side as soon as she woke up, right? And more able to relax and get some rest, I guess. Gloria's heart fluttered hard, not wanting to admit that the words poked right into her heart, bringing a rush of extremely tingly and unfamiliar warmth. For the first time in her life, she had heard such moving words from another life form, and they weren't just pretty words verbalized, but had been acted upon, thus making them all the more sincere, and almost instantly piercing her heart. She lowered her head almost a little lamely, and began carefully figuring out how to pry the ice coffin open. With a very busy look, not daring to look up at the queen again, she could almost distinctly hear Leandre's grunt of laughter from across the room, coming from her nose, as if it were a wordless taunt, and yet she couldn't dislike it as hard as she had done in the past, or even fight, for her heart was now in turmoil, and she no longer knew how to face the queen on whom she had once pinned the hatred that had carried over from the previous generation. Much less could she continue to take for granted her hatred of her fellow officers who had submitted to the queen. Just then, Peilan suddenly covered her chest, bowed her body, and desperately coughed, coughing with such forcefulness that it was almost as if she couldn't wait to cough her lungs out. Watching the queen's thin frame rise and fall frantically under a single cough, the pupils of the nearest Tyrian snapped and immediately reached out to help her. Grea's heart jumped at the change. and she also subconsciously took a step in Pei Yilan's direction. However, Avino stepped forward seemingly without thinking, and immediately blocked the queen, preventing her from approaching. Gloria suddenly reacted to the fact that they were nowhere near a relationship where they could get that close, and stopped awkwardly in her tracks. "What happened to you?" she could only ask in a faintly audible voice. Pei Yilan forced a smile, then covered her mouth, not wanting to worry them, but the unstoppable coughing still continued to show through her fingers. "I'm fine. It was just a sudden shock." The invisible spiritual power belonging to her formed a half-envelope shape and had completely taken over Jasmine's spiritual power, arranging a line of defense capable of enveloping the entire insect nest, powerfully preventing those black nameless substances from invading the insect nest. But this was the first time her mental power had battled with so much black matter. Before, it had been one-on-one, and there was only so much in total that one could hold in one's brain field. But this time, the air was covered with black matter in quantities as large as dust. When Pei Yilan's spiritual power came into contact with these things, it would inevitably feel the terrifying negative emotions contained within them, and so she had just felt the equivalent of an onslaught of thousands of negative emotions all at once, and for a moment, even her heart couldn't withstand it a bit, and she almost blacked out in both eyes. However, only the moment of contact was a little unbearable. After a few seconds of slowing down, Pei Yilan's heart that had almost stopped finally began to beat forcefully again, and the blood circulation was once again smooth. In this way, she was less uncomfortable, but still blanched. Pei Yilan tilted her head slightly in an attempt to breathe more freely, but accidentally exposed her slender neck to the gazes of all the dangerous higher bugs present, with pale greenish-colored veins still visible on it, which looked downright fragile, and could easily be twisted off with just a slight twist, at least on the surface. Compared to the other thick-skinned higher bugs, one could easily tell that this was porcelain that needed to be well protected in order not to break. However, the porcelain, which in the eyes of the onlookers would break at any moment, stopped by itself the pressure of the unknown substance, which was so horrible that hardly any being noticed it. Even after slowing down, Pei Yilan was still able to distract herself and manipulate another stream of spiritual power, gently entering Jia Ximin's brain area and stuffing back the spiritual power that was already difficult to autonomously return to her body after too long of an outward release. And at the same time, she also helped her to carefully comb through the spiritual power that was a bit scattered at the moment. Under the queen's gentle and considerate care, Jasmine, who would have had to slow down for several days before waking up due to the blockage of her spiritual power, fluttered her eyelashes lightly, and unexpectedly opened those beautiful eyes right before everyone's eyes. Pei Yilan had already seen many beautiful pupil colors. A higher bug race was bred by the bug nest with the best genes, and it was all reflected in their appearance, and their eyes were a collection of countless magnificent colors. Whether it was Leandre's golden pupils, the blue water that swirled in Shirian's eyes, the waves of the sea hidden in Avino's eyes, Yaren's blue of the mist that was beautiful with a touch of confusion, or Gray's pair of red that was as fiery and eye-catching as the color of her hair, all of them were all extremely rare and beautiful. However, even with these colleagues as a foundation, the moment Jasmine opened his eyes, Pei Yilan still felt a trace of unspeakable astonishment. Her pupils were surprisingly a lighter colored violet, both flickering with a light as beautiful as a glaze and with a hint of haunting mystery. Simply enough for Pei Yilan to include these eyes in the top 3 ranks of the most beautiful eyes she had ever seen in her life. And the owner of these beautiful eyes blinked her own, the slight confusion in her eyes quickly dissipating. She looked around, recognizing this as her chosen place of slumber, and quickly caught sight of Pei Yilan, who was being supported by one of her fellow officers, and a glimmer of understanding appeared in her eyes. But nothing else was urgent at the moment. The most important thing was to appease his sister, who was almost on the verge of losing control of her emotions. Jasmine curled her lips slightly and flashed a somewhat weak but very bright smile at Gloria, who was anxiously surrounding herself. "I'm sorry, it seemed like I slept for a long time." It was obviously such a simple statement, but it brought Gloria back from her mental trance all of a sudden. She gritted her teeth, her red eyes, which always burned with fire, vaguely moist, and gave her lost and found sister what looked like a vicious but was actually a very light pat. "You dumbass, running here without telling me. Is there anything you can't tell me in advance?" Jasmine felt the lash of her sister's love once again after many years and showed a bitter smile. It was getting close to being too late. I saw an extinction that would completely destroy the bug race. Time was running out and the root anomaly had to be resolved immediately. The other 4 higher insectoids present, even the being who had been watching coldly from the shadows, frowned slightly, not quite catching her meaning. As a matter of fact, they weren't quite sure what exactly Jia Ximin had done until now. They just roughly knew from Pei Yilan's words that she had been protecting the bug nest in this underground cave for the past 20 years that she had been missing. Pei Yilan, on the other hand, was thoughtful, almost instantly associating herself with the children who were still sealed within her spatial nexus. The origin of their birth was because the experimenters affiliated with the black group injected the lifeless eggs with black substances that were filled with negative emotions and capable of causing mania. There is no doubt that these things are not mere mental foci, they are even capable of affecting the physical body. If the mother bug nest, which was capable of giving birth to countless higher bug races, was also contaminated by this substance, what would it lead to? Can a bug race that crawls out of a tainted nest still be trusted? Pei Elan, who had an untutored and keen talent for this, smelled something disturbing almost at once. However, regardless of whether there was a conspiracy behind this or not, there was no way it could succeed at the moment. All of these things could be told slowly to the family later. And this wasn't exactly a good place to talk, thought Jasmine, which was why she didn't make everything clear right away. Peilan looked at the two sisters who were enjoying a rare moment of warmth, and a soft smile couldn't help but appear at the corner of her mouth. It's great that Gloria and her sisters are finally reunited. Her voice was soft, as if she were talking to herself, and yet, Gloria's keen hearing caught it immediately. She put down the hand that she had been holding tightly in her hand and that belonged to Jasmine, pursed her lips, and as if she had made up her mind, she took a resolute step in the direction of Peilan, immediately reaping the benefit of 3 pairs of wary eyes. Gloria stopped in her tracks at the right time. Queen, thank you so much for your selfless outreach. What kind of feelings did Gloria just have when she saw her sister looking so uncomfortable? What kind of feelings did Gloria just have when she saw her sister looking so uncomfortable? Peilan spoke up suddenly, interrupting Gloria's brewing words of gratitude unawares. She froze, clearly not understanding what the queen was doing talking about this at this time, but was also uncontrollably reminded of the mood she'd just been in, a few more shades of bloom coloring her brow. At that time, she only felt shocked and angry, not knowing who had caused Jasmine to become like this, and very worried about her well-being. Later on, he was almost blinded by those bitchy bugs from Leandre, almost started to doubt whether Jasmine was still the same as in the past, always standing up for the bugs, and then fell into deep entanglement and self-torture, his emotions on the verge of going out of control a few times, but the queen's words brought back the agitation that had gone to the edge of the cliff. So, despite her annoyance at the 3 bitchy cohorts who had just tried to trick her into a trap, she wouldn't take it out on the queen, and even her attitude had become a bit cautious. Peilan also knew the answer by looking at her like that, dropping her eyes, the color in her eyes somewhat unreadable. I'm sure it must have been hard for you just now, hating that it was you lying there. When Jasmine heard this, for some reason she also raised her head slightly, her beautiful violet eyes looking over and meeting Peilan's black eyes for a few seconds. Within these short seconds, Peilan surprisingly didn't feel any malice from it, but instead had an indescribably complex feeling. This made her feel a bit puzzled. Jasmine was certainly happy that she didn't harbor ill will when she first met her, unlike the other higher insectoids. But where did these complicated feelings originate? She had obviously never met Jasmine. Peilan thought about these things in her mind as she spoke the words she had been circling in her mind since just now. The other bug races should think the same way when they encounter similar things, right? After all, every bug race shouldn't be alone. They should all have bugs they care about. Gracia. Peilan suddenly aggravated her tone, and despite still having that gentle voice, it suddenly took on an inexplicable majesty, coupled with the fact that she had just demonstrated a power that even the higher bugs could not reach, saving her sister, who was the most important thing to Gracia, so much so that she actually stood upright uncontrollably at this instant, as if she was an officer being inspected by the queen, ready to listen to all the judgments coming from the queen. Those bugs you almost hurt before may be exactly what the other bugs are interested in. Peilan suddenly stuttered a little when she said it, realizing that she seemed to be uncontrollably nosy again. However, seeing the image of Gloria's warmth towards her own sister, she was uncontrollably reminded of Gloria's cold and even cold-blooded attitude when she had treated the rest of her kind before. And then the words had been brewing for a long time, and they came out of her mouth at just the right moment. But after the initial impulse passed, Peilan calmed down, and thinking of Gracia's resistance to her, the nominal queen, meddling in the internal affairs of the bug race, she was somewhat unable to continue speaking. Sorry, didn't mean to dictate the way you run the bugs. I understand, Queen. Although Gracia interrupted Peilan's words, she didn't come off as arrogant and rude, but instead, she even brought with her a bit of eagerness to prove herself. Following the example she had seen, she placed her right hand on her left breast and bent deeply, expressing her attitude of obedience to the queen. By the queen's will, I will not do that again. Peilan was a little less understanding as to why Gloria's attitude had changed so quickly and seemed so eager, as if she was afraid that she would misunderstand that she wasn't willing to change. However, no matter what, once she thought that Gloria wouldn't treat the other insectoids like that in the future, Peilan felt her heart lighten up a lot, and a smile came back to her face. Thank you, Gloria. Gloria straightened up and shook her head back and forth. No, it's what I should have done. I didn't do anything to deserve the Queen's thanks. Instead, I, for one, don't know what to do to thank the Queen for all she has done for me and Jasmine. Seeing the smile on Peilan's face, Gloria was relieved. Peilan must not have known how grave the expression on her face had just been, and the somewhat stuttered tone of her mouth from reacting to the fact that she shouldn't have interfered in the bug's internal affairs was, underneath all that look, enough to be interpreted as a pause of disgruntled disappointment in the extreme, putting a great deal of pressure on Gloria. As a matter of fact, after the incident just now, Greya had basically eliminated her prejudice towards the Queen. Undoubtedly, the current queen of their insect race was not what she had measured herself to be with her narrow mind, but on the contrary, she was a truly magnanimous, unforgiving and loving queen, perhaps, purely from the perspective of a political creature. She was not black-hearted enough, and did not seem to have the toughness of hand and intimidation as the head of a clan, but for the Bug clan, which had once suffered great hardships, such a king who practiced benevolence was exactly the kind of saintly and wise ruler that they longed for the most. Although she had already vaguely sensed something from Greya's behavior just now, the fact that she swore her allegiance so crisply still surprised the three Leandre bugs a bit, but then came the ecstasy. The danger of the Queen's trip is greatly reduced. However, what surprised them even more was yet to come. After her own sister took a stand, Jasmine pondered for a moment, and those clean and clear violet eyes landed on Peilan's body. All the previous emotions completely sunk in, and her eyes overflowed with the friendliness and respect that all of the bugs present were able to clearly feel. She likewise took a few steps in Peilan's direction, placing her right hand on her chest and performing the ancient rite of allegiance towards her. In my distant and broken dreams, I used to see the threads of fate in the underworld. Fate is always devoted to mischief, yet it also occasionally sows seeds of mercy. I saw that he would send the bug race a queen who could change the future of despair and sow hope. Now that I think about it, you are the only one who can bear such a name of hope. I also asked the Queen to accept Jasmine's allegiance. The Queen can come and consult me with any confusion. I am willing to share the Queen's worries and serve. Just, the purple eyes flowed with a hint of worry, both sincere and subtle, causing Peilan to feel an indescribable sense of comfort. Is it really alright for the Queen to guard the nest instead of me? You've only been born a short time ago, right? Wouldn't it be too hard? At these words, both Leandre and Shi Ruiyang had a visible look of nervousness on their faces. And Avino, the smile at the corner of his mouth also faded. Queen, what the hell just happened? What on earth have you done? However, Leandre's originally somewhat agitated tone eventually faded into Peilan's gentle and accommodating eyes. It doesn't matter. I'm fine. She said this not only in response to Jasmine's concern for her, but also to calm the three family members who were a bit agitated. No, maybe. Now she has 5 family members. Feeling the kindness emanating from Gloria and Jasmine, Peilan felt her heartland become softer. Supporting a shield with spiritual power that was enough to wrap around the entire insect nest was a considerable burden even for Peilan's spiritual power, which was so large as to be vast and infinite. But at this moment, her mental exhaustion was almost swept away, and all that remained in her heart was the joy of having 2 more kindnesses on this strange planet. Peilan's face revealed a smile that grew brighter and brighter, and for a moment, in the middle of this dark and humid cave, it unexpectedly also appeared to be radiantly bright, as if illuminating this piece of heaven and earth. Several of the higher bugs looked dumbfounded for a moment. When the heart let go of preconceptions, the Queen shows an attraction that is so uncontrollable that every knit of the brows can firmly attract their eyes. Not to mention such a good-looking smile. I wish such a smile could be on her face all the time. Even Jasmine, who had actually seen the Queen with her own eyes for the first time, couldn't help but have such thoughts flash through her mind. In the next second, however, she suddenly felt her heart tighten as some sort of nebulous premonition descended upon the vision of the seer among the bugs. Jasmine's purple eyes flashed blankly as a blurry picture appeared before her eyes, but it quickly disappeared again. Even though she didn't have the time to see exactly what that image looked like, a hint of uneasiness swept through Jasmine's mind, as if something was about to happen that she would never want to see. And at this time, Peilan was explaining the next arrangements and asking for everyone's opinions. I'll tell you all the original story about what Jasmine and I just said. It's just that. This really isn't the place to talk. Let's go to a place that's secluded enough first. Looking at the ubiquitous black substance in the air, Peilan frowned, a rare flash of boredom in her heart. Those negative emotions are just so appalling and have so many nasty effects that it's almost like a virus to the mind. And, since she didn't know if there was a conspiracy against intelligent lifeforms behind this, she didn't feel comfortable speaking business in the middle of this environment. Despite the fact that her psychic shield had isolated these substances from normal objects, these substances were clearly upgraded compared to the foci of psychotic mania and did not see the light of day. And Peilan had no way to be able to kill them for the time being. So in her mental view, the blackness still floated in the air, only netted by a web of warm orange light, unable to get close to any lifeforms, or to the nest. But they hadn't disappeared after all, and it would be bad if they were assuredly talking loudly in the midst of all this unknown matter, only to be overheard by the enemy by whatever means. Without realizing it, Peilan had become the absolute core amongst this line of higher insects. The suggestion she made was, naturally, immediately recognized. So they carefully flanked Peilan as they stepped together on the steps back above the ground. Out of some kind of proximity, Gloria and Jasmine didn't rush around to the queen's side, but instead let Leon and the others go first, while they chose to follow her behind the temple. As he stepped onto the first rung of the ladder, Jasmine, whose physical body might be relatively fragile compared to the other higher insects, but whose mental power was first-rate sharp, suddenly stopped and glanced back at the shadowy corner that no one had cared about before. A flicker of thought flashed through her clear purple eyes. What's wrong, Jasmine? Gloria was clearly walking a step ahead of him, but ended up stopping immediately as if she had eyes behind her, and followed suit by scanning over with her stern eyes. Gloria was very nervous about this almost considered lost and found sister, and basically the slightest unusual move on her part winds up in the haystack. Although Jasmine felt helpless, she also knew that even though she left without saying goodbye back then to save the bug race, she had also left her sister with a psychological shadow that could only be healed with time. She sighed slightly, a glimmer of gravity and sadness in her eyes that she didn't know what caused it. But in the end, she didn't say anything. It's nothing, I'm probably feeling it wrong. When their voices completely disappeared into this underground cavern, a silver blue light vaguely flashed in the otherwise unoccupied corner. I didn't realize that Jasmine had actually reappeared and decided to support the current queen as soon as she woke up. It looks like the pattern of the bug race is about to change again. That thing they talked about. I cared about it too, but unfortunately, they wouldn't have let me know about it. I don't think. The situation now is very unfavorable for the bugs. We have to think of a way to break the situation. The man slowly and methodically removed the half-finger gloves from his hands, and those foggy eyes suddenly became stern, flashing with a hint of something extremely nasty. This time it was Leandre who led the way, and he couldn't wait to bring the queen inside the palace. And with the help of a floor teleportation device he soon reached the top floor, the most luxurious and beautiful part of the entire palace. Queen, this is your future residence. Leandre found a hair rope from somewhere, tied up a long hair that poured down like a silver waterfall, and made an impromptu salute. And for a moment, had the gentlemanly and elegant look of a butler, very different from the grumpy look he had before. Even though it was not the first time she had seen her colleague's unusual behavior in front of the queen, Gloria's mouth twitched, feeling that she didn't recognize the notoriously irritable poisonous cold storm of the insect race anymore. Is the queen really that magical? Being able to turn a bug into something else and a rabid dog into a licking dog is simply a bit scary. Thinking like this, Greya did not realize that she was also unconsciously watching the queen's every move, fearing that she would make the slightest mistake, and when she saw her showing her tired demeanor, she would all purse her lips, and low pressure would begin to emanate from her body. Jasmine watched from the side as Gloria's gaze kept moving along with Peilan, as if she found this look on her sister's face rare and amusing, and let out a soft laugh. The laughter wasn't loud, but it was still heard by Peilan. She suddenly realized that she hadn't seemed to have introduced herself and had been called Queen and immediately blushed a little. That, Gloria, and Jasmine, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Peilan. Peilan's voice was almost synchronized with Jasmine's. She was confused for a second, then looked over in a bit of surprise, apparently unable to figure out how a bug who had been asleep for 20 years could know her name. Could it be that Gloria knew her identifying information and then just now whispered it to Jasmine in the background? That seemed the most likely explanation, but she always felt that wasn't the case. Jia Ximin smiled again. She looked simply like Peilan, like she was the same age. Her bone structure was on the small side, not as tall as her own colleagues. Her looks were even sweeter and invincible. She didn't look like the rumored extremely scary higher bug race, but rather like a cute neighboring sister, which made Peilan's first impression very cordial. But she also carries an air of maturity and steadiness that has weathered the storms of time, which adds some invisible reliability to her. In truth, this may be the first time the queen has heard of me, but I have heard of the queen countless times before this, not from the mouth of any bug or other lifeform though, but because I see a promising future for the bugs with you as their queen. Coming? When Peilan heard this word, there was both bewilderment and an indescribable feeling in her heart. The future, what a mysterious and desirable word. No intelligent being would know what their future would be like. All they could do was to keep working in the direction of the future they wanted. But until the real future arrives, they don't know if the end result will go in the direction they hope. It was as if Peilan had been craving from the bottom of her heart for something from her family or friends, anything as long as it had an intimate relationship since she opened her eyes. Sometimes she had the feeling as if she was an individual being who had once had a mature outlook and mindset, and for some unknown reason she had become the brand new being named Queen of the Bugs, at the cost of arriving in an unfamiliar universe that could almost be called unknown. She had her own mature thought system, but everything in this universe was very foreign to her, which was why she desperately wished to have depictions of very close relationships, so that she could feel that she was not a rootless floater in this universe. However, when she desperately craved for it, she was only greeted with disappointment again and again, when she no longer insisted on it and demanded it, but only seriously did herself well, and did everything in compliance with her heart's behavior. The positive emotions that could only be in the midst of extravagance once came to her in wave after wave. Thinking of this, the hint of fluctuation in Peilan's eyes disappeared again, becoming very calm. Really? In that case, could Jasmine be able to see a person's future? To be exact, it's not that simple. Jia Ximin was very surprised that Peilan was so calm. To foretell the future, that's something that's out of reach for so many people. Once, when the entire insect race was still under the oppressive rule of the previous queen, there were still countless intelligent lifeforms that would not hesitate to offer up all their treasures, even the cities in their own countries as well as their irreplaceable lives, to the brutal insect tyrant with a tiger for his skin. This was done only in exchange for a promise that the famous prophet of the bugs would make a prophecy for them. The tyrant is always happy to accept the treasures offered to her, coming as she does, but when it comes time to fulfill her promises, she tends to turn the tables right back on them, shattering the cravings of the humble beggars without mercy. It wasn't that she was completely unwilling to let the bug race's once-in-a-century prophet make a prophecy for his race, but it was because this strange power of Jasmine's was difficult for even her to control. In other words, she can't decide what direction she can predict, whether it was a grand event concerning the destiny of a race, or a tiny destiny trajectory of an individual. It could be perceived by her spiritual power, and then capture a certain fragment of the future, and randomly project it into Jasmine's brain field in the form of phantom vision. This kind of at-will precognition was also very helpless to Jasmine, but after all, it was an ability that belonged to her, and if she had been very religious in wishing to know the outcome of something, then it would have a relatively high probability of obtaining a fragment of that relevant future. It was for this very reason that the former tyrant had imprisoned her, shutting her in a darkened cage, ordering worker ants with no minds of their own to whip her constantly, brainwashing her constantly when her willpower was at its weakest, forcing her to think about the tyrant's greatest concerns before forcing her to ask questions about the future as she saw it. Jasmine looked so thin and weak, with her abilities leaning towards assisting, and her body was nowhere near as strong as that of the other higher insectoids. Faced with that brutal punishment, she looked ready to be consumed by lust and malice, yet she remained silent, never conveying a single word about the future to the tyrant, until one day, in the twisted gaze of the tyrant, who was almost ready to seize her, she raised her head for the first time, and uttered the first prophecy she had made since she had been confined here. Though I do not know how far into the future it is, a truly holy monarch will be born beyond Temuro. She will one day return to Temuro to completely wash away the darkness that remains from your cruel rule and bring a light of hope to the insect race. This piece of prophecy was scoffed at by the tyrant, and even his colleagues on the same side as Jasmine were skeptical. The king bug eggs were born in the middle of Temuro's mother bug nest, and that batch would only have the king bug eggs and the future queen's worker ants. In other words, how could the insect king's egg have gotten out into the world? It was also absolutely impossible that the queen would be born outside of Temiroku. However, time had changed, and when the higher insects present once again remembered Jia Ximin's prophecy back then, they couldn't help but feel that fate was indeed a wonderful journey. Of course, the above sentiments were not known to Peilan and could not be empathized with. After hearing what Jasmine had said about that past, she only felt her cheeks explode red and wanted to find a crack in the ground. The Queen of Sanctity? A light of hope? What kind of scale-busting adjective is that? She wasn't even that confident in herself. In short, after being forced to listen to some words of praise for herself, Peilan called a halt with a flushed face, stating that she had fully realized Jasmine's precognitive ability. However, it's not over yet. Leandre heard Jasmine's sincere voice and looked at the Queen's baffled expression, and immediately became a little disgruntled. And in his heart he called out to Jasmine that although he had been asleep for 20 years, his brain was really flexible, and after making up his mind to defect to the Queen, this is the start of kissing the Queen's ass. He was afraid that the Queen would be rifled down by this smooth-talking girl, and immediately roared his admiration for her. Jasmine is right, Queen. You are like the only beacon in the night dash. Stop. That's really enough. Thank you very much but no more. After fanning her hand to dissipate the heat from her red to hot face, Peilan's face suddenly became serious and prepared to get down to business. Lian, when you guys were in the underground cavern earlier, asking me and Jasmine what the hell we did dash. Several of the higher insects who were originally looking at the queen with soft gazes immediately had their spirits lifted, knowing that it was time to get down to business, and were sitting upright with their eyes burning, staring intently at the queen, and Peilan, who was set on fire by her gaze, surprisingly, did not feel uncomfortable at all, but was completely immersed in the horrible truth she was about to reveal, and was trying hard to organize her words and think instantly. Actually, I don't know how Jasmine found those things, but as long as I focus my attention and unfold my mental view, I see a lot of black, strange things appearing in the air that envelopes this entire insect nest. Peilan used this as a starting point, and told the information she currently knew about the black strange substance in its original form, and the crowd of higher insects were already listening very attentively, and as they listened to her continuous narration, their expressions gradually changed from serious to grave. Even Leandre and Gloria, the two relatively acute ones, whose eyebrows had been unconsciously wrinkled, had been about to speak a few times, but had stiffly held back because the queen had not yet finished her speech. It wasn't until after Peilan had stopped for the moment that Leandre finally found the opportunity to vent his shock in rapid succession. What the queen is saying is that the cause of psychotic mania is some kind of pitch black, long, filament-like substance that the Black Group, a transplanetary terrorist organization, is suspected of having successfully extracted and used on those experimental subjects. It's no wonder that they're displaying psychotic mania-like symptoms. And, from what you're saying, it's as if this substance has a mind of its own, and has come of its own accord, or has been specifically placed on tempora by someone behind the scenes, to prey on our mother lair? Avino took Leandre's unspoken words, and the blue in his aquamarine eyes was growing deeper, a harbinger of his descent into brainstorming. That's incredible. Gloria wrinkled her brow tightly, her eyebrows as sharp as knife blades in downright fury when they sank completely, enough to stop a small child from crying at night. Her tone, however, was very gentle. Even as she arguably weighed her words, it was an attitude she had never had with any bugs. As a matter of fact, because of this unusually gentle tone of her speech towards Peilan, Leandre, who prided herself on being the first loyal dog under the queen's seat, was already looking at her with wary eyes for the 5th time. He was both pleased that Queen Shigeki had charmed and conquered another subordinate, and very worried that he had an additional rival who wanted to compete with him for the position of the most powerful subordinate. Just because he had some of that in mind for the queen didn't mean he wanted to give up his position as the queen's best subordinate. Queen, I'm not questioning your intentions. It's just that, as of now, there is still no means of confirming exactly what the cause of psychotic mania is, whereas you said that you saw some black substance that caused the onset of a manic patient. This should have been extremely ridiculous because there are just so many untenable suspicions. For example, and most crucially, why is it that no other intelligent life form has the ability to see mentally, but only the queen of the bugs can? Even if this is true, thinking about it deeper, it's practically open to conspiracy theories, like where does the queen's specialness come from? However, Gloria was helpless to realize that there was no way she could raise any sense of caution or questioning of the queen anymore. In fact, it is by removing these things from the patient's brain field that I cure mania. Peilan also sensed that Greya didn't have any malicious intent and nodded slightly while making an addition. Instead of her mental powers being healing, she had worked diligently like a janitor to remove the garbage that was causing the lesions from the middle of her brain area. So, the true nature of her mental power is not healing, but rather a rather offensive form. As for why the bugs would become better mentally every time they were linked to the brain domain by her mental power, it was purely the queen's soothing effect on the bug's mental power. It had no such effect on humans. However, even though the bug queen's spiritual power was no matter how large or special, it was only for the bug race as a race. And why would the solution to psychokinetic mania, a high-risk disease that has been prevalent for 2 decades among intelligent races with psychokinetic powers, be in the hands of the queen of the bugs? The possible problems with this have long been on Euron's mind as chief consul. He hadn't known about the existence of black matter at that point, but the very fact that the queen was able to cure psychokinetic mania was a piece of news that had to be kept hidden from all races across the stars no matter what. Otherwise, even if they are as strong as the insectoids, I'm afraid that they will be surrounded by those races that have been plagued by psychotic mania for a long time in a firefight. And although even if they do their worst, surely they won't be able to bury the entire race. They will still cause more or less trouble? Therefore, the decision to fake the queen into exile as another race was actually made partly with this in mind. And now, this news brought by Peilan is even more astonishing. What the hell is that substance that causes psychokinetic mania? Why were they only perceived by the queen? And why would they make the queen feel the onslaught of countless negative emotions? And, most importantly, how did they silently bypass the senses of all the bugs, eyeing them as they tried to invade their mother bug nest? What would be the result of the invasion of this substance? Is there someone behind it? There were simply too many issues to consider. And for a moment, the expressions on the faces of every insect race present were very grave. Jasmine took a deep breath and also contributed her valuable information at this time. Actually, I'm nothing special compared to you guys. I also don't have a way to see the black skeletons, those black things. That is, with my spiritual power. Black wreck? Another unfamiliar term appeared. Avino took it very well and soon stopped dwelling on the name and threw out the question he most wanted to be answered at the moment. How did you know they were going to invade the nest since you had no way of seeing these things? The answer to this question was actually already in front of them. After realizing Jasmine's ability, there should be no one who wouldn't have thought. Knowingly, I certainly saw the future of the bugs 20 years ago. Jasmine frowned slightly, and her crystal clear purple eyes were tinted with a bit of sadness. At that time, the bugs had just gathered all the power they could muster and killed the tyrant of the time. But no one was excited or joyful that the long-desired freedom had finally come. All of them were only numb. But amidst the numbness there was a vague hint of longing. With the tyrant dead, the future of the bugs, their future, must be better, right? However, Jasmine at the time woke up suddenly one night in a cold sweat that was desperately breaking out of a shell that should have been chilly. She sees a future where the bugs are about to be enveloped in darkness. Jasmine could only see vague snippets of the future at every turn. Even with the prophecy of a saintly queen emerging in the future of the insectoids, she only saw a light of hope representing the queen and the figure of a young girl standing alone beneath a dazzling warm orange sheen. And she learned her name, Elan Pei. And this time, her heart was beating wildly in anticipation of something very bad. The bugs were going to suffer an extremely terrible crisis before the Queen of Sacred Brightness, whom the bugs needed the most, appeared. The crisis was very strange. After all, by all rights, the future she had foreseen should be linear and in a certain time sequence. The future she foresees must not be further ahead than what she foresees last time, but should be pushed back. But this crisis she felt at that time came before her last prophecy, which was the birth of the queen. It's almost as if this crisis is a result of the cunning goddess of fate secretly plucking the strings of destiny, which has led to an impending crisis that should never have arisen. After awakening from the fragment of precognition, Jasmine forgot a lot of things almost immediately, only vaguely remembering that the exact form of that crisis was an overwhelming black fog. No, it wasn't an invisible thing at all, but some kind of substance that really existed, but couldn't be observed by the average bug. They lurked silently in the air, taking advantage of each insectoid's use of mental power to adhere to the mental power tentacles like bacteria, and then just logically went in when the mental power returned to the brain area. An incredibly natural process, as if they were supposed to be there. Not only that, but these things were also unsuspectingly surrounding the base of life of the bug race, the mother bug nest, disguised as airborne particles, seeping little by little into the surface soil and gradually penetrating within the nest. Countless bugs that were stimulated by these substances and broke their eggs early tore through the protective membranes of the nests with their own sharp claws and broke out. The bugs in charge of assigning positions habitually placed the newly born laborers in various suitable positions without noticing that all of them had extremely terrifying scarlet glints in their eyes. Black wreck. At the end of the future clip, these two words surfaced in Jasmine's mind, as if an invisible existence was extremely arrogantly branding its name into the heart of this higher bug race, wanting to make her, and even all intelligent races, remember the fear that this name brought. That was probably all Jasmine remembered from the snippets, and even many of the scenes were vague, having been surmised by herself. That night 20 years ago, Jasmine was at her residence, contemplating the temero purple sky for 2 seconds, the confusion in her eyes quickly transforming into determination. Based on the snippets of the future she had seen, she could basically determine that those black wrecks should have descended on the planet by about this time. No, who says they only come to Temperance? Even though she hadn't been able to see the source of such things in the future footage, she had gotten a vague sense that they had an extremely frightening ability to adapt and spread. Think pessimistically, maybe the universe has been overrun by black wrecks. And so, with hardly any more time wasted, Jasmine disappeared into thin air. Of course, before making the sacrifice, Jasmine had originally hoped to tell his fellow officers all about the whole thing through the spirit link, or at least make them pay proper attention. However, her mental link was not able to contact any of the bugs, because there was an extremely strange sense of blockage that was hovering in the middle of her brain field and was preventing her from passing the message to the other bugs. It was the black wrecks. They had discovered her purpose through some unknown means and were trying to stop her by eroding her mental power. Despite being helpless, in the face of that situation, Jia Simin could only give up on informing his companions in the end, and instead resolutely chose to preserve the mother insect nest first. In any case, at least nothing must happen to the motherworm nest. Even if the entire bug race's entire existing fighting force perished, as long as the mother bug nest was around, the bug race would still have moments of hope under the leadership of the new queen. What followed was known to all the higher bugs present. She was alone with a responsibility that could be described as frightening. And for 20 years, Jasmine. Peilan pursed her lips and called her name softly, but didn't know what to say to this brave and strong higher insectoid. She's really a very, very good bug, always very considerate of her companions, and very decisive and big picture when it counts. Peilan didn't know what she wanted to say. Although she always had an inexplicable sense of responsibility for a lot of things, she also knew that the situation Jasmine was facing at that time wasn't something she could intervene in. She didn't know where she was at that time. Still, she believed from the bottom of her heart that an insect like Jasmine shouldn't have to spend 20 years alone in the middle of a dark dungeon. Thankfully, she is now finally taking that burden over. Sensing the queen's intense concern, Jasmine once again thanked the nest from the bottom of his heart for giving such a queen to the bugs, and also flashed a smile towards the queen. Things having been talked over, Leandre and Evander looked at each other and took the lead, standing up and bidding farewell to Peilan. Although their mood was a bit heavy and they vaguely felt the sense of a storm coming, they were undaunted and were eager to try, wanting to uncover the mastermind behind the scenes and return a clean slate to the queen and peace to the insect race. In any case, the bugs are by no means sitting ducks. So what if it was an unseen enemy? They were equally confident that they would be able to crush the other side in the end. However, before leaving, the higher insects had to first ensure Peilan's safety. Although most of the higher bugs who hold real power are now on the queen's side, Euron is still hiding in the shadows like a viper, and there's the unknown presence behind Blackrock. They wouldn't feel comfortable leaving the queen alone, so they finally decided to leave Shireen behind to protect her by Peilan's side. For her part, Gloria was left behind by Peilan in a rare and forceful manner, citing the need to help her clean up the black skeletons that had invaded her brain field. Early on in the underground cavern, she had noticed something amiss in the midst of Grea's brain field. She was on the verge of losing control of her emotions at the time, but they were powerfully calmed later on by Jasmine's awakening, and thus calmed down a bit on their own without the queen's intervention. But this was a hidden danger after all. I'm afraid that she has accumulated a certain amount of black skeletons in her brain field, and if she lets it go on, sooner or later she will still have a manic episode like Leandre and the others. And so, like a big cat that had been pinched at the back of its fateful neck, Gloria, who had originally planned to fight alongside her sister after a long absence, had to temporarily stay by the side of Peilan, the source of the complexity of her mind. Leandre and Evander seemed to have some clue, and had made a hasty exit after making sure that the queen would not be left without a protective force at her side. Jasmine, on the other hand, stayed a little longer to talk in order to reassure Gloria that she was at ease with her healing here. As Jasmine was about to leave the queen's sitting room, she suddenly felt her heart flutter hard. The feeling was fleeting, making her barely react, but her body had stopped and looked back at Peilan. "What's the matter? Does Jasmine have something to say to me?" Peilan spoke in a very gentle tone, looking at Jasmine, who suddenly turned back with encouragement in her eyes. Having gained insight into what Jasmine had once carried, she felt a twinge of admiration for Jasmine and was more than willing to do something for her. Jasmine was a little flustered, but couldn't really say why right now. If she had to say it, she had a feeling that with her departure, something would happen on the queen's side that was outside the control of all the bugs. But it was just a bit of her own personal nonsensical perception, and even she couldn't say why, and she hadn't even seen an exact fragment of the future. Therefore, she could only shake her head in the end. Nothing, just still asking the queen to be sure to be more careful. Peilan was just about to say something when Greyet sked softly and puffed out her chest, her reddish eyes full of confidence and firm conviction. "Don't worry about it. With me by the queen's side, even Aaron won't be able to hurt her a hair." Hirian was forced to choke back what he had been about to say. He gave Greta an expressionless look. Another look at Jasmine, who had taken a step back 3 times, suddenly felt that the sisters were an eyesore. Sometimes, he even felt as if there were 2 little people fighting in his head. One of them was roaring, "I'm enough for the queen," while the other one was radiating a holy green light, full of love and boundlessness. Thinking the more high-level warriors surrounding the queen, the better. Jealousy is the most unnecessary behavior. He would feel a little bit of a hidden pain in his brain. One moment he was lost in the fact that there were more and more bugs around the queen, and that he would only have less and less time alone in the future. And the next moment he felt that the queen was just surrounded by so many people arching around her, and it was as if the whole bug was being torn in half by the 2 extremes of emotions. Hirian? Peilan had already extended her own mental tentacles by now, little by little, probing into Grea's brain area and starting to work on removing the black skeleton for her. But then, suddenly, as if she had telepathy, she sensed that a bright green mass of light behind her was commiserating, wilting, and so emotionally drained that she could feel it. Peilan sighed somewhat helplessly. There were times when she would feel that the queen's ability to sense the emotions of the bugs around her was just a bit of a cheat, and it was a weirdly rude ability. What if people didn't want her to know? There were times when she wondered if it was better to pretend she didn't know, but whenever she sensed that her family was in the midst of a downward spiral, she could never ignore it. What's wrong with Shireen? Wasn't he fine just now? Why was he suddenly not in a good mood after Jasmine left? Peilan couldn't figure it out. Combining the changes before and after, she realized that she could only attribute it to the fact that Jasmine had left, causing Hirian to become moody. Wait, does that mean that Hirian actually doesn't want Jasmine to leave? Peilan always felt as if an unprecedented field had been lit up in her head. For a moment, Hirian's every move since meeting Jasmine all passed through her mind, as if there was nothing strange about it, even if there was almost no communication between the two of them. So Peilan had to precisely manipulate her mental power to find out the black skeleton hidden in the middle of Grey's brain field while looking back at him with the gentle yet worried eyes that Shireen knew best. Those dark eyes simply gathered all the tenderness of a queen and were asking him silently what was wrong. Hirian suddenly felt that the little emotion he had just felt was ridiculous. The queen was using her mental power to do such a delicate maneuver. And even for a powerful queen, this was no small amount of stress. But even so, the queen still chose to turn back to the first moment to calm herself when she sensed her emotions were in question. What does he expect when he's already done this? Hasn't the queen done enough? From beginning to end it had always been his insatiable and inflated desire to have the queen's tenderness and yet still want to monopolize it. Hirian, for some reason, suddenly remembered the most vicious curses the former queen had ever hurled at them in the midst of painful memories from over 20 years ago. Perhaps that old demon bug was right. They, the heightened bug race, were indeed some monsters who were naturally insatiable. A flash of self-deprecation flashed through Hirian's mind. Then he forced down all the sourness in his heart, and the happy times he had spent with the queen came to mind, and a smile naturally rose to his eyes. No need to pretend to be happy at all. I'm very sorry for worrying the queen. I'm just a little worried about the conspiracy behind Black Wreck against the bugs or even all intelligent races. For that matter, Greya, who was comfortably receiving the queen's mental healing, raised her eyebrows, and a hint of mockery flashed in her red eyes. That's an outrageous lie to make up, isn't it? He, Hirian, would be the bug that cared about such things. However, what blew her mind was that Peilan believed it. She let out a sigh of relief almost immediately, and then said in relief, "Don't be anxious, with all of us working together, we can definitely solve this matter. As a matter of fact, I think that the black hand behind the scenes might not have much certainty against us, which is why they are quietly disintegrating from within in this way." Hirian nodded very seriously, as if truly comforted by the queen, his brow relaxing more and more. It's long overdue. Watching the queen completely relax because of herself, Hirian mentally spat at himself. Why do you have to put on a bitter face? It makes the queen worry too. His heart's desire had clearly always been for the queen to climb to the top without worry. So, no matter what, at least he should never be a drag on the queen. All the negative emotions that arose from his desire for exclusivity were bitter fruits that he had sown himself. And it was fine to use them to make things difficult for himself, but he absolutely could not make the queen feel sad because of it. Unbeknownst to Hirian at the moment, despite the fact that the idea of interoperability had never been an issue between him and Leandre and Avino, they had agreed on this point of view. At least, whatever disputes they might have in the future over being the most special presence around the queen, they would never make it difficult for the queen. Peilan watched the shallow curve of Hirian's mouth and a smile appeared on her own face. She felt that she must not be the only one who enjoyed watching her family smile, right? After all, wishing for the happiness of one's favorite person is the most pristine wish in everyone's heart. The atmosphere between the two of them grew cozy, while on the other side, the corners of Greya's mouth were already twitching, and it definitely wasn't due to the discomfort of the fact that the queen's mental powers were carrying something strange in and out of her brain area. Her mind felt incredulous. How on earth has the queen survived this long? Is it by this inexplicable sense of trust in dangerous people, or is it by this foolish naivete? Obviously didn't she look like she was doing the right thing when she warned her and helped her before? How is it that you don't even see the lies that are so obvious to Shireen now? Or did she just trust Hirian to that extent already? That's a dangerous thing to do. While Shireen now seems as if he intends to be a good and loyal general, and the queen's traits make it very difficult for the bugs to plot against him. It's ridiculous to put all of your trust in a shifty and dangerous higher bug. Gloria still hadn't realized that more of her emotions were actually concern for Peilan than mockery and matter-of-fact watching. She was almost like a loyal and unaware great loyalist at this moment, watching her own queen being close to a dangerous person with worry, wishing that she could just use her body to turn into a wall to stand between them, so that they could communicate only through the wall. And, don't know if it's her illusion, every time she sees Leandre, Shireen and Avino, these three door gods surrounding Peilan, she always has a very bad feeling. It always felt that. Occasionally, there was not only loyalty and admiration in their eyes when they looked at Peilan, but there seemed to be something very unpleasant, a very strong and exclusive kind of. Gloria, how are you feeling right now? Pei-Lan suddenly spoke up, interrupting Gloria's thoughts and causing her to momentarily forget about that strange feeling. So much so that later on, when she found out that her fellow officers actually had such dirty thoughts about the Great Queen, she was about to be so angry with herself that she could not wait to beat up the group of guys who actually had dirty thoughts about the Queen who had only just been born and was still less than a year old, referring to her one bug swarm beating 3. And now Gloria's brow furrowed slightly, quickly stretching again. She began to run her spiritual power, and found that her spiritual source was simply more comfortable than ever before, and her operation within her brain domain was also more unimpeded than ever before. It was almost as if her meridians that had been blocked for many years had been opened up at once. She even felt like her spiritual power bottleneck was loosening up a bit, as if she would go to the next level at any time. Gloria ran her mental faculties alone and in silence for a while, certain that there was indeed a feeling now that all the foci of her long-dormant illness had been eliminated, and that her control over her own emotions had become noticeably more stable. If another low-ranked insectoid were to defy her in front of her now, she wouldn't be so easily provoked into an outburst, and would most likely choose to let it go after a warning. She was as clear as she'd ever been now, and didn't even understand why she'd been so punchy before, as if she'd eaten lasers. In short, after realizing how much help the Queen had been to her, Gria very silently knelt on one knee in front of Pei-Lan. Without needing to say much, she swore her allegiance with her own behavior. Pei-Lan was stunned for a second, and then was shocked. Gria, what are you doing? Hurry up and get up. What's wrong with this high bug? Why do they all like to kneel at the drop of a hat? Is she the only one who finds this bad and embarrassing? Instead of getting up the first time, Gria simply said, "The Queen saved my sister and saved me. There is no way to repay me, so I will be at your disposal from now on. There's really no need to. Anyway, I've gotten your point, so hurry up and get up." Pei-Lan reached out to pull Gria, and while that little bit of force was better than nothing for a high insectoid, Gria still got up very obediently, physically proving that she would never disobey her queen's orders now. Pei-Lan shook her head helplessly as she looked at this look of hers that had suddenly become very formal. "Really? Why have you suddenly become so silent? I still prefer the more lively Gloria." Gloria flinched slightly. After completely setting her mind right and treating the Queen as the monarch she was to serve, it was undeniable that for a moment she really couldn't face the Queen as casually as she had before, and uncontrollably felt a bit of nervousness for fear that she wouldn't do well in front of the Queen. Yet, the Queen says she still wants to see herself as she was, more relaxed. Just as Gloria's heart was touched for I don't know how many times, Pei-Lan suddenly looked solemn, and then quickly returned to normal, barely letting the two generals around her notice that something was wrong. "Where is that restroom? I'll just go on my own. I don't need you guys to follow. It's right here anyway, isn't it?" With a wink towards Shireen and Gloria, who tried to follow her, Pei-Lan was finally able to make her way to the bathroom on her own. The bathroom was separated from the parlor by a distance and a corner, and from Gloria's and Shireen's point of view, they could only see a straight corner and the window directly in front of them, with no way to see what was happening in the bathroom behind the corner. However, their mental power would naturally capture the Queen's state without missing a single beat, and if something happened, at this distance, it wouldn't take them even 0.1 seconds to get to the Queen's side. That was the bottom line of their letting the Queen leave the realization for a while. However, they didn't know that an uninvited guest had already set up a mental power barrier around the corner, silently confusing their perception. Pei-Lan stepped in with a seemingly ignorant foot, yet did not reveal a trace of surprise when she saw the figure that was leaning against the wall waiting for her. "What are you doing here? The Queen doesn't seem to be welcoming me." A low male voice rang out, sounding like a statement of fact, and Pei-Lan was not the least bit shy about releasing her signals that he was not welcome. Her heart knew very well that the man in front of her, who could be described as elegant and stunning, was different from any of the higher insects beside her, an enemy that she absolutely had to be wary of, and that could fall into a trap with the slightest carelessness. The man's misty blue eyes were a clear testimony to his identity, the chief consul of the bugs. "Yaron, I don't consider myself to be a bad-tempered one, but there's no way I can do that and still be pleasant to a bug that wants me dead." Pei-Lan was vigilantly following Yalowin's every move, making sure that if he had the slightest intention of misbehaving, he would be able to immediately shake the man, and at the same time, he slowly opened his mouth. She'd realized as she'd spoken the words that the illusion of barely contained peace between the two was probably going to be completely punctured soon. After all, her words had already been spoken very nonchalantly, basically putting her guard up in the open, with the intention of completely tearing her face off. And in fact, this was the attitude that Pei-Lan decided to adopt towards Yalowin after much deliberation. She really wasn't good at being wishy-washy with people who wanted her dead. and she didn't want to have to watch out for the other side while she smiled and talked to Yaren about things, so she might as well make things clear from the start, and be able to stop being wishy-washy with the other side during the time that she had to stay in Tang Milo, so that the wells didn't interfere with the rivers. After Lin and the others managed to find out who was behind the Black Wreck incident and determined that it had nothing to do with Yaren, the consul, she planned to pull together a little meeting with her family. Peilan would tell all about her success in helping the bugs stop a catastrophe when the time came. She didn't seek to make Yalowin remember her favor, much less think of a return gift. She only wished that Yalowin would stop seeing her as an enemy because of something unfounded, or the kind of thing that she couldn't wait to kill afterward. Peilan had no intention of getting involved in the bug race's internal affairs, but she didn't want the bug race to get worse either. As the consul, she could not believe that Yalowin was unaware of the bug race's abnormalities, so she inevitably wondered if he had colluded with the mastermind behind the Black Wreck. Therefore, only on the premise of finding out clearly that Yalowin is innocent, Peilan will be assured that a series of subsequent matters concerning the Black Skeleton will be handed over to him logically. In this way, Yaren naturally had little reason to hold her. A great meritocracy in Temmiro, and the so-called trial crisis was resolved, and she was able to return to the Central Military Academy to continue her studies with peace of mind. As for the other possibility, that's even more convenient. Who was Euron to judge her when he himself was a traitor to the worms? Directly think of a scheme to reveal his true colors and then disposed of in accordance with the rules of the insect race. Then Peilan will have even less to worry about. The same can leave here openly and honestly. Of course, if the bugs had any subsequent troubles that she needed to be allowed to assist in solving, even if it was for the sake of so many of her own harvested bug family members, she would certainly try to help. Peilan unconsciously has become more and more the style of the superior, in the perspective of thinking about the problem, comprehensive and thorough, and even gradually showed the ability to be good at using all the power around them to achieve their own purposes. Right now, for example, she didn't really intend to be a bug queen with real power, and was bent on returning to the Central Military Academy. So after discovering the Black Wreck, she took advantage of the situation, and quickly came up with a ploy to solve the current dilemma, and it was highly feasible. Only, out of some kind of unspoken mind, Peilan had not told her family about her plan so far, but planned to wait until her family had found out something about it, perhaps in the shadows. She had a vague premonition that the hopes of her own family's hearts might be contrary to what she had in mind. For example, they might want her to stay here forever. What is the queen thinking about? Is talking to me so impossible to get you to focus? Yalowin could see that Peilan was wandering off and frowned slightly. There seemed to be displeasure between his gazes, but they remained light. In fact, a dark cloud had hung over his heart. It is really too obvious. This kind of difference in treatment. Obviously just now treating Gloria and Hirian still so gentle, but now saw himself, but always cold face. Not even a little smile cannot be seen, not to mention that kind of warm and soft words. Euron knew he shouldn't care about this, and once he started caring, it meant he had fallen into the queen's genetic trap, but there was no way for him to control himself, just as there was no way for any bug to deny himself genetic submission to the queen. He hated it, but had to admit that he was still subject to it even now. But, previously, he had been making things difficult for himself and internally depleting himself with such faults that were not his own. Would it have worked wonders if, say, he had laid it all out completely before the queen? Thinking of a scene like that, a meaningful look flashed across Yaren's eyes, and the mist in those foggy blue eyes grew thicker, as if they were about to spread out from their sockets and choose someone to eat. To be clear, since the beginning of time, the bugs have never pointed their noses at the queen and called her out. You're nothing more than an asshat who enjoys favor by virtue of your noble genes as a matter of course. Previously, it was because the idea had never arisen that offering up the Bug King was something that was taken for granted for any bug race. In front of the previous tyrant, this accusation will not cause substantial mental harm to the other party, but will arouse the tyrannical nature of the other party's heart, using the genetic rights of this accusation, to give the insect race that dares to advise in front of her a little color. But this extremely testing. The queen's moral level of tricks do not work for tyrants, but may not work for the current situation. Queen, do you know why you are the queen of the bugs? ? What kind of words were those? How did she know why she was so coincidentally descended directly from the king bug egg? Peilan vaguely realized that the opposite side did not have good intentions, and her complexion went cold. As I said before, becoming your king is not an option for me. Or let me ask it another way. Do you know why Leandrian and Avino and maybe now Greya and Jasmine, they are treating you so strangely? They should have been quite defensive towards you before, right? It's a strange thing. Too, it's reasonable to think that you've only just been born. So how could you have had the chance to offend them? And now, they are simply already devout to the point of incredulity towards you. I'm afraid that even the most devout of believers would not be able to match the level of faith they have in you in their hearts. Peilan didn't say anything and fell into deep thought. She was a little wary of Aaron. A little worried that he was trying to play a diversionary tactic. But what he said cut right to the heart of the question in her own mind. Indeed, the shift in her family's attitude towards herself before and after was a bit too much. And after taking her in, they simply valued her to an incredible degree. Peilan didn't say anything, but she didn't leave either, intending to hear exactly what explanation Yalan wanted to give for this. Yaron smiled. The man who never smiled much suddenly broke into a smile that was as stunning as ice melting. But his pale lips opened and closed, and he spat out venom full of malice. Actually, it's all just because it's in the bug's genes to be naturally submissive to the queen. The queen of the bugs is an anti-racial evolutionary being that naturally has the power to be able to coercively order any bug by virtue of genetic superiority. And, even more frightening, all bugs will gradually stop disagreeing with this under the influence of their genes, and from then on, the queen's will be the will of all bugs, and all bugs will eventually lose their individual minds, and will be completely reduced to being the queen's puppets. After thoroughly exposing the truth that the queen of the insect race was able to dominate the entire race, Yaluan had been observing Peilan's reaction, calmly evaluating her performance in his mind, and then using it to refine his next plan. If this newborn queen's majesty was really as upright and kind as she usually showed, then, after realizing the danger she posed to the insect race, she might be able to manage to dispose of her without seeing blood. And if anything, the fact that she didn't half react after hearing everything seems to be proof enough that she's just a hypocrite. He had activated the retention device with his mental power and was recording everything silently. As long as the queen's true colors were poked in front of all the bug races, it would be possible to sober them up a little bit more, which would be convenient for him to make a case at the Supreme Judgment. In his conception, the queen would soon make one of the two reactions mentioned above. However, the fact was that Peilan had kept her head down after listening to his words and seemed to daze. Peilan was certainly not half untouched by his words. In fact, it was so touchy-feely that she was on the verge of brain damage at this point. Would the queen of the bugs have that horrible an effect on the bugs? Is it even able to subliminally influence their thinking? On second thought, Leandre's attitude was also more than a little ambivalent before he was resolved into mania by himself. He often spoke to her in a tone that suddenly and unconsciously became conciliatory, and then as if in sudden reaction, his tone snapped to ferocity. Moreover, while still staying in the Skywalker star, Peilan could always feel Leandre's gaze always watching her, occasionally feeling that the sharpness and scrutiny within the gaze were gradually, it was replaced by gentleness, but when she looked back over her shoulder, his gaze would instantly turn menacing. A few other family members were the same, very resistant, repulsive, even disgusted with themselves in the early stages, but occasionally they would make her feel, without realizing it, as if they were very shaky and struggling. In the past, this struggling attitude once gave Peilan hope, a source of motivation that supported her to always remain hopeful despite her family's malice. She had naively thought at the time that it was the blood kinship between their families at work. As long as the misunderstanding was cleared up, they could make up. But, if what Yaron says is true, then, everything behind this becomes finely tuned. There was never any blood attraction between family members, only the fatal lure of the queen's genes to the bugs. What's even scarier is that this brutal truth turns out to have been in evidence for a long time. After having everything nailed down by Yaron, Peilan uncontrollably began to think back to the past when she had spent time with these lovely bugs around her, and it dawned on her that it had been shown in so many places that their relationship had never been one of equals. Despite her unilateral wishful thinking in identifying Leandre and the others as her family, their attitude towards her was always one of trepidation, more than respect and less than intimacy. She had already realized that, hadn't she? She always felt less natural with her family than with her friends, because she was on an equal footing with her friends, whereas with her family, there was always a layer of class. Though she didn't want it per se, it was still up there, a reminder every now and then that she was with Leandre and they were getting along from top to bottom. Peilan remembered again how she had once been forced to use her spiritual authority as a queen to order the insect race several times, even though it was all some last resort situation at the time. How come? She hadn't thought of it? One's own hands were holding the power to be able to forcefully order the insect race off. The authority of the so-called queen of the bug race was never something she could pretend didn't exist just because she didn't want it. In any case, it was a fact that she possessed this power that could influence the entire bug race, and from the other bugs' point of view, they can only pray that they will never use this power to order them to do something against their will in their lives. Isn't it unfair to do so? Thinking of this, Peilan pursed her lips, a pair of eyes that always shone with a warm glow, but at this moment, they were a bit dull. She should have thought of it long ago. Why didn't she think of it until now? It was obvious that everything was almost in front of her, but she always refused to think about it. The bugs were rightfully wary of her, weren't they? What intelligent race that wanted to develop properly would choose to allow a weakness of that magnitude to exist? The rise and fall of the race, as well as the safety and security of individuals, are all tied to one person, which is really too dangerous. Moreover, what is even more terrifying is that the queen's genes also have a natural attraction to the insect race, which will make them rationalize all unreasonable authority, PUA themselves, and finally voluntarily become puppets for the queen to drive and have no autonomous thoughts. Actually, this has been obvious for a long time, hasn't it? It is easy for family members to lose their minds whenever they are involved in their own problems. Whenever they open their mouths about what they want to achieve, they are bound to end up obeying them. This bottomless, unprincipled favoritism and obedience, one never thought deeply about it, but only felt helpless, without realizing what terrible implications were behind it. Was it because she hadn't thought about it carefully and deeply enough to realize it? Or was it that her subconscious actually enjoyed the absolute dominant authority she possessed as the queen so much that she deliberately ignored all the abnormalities and just got on with it? At the thought that she might have ignored the abnormal state of her family members for her own convenience and comfort, allowing them to be dominated and manipulated by their genes, Peilan suddenly felt chills run through her body. She gritted her teeth and fought back the urge to retreat, dissecting herself and scrutinizing herself relentlessly. Peiran, did you really not notice the strange change in attitude of Leandre and the others? Is it even possible to derive from this the sadder truth that the disgust and defensiveness at the beginning is what you thought your family really did to you? From the heart. And then, because of the genetic drive and forced attraction, they were forced to gradually change their mentality. And then because of some opportunities, they completely became what they are now. Peilan felt her immediate vision blur a bit. She slid down against the wall, burying her head between her knees and letting out an uncontrollable, very soft sob. Yaron seemed to say something else, and then left. But she had no time to think about him. As a matter of fact, Peilan could not wait for Yaron to hurry up and leave, or even all the bugs to stay away from her, never to suffer one more point of influence from these irresistible genes. Being genetically forced to arrange to be bound to the so-called queen that he was so wary and disgusted by. Such a thing, Peilan did not want to happen to Leandre and the others. Even though the time spent with these higher bugs might have been nothing more than a genetic hoax, Peilan had at least once truly treated them as her family and still loved them. Because of love, she wanted to set them free. Wow! Accompanied by the sound of running water, a pale hand dipped into the water and wiped its face, and a slightly pale face emerged from the mirror opposite. There were droplets of water dripping down from Peilan's long and thick eyelashes, leaving a trail of water on her cheeks, like the trail of tears snaking through. Yaron left long ago through the black hole, leaving an ultimatum before he left. If Peilan wants to return freedom to all the bugs, then please find a way to go to the consul's office in the administration building within 3 days. As long as she took the initiative to travel there, Yaron would see her as having an interest in cooperating and would create an opportunity for them to meet individually, and together they would solve this historical problem once and for all. Maybe this is a young conspiracy. Maybe what Yalawan wants to do is to trick Peilan out of the protective circle of the many higher bugs, and then kill her in order to put an end to the future. He was also considered experienced in this regard. And the one who had given the previous Bug King the fatal blow was none other than him. Though the Bug King's blood left him with a scar that could never be erased after it splattered on his face, he saw it as a symbol of honor. But even though she knew in her heart that if she agreed to Yalawan, she was afraid of the dangers, Peilan sadly realized that she still couldn't make up her mind to ignore his words. There's no going back. She simply couldn't do it, knowing everything, and still be able to get along with her family as if nothing had happened. No, they weren't supposed to be her family either. Or maybe even didn't want to be her family at all, but were just genetically bound to her allegiance. Peilan dropped her head and took a step back into the parlor. Gloria, who had been sitting on the couch, had gotten up at some point and was pacing back and forth in the spacious hall. She glanced in the direction of the bathroom and smashed her mouth as if impatient. What's taking so long? Siren could hear that Grea's tone was not one of impatience, but of concern. In fact, he agreed that the queen had been gone a little too long. Just as Grea was somewhat pressed, the figure of Peilan returning step by step finally appeared as far as her eyes could see. She had just breathed a sigh of relief when she became acutely aware of the queen's low mood, frowned, and disappeared in the blink of an eye, then appeared beside Peilan, but with great restraint, retaining a distance of half a meter. Queen, what is wrong with you? Peilan looked at Gloria's forced calmness, but in reality, her eyes were accidentally showing her anxiety, and she only felt a burst of astringency in her heart followed by a burst. Gloria is also, before obviously so rejected her, should also be the identity of his scruples, right? But now the attitude has changed so quickly. No, it couldn't be said that way. In fact, from the very beginning, the red-haired, red-eyed, passionate, fire-like woman looked at her with the meaning of struggle dancing in her eyes all the time, as if she was trying to resist the irresistible greatness with her mortal body and flesh, struggling desperately but helplessly, and could only watch herself gradually sinking. Peilan might have once wondered about the ambivalent and struggling attitudes of Greya and even all the higher bugs around her when confronted with her, and might have once been glad that their lack of firmness in their attitudes had given her the opportunity to be able to ease their relationship. But now, knowing that it turned out that they were affected by an uncontrollable bloodline, Peilan's heart was left with only a faint sadness. And I don't know who it's directed at. Queen? Gloria was a bit taken aback by the state of Peilan. Despite having known the queen for only a short time, she simply couldn't imagine that their queen would one day look like this. It's as if there is a bit of a heartfelt release, but it's extremely sad. Hirian couldn't sit still either. He quickly stepped to Peilan's side, and as his hand reached out, he touched Peilan's back with extreme restraint, tentatively patting it, trying his best to release his soothing meaning. It seemed to him that the queen was now shivering under a branch like a bird with wet feathers, soaked and insecure. But now that things were clearly getting better, with more and more higher bugs surrounding the queen, why had the queen suddenly become so insecure? Shireen suddenly had a flash of insight and blurted it out. Queen, what just happened? Did someone say something to you? Greya's gaze was also on Peilan, her expression gradually sinking. A nameless anger bubbled up in her heart at the moment, not against the queen, of course, but against some possible compulsion of the Sacred Heart. If there is really anyone who is chewing in the queen's ear, causing the queen to become this pitiful look, she will definitely not let the other party go. However, clearly surrounded by two higher insects loyal to her at the moment, an absolutely safe position, Peilan still only shook her head, never opening her mouth to say a single word. If she gave Euron up now, then the family would inevitably not allow herself to leave their sight halfway next. But then there would be absolutely no way for her to know about the possible method that Euron was talking about that could undo the unfair effects of the queen's top-down targeting of the bugs. Peilan knew that he should continue to remain silent now, or perhaps if he could do better, he would say a few words now to calm Hirian and Greya down. That way they wouldn't continue to think about it more. But, how could it be done, on their own, wanting it the most, in front of the family that he was honest with? How is it possible, being able to raise a fake easy smile at a time like this? In the end, Peilan still opened his mouth, his voice a little hoarse. How is the former queen of the bugs treating you? Was she an honorable queen? There are many things that after knowing one of the key points, everything else becomes clear. In the past, Peilan had always been unable to imagine what kind of terrifyingly evil force could have caused so many higher insects to suffer greatly. But now, it was as if the answer was in front of her. Hearing her question, Hirian and Greya froze almost in sync. Why would the queen suddenly ask about the former tyrant? Obviously everyone very tacitly and unanimously decided not to mention this matter in front of her. Surely there is a bug chewing on her face? Looking at the evasive eyes of Hirian and Gloria, Peilan had understood everything. She let out a bitter laugh and whispered, "She did you all a lot of damage, didn't she? And you guys can't even fight her off because she, like me, is the queen of the bugs and was born with the power of life and death against the entire bug race. How sad, and how ridiculous, that such a powerful intelligent race could have the fate of an entire race decided by a tiny individual." Hirian looked at Peilan in this state and was a bit flustered. He couldn't clearly perceive why his heart suddenly became so panicked. He just had a vague feeling that the queen seemed to be thinking about something very bad. The side of the young girl's face was covered in a soft shimmer under the light, and there was a feeling that was both holy and ethereal, as if the other person would melt into the light at any moment, never to be seen again. He was a little flustered, and for the first time hated himself so much for being so mouthy. Why couldn't he be as eloquent as Euron and Evanir, and use words to reverse the situation in any situation? It would be surprising that he didn't know what to say to appease the queen. Peilan raised her eyes slightly and looked fixedly at Hirian and Gloria for a moment, then turned her head sideways again, looking at the scenery outside the window next to her, not knowing what she was thinking about. The scene was so suffocating at one point that even the air seemed to condense. Just when Gloria was about to lose her hold and directly break the pot to ask the queen why she was suddenly so abnormal, Peilan suddenly laughed. "I'm sorry, I just got a little sad for what you guys have been through, and said some really weird things." Peilan looked as if she had regained her composure, and her usual smile appeared on her face again. Only she knew what kind of determination she had really made. "I will never, ever let you guys get hurt again." Hearing these words from Peilan, Hirian was finally relieved. It's the way the queen is acting now that is more in line with her old state. To care for them more than they care about themselves. To be unable to accept the slightest harm to the family they recognize around them. To become stronger for them. To work hard for them. To protect them. This is the queen they want to serve. so Peilan would definitely feel very sorry for them after learning about what happened to the late king, and might even have some fundamentally unnecessary self-reproach, which was the real reason why they had no intention of mentioning it. With that thought in mind, Hirian gently hooked the queen's sleeve, making sure she had no intention of resisting before tugging her forward a few steps to the couch before taking a seat on it after walking over to it. Queen, about the former queen, it was not your fault, nor any of the bugs, it was all her own. We are incredibly honored that the queen of today is you. For Shirian, following the queen today is like a dream. Everything he said was from the heart. Hirian wasn't really very good at saying nice things on purpose, so what he said was very sincere from the heart. But because of some innate romantic gene, it always seemed extraordinarily gorgeous. If it was in the past, Peilan heard Shirian's words so sincere and exaggerated, she would have blushed and did not know what to do. Perhaps she would have whispered that she was not that great. Shirian really described it as too exaggerated and so on. But now, in her shyness, she couldn't help but think about things she had never thought deeply about before. Honored that the queen is her? But what if, like the previous king, she was a tyrannical bug king? Was it because of the influence of the natural subservience to the queen of the bugs in her genes that Hirian had used such florid words to describe her, and praised her with feats that she herself felt were simply overblown? After hearing what Hirian said, Greya had wanted to squirm and agree, but looking at the shadows that the light cast down on Peilan's face after changing the angle, for some reason she was somewhat unable to open her mouth, and it was as if a strange feeling of powerlessness had risen in her heart, but it quickly disappeared again. In the evening, when Leandre, Evander and Jasmine hurried back to the queen's chambers, Peilan's face had completely regained its usual expression without a single break. To them, the smile on the queen's face remained as warm as ever, and there was no way to glimpse the queen's inner trepidation and helplessness, let alone realize that the queen was in a worse mood now than when she herself had just been born and found out that her people all hated her. At least back then, she was convinced that she would be able to change her family's opinion of her, but now, she didn't know how to fight the genes buried deep inside each of their bugs. She had even thought to herself that Leandre and the others had long ago learned of the queen's influence on them, but ultimately chose to stay by her side willingly, so that perhaps, she, too, could muddle through her life without caring too much about the matter. However, already knowing about this matter, there was no way Peilan's mind could really go back to the old days. Several of the higher bugs seemed to have different personalities, but they were all first-rate and attentive to the queen. Soon, after some eye contact, Avino asked the queen in a tentative tone if she was upset about anything, but was quickly blocked back by the adjusted Peilan. When she's really determined to hide something, it's surprising that not even a deep-minded person like Avino can dig up a single anomaly. The queen had always been able to have her heart read easily by those around her before, and perhaps a little bit of that was because she never hid herself from those close to her. So their conversation was naturally led by Peilan to the Black Wreck. It's just that, although psychomania has been around for 20 years, Black Wreck was indeed a substance that was not discovered by the queen until recently, and no one else was able to observe it. As a result, the investigation did not show progress so quickly. Surprisingly, Leandre, who had always acted as if he was at odds with the Yaran side, took the initiative to suggest, after some contemplation, that perhaps they should seek cooperation with the Yaran side. After all, Yaluan had been the bug race's consul for so many years, and had an extremely wide variety of information channels in his hands, which was especially useful for finding clues. This is, after all, a big deal for the bugs, and it's about time to discuss it with him. Leandre's first sentence was more ecumenical, and then he revealed his true purpose. At the same time, I also think it's time to let him know how much the queen has done for the bugs. At these words, all the other bugs nodded in agreement. It is long overdue. Yaran must be shown that the queen is a benevolent monarch who should never be judged. Peilan pursed her lips, remembering the final pass Yaluan had given her, and her smile faded slightly. In that case, tomorrow morning, we'll go to the consul's office together. As soon as she passed, Aaron should find a chance to be alone with her. However, she also had a brain, and despite harboring some apologies for restricting the freedom of the bugs and a desire to fix the problem, she wasn't about to take her own life for it. When the time comes to first listen to see what exactly your own method, if it is trying to let her die to make clear. Firstly, the family will not be very far away. She can just call for help. Secondly, with the difference in power between her and him, it was still unknown who would die. That night, the party slept in the queen's chambers. Actually, at first Leandre was adamantly against it, thinking how could they who were subordinates sleep in the same space as the queen. But he also knew that this reason would never be accepted by the queen once he said it. But then again, there was too much space here. There were even several rooms, so obviously there was no question of not being able to sleep. In the end, at Peilan's insistence, they still stayed here tonight. In Peilan's presence, Each of their bugs of course stayed properly in their assigned rooms, but after they felt the queen's breathing become steady and the fluctuation of her spiritual power become calm, they knew that she was asleep. So they came out silently and stood guard in the halls to take turns patrolling, as if they were guards guarding their masters for fear that something would happen during the night. Jasmine even took advantage of Grea's eyes staring unkindly at the 3 higher bugs with a male appearance, and slipped into Pei Ilan's room, pressing the covers for her and making sure that there was nothing else out of the ordinary in the room before she left. She didn't know that after she left, a teardrop fell from the corner of Pei Ilan's tightly closed eyes. Early the next morning, Pei Ilan got up. She did nothing, and didn't bother the other higher insectoids even though she knew they hadn't slept all night. Just like herself, she just stared out the window in her room, gazing out at the view. The queen's bedchamber was the highest floor of the entire palace. Looking down from here, the entire palace complex, which covers an extremely wide area, can be seen at a glance, simply giving people a sense that everything is under control. That may be what makes power so fascinating. However, when Pei Ilan looked at all of this, there was no ecstasy in her eyes, only a faint color of melancholy and contemplation. She wondered if every previous queen who had lived here would have had the dizzying feeling that they were ruling over the entire insect race. Will they be fascinated by the feeling of power in their hands? Or will they be terrified that they are carrying the fate of their entire clan on their backs? Pei Ilan must be the latter. But she also knew that the latter was in the minority and was viewed by the majority as an existence that was simply not fit to be in power. After a while, she was acutely aware of the mental power fluctuations belonging to the higher bugs getting closer to her, so she immediately gathered herself and got out of bed. Having gathered that little bit of negativity cleanly as the door to her room opened, and flashed a bright smile towards Gloria, who had pushed her way in. "Good morning, Gloria." Greya froze, slowing down a beat as she greeted her, her ears vaguely reddened by her burgundy hair. With her prejudices removed, she let herself indulge in the queen's smiles, simply mesmerized by the adorable queen. The queen, like her sister, is lovely. So Pei Ilan didn't know what exactly Gloria had brainstormed, and looked at her with a gaze that was suddenly a little more loving. Ilan Pei, the queen's aura of reduced intelligence is so shocking. What has it done to the good old buggy who was so cold and strong when we first met? She had to find a way to remove this aura. Peiran walked out of the room with Gloria, and the rest of her companions in the parlor were ready to go. Everyone was dressed in a rare formal attire belonging to a legionnaire, fighting as if they were ready to battle Euron at any moment. The only exception is probably Jasmine. The soft bug seer looked as if she hadn't slept well, yawning, and even the all-purpose human skin molded by the bug's energies had 2 large dark circles under her eyes at the moment. Pei Ilan was a little worried about this new companion. Unlike Leandre and Gloria and the others, neither Jasmine's body nor her spiritual attributes looked like they were very capable of fighting. Coupled with the fact that she had used her spiritual power to support the barrier for 20 years, she had consumed quite a bit and had not fully recovered until now. So Pei Ilan was always a bit extra concerned about Jia Ximin. Seeing Jasmine in this state, she gave a couple of concerned looks, and then managed to draw looks of either sorrow or longing from Leandre, Harian, and Avino. Ilan Pei. She had to care for each one to be fair. Jasmine watched the queen and her fellow officers mingle, a faint light smile hanging at the corner of her mouth. Gloria watched on, grimacing. It's really no big deal to the queen. How big of a bug is it to be arrogant to the queen? Jasmine heard the acidic meaning in Gloria's tone and laughed, nudging her. Sister plays with them too. The queen is nice. She likes us to be close to her. The scene before her was one of the things that had sustained her for 20 years as she walked alone in the darkness. Now everyone was centered around a gentle and wise queen, to each his own. This was the best ending in his opinion. Just how long can such a beautiful scene last? Jasmine remembered the nightmare she had last night, and a flash of worry flashed in her eyes. Last night, she was driven to bed by her sister due to the overexertion of her spiritual energy, which she had not recovered from until now. However, she slept badly, feeling like she had a nightmare, but when she woke up the relevant memories had almost all disappeared, with only some extremely horrible impressions remaining. Jia Ximin actually had a vague premonition in her heart that those so-called nightmares should be fragments of the future she foresaw, but due to the excessive consumption of her mental power, she was unable to accurately capture the gift that time had given her, which was why she only left a vague impression. But on the flip side, to think that with her mental state being so bad, her mental power was still stirring, wanting to intercept some future snippets prompting her to something, which meant that it must be something very important. Possibly even a major event concerning the future fate of the insect race. No matter how she thought about it, she thought it might have something to do with the queen. After Jasmine awoke from her nightmare, she did not hesitate long before telling all of her current queen allies through the unique mental link between the bugs about the bad future she had foreseen that might be directed against the queen. Almost the next second, The mental link they had constructed to use for communication was on the verge of being swept away by a certain number of angry guys. Jasmine could understand their anger. Well, it was not easy for them to look forward to such a wise and worldly queen. As if the gods had finally shown mercy to the insect race, pulling them out of the quagmire. But now there was something that didn't know how to die that wanted to lay hands on her? This is just like trying to pull off the scales of the bug race. How can it be tolerated? Thinking of this, a faint hint of killing intent flashed through the eyes of Jasmine, who had always given Peilan the impression of a gentle girl since they first met. Not too scary, but at a level where Peilan would start to doubt her life after seeing it. However, while several of the higher bugs had resolved amongst themselves to get the guy behind the scenes who was trying to victimize the queen, they'd basically decided that it might have something to do with the tricky guy Yaron they weren't the least bit afraid of. However, in the face of the sleeping and waking queen, they still did not show what they were thinking in their hearts. Not wanting to add to the queen's worries, they will definitely protect the queen well. So, there's no need to say these things that are not yet certain and let the queen worry about them. Peilan and her own family members interacted intimately as usual, looking all warm and cozy. Unbeknownst to each of them, they each have things in their hearts that they are hiding under the banner of doing what is best for the other. And all this undercurrent has unknowingly planted hidden dangers. Oh, a pale, bony hand nodded casually at the tabletop, pleasantly unimpressed by any semblance of anxiety. After taking care of some recent official business, the bug race's consul revealed a wry smile as he listened to the report from the Secretary General beside him. Are you saying that Greya wants to bring the Queen of the Insects along to discuss important matters with me? That's pretty rare. After all, Gloria hasn't paid any attention to me since yesterday. I would have thought she'd prefer to spend time with Aveino and the others now. The Secretary General was none other than the bug race that had once poured tea for Peilan. According to Yalan's initial thoughts, a bug race like him, who had been influenced by the Queen, should be discarded forever, or even directly disposed of. However, he continued to put this bugbear on his side for some unknown reason of mind, and the official was reinstated. The Secretary General lowered his head deeply, not daring to look directly at his superior's foggy blue eyes that seemed to be able to devour everything, fearing that the foolish thoughts in his heart would be discovered. As if he didn't sense the backlash in his subordinate's mind, Yaron nodded indifferently after a moment of contemplation, as if he wasn't at all worried that Greya had brought so many higher insects over aggressively in an attempt to directly turn the tables on him and do away with him. Then let's have our queen and the pack of loyal dogs that surround her come up. Aaron seemed to snort when he said the word loyal dog. After the Secretary General left, he looked slightly sideways at the window, a hint of obscurity flashing in his eyes. Because of what happened to the previous queen, Aaron was more acutely aware of the dangers of queens than anyone else, and knew full well that the mother nest, being somewhat unconscious birthing machines, would never give up on birthing a new king after the death of the old one. Therefore, finding a way to completely excise the bug queen's influence on them was imminent. After years of trying, he did find a way to do it. He just never experimented with it to make sure it worked. Of course, a more effective method than this would surely be to just do away with Peilan even if the mother insect nest had to gestate another new king. It would have to wait for at least another 20 years. Or, he could think of a way to imprison Peilan, using the best materials that could isolate his mental power. Just like the former tyrant imprisoned every disobedient insectoid, using an infusion tube to provide nutrients to sustain the basic needs of life. As long as he insisted on not contacting Peilan, and not monitoring her situation through any means when it wasn't necessary, he should be able to isolate the queen's influence on him to the greatest extent possible without being able to see her figure or feel her spiritual power. And, in the case of ensuring that Peilan is alive, the mother bug nest without intelligence will never breed a new bug king. Yalan could come up with dozens or hundreds of ways to carry out all sorts of shady plans, all of which would take care of Peilan to the bone. In his opinion, his fellow officers were only momentarily mesmerized by the queen, and after leaving the queen, the source of their compulsion, they would naturally come to their senses, and would be grateful that he had helped them to abstain from the psychotropic poison/toxicity, and would remember him kindly. But, Yaron closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, the hint of waves in his misty blue eyes subsided completely, as if the little shaky color was just an illusion. Try it once, he said to himself that if it didn't work out, he wouldn't hesitate to fight to the death to snuff out the queen as well. 1 step, 2 steps. Peilan, surrounded by 4 higher bugs with their combat and vigilance drawn, Jasmine had been placed in her chambers to rest due to her poor condition, was taking 1 step at a time down the steps in the direction of Yalan's office. Her heart was beating a little faster. She couldn't tell why, and she began to speculate uncontrollably about the means by which Aaron was about to take her from such a theoretically impeccable team. Leandre, who was in charge of the lead, complained loudly, "I really don't know what that Yaron guy is guarding against. The mental power confinement is made so hard that I can't even hold the queen and jump straight up. Why do you have to force us to take the stairs? Is it because he wants to consume us through this amount of exercise? Childish. I think it's quite childish of you to even think that. Greya clasped her arms in front of her, looking around warily, guarding the queen's right side while coldly cooling Leandre down. In fact, she thought it was a little strange too. There were countless ways for Aaron to do this if he was worried that they were planning to team up against him. So why did he have to force them to take the stairs? With that in mind, her gaze swept ahead unobtrusively, soon to be on a new floor. They were facing a cold gray wall marked with a bright red building sign. For some reason, she suddenly had an extremely strange feeling. Always felt that the scene in front of her was a little bit discordant, as if the seemingly normal space, compared to the past, there is a little bit of a slight distortion. Almost subconsciously, Gloria tried to stop them from continuing up the hill. Yet it was too late. Leandre, who had played the front, stepped through without anything happening. But once Peilan, accompanied by Hirian on her left and Gloria on her right, stepped up to the top step, a mysterious silvery blue glow illuminated, and almost instantly skillfully avoided the left and right sides, enveloping only an entire queen. Queen Evanur, who was in charge of the back of the temple, was enraged and subconsciously reached out to try to grab Peilan's arm. For a moment, he did feel as if he had grasped the queen's soft hand, yet in the next instant, his grip was empty. The shadow, shrouded in light, soon disappeared in a twisting wave. When the light dissipated, Peilan was nowhere to be seen. Leandre turned back just in time to witness the scene of Peilan's disappearance, glaring with rounded eyes as if he was about to lash out at a rabid beast. Aaron, damn your own! Accompanied by this restrained roar of Leandre's body, the faces of the other three higher insects also completely sank. A stormy momentum. Although this was the administration building that theoretically belonged to Yaren, how could it be possible not to infiltrate the other side's domain since it had already made up its mind to fight Yaren on the queen's side? As such, they quickly enlisted a few bugs loyal to them and began searching the building bright and early, vowing to find Yaron and the queen. While they were anxious on one end, on the other end, Yalan, who had taken the queen captive by god-awful means, knew through his own information channels what was happening in the administration building that he had abandoned. The corners of his mouth hooked slightly, and for a moment, it was like the slight melting of ice and snow in the mountains, but the ice in his eyes had no intention of melting. What a terrifying action! It's the first time I've seen Shirian and the others react so violently. Although we often have conflicts, it's the first time that a conflict like this has arisen. Queen, what do you think? Right now, he and Peilan were staying in a secret base not very far away from the administration building that only Yaluan knew about. The walls and even the roof were all built with crystals that could maximize the isolation of spiritual power. And even the foundations had some mixed in proportionally. However, this material was relatively rare, and Yaron had trouble obtaining large quantities of it without wanting other fellow bugs to know about it and go off on their own private accounts. Therefore, for the sake of concealment, the area had to be sacrificed, which led to the inevitable closer distance between them in this small room. Even if they stayed at two separate ends of the room, they were not more than 5 meters apart. However, no amount of proximity could change the fact that they now looked like they simply existed in two worlds. The young girl, who had been taken and then cast aside without pity, only raised her head slightly without a squeak when she heard his question. She probably knew that Yaren wasn't really asking for her opinion, but rather was insinuating that she was demonizing and compelling the hearts of the worms, so that the worms were now divided. If it was in the past when she didn't know the truth, she would have only felt that the other party was incomprehensible when she heard this. However, now that she knew of the Queen's bloodline's terrifying influence on the bug race, her lips twitched slightly, but she didn't know how to refute it, so she could only remain apathetic. Seeing that Peilan didn't say anything, Yeluan didn't care, as if he just wanted to unilaterally express his opinion. Avino privately sought out the Black Group to collaborate on experiments in the hope of obtaining a method sufficient to combat the genetic defects in the bug race. Although I knew that his methods were too radical and would most likely not end well, I never thought that his stance would shift so quickly. As if it were child's play, Peilan's eyebrows moved slightly, finally unable to remain silent. She was sorry for the mental oppression and control she had unintentionally caused the insectoids, but she didn't think it was wrong to stop Avino from continuing experiments like that went against the basic rights of life. Be careful what you say. What Aveino did in the first place is not fundamentally different from the queen you loathe. Having said that, Peilan didn't want to listen to him continue pulling some meaningless stuff anymore, and took the initiative to take a few steps closer to Yeluan. His voice was cold, as if all the temperature had been taken away after leaving his own family. What exactly is the method you mentioned that will allow the genetic shackles of the bug race to be completely resolved? As long as it's not something that goes against the principle, I'll be able to agree. Of course, Keeping one's life is a principle in Pei Yilan's mind. She was willing to make some sacrifices of self for the freedom of the bugs. After all, she was, in every sense of the word, the beneficiary of the Bug King's genes, even if she didn't want that benefit herself. But being willing to sacrifice doesn't mean she's willing to give up her life. Though her memory was fuzzy, she probably remembered that she had read that those who were responsible for their own lives were responsible for the lives of others. Yaluan also took a few steps in Pei Yilan's direction, his tall and straight figure almost able to envelop the still relatively petite queen's entirety in shadow. Does the queen know? What is my mental power attribute? At this sudden question, Pei Yilan frowned slightly, probably knowing that it might have something to do with her so-called solution, and thought carefully. You are able to create wormholes for directional teleportation. So could the mental attribute be space? The corners of Yaron's mouth curled into another vaguely meaningful smile, and he looked down at his hands as if looking through them at the power he wielded. No, to be more precise, my mental power attribute is a concept like cutting. What's the thing about conceptual mental properties? No one could give a precise definition, and even the vast majority of intelligent lifeforms with mental powers would assume that the person asking the question was talking nonsense. After all, although spirit-like attributes were very diverse, with huge differences between strong and weak functioning spirit power attributes, and were able to do a lot of things that were inaccessible to human beings. But in any case, being able to control concepts was a little too buggy. Even if Yaron himself possessed this power and had studied it for decades, he could not guarantee that he had definitely worked his power through. The only thing that was certain was that when he used his mental powers, he could cut through almost anything in the world in every sense of the word. Of course, the premise was that that kind of thing didn't have long legs and wouldn't resist, otherwise the success rate would be reduced, requiring him to make adjustments with his extremely powerful mental control in order to make a hit. In the beginning he used this ability more to help the former queen with some of her dirty work, to be a knife that sheathed blood. Later, after his own private research, he gradually realized that he was able to use this power to cut through more unimaginable things, even space, which was once only a concept at a lower level of technology. Even though the current level of technology was at the peak of space research, and was even able to compress space and use it as a spatial nexus used for storage, the power at Yaron's disposal was still very impressive. After a long period of training, as long as his mental power could reach a place, he was able to rip through space after marking it, forming a wormhole under his own control for directional teleportation. As a matter of fact, back then, when they were able to launch a very sudden general attack on the former queen, causing the other party to be caught off guard and immediately killed, this kind of space-cutting concealment technology also played a great role. Now, after a period of closed-door research, he thought he might be able to try to cut the queen's genes using his mental powers. If I can cut down the part of your genes that can freely control the bugs, I might be able to solve this problem once and for all. Yaluan did indeed give a proposal that sounded somewhat feasible, which caused Pei Yilan's heart to settle down a bit. At least she didn't have to think about flipping off Aaron for her life. But Yalan pretended to be careless, but in fact, he had been carefully observing Pei Yilan's face, wanting to make sure at the end that the queen was really willing to give up this innate power. This kind of cutting surgery is hugely involved and it's the first time I've done it, so I can't guarantee the end result. I have experimented with some intelligent races. Noticing Pei Yilan's steeply sharpened eyes, Yaluan spoke faintly in a soothing voice. They are all prisoners of war. The queen shouldn't be able to seek justice for them, right? Seeing that Pei Yilan had nothing to say, he then continued, I am indeed able to use my spiritual power to tailor their genes, don't get me wrong. I'm not the same as that kind of terrorist organization like the Black Group, and I'm not interested in researching how to create monsters. It's just purely for the sake of being able to use this technique on the queen with be more skillful and avoid some unnecessary trouble. All in all, the results of the final experiment weren't too optimistic. Although I can subjectively tailor the genes of lifeforms, the stronger the spiritual power, the stronger the rejection reaction will be, and the more difficult it will be for me to operate. And even if I try, it's hard to tell exactly what each segment of the gene is used for. And sometimes there are misclassifications. Perhaps after passing through my hands, the queen's genes will undergo some mutation, or even directly leave the range of the bug race. Even then, would you be willing? Pei Yilan was silent, her fingers moving unconsciously. Yaron didn't utter a word to rush her, but waited patiently for the final result. He had waited a long time. He had waited nearly 10 years from the time he had gotten the idea of regicide until he finally acted on it. So why not wait a little longer now? As for whether the final result will be as he wishes, there is a reason why he deliberately chose to bring Pei Yilan to this place that can largely inhibit spiritual power. With his physical skills alone, he believed that he could easily suppress the queen, enough to knock her out and then bring her to the only room in this secret base that did not have crystals installed to suppress her mental powers. and forcefully and unilaterally complete the surgery. After a while, Pei-Elan spoke cautiously. If you cut my bug genes completely, will it have an effect on my mental powers? Yaluan didn't expect Pei-Elan to hesitate for so long and end up asking this question, and was slightly stunned. But then again, on second thought, strong spiritual power was the guarantee of any intelligent race's well-being, and it was not unreasonable that she would be so concerned. He answered dryly, "No, it won't. Spiritual power relies on the spiritual source within the illusory structure that is the brain domain. From the moment the spiritual source condenses out, its relationship with the physical body is very shallow. Experimental data has shown that if it wasn't for the lack of a better container to carry spiritual power, some strong people could even rely on spiritual types to obtain eternal life after their physical bodies have decayed." He seemed to think he was talking a bit too much, stopping his fuming and shaking his head. "In short, any changes that occur in your genes will not affect your existing mental powers." Pei-Elan nodded, signaling that she knew, and then tapped on her light brain in front of him and began searching for the answer to this question. Yaron, the queen has really laid out her distrust of him. But the queen's mistrust was justified. He had indeed harbored no good intentions, and had concealed a very crucial point. Although the existence of spiritual power itself does not depend on the physical body, the state of the physical body will affect the living body's use of spiritual power, which is the same reason why it is more difficult for a person to do a thing when it is physically difficult to do so and when they have little energy. Even though Pei-Elan was wary enough of a guy with a bad stomach like Yaluan, he still lacked some experience in the end and didn't know he could be this bad. She searched some scientific papers, and although she read them half-heartedly, she was probably sure that what Yaron said was mostly true, and the big stone in her heart was finally put down. She has no obsession with power, and has no idea of the powers she possesses, except that she remembers what she wanted to do in the first place aside from getting her family's approval, which was to hopefully use her psychic powers to cure those with psychotic mania. Moreover, in the future, fighting against the Black Wreck might also require the help of one's spiritual power, so this kind of strategic resource naturally had to be protected. In order to prevent Yaron from not understanding the seriousness of this matter, Pei-Elan ended up briefly explaining the importance of his spiritual power to him, and although he didn't go over all of Jasmine's and the bug nest's matters, he did roughly allow Yaron to understand the crisis of Black Wreck that the bug race, and even all of the intelligent races, were facing. After learning that Pei-Elan's first reaction of wanting to preserve her spiritual power was actually not to retain her strong power as a foundation, but to continue to help the bug race and even other intelligent races to resolve something as extremely threatening as the Black Wrecks, Yaluan's eyes became complicated as he looked at her. He had to admit that his heart was touched, even shaken, in a little indescribable way. If Pei-Elan wasn't the queen of the insect race, if he hadn't experienced those things in the past, then there was no doubt that he would have been heartened by this teenage girl-looking king in front of him. In fact, he now had to keep applying mental cues to himself in order to avoid immediately folding into the queen's gentle atmosphere. What kind of existence would come to this point and still care about the well-being of the bugs who had once treated her harshly? After all, this matter is very important. Even Yaluan also do not want to solve the problem of the queen of the insect race into the crisis of mental mania. So in the end, or a few points of caution, to Pei-Elan promised that this surgery will never damage her health. Pei-Elan nodded, sort of agreeing to this proposal that sounded somewhat absurd at first. So they came to the room next door that didn't inhibit spiritual power, and Pei-Elan had only just stepped into the door of the room when she immediately felt that her spiritual power, which was originally running a bit stagnant, instantly smoothed out. Yaron, however, had been prepared and produced a pair of bracelets made from suppression crystals, indicating that the queen would need to put them on. When my spiritual power invades into your body and begins to perform the surgery, your spiritual power will resist uncontrollably, so the possibility of me making a mistake is greatly increased. So I hope that you will use these external objects to suppress the spiritual power, so that it will be better for both of us. Pei-Elan gave him a look that actually made a guy as old and cunning as Yalan unable to tell what the queen was really thinking right now. Her lips twitched, but ultimately she didn't object. The bracelet snapped on automatically with a click. Immediately, Pei-Elan felt that her spiritual energy, which she had managed to relax with ease, was blocked again, and since the source of the blockage was worn on her hand, the sense of rejection was particularly strong. She had never had such a difficult moment, even more so than when her mental power was being overdrawn, especially now that she had to continue to provide a steady stream of mental shields for the bug nest side while her mental power operation was being blocked. But this little bit of suffering would be worth it if the matter could be settled once and for all. Pei-Elan silently estimated in her mind how much longer she could hold on, and she would immediately remove the bracelet when her mental power operation had been blocked to a certain extent, and she was still a little bit away from being unable to protect the insect nest. In the very moment she was distracted, she suddenly blushed. Something foreign that didn't belong to her was tentatively intruding. It was Yaron's spiritual power that was performing the surgery without delay. It's a really weird feeling. Peilan forced herself to hold back the trembling in her body, but her body was still shaking slightly uncontrollably. Yaron felt the trembling of the young girl in front of him, and for some reason, a little unspoken nasty thought suddenly rose in his heart. He suddenly leaned in slightly, his tall body almost attached to the queen's petite body, circling her in a forbidding but not too ambiguous gesture. Don't move, Your Majesty. Once you struggle, I cannot guarantee my accuracy. The sight of the man's face is still like a layer of misted fairy god is unattainable. To make this kind of behavior that can be called forced, actually there is no sense of obscenity, but like a matter of course. Peilan was having a hard time at the moment, and for a moment she actually couldn't muster the strength to express her dissatisfaction with the current situation. Even though Yaron had been warned ahead of time, the rejection was far more than she had expected. She had also felt the unbearable pain caused by excessive mental energy consumption countless times, but none of them could compare to the current situation. It's really too strange. It's like a battle-hardened expert who has a hard time controlling herself not to strike back when someone suddenly attacks her. Peilan is now facing pretty much the same situation. The spiritual energy belonging to Yaron was rampaging through her body, and she could feel that her spiritual energy was as dumb as if it were a king that had been provoked, ready to crush Yaron completely. But it was suppressed by the master of the harm as well as the bracelet on her hand, and could only let out a silent growl that boiled in her mind in an unwilling manner. Peilan's cheeks were tinted with a faint blush, not out of shyness or other emotional factors, but because the resistance of her spiritual power and her body's rejection reaction had made her blood circulation a little too vigorous at the moment. No, don't be so. She opened her lips slightly, trying to get Yaron's mental energy to not be too rough as it traveled through her, to be as gentle as possible, but after several breaths of air, she couldn't manage to get a full sentence out. Peilan even suspected that Yaluan was deliberately tossing himself around. She didn't believe that with Yaron's mastery of her mental powers, she would let her mental powers get so rough that they were nearly out of control. However, all of Peilan's bad guesses against Yaluan could be considered accurate, or even small, but the only thing that was really wrong about him was this. Yaluan was also feeling bad right now. His spiritual power was tentatively trying to work on Peilan's genes, cutting out a portion of the dominance genes and attraction genes in them that were directed at the bug race. As for what kind of being the queen would become after having a portion of her bug genes cut out, or a half-bug monster, it wasn't something he worried about, at least that's what he kept convincing himself. But for all the calculations Yaron had made before the program began, he still hadn't counted on one thing, that being that as the main executor of this operation, he was also a bug. And despite his own extreme reluctance to admit this fact, the queen's genes still held a deadly influence over him. Almost as soon as his spiritual power had touched the DNA structure that was hard to describe in words, he had already felt an indescribable sensation reach all the way from his spiritual touch to his brain area, and eventually exploded into an incomparably terrifying fire. Be loyal to the queen, be submissive to the queen, kneel at her feet and offer her everything. All sorts of horrible thoughts were densely refreshed in his mind, forming a terrifying brainwashing momentum that wanted to force him to immediately stop any attempts to harm the queen and fall into the same position as Ivino and the others as puppets. Yaluan has always had a sense of idleness, that everything is under control, as if no matter what happens, it's all under his control. Even if it's something unexpected, he will always be able to quickly come up with ways to deal with it and see the moves. It was also such that he was able to become the pinnacle of the bug race, being recognized as Supreme Commander and Chief Consul by the group of higher bugs who defied no one by pinching their noses. It was only at this moment that he finally became completely gloomy, revealing his long-hidden fangs. Get the hell out of here. What about the queen? So what if you're a traitor to your superiors? The so-called difference between a king and his subjects has long since become an empty phrase in the interstellar age. Only the bugs, controlled by their backward genes, still maintain such a ridiculous system of foolish loyalty until now. If this highly centralized racial structure of power had some utility during the war years, by now it had become the biggest obstacle hampering the development of the bug race. They will always have to pray that the current queen they serve is a wise ruler, and gamble the fate of the entire insect race to wait for a wise ruler. This ludicrousness is something he's going to end in his own generation. However, even as powerful as Yaron, there were still limits. Forcibly going against the instincts imprinted in his genes caused a great deal of wear and tear and even backlash against him. Every cell in his body was churning, all but forcing him to immediately discard his armor. Yet his mental power was constantly pulling against it under the coercion of his own will, so much so that in the end, the smack between his spiritual power and his physical body grew bigger and bigger, and there was even a vague separation of spirit and flesh. Pei Ilan, who had originally closed her eyes because it was very difficult, suddenly opened her eyes, and a snowy light flashed through her dark pupils. Although she had not yet recovered her memories from before she was reincarnated as the queen of the bug race, she already had a vague sense of what it was like to. Her past memories weren't a blank slate, or else it couldn't be explained that she would know so much strange knowledge without inherited memories. Right now, for example, even though it was impossible to draw a definite conclusion and the spirit class belonging to the queen of the insects had not been released to probe Yaren's condition, she had already realized vaguely with just her eyesight that Yaren's current situation was not good. Although it had been said before that the mentally powerful might be able to achieve immortality by channeling their spiritual power onto a vessel, there was clearly a long process of bonding and even evolution involved, whereas Yaren had never had this kind of training before. Right now, the spiritual power had begun to gradually become unstable, showing signs of breaking away from the body, which was by no means a path to immortality, but rather a sign of an imminent path to death. At least, in the case of intelligent races that did not intentionally train to cut between the spirit and the flesh. The spirit power and the flesh were two parts that complemented each other and moved the whole body. Peilan quickly deduced, if he continued to allow Yaren to forcefully sever his spiritual power from his physical body, then the spiritual power that had lost the moderation of his physical body would trigger a terrifying riot, the exact degree of terrifyingness varied depending on the strength of the spiritual power. Subsequently, the mental power will completely dissipate into the air after consuming itself but losing its way back. Simply put, if this keeps up, Yaron is going to make himself into a plant bug. Although Peilan didn't like Yaren much until now, even if she had to rank a list of all the bug races who wanted to make the most compensation because of the Bug King's genes, Yaren would definitely be at the bottom of the list, but that didn't mean that she wished for Yaren to die here, because Yaren was the equivalent of a de facto head for the current bug race. Something absolutely could not happen easily. She made a snap decision and without hesitation, she used her spiritual energy to converge into a blade and cut off the bracelet on her hand. Only a snapping sound was heard as the bracelet, broken into 4 sections, fell to the ground, and she herself backhanded Yaron, who had originally looped her up, and pushed him back against the wall, yanking hard on his collar. The situation was instantly reversed. The petite queen grabbed the collar of the man whose figure was far taller than hers, but she did not lose the slightest bit of her momentum, but instead vaguely revealed the majesty of a king. Yaron, come to your senses and stop quickly. Continuing to sever the connection between your spiritual power and your physical body will cause something big to happen. You'll lose consciousness completely. You are the chief consul of the bug race. You should know how much of a crisis you will bring about when you fall, right? Peilan made such a long string of rare remarks when confronted with the original, that if it had been usual, Yalan would have developed some of his own deep and abhorrent sense of being flattered. Now, however, as the connection between his spiritual power and his physical body was being gradually severed, his 5 senses were deteriorating, and the constant buzzing in his ears surprisingly caused him to hear nothing at all. He only vaguely saw the queen disconnect the bracelet she had used to inhibit her mental powers, dryly and without looking the least bit troubled. As expected of a queen, this tactic is completely unable to have the effect one desires. Yaron had mixed feelings at the moment, both exasperated that his arrangements had run into uncontrollable factors again, and that his plans had been thwarted lately because of the same factor, the queen, and a vague sense of anachronistic, this is the queen of the insects, a vague sense of anachronistic, this is the queen of the bugs. His originally calm thoughts had already been completely confused by the revolting spiritual power, and at this moment, his mind was in chaos. There was no way he could still his mind to think. He only knew that the queen was pulling out little by little from the spirit that she had stabbed into her, and it seemed that she was backtracking and didn't want to continue to work together. His fingers slightly moving, fog-blue eyes due to the confusion of spiritual power and more look foggy. For a moment actually unlike the usual as the flower of the mountains like the chief consul, but a little bit like lost in the mountains and forests of the elves. As always, the high and mighty posture cannot hide a trace of vulnerability. However, after the thought of the queen is resisting came to him, his eyes cleared a bit, and there was a flash of gloomy murderous intent. If the queen is unwilling to cooperate, he has other strategies. At this moment, he then initiated the next best thing without any hesitation, and without the slightest regard for his current mental state. He directly used an even more massive amount of mental power, pouring it out almost unreservedly. Almost instantly, a huge silver-blue vortex converged and formed around him, in a gesture of wanting to have a battle with the queen. But if Peilan knew where his brain had turned now, even if she was as good-tempered as she was, she probably would have had to huff and puff and give him 2 punches to clear his head at this moment. Are you kidding me? Here he is, kindly saving someone's life, and he's actually suspected of backtracking? Even a saint on earth couldn't stand this nuisance. But that's probably how beautiful misunderstandings are formed. And at the moment Peilan didn't realize that Yaluan was subjectively making it difficult for her to save her life. In fact, the objective conditions didn't allow him to put himself in a position to do so at this time. As such, Peilan was somewhat worried instead, thinking that it was because Yaluan's spiritual power was on the verge of going completely out of control that it poured out uncontrollably and ended up causing trouble under an unsubjective will. Though the trouble caused by non-subjective will is troublesome as all, Peilan sighed, only to think that if she had helped solve so many problems, not to say that she would be honored as a guest, but at least she could use it to ask Yalan to be polite to her in the future, right? As well as not to make things difficult for Lin and the others in the future, right? Along with such thoughts, Peilan's movements were not slowed down at all. The orange-colored spiritual power that represented the queen once again poured out without reservation, recklessly displaying her crushing strength. And this time, the one who was about to be repeatedly crushed by this majestic greatness was Euron. All of the misty blue spiritual energy that had managed to enter the queen's body was coerced and sent out by the orange-yellow spiritual energy, and it was carefully sent back into its owner's body without causing him any additional injuries. The whole thing basically lasted only 10 seconds or so, and it knocked back all of Euron's nearly 10 minutes of effort earlier. This is really not Peilan intentionally want to tear up the previous agreement, but she really can't rest assured that a guy whose spiritual power has gone out of control will have his spiritual power remaining in his body. If Yaluan still had the ability to think normally, he would know how much effort the queen had made just now to give him the illusion that invading the queen's body was particularly convenient, and would further realize how generous the queen had treated him, and that she really didn't want the convenience brought about by the Bug King's gene from the bottom of her heart. Convenience. Unfortunately, however, along with the further severing of his mental power from his body, his brain became more and more of a mush, just as a drunk would never admit that he was drunk. Yaron, whose mental power had gone completely out of control, couldn't realize that something was wrong with him, but instead decided more and more that the queen was backtracking and trying to go against him. As a result, the vortex formed by the massive spiritual power became more and more solid, and even the space around it vaguely felt like it was being cut apart. It's a conceptual level of cutting that even space has to shy away from, even to the point of attacking its own hotbeds without distinguishing between friend and foe. Berserk mental energy tore at the inner walls of the brain domain, so frantic that it wanted to completely break out of the cage of this body called body, running wildly between heaven and earth before completely consuming itself along with its owner's consciousness in one ecstasy after another. With such terrible torture, a low growl escaped uncontrollably from Euron's throat, and the beautiful, misty blue color of the mist was tinted with hints of scarlet. Until this moment, seeing the abnormalities in his eyes, and feeling the extremely familiar black object hidden in Yaron's violent spiritual power, Peilan was surprised to find that Yaron, who seemed to be the most emotionally stable, and who seemed to be the least likely to attract the black skeleton of his favorite negativity, had also become terminally ill. However, this guy is not happy and angry, usually hide their emotions than Avino even more tightly. Forcibly all the negative emotions are suppressed in the bottom of the heart, also indirectly lead to the black skeleton with the negative emotions hugging also be hidden very deep, coupled with Peilan and his contact with the least, actually until now to find out the end of the story. At this moment, Peilan had a very complicated mood, looking at her old rival, only wanting to say, it turns out that all of the bug's top brass have been infiltrated. Without hesitation, Peilan redirected most of his mental power back, doing his best to block Yalan's insanely expanding mental power and forcibly control him in this area. After making sure that he wouldn't cause any damage to the planet for a while, she carefully picked out the black skeletons mixed in with her spiritual energy, one by one, and let them burn cleanly as if they were cloth meeting fire almost instantly after they came into contact with her orange-colored spiritual energy again, as if they were cloth meeting fire. While doing this, Peilan still had the time to use her spiritual power to sense the black skeletons that had been stopped outside the insect nest by her spiritual power barrier, when she had just set up the barrier yesterday, due to the excessive consumption as well as the fact that there were still a lot of things waiting for her to deal with at that time, so much so that Peilan didn't even pay much attention to the situation over there anymore, just making sure that there were no black wrecks intruding into the bug nest. It was only now that she realized that whenever the black wreck organized a huge black cloud to lunge towards the insect nest, it would be partially ablated invisibly and bubble up with a nuisance fire when it hit the orange-yellow protective shield that was invisible to the naked eye. In fact, Peilan should have realized it a long time ago. To black wreck, her spiritual power was like a natural enemy. She had once mistakenly thought that after she had removed the black skeletons from the brain fields of her mental mania patients, those things would automatically dissolve into the air, but that wasn't the case, and it was her mental power that could really dissolve the black skeletons. The number of black skeletons that could lurk in the brain area was so small that they would be naturally melted away in the process of being sent to the outside world wrapped in her mental power, resulting in the creation of an illusion of seeing the light of day. So it wasn't until now, when she saw with her own eyes through her spiritual power the process of the black skeleton melting away after hitting the orange-colored shield, that Pei Ilan realized this matter belatedly. But the number of black wrecks contained in the air of that area was simply too huge, and with such a passive defense alone, it would be impossible to completely wipe out this batch of black wrecks point to point like this. A thought suddenly flashed through Pei Ilan's mind: if she could be more powerful, she might be able to completely put the black wreck crisis to rest by virtue of her unique spiritual power. But all of this could wait for later. Her primary concern now was how to solve the immediate crisis. Most of her mental energy was now being used to address the black skeleton in Yaren's brain area and the black skeleton that had leaked out along with his mental energy. And she couldn't do both. Couldn't continue to channel his frenzied mental energy as attentively as she had done before. Due to the loss of the queen's gentle yet unrelenting soothing, the raging spiritual energy came together in a steady stream. And the vortex of spiritual energy continued to expand between the two of them. And in the end, it even vaguely formed a black hole that was more than a person high and flickered with electric light. And from the center of the black hole soon came a suction. Pei Ilan noticed that Yalan took an uncontrollable step backward. It certainly wasn't that he was physically incapable and couldn't withstand this bit of suction, but that he had almost lost control of his body now, and his entire body was on standby. Her eyes flared and she made a snap decision, tugging hard on the arm of the man with the lax pupils, barely jamming the two of them behind the table in this room to resist the increasingly powerful suction in the silver-blue vortex. Pei Ilan glanced at the silver-blue vortex that was still expanding, as well as the space that was gradually distorting in the center, and pursed her lips. She knew that this was due to the loss of her own suppression and channeling, so much so that Yaron's out-of-control psychic powers spontaneously formed the most familiar gestures. It was also the most skillful stunt he had ever used. The black hole. This black hole can't be allowed to continue expanding. Pei Ilan's expression grew grave, realizing the problem a step ahead of any bug race living on this planet. At the moment, the black hole was still expanding in a steady stream. It would exceed the upper limit of any black hole Yaron had ever maneuvered and, having lost control of its master, would no longer be a directional transmission capability for teleportation, but would turn into a catastrophe that would sweep through this area and even half the planet. The reason why the black hole was still confined to this area was because it was still expanding by absorbing Yaron's spiritual energy. After completely draining his spiritual power, it would simply break away from the control of all the worms and become a separate and sudden big crisis on Tempest. It would frantically devour everything around it, burying all living and non-living objects, all in the twisted tunnel of space. For the first time, Pei Ilan felt what it meant to be uncertain and distracted. For the first time she didn't know what the hell she was supposed to do. Her mind was so messed up she didn't even know what she wanted to do. Every time in the past, no matter what kind of crisis she faced, Pei Ilan was able to make a decisive decision because she always had the goal she wanted to achieve at that stage. It may not have been a grand goal, but it was something she wanted to do at the time. When she was on Skyworks, the starting point of her dream, she wanted to conceal her identity as a bug to stop Leandre from continuing to wreak havoc on the planet, and made a decisive move to appease him. At the Central Military Academy, she couldn't stand by and watch Hirian go into pain, and for that reason was willing to suffer the price of possible lateness, and was equally decisive in her outbursts. And while she was confused for a moment during the Aveino incident, she eventually quickly resolved that she couldn't just sit back and watch this dehumanizing thing happen, and wanted to stop Aveino from continuing to be wrong no matter what. And now, what result does she want to achieve now? Pei Ilan felt herself and the table she was originally clinging to actually start moving in the direction of the black hole. Her face changed slightly, and she clenched her teeth, knowing that if she didn't do something, then the black hole would really take shape completely. At this moment, she finally melted away the last trace of the black skeleton in the midst of Yaron's mental energy. These mental powers finally returned to their master's control and began to docilely return to Yaron's brain area. However, the black hole that had been formed still had not disappeared, and while Yaron's eyelids flickered slightly, he didn't look like he could immediately regain his sanity and mobility to stop the disaster from happening. Pei Ilan's spiritual energy didn't rush to retract it, but surrounded its owner as if it was ready to do something, poised to strike. Just then, she seemed to vaguely hear, in the distance, a familiar voice calling out to her, "Queen." Pei Ilan looked back in some panic. For the first time so unwanted those familiar figures to appear. However, she had eyed silver, gold, and even black and burgundy heads bobbing in the distance, and had sensed the familiar mental energy that was rapidly approaching. "Why are all you guys here?" Pei Ilan's eyes flashed with a trace of anxiety, and then quickly calmed down. She took a deep breath and looked at the black hole whose attraction was still growing, and a hint of determination flashed in her eyes. She carefully lowered Yaron's body. Carrying a man taller and heavier than her for a long period of time was obviously still a certain burden for Pei Ilan. Her hands would be sore and limp, and she was slightly pale. But, having laid Euron's body down, she had not the slightest intention of resting, stood up, and without hesitation took the first step. She took the initiative to move closer towards the black hole. She wasn't sure if her methods would work, and she was even less sure of her end. She had promised herself that she would love life twice as much, especially her own, but the only time she might have to break her word was at times like this, because she couldn't stand by and watch a black hole devour any life on this planet. She had spent time here, perhaps not quite identifying with the life forms and social structures, but had been unable to dismiss the well-being of those lives as irrelevant, especially since the bugs that might be in danger include her family, whom she still loves with all her heart even now. Even if she wasn't 100% sure, she would still have to fight to the death. Queen! Seeing Peilan's body shaking uncontrollably and continuously approaching towards the black hole, the crowd of higher insects that had managed to arrive were simply enraged. They used countless cards and means, and finally discovered that Yaren had secretly placed land here, and felt that both in terms of location and concealment, it was highly likely that this was the place he had used to hide the captive queen, and had rushed over in a hurry. However, as they approached the place, they all sensed an abnormality. The spiritual energy that filled the place and belonged to Yaren was just too wild. In their impression, Euron's mental power had always been graceful and stable, never giving them a messy and manic feeling like they had now. If it was in the past, they would have considered avoiding it or being slightly concerned about what was going on with the insect consul who was often crushed by them. However now, they're simply feeling extraordinarily agitated. The queen is staying with Euron, who is suspected to be on the verge of becoming insane. God knows what could happen to the queen. They kept praying for the next glimpse of the queen, yet when it came to actually seeing her, they would have preferred that they hadn't seen the scene. Queen, come quickly, it's dangerous there. Avino's voice even took on a touch of supplication. No one dared to imagine that they would actually be able to hear such a weak voice from the one who had always smiled on the surface but was actually full of bad intentions. As if all was tied up in the queen and was about to lose all hope as the other fell into a black hole. The other bugs are in a similar state. They didn't have time to think about what was going on with this black hole. They only knew that if the queen fell down the black hole in front of them, then their lives would be plunged into the darkest moment from this moment on. When the queen was taken captive just now, they at least retained a glimmer of hope, thinking that as long as they recovered the queen and defeated Yalan, then everything could return to the way it was before. As long as I get to stay with the queen, no matter what, it's all good. Now, however, their hopes are about to fall into the abyss so soon. No, to everyone's surprise, the one who let out such a miserable scream was actually Harion. At this moment, this teenager who used to be as beautiful and indifferent as an elf, this would even distort his beautiful face, and his voice did not sound like the usual clear voice at all, as if he was giving out a cry from the depths of his soul. Peilan's eyelashes fluttered slightly as she heard the voice of heartbreaking despair. In the next second, a torrent of orange-colored mental energy poured out of her brain area. The huge spiritual power split into two parts, one of them kept wrapping around her body, and finally wrapped almost her entire body into a ball, while the other part shot up into the sky, and it took almost only 10 seconds for it to blow along with the clouds and winds to all parts of the planet. After arriving at each place, the orange-colored spiritual energy would condense into drops, turning into a fine rain that sprinkled equally on each insect race. At this moment, all the bug races walking on the earth of this planet raised their heads in bewilderment, as if they invisibly sensed that something long lost, yet incredibly familiar and warm to the point of making them want to shed tears was gradually descending. All of the bugs were children of the nest, with no parents in the traditional sense of intelligent life forms, but at this moment, it was as if they felt as if a pair of hands, as warm as a mother's celebrated by other races, were caressing them, and where they couldn't sense it, orange raindrops merged into their cerebral domains, effortlessly identifying the black skeletons lurking within and exterminating them with extreme skill. In fact, as early as the discovery of the black skeleton of such a substance in such abundance, Peilan vaguely had a bit of a premonition. Perhaps, every bug was invaded by black wrecks inside their bodies, and there was just a difference in the number of black wrecks lurking in their minds based on the amount of negativity. The ones with more black skeletons in their brain domains would be diagnosed with so-called psychotic mania, while other bugs or intelligent races would at best just feel a bit more grumpy at times, but not to the point where it was too severe to be ignored. Peilan had been thinking about how to properly solve this problem. Other races aside, for the bug race, it seemed that the best way was to use the authority of the queen of the bug race, and directly carry out an entire linking of the bug race, a total cleansing. However, this will inevitably involve the issue of mind control over the insects. Will be a big headache. But now, what the heck? Maybe she won't even meet with the bugs again. So what's the point of worrying so much? Let's solve the problem before we go. Peilan narrowed her eyes. no longer focusing on the large portion of her spiritual energy that she had dispersed without any heartache. Orange currents of air brought her dark hair, which was draped over her shoulders, up in the air. Her body was falling uncontrollably in the direction of the black hole. In fact, she hadn't given up on her efforts, and her mental powers had been constantly trying to devour the black hole, yet it hadn't had much of an effect on it for the time being. She suspected that it might not be until she was inside the black hole that it would disintegrate from the inside. Come on then. I'm not that good at swallowing. Muttering these two sentences to herself, Peilan met the black hole and allowed herself to be sucked in without fear. It wasn't that she hadn't heard the cries of desperation behind her. It was just that at this point, she didn't really know what she was supposed to say. Although perhaps after she disappeared completely, the Bug Queen's genetic control over her subjects could be lifted, and they would have successfully extricated themselves from this inexplicably frenzied emotion. Peilan still couldn't bear the thought of letting them be so upset. And so, as she was completely engulfed by the black hole, warm orange mental energy gently touched the cheeks of the higher bugs who had rushed over. Transient. All of the higher insects froze in place at that instant, unable to move a muscle. Obviously just now, when they watched the queen fall step by step towards the black hole, they would still let out that kind of mournful roar. Yet now, they couldn't let out any sound at all. A dead silence fell over the scene, and Peilan instantly felt the omnipresent oppressive force after being engulfed by the black hole. The entire space was squeezing itself, trying to tear apart the prey that had intruded into it, and the warm orange spiritual energy was like a never-ending candle of fire, forming a faint circle of light that firmly shielded her, becoming a firm and stubborn stone in this time-space turbulence that was like a torrent. She felt the terrifying temporal turbulence that was frantically impacting the shield formed by her spiritual power, bringing gusts of muffled pain to her brain area, but not affecting her sanity in the slightest. Her eyes gleamed as she constantly used her mental powers to act as her own ears and eyes, searching for something in this lightless and chaotic and disorganized space. Found it. It's here. The passageway connecting to the bug's main star, Tem-Miro. Warm orange spiritual energy instantly erupted, viciously shattering the channel connecting the black hole to reality. At the same time, this already chaotic space was completely destabilized, accompanied by an even more terrifying sense of vibration and crushing. Peilan, like a helpless dandelion seed, was blown and whirled by the gusty winds as she flew into the unknown, and cracks began to appear in the spiritual barrier under the intense impact that was beyond human reach. Could it be that her short journey through life could only go so far? In the darkness, where Peilan was the only bit of bright light, illuminating the hint of a bitter smile that appeared at the corner of her mouth, but there was no remorse in her eyes. Just as her consciousness was about to sync with this collapsed space, the space button that had been worn on her hand suddenly lit up. Colorful psychic energy dispersed from it, weaving into a rainbow of shields that gently wrapped around their exhausted and unconscious queen and flew them to what they thought was the safest place, the planet Tem-Miro, Yaren's secret base. The black hole that had grown to over 2 men tall was already almost on the verge of swallowing half the base. Countless pieces of furniture whirled around and were swallowed by the black hole. However, the black hole continued to emit a dissatisfied hissing sound, and the whistling winds and the sound of space shattering formed by the huge suction force were rising higher and higher. Faced with this situation, the higher bugs were supposed to start thinking of ways to solve this black hole. However, all of their minds froze, and their memories seemed to be stuck in the moment when the queen was swallowed, completely unable to continue thinking. However, just as Yaren, who was closest to the black hole, was about to be swallowed by his creation, the black hole suddenly stopped expanding. Hiss! There was the tiny sound of disintegration, coming from the interior of the black hole. Finally, along with a shaking of the ground, the huge black hole was forcibly closed. The weather anomalies originally triggered by it all disappeared as well, and the overcast clouds formed in the sky due to the imbalance in air pressure caused by the huge suction force completely dissipated, and the sky of Tem-Miro returned to its magnificent purple color, as if nothing had happened just now. Nothing has changed except for the immediate mess caused by the black hole and the disappearance of a queen who has just returned to the planet she was supposed to have been born on. Puff! Leandre had no idea when his knees went weak and he fell to the ground. He propped himself up on the ground with his hands, and for the first time, the golden pupils of his eyes, which were always unruly but also always became submissive in front of the queen, appeared to be this listless, looking straight at the direction where the black hole disappeared, as if they had lost their color in an instant. Female, queen, can't feel it. In the past, even though the queen was far away in another starfield, as long as he used the natural spiritual connection between the bugs and his own queen to sense it, he was able to sense the queen's warm spiritual energy. But now there's nothing. No matter how frantically he searched for the queen, he couldn't even feel the slightest bit of warmth, and the large spirit world only left him with only a coldness. The heavenly light that once hung forever high in the sky, giving warmth and hope to all the insect race, was gone. Leandre, who had always been fearless and always quiet for even a moment, was quieter than anyone else at this moment. He didn't curse angrily. He didn't scream. There was just a deathly silence. A stark contrast to Evander and Shireen, who were almost in emotional meltdown. Perhaps, when grief reaches its extreme, everyone shows a very different side than usual. The other side. Greya pressed her chest in some bewilderment. She hadn't spent a lot of time with the queen, and it was only in the past 2 days that she had really gotten on well. It was reasonable to assume that even if she suddenly lost her queen, she wouldn't be as heartbroken as the bugs who had spent more time with her. Yet, at this moment, she suddenly felt the pain of a heartbreak. Hey, Aaron, wake up and tell me what's going on. What the hell is going on? Unprecedented anger swept through her heart. Even when she was determined to keep the queen and had to go against Jaren, she had never thought of treating the consul, whom she had always respected more, so rudely. Now, however, Greya lost her temper and rushed to Jaren, grabbing him directly by the collar. Her low growl almost like the wail of a wild animal. If she wasn't concerned that that black hole might have something to do with Jaren, if she wasn't concerned that the now unconscious consul might be the only clue they had to retrieve the queen, she would have really snapped his neck directly to vent her anger this time. It was only after Grace made such a move that the three beside her that were going crazy on their own finally realized what was going on, and almost in the blink of an eye, they returned to Yaron's side, staring at him intently, insisting that he give an immediate statement. Calm down, absolutely can't immediately punch over. At least wait for him to say the way to find the queen. How can you be calm? If it wasn't for the black hole of this bitchy worm, how could anything have happened to the queen? Kill him, and wait for him to understand what just happened. There is no more value. Then immediately kill him. Just as these 4 higher insectoids were about to go berserk, Yaron's eyelashes fluttered lightly, and his consciousness finally became awakened from the chaos. There were a few remaining moments of bewilderment in his eyes. Just now, he seemed to have had a very long dream. He seemed to dream that he was being sucked in by a black hole, and no matter how he did it, he couldn't break free, and could only feel his life force fading away little by little with the expansion of the black hole. But his mind was unexpectedly not too flustered. Rather, perhaps he had waited too long for this moment when he could completely relax. Living itself has long since lost its meaning to him. Every day that he lives in this world, every day that he tries his best for the development of the bug race, every day that he plays with power, is only because he killed the queen of the bug race in the first place, so he forcibly tied a responsibility to himself. However, when his life was really about to disappear completely, he was suddenly at a bit of a loss. In his life, he didn't know why he lived, and he didn't know why he died. Could he really be willing to fade away so inexplicably? The very next second that this thought arose in his mind, a dazzling light broke the prison of darkness and pulled him out of his desperate situation. The girl, the new queen of their bug race, strained to pull him out of the black hole, looking at Pei Elan's reddened face and pulling him very hard. Yalowin was suddenly a little out of his mind. More than being moved, he was puzzled in his mind. If it's so hard, why come to save him? Wouldn't it be better to just let him make a fool of himself and die here? However, it was impossible for Pei Elan to know what was on his mind, and she simply pulled him out of her own way before gently patting his shoulder. Consul, I'm still counting on you for the bugs from now on. For some reason, an indescribable panic suddenly came over Yaron. He subconsciously reached out, wanting to pull Pei Elan back, yet he could only watch as she smiled and waved goodbye to him before being swallowed up by the black hole in his place. Yaron opened his eyes in reality, but if he had been a second later, he would have been greeted with several blows to the face right now. His pupils were a little lax, and for a moment, hardly understanding where he actually was, he subconsciously began to look for the queen, but after looking around, he saw only 4 of his fellow officers glaring at him with eyes that wanted to eat bugs. Where is the queen? His voice was a little dry. Hearing his words, Avino was like hearing some great joke, and actually laughed a few times, yet no one would feel that he was laughing half-heartedly. His voice was cold to the point of freezing slag, yet there was a sense of desperately trying to suppress his emotions, as if there were huge waves of undulating waves hidden beneath the ice. Yaron, is it fun to play dumb? The queen was just sucked into your black hole dash. Yaron's pupils snapped. In an instant, all the memories came back and he finally remembered exactly what had just happened. His mental powers were out of control. The queen helped cure him of his latent mania, and then took the initiative to walk into the black hole without him. The culprit, coming to his senses, disintegrating it from the inside and solving a major crisis for the bugs that was still brewing, without letting a single life perish as a result. And then what? Where's the queen? The queen disappeared with the black hole. Consul, I'm counting on you for the future of the bugs. Boom boom. His heart beat violently a few times. Obviously, when the queen fought to save him in the spirit world just now, there were no ripples in his heart. But now, recalling the words that the queen had uttered to him with a smile at the time, he suddenly felt his heart begin to beat erratically. It seemed to be beating a little too fiercely, and it seemed to be a little clogged, so much so that his entire chest was hard and he didn't know the cause. Boom boom boom. His mind replayed, frame by frame, the way Pei Elan smiled back at him and the spirit world fictionalized with her mental power, turning her back to the strange light in the black hole and waving goodbye to him. It was obvious that he was already taking deep breaths to adjust, but his heartbeat was getting out of control, almost on the verge of jumping right out of his chest. But even if the heart was actually ripped out of his chest, what then? He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to experience the queen's pain at that moment all over again in its entirety, taking the brunt of the impact her own mental energy had inflicted on her while nursing the place with difficulty. She finally made up her mind to walk into the black hole. Yaron's heart didn't beat so fast this time, but was almost on the verge of stopping in his chest, which belatedly felt a torrent of sadness. What was the queen thinking as she walked into the black hole? Was she really smiling and bidding him farewell, as shown in the spirit world? Does she get scared when she stays in the black hole? Does it hurt so much that she wants to give up? But in the end, the black hole was solved. Sure enough, the queen was worthy of it. So, what's happening to the queen now? Where is she? It was as if a crack had opened up in his heart, and with the passage of time, the crack was getting bigger and bigger, almost on the verge of draining the blood from inside. Out of some sense of self-preservation, Aaron had been constantly thinking of something painless to cushion the blow, but often he couldn't think of a single point before circling back around to that dead end. And, soon enough, the desperate questioning voice of a fellow officer forced him back to reality. Where the hell is the queen now? Why can't we feel her anymore? It was then that Yaron felt his soul, which had been about to float up, crash heavily back down to earth. His pupils gradually refocused as he looked at the mouths of his fellow officers in front of him, but it felt like the reality in front of him was so glowing that it wasn't even as good as a dream. Where the hell does your black hole lead to? Queen, where the hell is it? First he looked away as if he had lost his mind, and was silent. Even when Leandre got anxious and punched him hard in the face, he didn't resist. It was only then that he finally let out a hoarse sound. I don't know. What? Harian froze, thinking for the first time that his hearing might have deteriorated. Yaron's voice was incredibly flat and low. No yelling, no crying out in pain, just a calm that was repressed and numb to the core. That black hole is out of control, and I don't know where the queen is now. Even more precisely, if being the queen's people, they could no longer feel the queen's spiritual power, and perhaps the queen was already in that chaotic space. No! Yaron shuddered, and his misty blue eyes suddenly erupted with a lurid light. It was as if he was only now reacting to what he had really lost, realizing that what he had just seen was the queen's final farewell to him. All he could do was frantically clench his palms, almost maniacally resisting that most likely outcome, wanting to fight as hard as he could to get back the queen he could never lose no matter what. The queen is so powerful. She must be fine. They will get the queen back. Some planet. Pei Elan was lying on a relatively flat piece of grass, her eyes closed tightly, showing no signs of waking up. In the sea of stars that she could see with her spiritual power, there were no more shining points of light. Those were the places where every bug that had a mental link with the queen was located. Yet now, she could no longer feel the location of those bugs. In the brain area was an unprecedented sense of ease, as if some kind of invisible burden had been unloaded. And even though she hadn't woken up, Pei Elan's originally tightly locked brow had also slightly stretched out. A beam of light poured over the young girl, enveloping her in a golden halo, unmistakably divine and as if she were a newborn. The capital star of the Human Federation, the Central Military Academy. So the boy was gone the day before I came. The old woman who spoke had gray hair, but one could vaguely see the strength of days gone by in her still hardy physique. She sighed softly, her tone one of indescribable regret. So, I'm kind of wiping the floor with that Elan girl. Yu Jiaying on the side was the first time she had seen such a loving tone from her former strong old boss, and for a moment she only felt goosebumps rising on her arms. But then she remembered the student named Pei Elan and kind of understood why she was so loved. The older the person, the more he or she is, the more he or she likes the child who was gifted and well-behaved and polite. In contrast, Yu Jiaying prefers stronger, somewhat prickly students, presumably because she's like that herself. Pei Elan was a bit stunned when she jumped down decisively from the airship. If it wasn't for the Pei family's sudden accident and the need for Pei Elan to go back immediately, perhaps she would have already asked Pei Elan if she was willing to become her student at this moment. Although in her heart she also liked this student a lot, Yu Jiaying didn't show it and joked to her former superior, General Ma. It turns out that your old man suddenly agreed to come to lecture at the Central Military Academy because of Pei Elan's classmates. Before Ma Yun retired from the front line, Yu Jiaying was already a potential seed she had her eye on, and received a lot of care from her. following the old general around for a while as a newcomer, and laying a solid foundation for her later path to promotion. So even though the other party retired after not being a junior soldier under Ma Yun for a few years, Yu Jiaying continued to respect her very much. As the vice principal of the Central Military Academy, she had wished several times to invite this old General Ma, whom she respected the most, to come here to give lectures to the new recruits, but she was politely refused. Ma Yun was born in a fringe galaxy, ended her student career in an unknown small military school, received a lot of criticism from the Central Galaxy in her early years, and was probably aware that there were more self-proclaimed noble Central Galaxy upper-class people in the Central Military Academy. Therefore, after retiring from the front line, she ran to her hometown of Tiangongstar for recuperation on the grounds that she was not feeling well, and she had barely set foot in the Central Galaxy anymore on the surface, naturally refusing the many invitations from the Central Military Academy. This time, however, Ma Yun had uncharacteristically agreed to the Central Military Academy's routine invitation and had quickly brought up Pei Lan, the S-ranked mental power genius who had been jointly recommended by her and Lieutenant Sun Yan, soon after arriving. So it was no wonder that Yu Jiaying felt that the purpose of her coming here shouldn't be for this one person. Unfortunately, you'll only be over here for 3 days. Pei Lan's classmates went home to take care of things for more than 3 days anyways, and her brother gave her a week's worth of vacation time alone. Yu Jiaying was supposed to be extremely tired of this kind of leave-taking behavior. According to the rules of the Central Military Academy, it was generally difficult to get leave during closed training unless there was a death in the family of an extremely close blood relative. But who let the freshman cup go so wrong? If it wasn't for the fact that several higher bugs were tracking down the black group's theft of bug genes and just happened to arrive there might not have been any way to make this matter go away. Coupled with the fact that Pei Lan is an irreplaceable genius, and several of her brothers are very strong, that's why the school administration finally chose to give in. Thinking of this, Yu Jiaying tentatively asked, "Old General Ma, why don't you stay here for a few more days? Perhaps you can wait until Pei Lan, the student you are most attached to, comes back." Ma Yun smiled and shook his head, the deep wrinkles at the corners of his eyes even stretching out a bit in this moment. "There's no need. What about something like fate? It's so marvelous that it doesn't need to be forced. It's all natural." She didn't give Yu Jiaying a chance to continue persuading her, but stood up and raised her hand slightly. "Jiaying, why don't you accompany me out for a walk? I haven't been over here in many years either, except for the year when the league was held at the Central Military Academy." Yu Jiaying had no choice but to accompany the old general for a walk around the neighborhood. This is a place specially set aside by the Central Military Academy to receive VIPs. Not only is every home a single villa, but the nearby environment is even better, with quiet winding paths. Yu Jiaying was a step behind Ma Yun, looking at the greenery along the way. Her mood gradually calmed down. "General, you spent some time with Pei Lan's classmates on the Tiangongstar back then. Do you think that if I expressed my wish to take her as a student, she would agree?" Instead of saying something encouraging or analyzing this possibility with her, Ma Yun just shook her head with a light smile. She half smiled, as if remembering again the girl who always smiled and came to help in her cake store in that backwater town. The smile on Pei Lan's face was always so sincere. She took great care of everyone around her and would always walk into someone's heart without realizing it. But the distance between everyone in her mind is very far. That child of Elan's is quite extraordinary. Moreover, she is no longer an apprentice who needs a teacher to preach to her. Perhaps we don't need to interfere too much, and it would be more surprising to let her grow naturally. Before he could finish his sentence, Ma Yun suddenly had a sharp look in his eyes, and with a speed that was completely incompatible with his aged appearance, he jerked his head back and looked toward the bushes next to him, his tone very stern. "Who's there?" Yu Jiaying was also immediately on guard. She also sensed that in that instant just now, an extremely odd fluctuation came from that place. Something has descended silently. The two warriors who had reigned supreme on the battlefield looked at each other, and while sending an emergency signal to their own people, they immobilized and separated, encircling that area from two directions. Afterward, Yu Jiaying was like a sturdy panther as she stomped on both legs and approached there with great speed. After seeing clearly who the person who appeared there actually was, her pupils shrunk violently, and the hand that was originally prepared for a move to capture was immediately released flatly, and finally did not injure the other party. Ma Yun also walked over quickly with a stony face. What the hell is going on with Elan? Didn't she go home? However, Pei Lan was no longer able to answer their questions. She was sprawled on the ground. The half side of her face exposed was incredibly pale and wretched, and her clothes were even more tattered, as if she had just rolled through thorns. If it weren't for the slight rise and fall of her chest still visible and the rush of air from her nostrils, this look would simply make anyone who saw her suspect that she had. Ma Yun squatted down and carefully probed her physical condition with his spiritual power, and finally sighed in relief. there doesn't seem to be anything serious, but we can't judge so arbitrarily. Immediately have a medical pod prepared and give her a full examination. Yes. Yu Jiaying looked solemn and gave a military salute. Just as she tapped the light brain, Ma Yun closed her eyes, looked uncertain, and instructed again. You should have his brother's contact information there, right? But don't contact them until Elan wakes up. Yu Jiaying was a little surprised. Then on second thought she realized, Pei Elan had left after her brothers, and as a result, she didn't know what she had gone through, and only 2 days and 1 night later, she had turned into this appearance. At least until Pei Elan wakes up and personally confirms the harmlessness of her brothers. For the sake of this talented student's personal safety, it's better not to contact Pei's family for the time being. Yu Jiaying had been mixing in the Central Galaxy for so many years, and had seen the internal struggles of countless great families, and suspecting that her favored student was also involved, her face immediately became grave, and she decided to try to block out the news of Pei Elan's presence on this side of the world. And so, by all chance, the bugs are one step further away from getting their queen back, and the torture of the desperate wait is prolonged. She had a very beautiful fish in her dream. Jasmine squinted, very conscious that she was dreaming. The seer's dreams are not dreams in the mundane sense, but rather fragments to the future, a visualization of her abilities. As a result, she is always able to maintain maximum freedom in her dreams and is very lucid, except that she tends to be very limited in what she can remember after she wakes up. However, she was able to remember what happened to her in reality a little more clearly when she was dreaming. Right now, for example, Jasmine was a little confused and a little anxious. She remembered that her sister, Greya, had only just sent her a message that the queen had been taken captive on her way to engage in negotiations with Yaren, even though he had already predicted that this negotiation would not go well, and that the queen might even be in danger. Jasmine still felt her heart tighten. There was no point in questioning why all 4 high insectoids had failed to protect the queen anymore, and most importantly, she was now very uneasy for some reason. So Jasmine decided to use her powers to actively infiltrate the timeline once more. She wants to observe the queen's future. She expects from the bottom of her heart that all the uncertainty is just her own delusion, and that she will be able to see the bright future that belongs to the queen in the timeline of her dreams. And then she appeared in this dream and saw a fish? Jasmine was really puzzled as to why she saw a fish when she was clearly thinking of the queen before she entered the dream. The fish was huge, almost a man's length, and every scale glowed with a golden light, while at the same time taking on a fascinating gradient color throughout its body, darkening the further it got to the tail, and at the very end it was already almost a warm orange. The color scheme gave her a familiar feeling, like a queen. Jasmine looked at the fish and suddenly understood something. She reached out and vainly traced the fish's form, as if she had felt the warmth of the scales, and whispered, "Excuse me, are you our queen?" The large golden fish surrounded her, swimming through the air with a few bubbles coming out of her mouth and her tail wagging merrily. Feeling the warmth of the queen's radiance shining through, an involuntary smile appeared at the corner of Jasmine's mouth. She reached out, subconsciously trying to touch their queen. I don't know why, but the queen's bug form is a big fish, but there's no mistaking that she's. Suddenly, with a swing of his tail, the big fish stopped circling her and swam off into the distance. Jasmine's breath caught in her throat, a little anxious. She subconsciously took a step, yet her feet were as heavy as lead in the dream. She desperately reached out, trying to catch the queen's distant shadow, but could only watch as the golden color swam faster and faster and faster. In the end, the golden big fish even leapt up, as if it had broken away from some kind of shackle, and its body glowed with golden light. Jasmine forced her eyes to open wide, and against the discomfort caused by the blinding light, she stared blankly at the dazzling golden light, in which the big fish's figure was gradually stretched out, becoming more and more slender, and its already extremely beautiful form became more and more stunning. Golden scales are not the stuff of the pool. Once they meet the wind and clouds, they turn into dragons. Seeing this shocking image, Jasmine should have been happy for the queen. It was obvious that the queen had gotten better, and the beauty of that body, tumbling through the clouds with abandon, was enough to make any being's heart flutter for her. But for some reason, Jasmine was clearly happy for the queen, even smiling, but a trickle of water ran down her eyes. Yes, the queen has gotten better, but the queen is further away. Jasmine couldn't stop the tears from flowing from her eyes as she opened them from the bed. She vaguely heard the sounds of her fellow officers arguing from outside, and after gathering herself, she pushed the door straight open and walked out. Outside, unsurprisingly, it was none other than Gloria and the others. However, in addition to the 4 higher bugs that had accompanied the queen out earlier, there was now an additional Yaren. Yaren looked in a terrible state. His hair, which was always taken care of very properly, was actually a bit messy. Even his clothes were not as flat as before. Completely unlike the Lord Consul, who used to even change his clothes first after a fight. The beautiful pupils of those misty blue eyes were staring straight into the air in a certain direction as if they had lost their souls. Anyone could sense how disheveled he was right now. Leandre seemed to have been yelling the whole way, and his voice was a little hoarse at the moment. Your own. You'd better find the queen fast. I can't believe you can't find your own black hole. The way it leads. Seriously, if we didn't still need your power, we would absolutely kill you. The killing intent in his words was so real that no one would doubt it. He was telling a lie. However, even after feeling the killing intent directed at him, Yaron had no intention of pleading his case, but simply lowered his eyes as if all his beliefs had collapsed. If one looked closely into his eyes, one would realize that he had the same general self-hatred in his eyes as his fellow officers around him. What the hell has he done? What exactly brought him to this point between him and the queen? Was it the arrogance and conceit that he had gradually cultivated after becoming the bug race's consul? Jasmine, who had been watching coldly, stepped in at the right time and told them, in an unmistakable trance-like tone, the picture she had foreseen. The queen turned into a flying fish, leaving us who imprisoned her and becoming a better version of herself. A few short words, but it brought a cone of pain to the higher insects, who were always psychologically strong. It won't. Hirian closed his eyes in agony and mumbled something, not sure who he was trying to convince. No, the queen said she'd be by my side for as long as I needed her. He bit blood out of his lips somewhat nervously and closed his eyes, feeling the flower that protected him as always in his spirit world, belonging to the queen, smiling miserably. What Jasmine said was nonsense. Even the days of being met with their hostility had been survived, and obviously everything had changed for the better now. So how could the queen leave them at this point? Still, at the very least they knew that the queen who had been caught in the black hole was now alive, and that was enough. Next, once they find the queen, they can go on to live happily ever after with her. The eyes of the 4 tall male bugs present all became extremely deep in an instant, even vaguely maniacal, as if they were putting everything they had on a possibly illusory hope, and would not allow anyone to break their beautiful fantasies. Suppressing the grief in her heart and pondering what to do next, Grace overheard the look in their eyes and was surprised to feel creeped out for a moment. They're on to the queen. I don't think, would hurt the queen, would they? The queen used the all-link on the bugs for the first and last time on her own accord before being swept into the black hole. The queen had wiped out all of the black skeletons lurking within the brain domain of each and every one of the bugs, and all of the bugs that had been on the verge of a mental riot were all healed without medicine. The queen volunteered to be drawn into the black hole, knocking it down from the inside and allowing Temiro to avert a crisis. Queen. The first 2 pieces of news were understood by Leandre and other higher insects one after another as they took care of their political affairs. They had never doubted the queen's kindness and power, yet only now did they realize that even the exhaustion of their imaginations could not portray 1/10,000th part of that queen's benevolence in all its glory. Paelon, the queen they swore to guard with everything they had, did not have a single bug by her side as she faced the black hole of the unknown. However, even though the champion at her side did not keep his promise of protection, and even though the crisis at hand was brought about by the bugs who were about to be protected by him, she still stepped forward and protected the bugs on her own, and didn't even forget to give the bugs their last gift in the moment of finality. What was their reaction for the moment? In short, was nothing more than some rabid dog that had suddenly left its master and was about to go mad. And it was only after the rest of the bugs learned all of the above about the queen that they really felt what it meant to feel the pain in their hearts as an afterthought. There were no secrets amongst the bugs. Their mental link ensured that the entire colony was essentially able to share news, and the absolute crushing between the upper and lower ranks would allow news to circulate only amongst the colony, able to keep it absolutely secret from the outside world. Anyway, the fact that their current queen had only just been born and had arrived in Temiro 2 days ago, ready to be judged by the Supreme Judgment, was basically known to all the bugs who needed to know about it, except that they barely reacted to it, and just continued to numbly do what they had to do. After the ravages of the previous queen, the prestige of the bug queen among the entire colony had fallen to an all-time low. Apart from the low-ranked soldiers who would only mindlessly follow orders, no insect race with a little bit of brains would want another tragedy like the one that happened more than 20 years ago. Therefore, they tacitly agreed to keep silent or acquiesce to such a shocking thing as the queen of the bug race being judged by the bug race, and deliberately avoided the queen's palace, fearing that they would be invisibly brainwashed like the unlucky bugs who had accidentally seen the queen before. However, the queen, who was shunned by them, gambled everything she had to protect them. The current atmosphere in Temuro was very strange. Whether it was the higher insect clans, or those lower-ranked soldiers who weren't quite intelligent enough, all of them acted soulfully, as if their souls had been sucked out of the black hole along with the queen. The higher insect races still had some intelligence to restrain their behavior. However, those lower-ranked insect soldiers were on the verge of being unable to control the riot. But this time it wasn't because of psychokinetic mania, but because they had felt the queen's gentle touch. only to lose her in the blink of an eye. The insect clans of each class should have tried their best to pacify their subordinates. Yet this time they couldn't even tell what kind of selfishness they were harboring, that they were condoning the trouble below them, and were even supporting it themselves behind the scenes. More and more bugs came out into the streets and started marching. According to normal logic, when the several higher insects located at the top of the pyramid saw them in this unruly state, they would inevitably be given a mental crushing to make them recognize their identity. But for once, several of the highest-ranking bugs, including your own, who could least tolerate such a thing, were quiet and didn't stop them from venting their emotions, perhaps because they themselves were equally pained by their own transgressions and the loss of their queen. "I'm such an asshole." That was the only thing Yaron had to say about himself after he had come to his senses completely. He did not seek to plead his case, only to do his small part in finding the queen. Then he would kneel at the queen's feet and let the queen herself shackle him and judge him. No matter where it would end up, he would have no regrets, for it was all he deserved. However, until the queen is found, even being judged by the queen herself is just a nice luxury. The thought that his hubris had cost him the most important queen in his life made Yaron feel a crushing pain. At this moment, the only thing that could comfort him and the other nearly frantic colleagues was probably the faint layer of spiritual power protection that still shrouded the insect nest. After its master was swept away by the black hole, it continued to dutifully follow his wishes and guard the nest. And this, too, was the only thing they could feel the queen's aura in reality after they had lost their mental sense of her, as well as the only best consolation to prove that the queen hadn't met an untimely end now. These higher bugs, who knew a lot about spiritual power, had selectively forgotten that the spiritual power of a strong person could still exist for a period of time after the death of the body. It was as if they had paralyzed themselves by devoting all their time to searching for the queen, as if that would convince them that they hadn't found her simply because the universe was so big and there were places they hadn't looked. The sudden movement of the bugs was of course sensed by the various races that were paying attention to them. In this universe, if there were no star beasts that attacked all races equally, the insect race would be the biggest enemy of all races. Therefore, their every move can cause a bloody storm. At this moment, seeing the insect race fanfare, undisguised, and even can be said to be nearly crazy to carry out a big action, the other tribes also cannot help but some vigilance. Heart drumming. They spent a great deal of effort to inquire about the movements of the bugs, but due to the strict class relations between the bugs up and down the hierarchy, secrecy was quite in place. And even at great cost, it was only vaguely known that the bugs were searching for something. And it's also completely unmentionable. Once they mention what they're looking for in front of any of the bugs, the other person has the potential to go berserk. The Human Federation side was also aware of the movement of the bugs, and the news was circulated internally among some of the higher-ups, but there was a news blackout on the general population. This is also a helpless move. Even until now the people on top of the star network is also two extremes. There is always a small group of people are extremely unafraid of death. Crazy worship of the insect race. There is also a part of the people are extremely timid. The insect race's every move is enough to make it scared out of its wits. So for the sake of social stability, they just found some excuses to restrict the people from running to the outer planets during this period of time, and try to stay in the human starfield as much as possible. President's son of the Central Military Academy also got the news. He looked at the message from Vice-Chancellor Yu Jiaying, pondered for a moment, and added new instructions. It was important to hide the news that Pei-Elan was here. He suspected that Pei-Elan's inexplicable appearance here, still in a coma, might have something to do with the recent lack of peace between the stars. It was precisely for this reason that when the bugs finally remembered that they should investigate the Human Federation where the Queen had stayed, especially the Central Military Academy, they froze and found nothing due to the fact that Pei-Elan's information had been encrypted through the layers. These insect clans who were eager to find the Queen would never have thought that it was because of their frantic actions that they had instead lost the possibility of retrieving the Queen earlier. After stirring up the wind and clouds from all sides with her own strength, Queen Pei-Elan of the insect race, who has never taken office but has already fulfilled a lot of obligations, is still lying peacefully on the comfortable and soft bed, with her brows relaxed, as if the outside world's winds and clouds have nothing to do with her. The young girl had really been through so much lately that her cheeks, which had a slight baby fat, had slimmed down, leaving her originally invincibly cute face polished with a few edges. But the smile she held at the corners of her mouth was so relaxed that all her features naturally stretched out, as if she had let go of a big thing. Suddenly, Pei-Elan's long, thick eyelashes fluttered lightly as if she was about to wake up. After a while, she did open those pitch-black pupils that were extraordinarily rare in this era, and what was originally still suffused with a bit of confusion turned into sharp scrutiny the moment she woke up and saw her unfamiliar surroundings. The moment she opened her eyes, the AI had reported her awakening to the higher-ups. Yu Jiaying, as Pei-Elan's current person in charge, had rushed to the door of the room when she sat up to move her muscles. she arranged for AI to monitor Peilan's situation all the time, and as soon as the other party woke up, she had to report to herself immediately, not intentionally trying to monitor the student's privacy. It is really that the current situation is too much need to get some information from Peilan here. Like what she went through when she went home with her family? Another example is whether her brothers need to be informed of her situation now. However, to Yu Jiayin's utter surprise, none of his questions were answered. Brother? Peilan was as if she had heard something unbelievable. Her right hand subconsciously began to rub the space button she wore on her left hand, and her voice was unhurried and brought with it a bit of contemplation. As far as I can remember, I shouldn't have a brother. Noticing that Yu Jiayin's eyes showed an intense disbelief, as if this had gone completely against her perception, Peilan added the latter half of the sentence with a hand on her forehead and a slight frown. But I can't do justice to my impressions, because I don't remember anything anymore. What? Yu Jiaying's face changed, as if she had a premonition that big trouble was coming. Peilan lowered her eyes. Her voice was calm, but it gave off a few fragile feelings for no reason. My mind is empty right now, and I have absolutely no idea what exactly happened before I passed out. And I have absolutely no recollection of the people and things you just inquired about. I should have known you before, right? You would take the initiative to bring the unconscious me here, and perhaps have a good relationship. Yet I no longer have any memory of you. Peilan's words were very sincere, those black eyes clear and sincere, even tinted with a slight apology due to the fact that she didn't remember Yu Jiaying. From that point of view, her character hasn't changed much from before. Yu Jiaying believed most of what she said, putting the previous doubts that Peilan's temperament had somehow become a bit more composed after she lost her memory behind her for the time being, but she couldn't help but start to worry. In that case, should she contact the Pei brothers and tell them about Peilan's situation or not? Since Peilan had lost her memory, the potential threat of the Pei family brothers had not been lifted. Although with the love and care she usually heard that the Pei brothers had for Peilan, it was less likely that they would harm her. But who dared to guarantee that what they usually showed was not a disguise? However, after the amnesiac Peilan sees her family, she is more likely to be stimulated and recover her memory. Left and right. Yu Jiaying hesitated for a moment, and finally asked tentatively, "Your name is Peilan, a freshman at our Central Military Academy. You also have two older brothers, who are called these. You really don't remember all of them?" When she heard the words Peilan, her expression finally fluctuated slightly, and her eyes flickered. If remembering one's name is considered a little bit, then I should still remember a little bit. Peilan revealed a slightly confused look. Other than my name, I really can't remember anything else at all. Yu Jiaying sighed, a little anxious in her heart, but she knew that this kind of thing could not be rushed, so she could only patiently pacify her, and then left in a hurry, ready to talk to the others about how this matter was going to be messed up. Of course, before leaving, she didn't forget to instruct Peilan to never leave this house no matter what. There was still a reason to be found, but Peilan responded with a single mouthful, without the slightest intention of asking why. "Principal Yu, who was my principal before I lost my memory and brought me back from fainting on the side of the road, would have made such an arrangement, so it must be for my own good." Peilan flashed her signature smile at Yu Jiaying, shaking Ms. Vice Principal's eyes for a moment. At this moment, she finally understood why Peilan was so inviting. A talented young girl with such a gentle and lovely personality. Who wouldn't like it when they see her? When she's also born very pretty? After seeing Yu Jiaying off, the light smile on Peilan's face gradually closed. She blinked, and without even resorting to a little trick like closing her eyes, which was used to improve her concentration, in the instant of a breath she had opened the mental filter layer, completely disabling the AI that had been monitoring her from conveying abnormal information to the manipulator behind the curtain. After determining that her every move would no longer leave an image record, Peilan gently knocked on her space button, still in an extremely soft voice. "Come on out. You guys should be suffocating in there." After a subtle spatial fluctuation, the spacious room was instantly crowded with bugs of all sizes, all of them in their hideous original forms. But any human put here would probably be scared half to death. However, Peilan was fearless, and looked at them all with a very familiar, affectionate gaze, as if she could see through their hideous shells to the even more familiar souls hidden within. "You were advised to find a shell to experience what it's like to have a body, and you just wouldn't do it. Now you're willing to do it in a different place?" An insectoid shaped like an enlarged version of a maggot wriggled its body, its mouth parts opening and closing, and its voice actually sounded a bit aggrieved as it resounded over the mental link. "King, you're making fun of us again." Peilan laughed softly and reached out towards the insectoid that had just spoken. The hideous big guy immediately crawled towards her like a child, but stopped abruptly when he was halfway to almost touching the soft fingertips of the young girl. The big guy commiserated and backed away again. Peilan looked at those fierce vertical pupils and tilted her head. since she woke up and lost her memory. Her image, which had always been calm and collected, suddenly became a little bit droll. Chuan. She effortlessly pronounced the pronunciation, which was very awkward for interstellar people. And if there were people from the Chinese country of Earth like her at this time, they would be moved to realize that in this era where interstellar languages were commonly used, she was actually speaking pure Chinese. The hideous insectoid she had called by name, the soul within, was named Kawara, shuddered. It had been a really long time since he had heard their king call his name in such a voice. Long enough for him and his companions to have left the planet, roaming the universe in search of the queen, when they suddenly sensed the queen's soul fluctuating again from a black hole, almost thinking they were hallucinating from their longing. So they ignored the danger and uncertainty of the black hole, and took the initiative to throw themselves into the black hole with the determination of a desperate gamble. Even though they had strong souls but not equally strong bodies, there was still a great danger that they would be shattered by the disorganized space in the black hole. But they had no complaints or regrets. They can no longer continue to endure their time without the queen. In the black hole, they were constantly worn down, not even able to maintain their consciousness. After arriving at the new universe as a non-native race in crazy water and soil, forced to fall into a state of dormancy, and instinctively looking for the birth of self-consciousness of the body to attach, then they build up enough strength to finally regain consciousness. And the first moment they open their eyes, they see their long-lost king. In what should have been a super happy moment. Good news, saw the King of Hearts. Bad news, I just lost my brain to a scumbag and fought with the king. But now that I've got it back, how should I make amends to the king? Bad news, the king doesn't remember us. Hoo-hoo. At this time, Peilan was very different from before. She now possessed a physical body. Unlike in her soul state when she was in the shape of a golden koi carp, more like a human, but also beautiful. And instead of the beautiful and rhythmic Chinese that used to come out of her mouth, she's turned into an unfamiliar interstellar language. The biggest change, of course, was this: the king didn't recognize them anymore, no longer calling their names in that gentle voice, no longer using his soul, which this place seemed to call spiritual power, to touch them anymore. However, Peilan was still as gentle as she was when she was on Earth in the other universe. She easily forgave them enough to die for their heinous crimes, and bailed them out in front of the odd insectoid. The king who had lost his memory had done this for his subjects who had committed the crime, and they should have been grateful and expected no more. But, watching the king being so close to those pesky bugs, terrible jealousy was turning into venom and corroding their hearts. Obviously the ones standing in the position next to the king should be them. They have an unforgettable past with the king, precious memories of the same planet. On that beautiful azure planet, they were originally just a group of souls who, for unknown reasons, remained in the world after the death of their physical bodies, and had long forgotten what had happened in their lives over the course of a long period of time. And in the midst of the day-to-day boredom of being poor, they gradually became muddled, and didn't even understand why they were still left in this world. Mindfully, they didn't have anything they couldn't let go of, like the legend said, and death didn't seem to be an unacceptable way to return. It wasn't until the golden koi named Peilan appeared one day that their gray and overly long lives were finally and gradually illuminated. Soul forms come in all shapes and sizes, but most carry a dreamy tinge, more dreamlike and biomorphic than humanoid. But even among them, the golden gradient warms, and the orange koi is too beautiful to be true. Her voice was a very nice girlish tone, sweet and rosy, with a vitality that they had long lost and yearned for uncontrollably. Peilan infected them little by little with her persistence and romance towards life, letting them rediscover the joy of life between the mountains and water they were tired of looking at. And every day they stayed with her was full of anticipation. Later on, and I don't know which wit started it, their names for Peilan gradually tended to unify. King, under the leadership of Peilan, who stayed together most of the time and played around with each other. Weren't they like a whole new race under the leadership of the king that was different from humans and even other beings? In fact, they felt more like family to each other in their hearts. But the old demon who had lived for so many years was too embarrassed to casually put such weak feelings on their lips, and awkwardly expressed them in a different way. From that moment on, Peilan was the bridge that connected their lives. Where there is a king, there is home. Even if they had to put up with the inconveniences of living in another universe for it, linguistic or otherwise, they were willing to accept it. Even to the point of being willingly trapped in the ugly and deformed flesh belonging to the bugs' experiments, losing the usual freedom of their mental bodies. But they can't accept that their king has forgotten his subjects who have long been subservient to her, and that there is even another vile race taking their place. That's why they try to bring back Peilan's past memories, memories that belonged only to them. But they were hindered by those hateful bugs, and were also forcibly locked up, sometimes awake, sometimes fuzzy conscious, yet the times when they were awake were always rather short-lived, and they couldn't do much at all. After having a physical body, the benefits have not been enjoyed, but the suffocation has been suffered a lot. If it is not for the fact that their king now also has a physical body, they have to be highly consistent with the king in all aspects, and at this moment, they have already thrown down the physical body spirit body and ascended. They hibernated quietly like this for 2 days, until the moment when Peilan actually took the initiative to enter the black hole for the sake of those pesky bugs, and they, who had already been a bit disheartened, were once again restless. They had broken through the barrier that the bugs had put up for them almost as hard as they could, and had used all their strength to bring the queen out of the midst of the chaos of space, and, with what little knowledge they had of the world, to bring the king to comparative safety. The Central Military Academy on the capital star of the Human Federation. Chuan, what are you gawking at again? Peilan's helpless voice rang out. Why did you suddenly run away again just now? It's not possible to suddenly feel that I'm a stranger, right? The once spiritual, now insectoid named Kawara gave his queen a helpless look with those horrible vertical pupils that were enough to stop a small child from crying. How could it be possible to feel that the king was unfamiliar? Obviously, the king's aura and soul fluctuations had long been deeply imprinted in his heart, and no matter what the king had become, he would never forget it. And despite the fact that their current flesh was incredibly ugly, and was simply a stark contrast to the beautiful king, they did not feel inferior because of it, because their king had given them enough confidence to realize years ago that the king was willing to accept them no matter what became of them, just as they would follow the king no matter what he became. Their feelings had always been mutual. However, Chuan still didn't dare to touch the king. What was in front of me was like a dream. The queen remembered her old subjects, and even forgot all about those loathsome bugs. Could there be a more beautiful dream under heaven? The other companions had similar thoughts, right? That's why they acted so hesitant and didn't even dare to take the initiative to get close to the king, fearing that it was just a phantom in their dreams. But they will eventually realize that the nightmare of the long night has dissipated. They will join the king and welcome the day. That's all we know about the queen. An insectoid with a shape that looked like a colorful spider spat out what sounded like a calm woman's voice. Her name was Rei originally. This group of old demons who had lived for an unknown number of years had long forgotten their names in life, and usually called each other by their code names. Ever since Peilan parachuted into their midst and became their recognized king, he found that his own king had an extraordinarily strong feeling for the names of China, and so in unison he gave himself Chinese characters for his name, just to mainline a look towards the king. Rei's character was relatively calm, and Peilan had taken her as a reliable assistant when she was still on Earth, often asking Rei to help keep an eye on her unreliable familiars, so that they wouldn't be too wavy. God knows how horrified she was the first time she saw a being that only had a spirit body like herself, and excitedly came forward to find the organization, only to find that one or two of them were lifeless and were attempting ways to commit suicide. In short, the most unsettling and disapproving thing Ling had ever done in her life to her family's king would have been to join the rest of her companions in a mad gamble of everything and jump into the black hole after Peilan's scent. Now after seeing the king, her sanity regained the high ground and she regained a reliable look and was telling Peilan what she knew about what had happened after the king came to this universe. In fact, most of Peilan's previous experiences were unknown to them, not only because they met Peilan too late in life, but also because they were unconscious for most of the time after meeting the king. So all they know is that their own king, who also doesn't know what's going on, has shifted and suddenly become the king of a bunch of nasty bugs after arriving in this universe, probably because this body of flesh she's now relying on just happens to be the queen of the bug race. But I don't know what the reason is. As the queen of the insect race, Peilan did not stay in the insect race's starfield. The explicit identity is a genius student of the Human Federation's Central Military Academy. A group of higher insect races, just like being possessed of an evil spirit. Chuan poked and prodded to say something bad, accompanying her together to pretend to play house on the human side. The main thing does not do a little bit, but also each other's backstabbing, referring to the black group to cooperate with the pit of its own insect eggs of the avianer. It's worrisome. Queen of the bugs, but has been attending a human school? Peilan nodded, looking thoughtful. Either I'm just an honorary title as a queen with little substance, so it doesn't matter where I go, but if I'm just a little transparent, there's no need for the higher races that wield the heavy power to be by my side all the time. Is there? And there seems to be more than one. Peilan frowned slightly as she thought about it. Anyway, here were all her most trusted family members, and it was customary to talk to herself to sort things out. Sounds rather like I'm some kind of high-risk prisoner. Am I being watched? After some not-so-meticulous reasoning, Peilan voiced her guess, and surprisingly hit the nail on the head. She'd spent a rather long life in spirit form, and since life forms with physical bodies, both human and animal and plant, hadn't been able to pick up on her while on Earth, she'd idly read a lot of stuff and without realizing it, she had also benefited greatly. In fact, as early as before, when Peilan was still in a state of amnesia, she had already vaguely exhibited some extraordinary places. Whether it is just born to have their own mode of thinking, or later inadvertently revealed some unique views, all shrouded in a layer of mysterious charm. But the higher insect race agreed that this is due to the genetic heritage of the queen of the insect race, considering that the last queen who left behind her genetic inheritance was an unapologetic tyrant. Their attitude toward Peilan became more and more wary and even disgusted, although it has now sinned back. After recovering the memories of her last life, Peilan's aura was like a layer of age, still warm, but with a more subdued composure. Unconsciously, she mooched her thumb over the knuckle of her index finger, pursing her lips slightly, a habit of thought she'd picked up since she'd taken on a humanoid body. According to you guys, the reason I'm unconscious and have amnesia is because I voluntarily entered a black hole and disintegrated it from the inside to protect the bugs planet? In that case, will they now think that something has happened to me? Do I need to find a way to deliver the news that I'm still alive now to them? To tell a big truth, Peilan didn't have half an impression of those bugs right now, and to say that she felt how deep her feelings were was definitely a lie. But she had become the king of this race after all, and there seemed to be a connection. It didn't seem like she could cut ties with the other side just because she had lost her memory. At this remark, the household, which had hardly settled down, began to grunt and look a little displeased. It's so hard to have a chance to monopolize the king's attention. Can those bugs get the hell away from him? But thinking for the king is already their instinct, considering that the king doesn't know when he will recover the memory of coming to this universe. Ling finally reluctantly said, although I couldn't sense the outside world for a long time, but from the few snippets I've seen those bugs are all very concerned about the queen. Peilan sniffed and had a few moments of anticipation in her heart. But, how am I supposed to contact them? Her light brain had been scrapped in the middle of the black hole, completely losing contact with those higher bugs. True to her reputation as a reliable deputy, Ray suggested, I heard that the bug races in this universe can pass messages through mental links. Why don't you also try to convey this message to those higher bug races through mental links? It was the first time Peilan had heard of such a method, and it was very novel. It was important to realize that even as spiritual beings, it was almost impossible for them to communicate directly through a spiritual link, as the spiritual forces would repel each other. So in the past, they could only communicate by simulating sound waves through their mental powers. According to Ling, as long as the bug queen concentrated her mental power to perceive, she would be able to sense the mental fluctuations of either strong or weak bugs, and then just extend her mental power tentacles to connect with them. Peilan closed her eyes and began to simulate the process of spirit linking, but after a few seconds, she opened her eyes and shook her head. Can't. There's no way I can sense where those bugs are. Peilan, for some reason, suddenly felt her heart beat violently twice after hearing about the bug queen's mental link, and a sense of repulsion vaguely rose. She pressed against her chest in a bit of a daze, suspecting that it was a past memory that was trying to remind her of something. She seemed to be repulsed by the idea of initiating a mental link to those bugs as the queen of the bugs, and was even vaguely relieved when she realized just now that there was no way for her to initiate a mental link according to the normal process. Wasn't this thing any good? Or was her relationship with those bugs not as good as Ray claimed? After all, they didn't always know how the queen of the bug race got along with the bug race, but only saw a few scenes. Perhaps, she and the insects are one thing on the surface and another thing behind the scenes. But for some reason, when Peilan began to question her relationship with those bugs, she also felt a throbbing pain in her heart, as if even though she had lost her memories, she would still instinctively feel sad. What the hell? So what's their relationship? I don't get it. I don't get it. King, what happened to you? Ka suddenly let out a high decibel scream so loud that it wreaked havoc on the ears of his surrounding companions as well as his king. But after noticing Chuan's shocked and dismayed and grief-stricken gaze, Peilan realized with hindsight that her own eyes had become a little sore at some point, and without looking, she knew that they were definitely red and were accumulating tears. King, did those little Yakuza bugs do something to you? I'm going to fight them. Chuan was affected by this insectoid body and hissed uncontrollably, his eyes glowing menacingly. Ray gave Chuan a vicious glare, telling him not to mess around with his temper. Her sole body image was of a rare humanoid form, usually severely lacking in intimidation amongst her various rarefied companions. And now, augmented by the ferocious appearance of this physical body, she managed to subdue Kaworu. Ray then waved her newly acquired 8 legs and crawled less skillfully to the king's side, inquiring in the softest of tones, "Are you sad, King? What is it that makes you sad? We would like to share your worries." In fact, her mind was already calmly planning how she was going to make the damn things that had caused the king to be on the verge of shedding tears worse than death. Peilan was amused by the interaction between Ray and Chuan, the corners of her mouth curving slightly. Heaven and earth could tell that her greatest joy on earth used to be watching these lovely companions fall in love with each other, and as long as they wouldn't actually fight, she didn't care too much, letting them communicate their feelings in their own way. Of course, The biggest reason for being forced into the habit of watching the drama is still because whenever she accidentally gets involved in an argument between her family members, they are sure to look at her with the kind of eyes that make her very soft, and then explicitly or implicitly ask her which side she is on when they are fighting. Whenever this time comes, Peilan feels quite a headache, and in a trance. She even feels like a scummy girl who was being pressed by several lovers at the same time to ask who she really likes, and over time, she doesn't dare to get involved a little bit. I don't know why, but this feeling seems a bit familiar too. For a moment Peilan's eyes were in a trance, and it seemed as if several blurry figures appeared before her eyes, one of whom wore long silver hair like moonlight, and another who had a pair of turquoise pupils as beautiful as a forest. He suddenly felt a headache and frowned slightly, shaking his head and deciding not to dwell on these pasts that he had no way of confirming for the time being. I don't remember what happened in the past, whether it was happy or sad, but you don't have to feel worried about me. Peilan rested her hand on Rei's limb first, lingering for a moment before moving on to the next family member's body, stroking over their current body cherishingly. She knew that they insisted on remaining in unfamiliar flesh just to be by her side, though she was very heartbroken and very reluctant to have them actually take the initiative to go into a dangerous black hole to pursue their nebulous trail after she was gone. It touched her heart very much to learn of their behavior. The things of the past, let it pass. As for those bugs, at least I don't think of a way to be able to contact them for the time being now, and whether or not I'll meet them again in the future will be left to fate. Let's live in this brand new world together for now. Hearing the cheering voices of her family, the smile at the corner of Peilan's mouth grew thicker. Once upon a time, it must have been lonely and difficult for her to live down in such a strange world after losing her memory. Obviously it was hard to have some memories here that belonged to him, a sense of belonging, but now he had lost that time he had worked so hard to brew, and his knowledge of the world had returned to an unfamiliar state, but she was so lucky to be able to live hand in hand with her family. However, there is a pressing matter that needs to be resolved in order to better survive in this universe with your family. Peilan's expression gradually became serious, casting aside the distractions related to the insect race and began to discuss business with her family. Did you guys just say that these flesh bodies belonging to the bug race that you're using right now are said to be out of control because they were captured by some terrorist organization for experimentation? Yes. Rei closed her eyes, sensing that her mental powers were still in a state of atrophy. In fact, the mental damage suffered in the previous experiments had long been accompanied by abnormal mental power. Mania together with the queen was cured. The current state was because too much energy had been expended when sending the queen out of the black hole before. However, she had a vague premonition that when her spiritual power was completely restored, perhaps she would be able to take on a human form to accompany the king like those pesky bugs. Though the king didn't mind what they looked like, and they themselves didn't mind their physical forms, the king obviously preferred to be shown in human form, and then they would have to be in human form as well to make it easier for them to accompany him. These thoughts were put behind her for the moment after only a few revolutions in her head. And Rei didn't know what she remembered. Her tone suddenly became heavy, and she could even vaguely feel the slightest hint of hatred in it. What those terrorist organizations used to control us is the Black Wreck. Upon hearing the word Black Wreck, the new bugs that had been giggling because the king finally remembered them and wanted to stay with them suddenly stopped giggling and let out a hissing sound. I don't know if it was because the bodies they were using now belonged to the insect race, or because of themselves. Peilan was able to clearly feel their joys and sorrows. Right now, for example, she felt the anger and concern that flowed through her family's voices. Peilan knew what they were worried about and sighed softly. I didn't realize that this universe also has a black wreck. However, if I can destroy it the first time, I can destroy it the second time. Hearing the queen's words with a hint of firmness in their blandness, instead of feeling proud that their king was so powerful, the neo-insects screamed louder and louder. Feeling a slight headache, Peilan hastily thickened the mental power blocking layer again in order to prevent the humans guarding outside from hearing the strange movements coming from here. Since her and her family's knowledge of the entire interstellar age was now very shallow, she intended to stay on the human side of the Federation for a while longer to brush up on her various knowledge, and now was not the time for the humans to find out that she was a bug. However, she couldn't bear to criticize her family members harshly, because she knew why they reacted so strongly, and how could she blame them when her heart was still aching? Well, don't feel worried about me. Peilan clenched her fists, her gaze sullen, as if she had seen herself in the past when she was pushed to the brink of extinction. I won't toss myself to that extent like last time. With the experience of the last time, I'll never end up with the Black Rex again, but I'll finish them off beautifully. There was obviously a reason why Peilan had suddenly traveled from Earth to an unfamiliar universe that had developed into the interstellar age. And the reason for this could never be that she had nothing to do and suddenly wanted to try what it was like to be caught in a black hole, but rather that she had no choice but to do it. Suddenly, a large number of human beings on Earth seemed to have gone insane. attacking other people and even non-human life forms, giving vent to their rage that has no place to go. Although Peilan's soul form was not human, and she was not a human in her lifetime, but a golden koi carp that had become a spirit, she loved humans very much and the various cultures that they had invented. So, with the human community reeling from this sudden and bizarre illness, she decides to step in and help. Modern science has no way of explaining why these people went crazy, when there was nothing physically wrong with them. However, Peilan could see clearly that their bodies were not sick, but their souls were sick. The cause of the disease is a black substance, the kind of thing that cannot be observed by scientific instruments and can only be perceived through spiritual power, like a combination of all negative emotions, and those who are close to it are able to feel sadness, hatred, aversion, jealousy, and all the other negative emotions that intelligent life forms possess. Ilan Bui named it Black Rack, a very graphic name. Humans trapped in the physical body have no way to perceive the erosion of the black skeleton from the soul level, only to feel more annoyed every day than yesterday. The heart is piled up by all kinds of negative emotions. Any psychological treatment is useless, and finally gradually be assimilated by the black skeleton carries the negative emotions, or even manipulation, reduced to only know the destruction of the puppets. Peilan dragged her family through experiments before realizing that other companions could also destroy the substances through absolute strength, but there was no way to expel the black skeletons that had already invaded the human body. Their mental power was simply too sharp. If they forced their way into the undeveloped brain domains of human beings and pulled out the black skeletons, the process would inevitably damage the brain, and the person would presumably become mentally retarded from then on, with the effect being no less than that of frontal lobotomy. And Peilan's spiritual power was the gentlest of all the soul bodies, perhaps because she had once been a carp spirit who corrected her path with a single mind to leap the dragon gate. Her spiritual power was simply the natural enemy of the black skeleton, and as long as it was lightly dabbed with a little bit of it, the black skeleton could be completely ablated. Thus, Peilan didn't need to use her spiritual power to perform any kind of major operation to be able to heal those people. It was the same as her not needing to use surgical means. She only needed to touch them to resolve the lesions. So naturally, she didn't need to worry about hurting them. So Peilan thought of a lot of ways, and finally through the family's information network and day and night liver, successfully cured all the people she could find, and all the invasion of the planet's black skeleton all drive to the outer space, where the intention of amplifying the trick, so that they will not have to worry about the impact of the Earth. Who knows, at this very moment, because a large amount of intangible yet containing tangible negative energy gathered together, it triggered a large area of space collapse. In order to prevent the Earth's surroundings and even the solar system from being affected, Peilan had to try to use her spiritual power to wrap around the area, preventing the spatial collapse from becoming even larger. However, she never expected that the two forces would impact each other and actually form a small black hole. The black skeletons were all annihilated in the midst of the violent energy impact, while Peilan was unable to escape the gravitational pull of the black hole due to consuming too much power, and was eventually sucked into it. It was also at that moment that she realized it turned out that invisible soul bodies could also be injured by the terrifying tearing force in the black hole. She had been fighting as hard as she could against the tearing force ripping her to shreds. The desire to survive was extremely strong, but that was all. There was nothing she could do to get through the shattered space inside the black hole and rejoin her world. With the consumption of energy, Peilan's consciousness is becoming more and more blurred. It wasn't until she felt her surroundings suddenly warm, like she was soaking in a hot spring, that she fell asleep uncontrollably after realizing that nothing was going to hurt her anymore. Now that I think about it, it would have been at that time that she was reincarnated into the Bug Queen's egg. Recalling this, Peilan sighed softly and raised her eyes. One by one, she looked at each of her family members who were nervously watching her, knowing that they had watched them get caught in the black hole due to their fight with the black skeleton. And this would be estimated to have been PTSD. But there are some things that you can't really pretend they don't exist just by running away from them. Since we're going to live well in this universe from now on, we have to solve the problem of the black wreck. Otherwise, how are we going to survive alone when the entire universe is in chaos? This place has evolved into the interstellar age, with various races, and technology has advanced by leaps and bounds. Just as the black group had a way to use the black wrecks to produce your flesh, there must be other ways to eliminate the black cards through technological means as well. This time, we don't have to fight alone, but we can use the power here to solve the crisis together. As a matter of fact, I'm not planning to leave the Human Federation for the time being now, and that's because I want to start from the human side first, and see if we can gradually talk about cooperation. Peilan broke up her thoughts a little bit and fed them to her family, hoping that they would understand that she had really made full preparations this time. I'll really be fine this time. Peilan saw that her family had taken her words in, and her tone gradually softened, carrying a convincing magic. Trust me, Every tone and rhythm that came out of Peilan's throat was like magic, making people unconsciously want to believe in it. All of the new bugs who had been hit by the king's gentle storm, and whose perseverance in their hearts was shaken, couldn't help but think in their hearts, "It's really bad. Facing the king they already have no bottom line. Now it's even more so. No matter how dangerous things the king wants to do, there is no way to oppose it." They exchanged silent glances for a few moments, and finally, with Ray as their representative, they looked grave, but expressed their agreement with the king's decision. What's the point of fighting those weird things again? This time, they were prepared the whole time, so they didn't believe that they could still let that thing abduct the king. Feeling the high fighting spirit of her family members, the corners of Peilan's mouth curved slightly and her heart was filled with motivation. She glanced at the surveillance on the ceiling of the room that she had already shielded herself from, and after a moment's thought, decided that it would be better to stow her family in the spatial nexus for now, just to prevent spooking the humans, and let her do the negotiating with them. She'll release her family when the deal is done and tell humanity it's a teammate. Don't be afraid. If there is no negotiation, or if the humans show an unfriendly attitude, she will not release her family members, so that they will not face the danger directly, and she herself will directly tuck in the space button and run, transforming into a new insect race. The old demons who have lived for years don't know that the king is at this moment calculating how to trick them into the spatial nexus and negotiate alone, facing all possible dangers head on. Laughing my ass off. Change is impossible. This style of taking it all on yourself and taking it all in stride hasn't changed at all. Of course, thought for thought, at least for the time being, Peilan still had a smile on her brow and was watching her family members discussing what to negotiate in various ways. The afterglow outside the window passed through the filter and refracted an enchanting luster, gently draping over her black hair like a light veil made of sunlight, and even her black hair was set off a bit like a light curry in the light, just as Peilan was quietly enjoying the most quiet and beautiful moment since her awakening. Suddenly, an indescribable feeling struck her heart, making her instantly feel a chill in her heart, as if something bad was about to happen. She immediately walked quickly to the window and looked in a certain direction, her gaze gradually becoming grave. The mutant bug chameleon wasp that was originally lying next to the window hastily moved away a little. She was now covered in poison, and if the queen got a little bit of it she would deserve to die. "King, what's wrong with you? Is there something over there?" The color-changing bee had a delicate voice, sounding like a shy little girl, but any enemy who dared to underestimate her would die silently under her poisonous needles. About the time she sensed something from Peilan's attitude, she uncontrollably put up her poisonous needles and stared viciously in that direction, as if she saw an impending enemy. Peilan's expression was grave and her voice became low. "It always feels like there's something over there that makes me very uncomfortable, so everyone be vigilant." Her hesitant eyes went to the bedside. There was a red button on it, and Yu Jiaying had specifically told her to press it if anything happened when she left, and that she would be there soon. Going to inform Ms. Principal? But even she couldn't say what would happen next, just that the ominous aura felt familiar. Peilan suddenly changed her expression. Oh no! She remembered what it was, the scent of. The place where Peilan was staying now was the Central Military Academy's territory for receiving VIPs, and she was hidden in a small villa deep in the gardens. And apart from some high-tech inside the house and a doorman at the entrance, there were no extra protection measures set up. Yu Jiaying knew that the more special protection measures, the easier it was to reveal that important people were hiding here. Now, in addition to old General Ma Yun, the Central Military Academy did not come to any VIPs. 99% of the houses here are empty. It would not have been easy to be noticed. There is no need to purposely give Peilan on special treatment. It had to be said that this decision was somehow considered very resourceful. Not only were the bugs who were eager to find the queen concealed by the Central Military Academy's drop-dead gorgeous attitude, but even some of the guys in the shadows who wanted to make trouble didn't know that Peilan was here. Take the space capsule to the most densely populated area of the main campus of the Central Military Academy and open it. The man looked quietly at the spot in front of him where the passage was located and didn't move his gaze until the light screen went out. He pulled the tiny space capsule from his pocket and stared at it for a moment, not knowing what he remembered. He suddenly let out a snort. He then clutched the capsule tightly in his hand and walked out of his quarters. He met many of the students he had taken as well as the teachers he had interacted with, and they tended to stop and greet the handsome man with dark blonde hair warmly. Kane, what happened at the freshman bowl the other day really freaked everyone out. Thankfully you're all back safe and sound. Those black group guys are simply as annoying as bedbugs in the gutter. Every time our federation tries to crack down on them, they don't know which gutter they're hiding in. With the assistance of the insects this time, I hope we can uncover all their lairs. The blonde man, Kane, nodded his head and smiled, and every word he said was funny, humorous and appropriate, very much in line with the impression these students and teachers had of Kane, the instructor of the Central Military Academy. However, if these guys know that Kane, the good instructor in their eyes, is also a member of the black group they despise and fear, lurking in the Central Military Academy for many years, and even the incident of the Freshman Cup a few days ago has his handiwork. What kind of expression will they show? Cain, like every other day, has a heart full of malice underneath his sunny, cheerful exterior, but today he felt very unavailable, and even the choreography in his mind was mirthful. Communicating with them here, or making them up in your own mind, is pointless behavior. After all, in a short while, after he opened this capsule handed to him by the organization in the open space in front of the training ground, no one would be able to escape, and those who were smiling at the man behind the curtain, foolishly talking to him, would soon be reduced to puppets of that horrible thing. And, of course, the man himself. Cain had been clutching the space capsule filled with the organization's latest research, his gaze grim, certain that he hadn't shown any cracks so far, and that all of these people would be caught off guard by his attack. However, Pei Elon, who was in the VIP area right behind the training ground, was simply too sensitive to Black Rex's senses, and had already vaguely sensed the nano-level aura that was leaking out of the capsule when he was still a full kilometer away from him. Having ascertained that the thing was indeed a breath leaking from the Black Sea, she chose to press the button without hesitation. No matter what, someone with a voice has to know about this, otherwise the consequences are unimaginable. And while she was scrambling to explain what would happen next to Yu Jiaying, who had rushed over, meanwhile, Cain had already arrived at the training ground, the best place to put it in his mind. It's a densely populated, well-connected area that's perfect for dropping in something with a spread for experimentation. Just then, a surprised voice came from behind him. Cain, weren't you injured earlier? The school told you to rest for a few days. Why are you here at the training ground? Cain didn't turn around, despite the fact that the person who was shouting at him now was what everyone saw as his fellow officer and good friend, Jolin. Jolin came over and tried to tap Cain on the shoulder with a big grin, but was dodged. He was a little puzzled at once, and carefully watched his friend's face. What's wrong with? Are you still blaming yourself? It's not that I'm saying the Freshman Cup made such a big mistake, although everyone up and down the line has a responsibility, but the main blame has to go to the black team. We're the victims, and hooray for taking student pups without incident, although one of the ones I took is nowhere to be found. Zhao Lin had a bit of a headache just thinking about it. He was very optimistic about Pei Elon to shine in the Freshman Cup, but the result of the Freshman Cup became like this. The competition was cancelled, and the optimistic student people disappeared, and it was said that they took a leave of absence to go back to their hometowns. Zhao Lin. For the first time, Cain called his best friend by his full name in such an icy tone, his eyes full of obscure colors. You know what? I really hate it when you look like this. Obviously, they were all veterans who had been on the battlefield for a long time, but they looked like they were naive and over the top, giving him their full trust as a spy, as if they didn't read the school's caution towards him after the freshman bowl at all, and still continue to get along with him as usual. Yes, the surnamed son has been close to investigating his head. That's why he will explicitly let him idle at home. To put it bluntly, do not trust him, do not allow to continue to contact with the students, but also to prevent him from escaping it. The organization saw this as well, which is why they wanted to squeeze the last bit of value out of him before he was caught committing suicide. Cain closed his eyes and smiled to himself as his hand, which had been clenched, finally loosened. Snap! The space capsule hit the ground heavily, instantly cracking in half from the center. A large number of black skeletons poured out of it, attacking the nearest living person like a hungry tiger.